And Shen Tang was originally a carefree little pixiu from the Yaochi, who met with misfortune during a thunder tribulation and unexpectedly found herself reborn into a book as a minor. Character destined for an early demise. Her entire family consisted of similarly doomed antagonists. Upon her arrival in this new narrative, her villainous father, driven by bloodlust, was convinced that Shen Tang was the illegitimate child of her mother and a stableman, and in a fit of rage, he sought to drown both mother and daughter in a pig cage. Internally, Shen Tang scoffed, "What a blind and foolish father. Your concubine has tainted the blood test with white phosphorus. Try it yourself, and see if your blood can merge with that of the stableman." Once the truth was unveiled, her father executed the concubine and reconciled with her mother, showering her with affection. Her elder brother suffered grievous harm, having his tendons severed, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, consumed by despair and longing for death. Shen Tang pleaded, "Brother, do not give up yet. I can save you." Before long, her paralyzed brother rose to his feet, bravely fought in battles, and achieved countless victories, trampling upon those who had wronged him. Her love-struck second brother regained clarity. The third brother, once ridiculed as a fool and tricked into consuming horse urine and dog feces, was championed by Shen Tang. My third brother was destined to be a literary star. Yet he fell victim to treachery. Fortunately, I am here to aid him. I in no time. The once foolish third brother excelled in the imperial examination, effortlessly composing verses that would echo through the ages, transforming into the most celebrated scholar in the capital. Chapter 1. Transmigrating into a villain. My lord, Shen Tang's blood has merged with that of the stableman. She is not your biological daughter. It appears the First Lady has long been unfaithful. My lady, how could you betray your husband, who has held you in such esteem? A shrill voice pierced the air. Who is making such a commotion? Shen Tang, still in a daze, opened her eyes to find herself in an opulent hall of an ancient estate, swaddled in a small bundle and cradled by a young attendant. When did her hands transform into tiny, pudgy ones? She had become a mere infant? Wasn't she struck dead by lightning after failing her tribulation? In the center of the hall stood an ornate shelf made of pear wood, upon which rested a golden basin filled with clear water, in which 2 drops of blood were visibly merging. Is this the ancient version of a blood test for parentage? My husband, I am wronged. A woman clad in a dark red, intricately patterned gown, her demeanor graceful and her makeup exquisite, knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, her voice hoarse. I am innocent. I, in stark contrast, a rough-looking man, bound and with a dark complexion, gazed passionately at the beautiful woman, Yun Shuang. I knew Shen Tang was our child. We were together the night before you wed. Silence. A man in a bright red official's robe, with a broad face and piercing eyes, seethed with rage, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Qin Yunshuang, you dared to consort with this scoundrel before our marriage, placing such a heavy green hat upon my head.
No,
I did not. Please believe me. The beautiful woman shook her head, tears streaming down her face in despair. The man closed his eyes tightly, and when he reopened them, the compassion had morphed into resolute cruelty. Qin Yunshuang has forsaken her duties as a wife. Strip her of her position and drown her and this little wildling in a pig cage. In that moment, Shen Tang realized she had transmigrated. Wasn't this the very plot from the light novel The Spoiled Little Baby is a Lucky Charm? The tale chronicled the life of a fortunate female lead cherished by all, while she had unwittingly become a minor character fated to meet a grim end alongside her mother. Not only was she a pawn, but her entire family was also destined for tragic downfall. In the story, her mother, a noblewoman from the esteemed Qin family, was falsely accused by a concubine of having an affair with a stableman, leading to their joint demise through a fabricated blood test. She had been a carefree pixiu, indulging in pleasures, until the day of her tribulation arrived unexpectedly, taking her life in a flash of lightning, only to awaken in this narrative as a doomed character. What a turn of fate! Shen Tang mentally cursed the heavens. Heavenly Tao, you have betrayed me. In the next moment, under the triumphant gaze of the concubine, the heartbroken and desperate Qin Yunshuang was dragged away by servants. Shen Tang was also unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Surely, this crude method of blood testing cannot be trusted? Not to mention, it is clearly a scheme devised by the concubine to frame us. At that moment, Shen Zongguang looked around suspiciously. Whose voice was that? Was it Shen Tang speaking? But she was merely a newborn. Moreover, she had not uttered a word. For a moment, Shen Zongguang questioned his own sanity. How could he, a marquis, be so easily deceived by such petty tricks? Shouldn't he possess the discernment to see through this? Clearly, the water used for the blood test had been tampered with. Even a fool could see that. Just as the two servants were about to drag Qin Yunshuang and her daughter away. Wait! Shen Zongguang's voice, cold and commanding, rang out, halting their actions. My lord, what is it? The concubine looked at him in confusion. Could it be that he was softening towards that wretched woman? No man could tolerate infidelity, especially with a base stableman, let alone produce a child from such a union. Surely, Shen Zongguang would not let this mother and daughter pair escape punishment. He gazed intently at the small, glutinous rice dumpling cradled by the servant. This little one had only just been born. Her swaddling was crumpled, and her tiny face was pale with a hint of rosy hue. Those dark, glistening eyes, akin to black grapes, were fixed upon him, emanating a fierce yet adorable aura. How could a newborn exhibit such expression? This child was certainly extraordinary. Shen Zongguang felt a surge of astonishment. I am utterly exasperated. I have become like Wu Meinyang, bereaved of reason. Can this wretched father not exercise some discernment? Is his mind muddled with horse urine? To condemn us based solely on hearsay, we are destined for a gruesome end. Shen Zongguang. How could this child speak such foul language? Without time for further contemplation, his expression hardened as he drew a knife and advanced toward the stableman. My lord, please. The stableman appeared alarmed. With a swift motion, Shen Zongguang slashed the knife across the stableman's arm. As the stableman cried out in anguish, Shen Zongguang directed the blade toward the golden basin, allowing his blood to drip into the water. My lord, I know you may not wish to believe this, but even with a re-examination, the result will remain unchanged. Before the concubine could finish, Shen Zongguang cast aside the knife and pricked his own finger. A drop of blood fell from his fingertip into the basin. My lord! The concubine gasped in shock as Shen Zongguang's blood merged with that of the stableman. Gasps of disbelief echoed around them. This basin of water is suspect. Could it be that the madam and young miss have been wronged? This is too malicious. Finally, this may prove that we were framed. Perhaps our lives can be spared. Shen Tang let out a sigh of relief, while Qin Yunshuang beside him bore traces of tears on her face, the crystalline droplets clinging to her lashes, forming clusters of moisture as she knelt in disbelief on the ground. Shen Zongguang's expression was exceedingly grim. How can my blood possibly intermingle with that scoundrel's? Could it be that I am related to him by blood? My lord, this. Yu Lian's countenance shifted dramatically, her delicate features paling. I am unaware of where the fault lies. The blame game begins. Soon, she will shift the culpability onto her personal maid, exonerating herself in the process. With tear-stained eyes, Yu Lian turned to her maid at her side and raised her hand, delivering a stinging slap to the maid's face. Chen Tao, I know you have always detested my sister, but you cannot betray her like this. Are you not aware that such actions may lead others to believe that I orchestrated this entire affair? Chen Tao, her face swollen from the blow, met Yu Lian's gaze and immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. She collapsed to the ground, wailing, It is all the maid's fault. I was bewitched by my own folly. Shen Zongguang silently observed their theatrical performance. Indeed, I am a prophet. It appears that this blind father is utterly oblivious to the scheming of the so-called pure lotus, easily deceived by her clumsy act. Blind as he was, Shen Zongguang, this basin of water was clearly prepared by the concubine herself, the white alum hidden beneath her fingernail. Should a thorough examination be conducted, traces of the powder would still be visible. He glanced at the soft and innocent little bundle beside him before his gaze fell upon the pitiful Yu Lian. He reached out, grasping her hand. My lord, you. Yu Lian stammered in panic. What is this? Shen Zongguang's piercing gaze fixed upon the base of Yu Lian's index finger. Within the lacquered red of her nail, a hint of white powder lay concealed. Chapter 2. The scoundrel father already wears a green pasture on his head. Yu Lian was struck with horror, her face ashen. She had already dissolved the poison in the basin, yet a careless mistake had left traces beneath her fingernail. How could Shen Wang have discovered such a subtlety?
Ah,
Yu Lian fell to the ground, her face clearly marked with 5 fingerprints, gazing up at Shen Wang with an expression of unjust grievance. Previously, Shen Wang would have been moved by such a pitiable expression, but now, his face was cold and unyielding. Tell me, why did you frame Yunshuang? What other reason could there be but the petty jealousy that festers among the women in the inner quarters? How could this scoundrel not comprehend that? This horseman is but a pawn in the White Lotus's scheme against my mother. My mother has never wronged him. Rather, this horseman, willing to risk everything to ensnare my mother, was driven by desperation for medical expenses for his ailing son. The White Lotus promised him the funds, provided he ensnared my mother. Once the scheme was solidified, he intended to extricate himself from the consequences. My lord, Yu Lian stuttered, her face pale, at a loss for words. The horseman had initially hoped that after being punished by the lord, Yu Lian would find a way to rescue him. Yet now, it seemed that Yu Lian's fate was sealed. She was but a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to save herself, let alone assist others. Desperation gripped the horseman, who, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to crawl toward Shen Wang, twisting his contorted body like a caterpillar. He bowed deeply, imploring, "My lord, please see reason. I am innocent. It is that wretched Yu Lian who bribed me, compelling me to frame the madam. My son is gravely ill and desperately needs medical funds. That wretched Yu Lian threatened and coerced me into framing the madam. If I did not comply, she would have her people beat my family to death. I had no choice." The horseman wept, perspiration soaking through his clothes. It was Yu Lian who poisoned the food given to the madam, and when she fell unconscious, I was instructed to dishevel her garments, creating the illusion of infidelity. He cried, "I swear on the lives of my entire family that I have never touched the madam." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face as he prostrated himself again and again, his forehead becoming red and swollen. I was forced. I implore you, my lord, show me mercy. Shen Wang exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. As expected, it seems Tang Bao was indeed correct. You brutish scoundrel. Qin Yunshuang's eyes glistened with anger as she stepped forward, tears brimming, and struck the horseman across the face. This despicable man had sullied her reputation and nearly endangered both her and little Tang Bao. Even if she were to see him and Yu Lian suffer 1,000 deaths, it would not quell her fury. After several slaps, still unsatisfied, she turned to Yu Lian, whose face was swollen from the earlier blow, inhaling deeply before delivering another resounding slap to Yu Lian's face. Wow. My mother is so fierce. Qin Yunshuang no longer cared about maintaining the dignity of the matriarch. She rolled up her sleeves and unleashed her fury upon Yu Lian's painted visage, striking her left and right. Slap, slap, slap. Yu Lian initially attempted to struggle, but soon she was completely overpowered by Qin Yunshuang, her once fair face now marred by varying shades of red. Yu Lian's ears rang from the strikes, blood streaming from her nostrils, her gaze vacant, her face resembling that of a pig. What a relief. With my mother's slaps, my frustration has dissipated. What is this relief? Qin Yunshuang took a deep breath, adjusting her sleeves and the precariously balanced phoenix hairpin atop her head. Though striking that wretched woman was satisfying, shattering her own hairpin would be a loss indeed. Meanwhile, Shen Wang. It was as if he were seeing Qin Yunshuang for the first time. Previously, she had always presented herself as a composed and graceful lady, gentle and demure. Yet now, how had she transformed into a sudden realization struck Qin Yunshuang. In her fury, she had completely disregarded her image. Shen Wang had always favored gentle and demure women, yet here she was, displaying such ferocity. Oh well, he had been deceived by slander, falling for that wretched woman's schemes that nearly cost them their lives. Why should she concern herself with his preferences? My lord. Yu Lian's voice was weak, pitifully calling out. Previously, such a display would have elicited Shen Wang's sympathy, but now, looking at her pig-like visage, he felt only revulsion. He turned to the servants at his side. Why are you not taking action? Yes, as for this horseman, who speaks nothing but lies. Shen Wang was about to voice his thoughts when he paused, closing his eyes. Disburse this month's stipend, cut out his tongue, and expel him from the manor, to prevent him from spreading any falsehoods that might tarnish his wife's reputation. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The horseman, tears in his eyes, knelt and repeatedly bowed. Once the horseman was dragged away, silence finally enveloped the hall. Yunshuang, I did not take the horseman's life out of consideration for his child. Let us regard it as a good deed for our Tang Bao. Shen Zongguang spoke. Rest assured, not only will this horseman be silenced, but I will ensure that everyone in this household keeps their mouth shut. Not a single word will escape regarding this matter. As he spoke, Shen Zongguang took Qin Yunshuang's hand, his expression laden with guilt. Yunshuang, I was wrong to suspect you both. As he spoke, he tenderly lifted the small infant beside him, his movements deliberate and cautious. It is my fault, dear one, for misjudging you. How could such a darling as you not be my child? Just moments before, he had perceived the heartfelt whispers of the little one. Did this not signify a divine warning bestowed upon him? Was he truly the chosen one as foretold in the tales? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Shen Zongguang became. What do you intend to do about Aunt Yu? Qin Yunshuang's gaze locked with Shen Zongguang's, her voice carrying a hint of frost. Given that her mother and she had nearly lost their lives because of Aunt Yu, merely confining that wretched woman to the woodshed seemed far too lenient. Shen Zongguang's expression turned troubled. After all, Aunt Yu did bear me and that moment, a chubby little boy clad in a white robe embroidered with golden threads came hastily running towards them. Shen Tang recognized him instantly. This was the son born to Aunt Yu, the very child who, in the story, wielded power over the household due to his father's favoritism towards his mother, even daring to bully the original protagonist's elder brother. Now, the little boy clung to Shen Zongguang's leg, his round face streaming with tears and snot. Father, I heard you captured Mother. Did I miss Mother? Please, Father, let her go, pretty please. Seeing the little one, Shen Zongguang felt a pang of compassion. The child was so young, how could he bear to deprive him of his mother? My lady, today's incident was indeed Aunt Yu's fault. But the boy is still so young and cannot be without his mother. For his sake, perhaps we should spare Aunt Yu and be lenient in our judgment? Shen Zongguang proposed. Disappointment filled Qin Yunshuang's eyes. Had he really chosen to compromise their dignity for the sake of that vile woman and her child? How absurd! What nonsense is this? What does the boy's youth have to do with my mother? Moreover, the boy is not even your blood. Little did the wretched father know that his head was already crowned with a vast expanse of green grass. What? In that instant, it felt as if thunder had crashed down upon him, leaving Shen Zongguang reeling with shock. Chapter 3. Little Sugar Baby's Extraordinary Talent. Not his child. Though the boy may not be the wretched father's offspring, he still carries the bloodline of the Shen family. Shen Zongguang. How could he be of the Shen lineage if he was not his blood? Perhaps the wretched father remains ignorant, for before marrying him, Yu Lian had already been entangled with his brother, Shen Belan. After their marriage, they continued their escapades in the woods, indulging in the pleasures of adulthood. It was during that time that Yu Lian conceived this child. In an instant, Shen Zongguang felt his blood boil, struggling to suppress the fury swelling within him. He had thought he had cleared Yunshuang of the green hat he had placed upon her, only to find that Yu Lian had now adorned him with another. Who could withstand such a blow? At that moment, Shen Zongguang wished fervently that it were all merely an illusion. Qin Yunshuang, unwilling to linger any longer, took Shen Tang from Shen Zongguang's arms, her expression icy. I hope you can provide a satisfactory explanation to me, to Tang Tang and to our Qin family. With that, she turned away, leaving the father and son behind. In the room, Qin Yunshuang gently placed Shen Tang in a pear-wood crib, lovingly caressing her soft, delicate face. Little Sugar Baby's skin was tender and smooth, softer than silken tofu, and Qin Yunshuang dared not apply too much pressure, merely brushing her fingers lightly over her. Oh, how beautiful my mother is! Is she not more exquisite than the celestial fairies above? I hope that when I grow up, I too can be as beautiful as my enchanting mother. What was that sound? Qin Yunshuang heard a sweet, childlike voice and glanced around warily. My beautiful mother is so fragrant and soft. It's all that wretched father's fault for being blind, indulging his concubine while neglecting his wife, committing such an outrageous act. How detestable! The small, fierce voice continued to echo. Qin Yunshuang confirmed that the source of the voice was indeed her daughter. Yet just moments ago, Little Sugar Baby had not spoken. Could it be that she had heard the thoughts of her little one? But fear not, my beautiful mother, for with Sugar Tang here, we shall surely alter our fates. Sugar Tang will protect you. Qin Yunshuang gazed affectionately at the soft, obedient little bundle before her. Her daughter, merely days old, already possessed such filial compassion for her mother. She had not borne this child in vain. Qin Yunshuang opened a carved box made of golden Nanmu wood and retrieved a heavy gold necklace adorned with exquisite jade and agate stones. At its center hung a golden longevity lock inscribed with the words, "Wealth and peace, long life." Little sugar baby, look, this is the longevity lock I prepared for you before you were born, Qin Yunshuang said, waving the lock before Shen Tang, the sound of metal clinking resonating sweetly. The little one's obsidian-like eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wow, what a grand necklace. So beautiful, I love it. Qin Yunshuang smiled lovingly at Shen Tang. As long as Sugar Tang liked it, that was all that mattered. Mother, please put on me. I want to wear it and become beautiful. Qin Yunshuang chuckled. I cannot put it on you just yet, you are still too small, and this necklace is too heavy. It could hurt our little sugar baby's neck. Oh, I can see it but cannot wear it. How disappointing. Once you grow a bit more, you may wear it, Qin Yunshuang replied with a smile, placing the longevity lock back in the jewelry box. I will keep it safe for you, alright then, I must grow up quickly. I want to wear many beautiful golden accessories, just like mother. Qin Yunshuang smiled, her lips curving. Sugar Tang was her little source of joy. Qin Yunshuang picked up a small red rattle to amuse the little one, and when she saw her dark, lustrous eyes following the movement of the rattle, accompanied by the delightful sounds of iya iya, she was quietly amazed. Other children typically took months to produce such sounds, yet her little sugar baby, not even a month old, was already capable of it. It seemed her little sugar baby was exceptionally gifted, unlike any other. But she must keep the ability to hear sugar baby's thoughts a secret. Regaining her composure, Qin Yunshuang said, Sugar baby, it's been quite a while since your last diaper change. Let mother take care of that for you. With that, Qin Yunshuang began to gently undo the diaper, which had become quite full. How embarrassing. Don't look, don't look. Shen Tang whimpered, emitting soft, babyish sounds. Qin Yunshuang smiled, averting her gaze. Just a moment, I'll be done soon. Mother has not yet completed her confinement, please do not overexert yourself. If mother's health fails, we shall both be doomed. By now, Qin Yunshuang had successfully changed Sugar Baby's diaper and dressed her in a clean, soft outfit. She gazed affectionately at the little bundle. Such a tiny being, yet already aware of her mother's hardships. She cradled Sugar Baby in her arms. Are you hungry, little Sugar Baby? Shall mother feed you? Shen Tang, a mere few days old, had a tiny stomach and required feeding every 2 hours. Having been transported into this story, she was now ravenously hungry. Little Sugar Baby's eyes widened, her black, grape-like orbs sparkling with anticipation as she looked up at Qin Yunshuang. At that moment, a maid named Qiushu approached. Madam, I have found a wet nurse for you, so you need not nurse the young lady yourself. No need, Qin Yunshuang replied, lovingly cradling the little one. I prefer to handle this myself. Although many affluent families would hire a wet nurse, she wished for her little Sugar Baby to feed directly from her. It was something she did not wish to delegate to another. But you have not yet completed your confinement. This is quite taxing, Qiushu said, her face filled with worry. Nurturing my child is the most blissful endeavor, and this bit of hardship is inconsequential, Qin Yunshuang said as she cradled her little bundle and settled onto the grand bed adorned with golden threaded embroidered mandarin ducks. She lovingly fed her child. And her past life, Tang Bao had been a little pixiu, indulging in countless delicacies, yet she had never savored the exquisite taste of fresh maternal milk. The fragrance and sweetness of her mother's milk were delightful. Tang Bao eagerly consumed for a while, her little belly round and full, and she contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Witnessing the sweet smile on her little one's face, Qin Yunshuang felt her lips curve upward, radiating happiness and fulfillment. They had nearly faced execution, yet fortune had smiled upon them, allowing them to survive. Little Tang Bao was her lucky star. My lady, you have yet to complete your confinement, please rest well. Allow me to hold the young miss. Qiu approached, tucking the covers around Qin Yunshuang with tenderness before gently taking the infant from her arms. How unfortunate that the beautiful mother places such trust in Qiu, who is unworthy of it. Qin Yunshuang gazed at Qiu in astonishment. Qiu had been her maidservant for a decade, ever loyal by her side. Could it be that she harbored disloyalty? Though Qiu presents herself as caring, when Mother and I were nearly captured and faced dire consequences, she was nowhere to be found. Had she truly been a loyal servant, she would have knelt before the wretched father, crying out for my mother's innocence. Her concern is but a fraud. Unbeknownst to Mother, this wicked woman, Qiu, has pilfered many of her precious jewels, and even the recent scandal involving Mother and the horseman bears the mark of Qiu. Just treachery. Chapter 4. Inexpressible regret. If it were not for her adding a drug to the bird's nest soup that my mother consumed, my mother would not have fainted. If it were not for her colluding with that despicable Bai Lianhua, we would not have been framed and nearly lost our lives. How fortunate we are to have escaped that peril. That wicked woman. What? Stealing her jewelry was one thing, but to conspire with that Val Yulien to harm us mother and daughter was beyond reproach. How foolish of me to consider Qiu as one of my own. Intending to assist her in finding a suitable marriage to ensure her future was free of worries. Suddenly, Qin Yunshuang's expression turned icy. I recall that this wicked woman, Qiu, sold a pile of my mother's jewelry to the Hongyun pawnshop this morning, presumably preparing to flee. She surely did not expect my mother to stand here, exonerated and unscathed. Madam. This was the first time Qiu had seen the usually amiable madam display such a demeanor. Anxiously, she spoke up. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed in the room as Qin Yunshuang struck Qiu across the face. Qiu's face instantly bore 5 distinct red marks, swollen and puffy. Shocked, she covered her face and looked at her with a wronged expression. Madam, what have I done to deserve this? Previously, Qin Yunshuang had a gentle disposition and seldom resorted to reprimanding her servants. Qiu's voice rose in pitch, drawing the attention of several other servants who craned their necks to observe. How dare you utter such words? Qin Yunshuang scoffed coldly. Do you think I am unaware of the deeds you have committed in secret? What have I done? For a moment, Qiu felt a pang of guilt. She forced herself to remain calm. I merely reminded the madam that she should not overexert herself during her confinement. I do not know which of my words displeased you, leading to this slap. How detestable. That wicked woman speaks with such duplicity. The flavor of her tea is overwhelmingly bitter. It's as if my beautiful mother is the one bullying her. Upon hearing this, the group of maids and servants watching from outside began to murmur amongst themselves. The madam has gone too far. If she treats her personal maid this way, indeed, we should be more cautious in our actions moving forward. They whispered among themselves. What have you done? Qin Yunshuang's gaze was frosty as she smiled faintly. This morning, you sold my jewelry to the Hongyun pawnshop with the intent to flee. Do you acknowledge this? In an instant, Qiu's complexion paled, and she sank to her knees, exclaiming, Madam, I am wronged. I have done no such thing. How can you slander me without evidence? Humph. That wicked woman has committed numerous offenses. The jewelry she stealthily pilfered from my mother has all been pawned at the Hongyun shop. She has amassed quite a fortune, hidden within the layers of her embroidered pillows. Qin Yunshuang spoke coldly. Butler, come here. The butler hurriedly approached, standing respectfully before Qin Yunshuang. Madam, please give your orders. Search Qiu's room thoroughly, bed, bedding, and pillows. Leave no stone unturned. Qin Yunshuang commanded. Understood. Soon, the butler departed with a group of servants. Qiu's heart raced with trepidation. Please do not actually find anything. After what felt like an eternity, the butler returned, clutching a substantial bundle of silver notes, flanked by several servants. Madam, we found this in her room, he said, presenting the notes with great reverence. Upon seeing this, Qiu's face turned ashen. She never expected the madam to be aware of her actions. The madam had always disdained opulence, neglecting her own possessions over the years. Initially, Qiu had only pilfered a single item, anxiously awaiting to see if the madam noticed. The madam hailed from a noble lineage, having encountered countless jewels throughout her life. Such treasures were plentiful, piled high, and losing one or two would indeed be difficult to detect, especially since the madam devoted her entire focus to raising her children and paid little attention to material possessions. Thus, Chiu grew bolder, stealing one piece after another. This time, she had thought that after the madam was wrongfully accused of infidelity and executed by the master, she could escape with her wealth. Yet, she had not anticipated that the madam would stand before her, unharmed, and even aware of her misdeeds. The whispers around them grew louder. Such a vast sum of silver notes, worth at least 10,000 taels. Where could all this money have come from? It seems Chiu truly did steal the madam's jewelry and sell it. Her audacity is astounding, daring to sell her master's belongings. It seems the slap the madam gave her was rather lenient. Such a treacherous servant deserves to be beaten mercilessly. Qin Yunshuang gazed down at Chiu's pale face. Will you still not confess? I was wrong. Chiu knelt before Qin Yunshuang, tears streaming down her face. My father is a drunkard who beats and scolds me for money. My meager earnings are insufficient to satisfy him, yet if I do not comply, I face severe punishment. He even threatened to kill me, leading me to act foolishly. Stealing my possessions for your own gain is foolishness. But what do you say about tampering with my bird's nest soup and conspiring with the coachman to frame me? Qin Yunshuang lifted her foot, the intricate embroidery of her shoes forcing Chiu's chin up, compelling her to meet her gaze. Oh, my mother is truly the daughter of a general. Her movements are so powerful and striking. Mother is on fire. In that moment, Chiu was utterly flustered, her eyes darting around. Framing her mistress was a capital offense. She could not admit to it. With tears streaming down her face, she cried out, Madam, I admit to stealing, but I have never conspired against you. I am innocent. Innocent? That vile Yu Lian has already been dragged away by the master. She confessed everything. Will you still not admit your guilt? Qin Yunshuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Chiu's face turned a ghastly gray, her eyes devoid of life. It was over. Everything was over. She never expected to be so audacious, especially considering how benevolent the madam had always been towards her. How could she have committed such a heinous act? The madam had always treated her servants with kindness, often bestowing gifts upon them. Chiu, however, had committed such an unforgivable crime, as if her conscience had been devoured by a dog. Chiu, I initially intended to reward your service by helping you find a good marriage, given our shared history. Look, Qin Yunshuang opened a pearwood box containing a red booklet. I even selected a list of potential husbands for you, hoping to ensure your future happiness. Yet this is how you repay me. With that, Qin Yunshuang tossed the booklet at Chiu. Thud. Chiu saw the names scattered on the ground. Officials of the 7th rank from the court, the newly appointed magistrate of Litong County. For a mere maid, the madam had indeed sought such an advantageous match for her. If she had not been blinded by greed, if she had not conspired against the madam, she could have long since escaped her servitude and transformed her life. An overwhelming wave of regret engulfed Chiu as she knelt on the ground, prostrating herself and banging her head against the floor, crying, Madam, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. It was only then that she realized the gravity of her short-sightedness and what she had lost. Chapter 5. The inferno of a worthless father. Chiu collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. How noisy! I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. At this moment, Shen Tang was merely a newborn infant, having recently entered the world. After a satisfying meal, she succumbed to drowsiness, her eyes fluttering shut. And within mere seconds, she drifted into slumber, soft breaths escaping her tiny, plump nose. Qin Yunshuang cradled the little treasure, her gaze tender, her voice icy as she commanded, Drag this wretch to the garden and subject her to the feline punishment. The garden was a distance away, ensuring it would not disturb the sleeping child. No, madam, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't do this. Chiu's voice rang out in desperation. Nearby, the steward promptly covered her mouth, grasping her arm and forcefully dragging her away. Qin Yunshuang, with a compassionate gaze, placed the peacefully sleeping infant by her side on the bed. She lay down, inhaling the sweet scent emanating from the child, enveloping her in warmth and tenderness. Within the chamber, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed, yet outside in the garden, piercing screams echoed. At that moment, in the garden of the Marquis residence, Chiyoju found herself forcibly stuffed into a burlap sack. Simultaneously, 10 feral raccoons, with razor-sharp claws, were thrust into the same sack. These raccoons, recently captured wildcats, were robust and fierce, their golden eyes narrowed into slits, ears perked up for bristling as they hissed and snarled. "No, please." In terror, Chiyoju watched as the servants seized the thrashing raccoons and tossed them into the sack. Upon entering, the raccoons emitted plaintive whines, flailing in a frantic attempt to escape. But soon the steward tightly bound the sack's opening with a thin rope. Subsequently, a servant raised a wooden club and struck the sack with force. The raccoons, instinctively reacting to the pain, cried out in distress, thrashing about, their sharp claws tearing at Chiyoju's skin, subjecting her to unimaginable torment. In no time, the sack was soaked in blood. Initially, Chiyoju struggled and begged for mercy, but gradually her cries faded, her eyes glazing over in a vacant stare. The air grew thick with the pungent scent of blood. The surrounding maids and servants, witnessing the scene, recoiled in horror, covering their noses as they backed away. This spectacle served as a grim warning. Even those harboring ill thoughts dared not act, hastily returning to their tasks with their tails tucked between their legs. After a while, Chiyoju lay limp on the ground, her body covered in bloody wounds, her gaze unfocused, breathing weakly. Do not let her die in the Marquis residence. Find a place to bury her. At that moment, Qin Yunshuang emerged from the chamber, draped in a crimson cloak, cradling the recently awakened little sugar treasure, tightly protecting the delicate bundle within the warm fabric. She cast a glance at the crumpled figure of Chiyoju. Yes. A servant promptly stepped forward to drag Chiyoju away, while others began to clean the floor. Qin Yunshuang surveyed the gathered servants, her voice firm. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. If you perform your duties well, I shall reward you. However, should you entertain treacherous thoughts and act as Chiyoju did? The remaining maids and servants hastily shook their heads in terror. We would never dare. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to our mistress. Wow, Mother is so impressive. Mother is incredibly cool. No wonder she is the daughter of a general. I want to be her little fan. At that moment, Shen Zongguang, with a troubled expression, approached. Yunshuang, I have heard about the incident with Chiyoju. And then? Qin Yunshuang's voice was cool, her tone neutral. Previously, her gaze towards him had been gentle and adoring, but now, her demeanor was regal and distant, all the more captivating. Shen Zongguang appeared remorseful. The wind is strong outside. You have just given birth. Let us speak in the chamber. He reached for Qin Yunshuang's hand, but she subtly withdrew, leaving him momentarily stunned by the emptiness of his grasp. Haha, I can only say that the worthless father deserves it. Who told him not to trust Mother? Mother is so wonderful, yet he believed the words of a wicked woman, nearly putting our lives in jeopardy. That worthless father must experience the taste of chasing after a wife in the fires of hell. Shen Zongguang's expression darkened as he accompanied Qin Yunshuang toward the chamber. This matter is indeed my fault. I was overwhelmed in the moment. Had I retained even a hint of rationality to investigate the circumstances, it would not have nearly ended in disaster. As they reached the chamber, he continued, I acknowledge that I have wronged you, Yunshuang. Standing before her, he bore an expression full of guilt. I had something prepared as an apology. At that moment, several servants entered, carrying golden trays covered with red cloth. Shen Zongguang unveiled one of the cloths. Yunshuang, look, this is silk cloud brocade transported from the southern waterways. The fabric is soft, and the embroidery is crafted by skilled artisans, perfectly suited for you. Since discovering that Yunshuang and her child had been wronged, he had been tirelessly searching for items that would please her, hoping to win her favor. Yet, Qin Yunshuang did not even glance at the fabric. Wow, how exquisite! Originally intending to throw the fabric at Shen Zongguang, she decided to keep it upon hearing little sugar treasure's delight. planning to use it to sew new clothes for her child. Yun Shuang, look at this blush and powder I ordered for you from the renowned beauty shop in the capital. Shen Zongguang continued, revealing another cloth, displaying an array of cosmetics favored by noblewomen, even the concubines in the palace purchased from this establishment. And this. He unveiled a third cloth, revealing a dazzling array of jewels. These are jewels I ordered from the capital's jewelry pavilion. Look at this phoenix hairpin. The gold is handcrafted. And the pearls are imported from the western regions. These sapphires are of the highest quality. Observing Qin Yunshuang's indifferent expression, he paused before lifting the fourth cloth to present a small red sachet. This is a peace talisman, blessed by the abbot at Qingyuan Temple. It contains a master's spell to protect our sugar from misfortune and ensure her well-being. That is a scam. The talisman inside is utterly useless. Foolish, worthless father. Wasting money for nothing. And these, Raisher, dear antler, snow lotus, all for your health. You have just given birth and your body is still weak. Shen Zongguang continued. Qin Yunshuang remained unmoved. Do you think I am a woman who can be appeased with a few gifts? Do you believe that by offering trinkets, I can pretend nothing has transpired? My child and I were unjustly wronged, and it cannot be overlooked. Of course not, Shen Zongguang hastily replied. Yunshuang, this matter is indeed my error, and I swear to make amends for you and your child. As for dealing with that wretched Yulian, I had initially considered selling her into servitude, allowing you to raise Lin Air. However, I now suspect Lin Air may not be my biological child. If my suspicions are confirmed, I will leave Yu Lian to you to deal with as you see fit. Only then did Qin Yunshuang's anger begin to dissipate. How do you plan to investigate? Shen Zongguang dismissed the servants, lowering his voice to whisper a few words in Qin Yunshuang's ear. What scheme does the worthless father have? Is there anything a little child like me cannot hear? Chapter 6. From prodigy to fool. Very well. I hope you can accomplish it, Qin Yunshuang remarked. Indeed, Shen Zongguang replied, clasping Qin Yunshuang's hand. Yunshuang, I was once blinded, but from now on, I shall treat you well. Words are futile. You shall witness my actions. All right, Qin Yunshuang sighed, deciding to grant him another chance for the sake of their beloved daughter, Xiao Tangao. After over 20 years of marriage, from their youthful encounter to the present, her feelings for him could not be easily severed. She would observe how he would act. Let me hold our daughter, Shen Zongguang said, gently taking Xiao Tangao from Qin Yunshuang's arms. He carefully hung a protective talisman on her dress's pearl button, fastening it securely. My daughter resembles me so much, he said, cradling Xiao Tangbao with tenderness in his eyes. Whoever called me a stable boy's child is mistaken. What an absurd remark, Shen Zongguang exclaimed. My precious daughter, I was wrong. Can I not change? Shen Zongguang spent a moment playing with Shen Tang and then departed to attend to official duties. Qin Yunshuang continued to play with little Shen Tang for some time. As the sun began to set, a boy of about 10, wearing a silver thread embroidered outfit, came running towards them. He stumbled as he ran, resembling a comical little penguin. His garments soiled and unrecognizable, and his face marred by bruises, looking utterly disheveled. Mother, Yuan Bai, what happened to your face? Qin Yunshuang asked, her heart aching as she cupped his face. Does it still hurt? Shen Yuan Bai shook his head. No one hit me, I fell by accident. It doesn't hurt at all now. Three brother is lying. Those students at the private school bully Three Brother. Often riding on his back as if he were a horse, a voice chimed in. Qin Yunshuang felt a pang in her chest. Three Brother is too pitiful. He only lies to avoid worrying me. What? He is bullied by his peers at school? Do they truly believe the Shen family is defenseless? Even if mother asks, Three Brother would never tell. Everyone at the private school bullies him. Alas, she sighed. Qin Yunshuang felt a sharp pain in her chest. Yuan Bai, when you return to school, I shall arrange for some of our household servants to protect you, so you won't fall again. I will not allow you to be bullied by those little rascals any longer. If anyone dares to hurt you again, the servants will inform me, and I shall seek justice. But I don't understand those books. Shen Yuanbai's dark eyes appeared vacant. He shook his head, feeling dejected. The teacher is very strict, calling me foolish and striking my palms. I secretly ran away. I want to stay home with you and my sister. Seeing Shen Yuanbai's delicate hands marked with red lines from the ruler, Qin Yunshuang felt a mix of sympathy and helplessness. The teacher's intention in urging you to study is for your own good, though it may be harsh. After all, jade must be carved to become exquisite. Alas, my once brilliant three-brother has become so pitiable. Brilliant? Qin Yunshuang's gaze darkened slightly. Many praised Yuanbai as a prodigy destined for greatness, and the teacher spoke highly of his future potential. She held high hopes for him, but since he turned 5, his talents seemed to have been gradually stripped away. His mind was growing sluggish, and he could no longer match the cleverness of other children. By the age of 7, he struggled to write a few words in an hour. Gradually, his peers surpassed him. The teacher had subtly suggested that this child was a wasted talent, not only blending into mediocrity, but also lacking the intelligence of his contemporaries. Qin Yunshuang felt at a loss, striving to find tutors for Yuanbai, urging him to study. Yet this approach only seemed to backfire. Yuanbai grew increasingly resistant to learning, often daydreaming in class or sneaking out of school. Looking at Yuanbai's disheveled appearance, she suspected he had crawled out through a hole in the schoolyard. This child, she lamented his misfortunes while feeling anger at his lack of resolve. What a shame! My three-brother was once a celestial talent, meant to become a top scholar, a great poet, and a renowned minister, destined to leave a lasting legacy. Alas, he has fallen victim to treachery, reduced to this foolish state. Three-brother is so pitiful. Victimized by treachery? Who is it? Who seeks to harm my son? Qin Yunshuang's heart twisted in anguish. One cannot blame three-brother for skipping school. His intelligence has been diminished by a villain. Those books are incomprehensible to him, and the teachers mock him while his classmates bully him. How tragic! Qin Yunshuang felt a deep sorrow. Her Yuanbai, once a clever child prodigy, had transformed into this naive and foolish state, lacking even the ability to defend himself, becoming a target for bullying. Witnessing her son in such a plight was akin to having her heart carved out. She had been negligent, allowing Yuanbai to attend school alone. The irony was that her son had endured years of bullying while she remained oblivious, a failure as a mother. Meanwhile, Shen Yuanbai, with his dim and bewildered eyes, gazed at his little sister in their mother's arms. Had his sister just spoken? But she hadn't opened her mouth. Could it be a sound from her belly? He once had many friends who adored him, praising him as a child prodigy with a promising future. But as time passed, he became less intelligent, and those around him gradually lost their affection, even beginning to ridicule him. In the private school, they called him a fool. Even the teacher, who had once favored him, now shook his head in disappointment. He found reading incomprehensible. The more anxious he became, the less he understood, even struggling with texts that 7-year-olds could recite fluently. Gradually, he lost interest in studying. The thought of it filled him with dread and resistance, leading him to self-loathing. But now his sister claimed someone was harming him. Who could it be? At that moment, the steward hurried in, announcing, "Madam, the second madam has brought the young master and is waiting in the hall." "Very well. I shall go see," Qin Yunshuang replied, cradling Xiao Tang Ao as she made her way to the hall. In the hall, a stunning woman dressed in a delicate green butterfly robe and an elegant yellow gown sat on a pearwood chair. Beside her was a boy of similar age to Shen Yuanbai, clad in a dark blue long robe. "Sister, I heard there was some trouble at the Marquis's residence, so I came to see you," the woman said, rising with a smile as she noticed Qin Yunshuang's arrival. This was Qin Yunshuang's half-sister, Qin Hanan, now also the stepmother of Xiao Tang Bao, the wife of the second master of the Shen family. They had once been sisters before marriage, and now they were sisters-in-law, a bond of fate. Thus, Qin Yunshuang had always treated Qin Hanyan with kindness, regarding her as a true sister. "Greetings to my elder aunt," said the boy standing beside Qin Hanyan, Shen Facheng, who was also 10 years old like Shen Yuanbai. Qin Yunshuang sat down, holding Xiao Tangao. I heard, Qin Hanyan said, glancing at the child in Qin Yunshuang's arms with concern. The Marquis suspects you and the child. Such rumors are unfounded, Qin Yunshuang replied, her expression turning cold. The Marquis' judgment is clouded by slander, and I, unguarded, fell victim to the schemes of a wretched concubine in the household. However, all is well now. The noble lord has uncovered the truth, exonerating both mother and daughter from their unjust plight. I knew it, Qin Hanyan smiled. You, my sister, are so dignified and composed. How could you possibly commit such an absurd act? As for the noble lord, he should have thoroughly investigated before nearly causing harm to both of you. Did that not chill your heart, sister? Humph. Spare me the false compassion. Chapter 7. So this villain is that wretched woman. Upon hearing Tang Bao's heartfelt thoughts, Qin Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback. Did Tang Bao harbor disdain for this aunt? After all, her relationship with Qin Hanyan had always seemed quite harmonious. Oh, my foolish mother. You regard her as a sister, believing she genuinely cares for you. When in truth, this vile woman is merely here to revel in our misfortune. Is it not apparent that the wicked woman's tone drips with disappointment? Moreover, if she truly cared for us, why did she not come earlier? Why did she not appear when we were ensnared in that plot? Yet chose this moment to show up? How hypocritical. Ugh. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyan's gaze fell upon the obediently standing Shen Yuanbai, who appeared lost in thought. Yuanbai, what have you been reading lately? Though this question seemed to express concern, it was, in fact, a sharp jab at Shen Yuanbai's heart. Shen Yuanbai hesitated, his small, dark hands twisting together anxiously as he shook his head, unable to comprehend. Feeling his son's distress, Qin Yunshuang pulled him into her embrace, grasping his hand in a comforting manner. Yuanbai, it's all right. Mother does not mind. Ah? Isn't this a bit too much like Versailles? Oh! Come on. Must one flaunt so openly? Qin Yunshuang's expression darkened, while she had no objections to praising Shen Facheng. She resented the comparison of her own child to him. At that moment, Shen Yuanbai's head drooped even further, too disheartened to meet anyone's gaze. His face a portrait of despair. Right. I came here today not only to see my sister, but also to announce some joyful news. As she spoke, Qin Hanyan produced an invitation, presenting it to Qin Yunshuang. Sister, look. This is the invitation for our Fancheng's engagement. Today, it has been announced that he ranked first in the imperial examination, achieving the title of Jiayuan. Qin Hanyan beamed with delight, while Shen Fancheng straightened his back, casting a glance at Shen Yuanbai that betrayed a hint of concealed superiority. Their mentor had proclaimed Shen Fancheng a prodigy, a genius. It was said that he was a rare talent destined for greatness, assuredly on the path to becoming an illustrious poet, his future boundless. How nauseating! Are not these accolades meant for my third brother? He is the true prodigy. At that moment, with his head bowed low, Shen Yuanbai caught wind of his sister's thoughts. He was painfully aware of his own shortcomings, of his foolishness. Yet his sister still believed in his potential as a genius? How could she? Long subjected to oppression and derision, Shen Yuanbai felt tears welling up, his eyes reddening with emotion. Qin Yunshuang's expression grew increasingly sour as she tucked away the invitation. While the title of Jiayuan was indeed commendable, she could not help but think, next year, our Fancheng will participate in the provincial examination. His mentor has declared that with his current intelligence, he is sure to secure first place. Qin Hanyan stifled a laugh behind her handkerchief, adding, as long as Yuanbai remains diligent, our Fancheng's victory is assured. Qin Yunshuang. This person is insufferable. Is this not akin to someone smacking their lips while another is on the verge of starvation? How infuriating. I cannot stand her smug, ostentatious demeanor. It makes me want to slap her. Alas, my hands are too small and short to do so. Sigh. Qin Hanyan looked on with satisfaction as Qin Yunshuang unfurled the scroll, observing the complex emotions of astonishment and despondency that played across her features. She was utterly elated. What could Qin Yunshuang, a daughter of the illustrious general's household, say when her son was so dull-witted? Meanwhile, although she was but a concubine's daughter, her son was a Yun, destined to be a top scholar. The contrast was overwhelming. How could Qin Yunshuang possibly compare herself to her? Qin Hanyan reveled in this triumph, while Shen Yuanbai felt even more despondent, realizing his own inadequacies. This was truly remarkable. His brilliance only served to highlight his own dimness. In comparison to brother Fancheng, he felt utterly worthless. Why was there such a vast chasm between people? He looked down upon himself. It dawns on me. No wonder that green tea's son is so talented and clever. It turns out he has usurped my third brother's fortune. Initially, Shen Tang only remembered that the book had stated her third brother was wronged by villains, but could not immediately identify who those villains were. So the real villain is this wretched woman. What? Qin Yunshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Fangcheng had stolen their Yuanbai's fortune? Originally, my third brother was a little prodigy, praised by all, yet Qin Hanyan, that wretched woman, envied my brother's talent. Dissatisfied with her son's mediocrity, she resorted to foul sorcery to steal my brother's fortune. From the age of 6, my brother has become increasingly dull, losing his brilliance and intellect, while Shen Fangcheng, that thick-headed fool, seemed to have been endowed with newfound cleverness. As my brother declined, Shen Fangcheng only flourished, becoming ever more talented. So, it turns out that the mother and son duo are thieves. How despicable. How dare they flaunt before my mother and my third brother? I am seething with rage. Chapter 8. The foolish brother secretly vows to trample them all underfoot. What? At this moment, Qin Yunshuang and Shen Yuanbai were both utterly astonished. Shen Yuanbai had become what he was now due to being wronged? Qin Yunshuang looked at Qin Hanyan in disbelief. She had always treated Qin Hanyan as her own sister. Although Qin Hanyan was a concubine's daughter, Qin Yunshuang had always been exceptionally kind to her, sharing her treats and joys since childhood. Even on her wedding day, she bestowed a generous dowry upon her. Yet, Qin Hanyan had transferred Yuanbai's talents and fortune to her own son, transforming the originally gifted Yuanbai into a foolish state. How ironic that she had treated her like a true sister all along. Shen Yuanbai, too, was in disbelief. His aunt, who appeared so gentle, had treated him in this manner. As for brother Fancheng, he had always regarded him as an elder brother, admiring and respecting his talents, only to discover that all of that brilliance was stolen from him. How could they, mother and son, have the audacity to flaunt their successes? Shen Tang's childish voice continued to resonate. Qin Hanyan, that old woman, envies my mother. Whatever my mother possesses, she desires for herself. Her ambition is not merely to use up my third brother's fortune. The entire Shen family is not comprised of good people. Qin Yunshuang instinctively held her breath, continuing to listen. The daughter born of Qin Hanyan is the protagonist of the book, a veritable lucky koi who can avert calamities. Anyone closely associated with her will encounter good fortune, while those who are not will suffer misfortunes. Our family is a living testament to that. The book? A lucky koi protagonist? Qin Yunshuang did not comprehend these terms, but grasped their general meaning. In the story, my scoundrel father is murdered, and the title of Marquis is conferred upon Shen Belan from the second branch. Qin Hanyan becomes the matriarch of the Marquis family, while our first branch faces ruin, becoming mere cannon fodder. What? Qin Yunshuang's heart trembled. Shen Yuanbai's face also turned pale. Alas, my third brother, who has always admired Shen Fangcheng's talents, found himself trampled underfoot once Shen Fangcheng became the top scholar. Shen Fangcheng's men kidnapped our entire family, threatening my third brother with our lives, forcing him to endure humiliation. Qin Yunshuang gazed at Shen Yuanbai with a heavy heart. She could not believe that he had always regarded Shen Fangcheng as an elder brother, only to find that Shen Fangcheng had so cruelly manipulated him. Shen Fangcheng had stolen his rightful talents, taken away his life. He must surely long to avenge himself. And this so-called aunt, that Val woman. Yuanbai, what expression is that? Qin Hanyan feigned surprise at him. I know you and our Fangcheng are both 10 years old. One has already achieved great success as a top scholar, while the other cannot even read. I can understand your feelings, but you cannot be jealous of our Fangcheng. After all, everyone has their own destiny. What nonsense is that? What do you mean by everyone has their own destiny? This is clearly robbing my third brother of his fate. That old sow has made me so furious that my fists are clenched. I feel so sorry for my third brother. Huh? Why does he have that murderous look in his eyes? You must not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Let alone whether or not I can defeat him. Even if I did, all it would do is provide him with grounds to slander my third brother. Shen Yuanbai gradually calmed down. His sister was right. He could not act rashly now. Yet, the pain and resentment from her words tormented him deeply. Don't be afraid, third brother. With Tang here, I will protect you and our family. Qin Yunshuang looked fondly at her little Tang, who, despite her small stature, understood the importance of safeguarding the family. Having such a daughter was indeed a blessing for them all. Qin Yunshuang grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand, lifting her gaze to Qin Hanyan, her eyes growing colder by the moment. Jealousy? Our Yuanbai was born as the young heir of the marquise. He had no need to envy anyone. Qin Hanyan's smile froze. Qin Yunshuang's words implied that she should recognize her own status, did they not? Qin Yunshuang's spouse was a marquis, while her own was merely a second son with no title, holding only a trivial position. The emperor had conferred a title upon Qin Yunshuang's younger son, Shen Yuanbai, at birth due to the remarkable achievements of her elder son on the battlefield. Was Qin Yunshuang flaunting her status before her? Qin Hanyan smiled faintly, sister. It is true that the title of heir belongs to Yuanbai, but whether he can maintain it is uncertain. Just look at him in this foolish state. He is unworthy of the title, and disaster may await him. Enough. At that moment, Qin Yunshuang seized a teacup and hurled it forcefully toward Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan gasped in shock, hastily dodging, but the teacup shattered loudly at her feet, scattering into pieces. Qin Yunshuang then placed her little Tang into Shen Yuanbai's arms, saying, Hold your sister tightly. Yes! Shen Yuanbai clutched the small bundle in his arms as though cradling the most precious porcelain in the world. In the next instant, as Qin Hanyan looked on in astonishment, Qin Yunshuang raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Qin Hanyan's face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving 5 distinct red marks on Qin Hanyan's delicate visage. Her hairpin fell, and her carefully styled hair became disheveled. You hit me. Qin Hanyan covered her face in disbelief. I did strike you. Qin Yunshuang's gaze was icy. Just because you achieved a modest success, you flaunt yourself before me. Even if your son became the top scholar, he must show respect to our Yuanbai. Today, I will teach you what it means to know your place. As her words fell, Qin Yunshuang raised her hand once more, delivering another sharp slap. Well struck. Mother is so impressive. This wretch deserves a thorough lesson. With each resounding slap, Qin Hanyan's face bore clear imprints, swelling as she bled from the corner of her lips, her hair cascading chaotically over her face. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Qin Yunshuang. That damned wretch. But at this moment, Qin Yunshuang was the matriarch of the marquise. She could not afford to offend her. Sister, you have every right to chastise me. It was my careless words that caused this. Qin Hanyan lowered her eyes, feigning immense grievance. She would remember this humiliation. One day, her family would trample upon everyone in the marquise. And let me tell you this, our Yuanbai is not inferior to anyone. He is more outstanding and brilliant than all. I believe my son's future is limitless. Qin Yunshuang declared resolutely. At this moment, Shen Yuanbai felt a surge of warmth and emotion in his eyes. To everyone else, he was a foolish waste, looked down upon by all. Yet, his mother and sister believed in his boundless potential. He must strive to study hard, to achieve great things, and trample upon Shen Fangcheng and his mother, reclaiming his dignity. Chapter 9. The useless son-sister's reprimand weighed heavily on Qin Hanyan, who suppressed the indignation simmering within her and lowered her gaze submissively. What was there for Qin Yunshuang to feel proud of? A useless son. Even if seated in the position of a young master, how long could he maintain such a precarious stance? Qin Yunshuang, just wait. Then be gone. Upon discovering Qin Hanyan's true nature, Qin Yunshuang could only feel disdain and loathing. The mere thought of what that vile woman had done to her family's Yuanbai filled her with a desire for vengeance. Little Tang Mao was right. It was indeed unwise to act impulsively at this moment. Qin Hanyan awkwardly departed with her son in tow. Mother, that woman has gone too far. Shen Facheng clenched his fists in indignation. My son, hold your breath. When the day comes that you achieve the highest honors, ensure you vindicate our family's honor. Qin Hanyan gently patted Shen Fangcheng's shoulder, her tone earnest. My talents are unparalleled. The top scholar position is surely mine. Shen Fangcheng tightened his fists, resolute in his determination. Inside the Shen family's second residence, my dear. Qin Hanyan wept, her tears resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. I went to visit my sister with good intentions. Yet she responded with harsh words. She even struck me. Shen Belan gazed at the swollen imprint left by a slap on Qin Hanyan's face, wiping away her tears with tenderness. Hanyan, you have endured so much. I can understand my sister. After all, her son is a fool, while our son has achieved greatness. In her jealousy, she has resorted to violence against me. She claims her son is a young master, and even if our son becomes the top scholar, he must still recognize his place in the hierarchy. Qin Hanyan's voice broke as she lamented, her delicate form collapsing against Shen Belan's embrace, sobbing pitifully. Shen Belan lovingly caressed her back, fully empathizing with her plight. He recognized the struggles Qin Hanyan faced as a concubine's daughter, perpetually overshadowed by Qin Yunshuang. As for himself, he was the half-brother of Shen Zongguang, raised from the position of a mere concubine to that of a legitimate wife only after Shen Zongguang's mother passed away. For years, he had been subjugated by Shen Zongguang's dominance, his talents and intellect often eclipsed by his brother's noble status. This disparity in birthright stirred within him a deep resentment. His connection with Qin Hanyan forged a bond of shared experiences, which was why he fell in love with her and took her as his wife. My dear, do not be upset, Shen Belan consoled, enveloping her in his arms. The pride of the main house will not endure for long. What do you mean? Qin Hanyan dabbed at the tears beneath her eyes, her voice trembling. Surely you have not heard? I have just received news that Shen Zongguang's eldest son is incapacitated. Shen Belan chuckled with satisfaction. Isn't Shen Zongguang's eldest son a renowned general? How could this be? Was he killed on the battlefield? Qin Hanyan exclaimed in shock. Who does not know that Shen Feiyu, Shen Zongguang's eldest son, was a martial prodigy, a celebrated hero on the battlefield? From a young age, he has amassed countless accolades, earning the emperor's favor and the admiration of the public. Shen Belan continued, relishing in the unfolding drama. Now he is rendered useless. It is a fate far worse than death. Indeed, it seems that Shen Feiyu's current existence is akin to living hell, he added with a smirk. With both of Shen Zongguang's sons rendered incapable, I shall plot further. Once I eliminate Shen Zongguang, the position of Marquis will be mine. That will be the day our second house will rise in triumph. Yes, Qin Hanyan nodded enthusiastically. I can hardly wait. Qin Hanyan, I am eager to witness how long you can bask in your pride. After the departure of Qin Hanyan and her son, Qin Yunshuang exhaled a heavy sigh. Cradling Shen Yuanbai in her arms, she murmured, My child, you have suffered. She felt a pang of guilt for failing to protect her son, leading to his current plight. Mother, I am not suffering. Shen Yuanbai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at her, feeling a swell of emotion. Please do not cry. I want you to be happy every day. Qin Yunshuang managed a faint smile, forcing herself to reassure him. Yes, mother will not cry. Though she had once dismissed tales of mysticism, the words of little Tang Mao had compelled her to reconsider. She yearned to uncover the means by which Qin Hanyan had siphoned away Yuanbai's fortune and transferred it to Shen Zongguang. Mother, please do not cry. Brother, do not cry either. Seeing you both like this makes Tang Ao want to cry too. Qin Yunshuang's eyes brightened as she realized that her Yuanbai could indeed return to his former self. Shen Yuanbai blinked, contemplating whether he could regain his intelligence. At that moment, little Tang Ao waved his tiny newborn hands with fervor. Oh, I must try harder. I am too small now. I possess little strength. Once I grow, I will have more power and spirit. Little Tang Bao extended his chubby, fair fingers towards Shen Yuanbai's darker hand. Shen Yuanbai obligingly reached out, their hands gently meeting in a gesture of unity. At that moment, a strand of soft golden light began to emanate from little Tongbao's palm, weaving its way toward Shen Yuanbai's hand. Shen Yuanbai, astonished, watched as the golden threads entered his palm, feeling them as warm currents coursing through his arm and upward, penetrating into his mind. It was a peculiar sensation, tingly and warm. Suddenly, the murky fog clouding his thoughts began to dissipate, as if illuminated by sunlight. Chapter 10. All thanks to my sister. In a fleeting moment, Shen Yuanbai felt a slight clarity in his previously muddled thoughts. I'm so exhausted. I'm still too young and lack sufficient spiritual energy. It's so tiring, Shen Tang panted softly. Although she had transmigrated into this world, she did not possess the cultivation of her previous life, and she wondered if she would have more spiritual energy as she grew older. After using just a little bit of her spiritual power, she found herself utterly fatigued. Qin Yunshuang cradled Shen Tang in her arms, gently coaxing her. Good girl, Tang Mao. She softly rocked the little glutinous rice ball in her embrace. Under Qin Yunshuang's tender sway, Shen Tang gradually succumbed to sleep, her eyelids becoming heavy. Her sister had fallen asleep. Shen Yuanbai, fearful of disturbing her, lowered his voice and whispered, Sister has worked so hard. She is exhausted to the point of sleep. He vowed to never skip school again. Even if he struggled to understand, he would strive to learn and write. He absolutely could not disappoint the expectations of his sister and mother. Mother, I am going to study, Shen Yuanbai said, his voice hushed. Qin Yunshuang's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at him with pride. Good, my son is growing up. She believed her son, having seen her anger earlier, was motivated to improve himself through his studies. After bidding farewell to Qin Yunshuang, Shen Yuanbai rose to leave. This book, which had always seemed so obscure and incomprehensible, now appeared somewhat clearer to him. He had previously resisted it due to the mocking gazes of those around him and the disappointment in his teacher's eyes. But now, everything had changed. For the sake of his sister and mother, he must read. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuanbai opened the book. To his astonishment, the text that had once seemed as incomprehensible as celestial symbols now flowed smoothly before him. He could read an entire page and grasp its meaning. No longer did he find the book dull. He even began to savor the profound philosophies contained within. Heavenly. His sister was truly remarkable. Shen Yuanbai recognized that these changes stemmed from Shen Tang, from the golden light that emanated from her tiny palm, illuminating his path. He could hear his sister's heart. And with such extraordinary abilities, could it be that she was a celestial fairy reincarnated? Regardless, he must keep her miraculous powers a secret, lest she attract calamity. He would no longer be the Shen Yuanbai who was ridiculed. He would grow strong swiftly, gaining the ability to protect his sister and family. Bowing his head, he continued to read. Unbeknownst to him, within the second branch of the Shen family, the jade ring on Shen Fangqing's thumb had quietly developed a crack. Madam, I heard that Yuanbai has begun to apply himself, Shen Zongguang said, sitting before Qin Yunshuang, captivated by the sight of her delicate hands, akin to jade, trimming the flowers in the vase. The servant had mentioned that last night, the lights in Yuanbai's room remained lit until the late hours, and this morning he arrived at school bearing dark circles under his eyes. Shen Zongguang felt a wave of relief. His son had finally matured and understood the importance of diligence. Although the boy was somewhat dull-witted, his earnestness meant that as long as he was willing to change, it was never too late. Qin Yunshuang hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal to Shen Zongguang that Yuanbai's fortune had been taken from him. However, she feared he would dismiss such supernatural claims. Their relationship had only recently begun to mend, and she did not wish to jeopardize it with such matters. After much consideration, she decided to keep the truth to herself. Furthermore, Fan Cheng has expressed his understanding of Yuan Bai, Shen Zongguang continued. The second branch informed me that they will host a grand banquet at the Gathering of Sages Pavilion in 3 days, inviting us to attend. Madam, you must choose an appropriate gift. Qin Yunshuang's smile faltered, her expression growing cold. If they wish to go, they may. I shall not attend. As for the gift, he is undeserving. Madam, what are you saying? Shen Zongguang's brow furrowed with concern. Fan Cheng is the son of Bailing. Although Bailing and I share different mothers, I have always regarded him as a younger brother. If we do not attend our nephew's wedding banquet, it would only invite ridicule. Moreover, Fan Cheng is my flesh and blood. How could he be undeserving? Qin Yunshuang let out a cold laugh, wanting to express her thoughts, but unsure how to articulate them. She could not simply say that she had heard Shen Tang's thoughts, could she? Father, you truly are foolish. You see him as a brother, but he covets your marquisate, eagerly awaiting your demise to take your place. Shen Zongguang. He had always treated Shen Bailing as a younger brother, respecting him greatly, with a carefree demeanor. He was indifferent to power. How could he possibly covet his marquisate? Father is not only confused in his heart, but also blind to the truth. Have you not noticed that Lin Er bears a striking resemblance to Shen Bailing? What? Shen Zongguang's pupils trembled. Shen Tang had previously claimed that Lin Er, though not his son, was indeed of the Shen bloodline. Could Lin Er be Shen Bailing's child? Had Yu Lian been involved with Shen Bailing even before entering the household? Shen Zongguang could not bring himself to believe that his brother could engage in such disgraceful acts with his concubine. They often took advantage of your busy schedule, indulging in inappropriate activities in the small garden under the pretense of purchasing pickled goods. Poor father, deceived by these two, remains blissfully unaware, still planning to celebrate their son's achievements. Father, you are unaware that Fan Cheng's success in the imperial examination was due to stealing my third brother's talent. Shen Bailing and his wife, seeing my brother's brilliance as a child, resorted to sorcery to usurp his fortune. Ever since then, my brother has become foolish, while Fan Cheng has grown increasingly clever. What? The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving Shen Zongguang unable to process it. Chapter 11. Stimulating scenes. Shen Zongguang needed some time to digest the events. My dear, are you aware that today Shen Fan Cheng visited with Qin Hanyan? Qin Yunshuang spoke, her lips pressed together. I was occupied with duties in court, so I am unaware of the happenings. What transpired? Shen Zongguang suppressed his myriad doubts and inquired. Today, Qin Hanyan came before me, boasting that her son has excelled academically, elevating him to a paragon among men, proclaiming his superiority as unparalleled. Qin Yunshuang recounted. Fan Cheng is indeed a clever boy, Shen Zongguang acknowledged with a nod. But what of it? While she may extol her son, she belittled our Yuan Bai, declaring him unworthy, suggesting that he will not retain his title of heir in the future. Qin Yunshuang exhaled deeply, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yuan Bai was present at the time, and she chose to speak such words in front of children. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that blow to a child? What? Is this truly the case? Shen Zongguang asked incredulously, anger simmering in his voice. Am I to deceive you? Qin Yunshuang replied with a cold smile. Yuan Bai was there, as was the steward. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with them. My lady, do not be enraged. I believe you, Shen Zongguang reassured, grasping Qin Yunshuang's hand. I merely did not expect the usually gentle second madam to utter such remarks. Gentle? That was merely for show. It is only now that I see her true colors. Qin Yunshuang scoffed. I once regarded her as a sister, but now I realize I was blinded by naivety. The mention of this matter pained Shen Zongguang. Yuan Bai was once his hope and pride, and now it had come to this. How could one not lament? Indeed, he agreed. Yet, despite our years of seeking remedies, we have been unable to cure Yuan Bai. He paused, reflecting on Shen Fan Cheng, who had transformed from an ordinary child into one of remarkable intellect. It is as if all of Yuan Bai's brilliance has been siphoned off to him. My dear, there is something peculiar about this situation. Upon hearing Qin Yunshuang's words and recalling the sentiments expressed by Tang Tang earlier, Shen Zongguang's mind began to race. Could it truly be as Tang Tang suggested? However, Mother, it's better not to mention this to the scoundrel father. He trusts his brother so completely that he wouldn't easily believe it. Qin Yunshuang fell silent. In truth, scoundrel father is so stubborn that he won't relent until he sees the truth. Let us not dwell on this matter. Qin Yunshuang paused. My dear, regarding the matter of Yu Lian that you mentioned earlier, have there been any developments? I have instructed those overseeing Yu Lian to lower their guard, Shen Zongguang responded. I deliberately spread the rumor of her impending execution, and as anticipated, she fled in fear of punishment. I have dispatched someone to monitor her movements. Any place she goes or person she meets will be reported to me. Additionally, Shen Zongguang had located Yu Lian's neighbors and acquaintances prior to her entering the manor to inquire about her affairs. Should it come to light that she had consorted with another man before marrying him, he would show no mercy. Little Shen Tang sighed wistfully. After that scheming woman escaped, she is likely seeking out her old paramour for assistance. Scoundrel father, what are you thinking? Shen Zongguang. In truth, I can understand. Scoundrel father is reluctant to accept reality, thus he goes to such lengths to investigate. Nevertheless, no matter how hard he struggles, the green hat remains firmly atop his head. Shen Zongguang. If I'm not mistaken, that scheming woman has now taken refuge with Shen Melon. Shen Melon? Is he not your own brother? Shen Zongguang questioned. Is she seeking his intercession to spare her? Poor scoundrel father remains unaware that Yu Lian has already placed the green hat upon his head. He is merely an unsuspecting pawn, destined for great grievances. At that moment, a flustered servant rushed in. I was waiting outside, but after some time passed, he stammered, appearing hesitant to speak. What is it? Shen Zongguang rose abruptly, his expression darkening with concern. It must be your esteemed brother, Shen Melon, who has arrived. Under the weight of the Lord's imposing presence, the servant continued. To my surprise, the second master has also entered. Shen Zongguang's countenance darkened further, akin to a stormy sky. Are you certain? I am certain. It is indeed second master Shen Melon, the servant affirmed. Oh, what a spectacle we have here. Scoundrel father's heart must be shattering. I feel for him for just a moment. What a curious turn of events that brings amusement. I wish to go too. I wish to go. Such thrilling scenes, how can I be left out? Mother, take me with you, wailing. Qin Yunshuang smiled at the little girl in her arms. Since I have nothing pressing at home, I shall accompany you. My lady, it would be better if you refrained from going to avoid catching a chill, Shen Zongguang interjected. It is of no consequence. I shall simply dress warmly, Qin Yunshuang replied. What choice did she have when the little girl insisted on accompanying her? Yet, before they departed, she had to summon someone. Qin Yunshuang took little Tang Tang to a side room to change into thicker clothing. Just before they set out, she whispered a few instructions to her maid, Chun Tao. Soon, Chun Tao hurried away. Qin Yunshuang donned a plush fox fur cloak and dressed little Tang Tang in a peach-colored outfit embroidered with golden crane patterns. The cuffs and collar were lined with warm white fox fur, enhancing the child's porcelain-like complexion, resembling a delicate work of art. She placed a small, peach-colored hat adorned with a blue gemstone atop little Tang Tang's head, enveloping her snugly within her coat. Little Shen Tang's large, dark eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly surveyed her surroundings. She could hardly contain her anticipation. My lady, are you taking Tang Tang with you? Shen Zongguang inquired, frowning. Indeed, you know well that after being wronged, I am restless. I must keep Tang Tang close, for I worry for her safety. Qin Yunshuang reassured him. But rest assured, she is bundled up tightly and shall not catch a chill. Very well, Shen Zongguang acquiesced. The group boarded the carriage bound for the Marquis's residence. Chapter 12. Caught in the act, the carriage swayed unsteadily along the road, and Shen Zongguang's expression was exceedingly grim. In contrast, Qin Yunshuang appeared remarkably at ease. occasionally playfully teasing the little sugar treasure in her arms while humming a gentle tune. Mother seems to be in splendid spirits. Yet, that scoundrel of a father is far from being in the same mood. An exciting spectacle is about to unfold, and I can hardly contain my anticipation. Soon, I shall delight in the unfolding drama. I wish to be the lively creature leaping through the fields. Qin Yunshuang gazed tenderly at her little sugar treasure, marveling at her daughter's sweetness. Shen Zongguang could not help but ponder, is this little girl truly so pleased at the thought of her father facing betrayal? What if we arrive only to find ourselves too late? There would be no drama left to savor. Shen Zongguang maintained a stoic demeanor and cleared his throat. Driver, hasten your pace. Certainly. The driver cracked the whip, urging the horse into a gallop, the carriage lurching forward. Good heavens! I did not mean for you to go this fast. I feel faint. I might just swoon. The carriage jolted violently, and as Qin Yunshuang held her little sugar treasure tightly, the sudden motion caused both mother and child to lurch toward Shen Zongguang. Just as she braced for a collision with the hard carriage frame, Shen Zongguang's long, powerful arm reached out to catch them. Having trained extensively in martial arts, the muscles of Shen Zongguang's arm were firm, securely enveloping both Qin Yunshuang and her daughter in his embrace. Startled, Qin Yunshuang found herself colliding into his chest, their eyes locking momentarily. Madam, are you all right? Shen Zongguang asked with concern, tightening his hold around her waist. Despite having just given birth, her waist remained slender and delicate, as if she had never borne a child, her figure even more voluptuous than in her youth. Observing the flicker of alarm in her beautiful eyes as she leaned against him, Shen Zongguang felt an uncontrollable flutter in his heart. I am fine, Qin Yunshuang reassured, checking on her little sugar treasure, who remained calm and undisturbed. Wow, the scoundrel's gaze upon mother is positively electrifying. From what I can see, that scoundrel's looks do not even begin to match my mother's beauty. To have such a stunning wife, and yet be ensnared by a concubine's charms, what can I possibly say to you, father? Shen Zongguang. Sugar is right. He truly is a scoundrel. He resolved to redeem himself before Yunshuang and Little Sugar, proving himself to be a devoted husband and father. Throughout the journey, the three of them were lost in their own thoughts. The villa on the outskirts of the capital was not far from the Shen family residence, and with the guidance of the servant, they soon arrived. Master, it is right inside. The servant indicated towards the villa. Madam, let us disembark. Shen Zongguang's face remained serious as he stepped down first, taking the little sugar treasure from her arms and passing the child to the nearby servant. Extending his hand towards Qin Yunshuang, Qin Yunshuang placed her delicate hand in his, supported by Shen Zongguang as she stepped down. At that moment, they were joined by Qin Hanyan, accompanied by a group of servants. Are you saying that my husband has entered this courtyard with another woman? Qin Hanyan furrowed her brows. Indeed, I speak the truth. We shall discover the reality as soon as we enter, Qin Yunshuang replied with a serene smile. Chapter 13, A Mixed Doubles Affair. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation as Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang made their way into the courtyard. Seeing them enter first, Qin Hanyan felt a sense of reassurance. She was unafraid of any potential trap, especially with so many allies by her side. Thus, she quickly followed suit. The small courtyard was devoid of servants, and the overgrown weeds spoke of neglect. Upon entering the main hall, the group was met with a cacophony of indecent and vulgar language. Lin Lang, only you can help me this time. That voice, wasn't it that wretched woman Yu Lian? At that moment, Shen Zongguang's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Is it really this stimulating right from the start? Qin Yunshuang, too, grasped what was unfolding within, her maternal instincts driving her to cover her child's ears, concerned that such foul language might hinder little Tongbao's development. Mother, please don't cover my ears. I'm so anxious to hear. Little Tang whimpered from Qin Yunshuang's embrace, her restlessness evident. Qin Yunshuang felt a twinge of helplessness. The child's curiosity was rather excessive at times, and she wished for her to simply remain calm in the courtyard, free from such distressing matters. As the male voice echoed from within, Qin Hanyan's complexion turned pale. Wasn't he that her husband, Shen Balan's voice? He truly had another woman outside. Hadn't he promised her devotion for a lifetime, claiming no interest in anyone else? How could he betray her like this? In a moment of despair, she almost lost her footing, biting her tongue as she steeled herself to venture further inside. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang followed closely behind. Observing Qin Hanyan's ashen face, Qin Yunshuang felt a surge of satisfaction. Witnessing her husband entangled with another woman must surely be unbearable for her. Just wait, Qin Hanyan. Your days of discomfort are far from over. I will make you and your shameless son pay dearly for this. Upon entering the room, they were immediately struck by the sight of scattered garments, a chaotic blend of both men's and women's attire strewn across the floor. The sight sent a rush of anger through Qin Hanyan, nearly causing her to stagger. Gritting her teeth, she advanced further into the room. While Shen Zongguang recognized the garments as belonging to certain women he despised, his fury boiling over as he stormed inside. Mother wrapped me up in a big coat and covered my ears. Now I can't enjoy the spectacle. Little Tang Bao lamented. I bet my scoundrel father and that green TBTCH look equally disheartened right now. She longed to witness the unfolding drama, but the darkness concealed everything from her view. Through the silk curtains, Shen Zongguang quickly identified the entwined figures. His eyes filled with rage as he glared at the scene. His face flushed with indignation. You despicable wretch! In Yu Lian's terrified gaze, Shen Zongguang seized the man who had been with her and yanked him to the ground. Shen Balan, caught off guard, crashed heavily against a nearby pearwood chair, shattering it into pieces. Clutching his aching back, he was too stunned to cry out in pain, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized his brother's wrath. Brother, why are you here? The presence of both his brother and sister-in-law, alongside his own wife, filled him with dread. You promised to be devoted to me. How could you betray me like this? Tears welled in Qin Hanyan's eyes as she looked at Shen Balan, her heart heavy with sorrow. Please, Hanyan, let me explain. Shen Balan stammered, hastily trying to dress himself, desperately covering his shame. Meanwhile, Shen Zongguang had dragged Yu Lian off the bed by her hair, delivering a resounding slap that left her face swollen and bloodied. Foul creature. You've been colluding with Shen Balan all along. And now I wear this enormous green hat because of you. How dare you betray me? Shen Zongguang dragged her roughly to the ground, delivering a brutal kick to her chest. Yu Lian coughed up blood, her beauty marred by pain. Master, please spare me. I was momentarily foolish. As chaos erupted, Shen Zongguang's fury knew no bounds, his desire for vengeance intensifying. Yu Lian lay gasping for breath, her once alluring face twisted in agony. When did you and Shen Balan begin your affair? He demanded, crouching down to grip her throat tightly, his icy gaze filled with loathing. If you confess now, I might spare your life, he threatened, as Yu Lian trembled, unable to utter a word. Eventually, she relented, her sobs punctuating her confession. My lord, please spare me for the sake of our past. Wretched and revolting. Shen Zongguang felt a wave of disgust wash over him. It seemed little Tang Ao's words were true. Their entanglement had begun long before Yu Lian entered the estate. Was this child also Shen Balan's? A cold smile crept across Shen Zongguang's lips as he addressed Yu Lian. Let us not forget your lover as well, he sneered, eyeing Shen Balan, who was now kneeling beside Yu Lian in the hall, both of them at the mercy of Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang seated in authority. Shen Balan, I treated you like a brother, yet you coveted my wife? Shen Zongguang's voice dripped with scorn. Are you worthy of my trust? Brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by desire. Shen Balan pleaded frantically. Chapter 14. Dog bites dog. This is no momentary lapse. Shen Zongguang clenched his fists tightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You two wild lovebirds have been entangled for so long. Is it merely a moment's folly? Beside him, Qin Hanyan was heartbroken. Yet this was her husband. Fearing what Shen Zongguang might do to him, she wiped her tears and spoke, My husband is not that kind of man. He is usually the epitome of propriety. It must be this vixen who has seduced him, leading him to commit such a grave sin. Bound and desperate, Yulian cried out, "No. It was clearly Master Shen who forced me. Before I even married into the Shen family, he took away my purity. He even said he wanted to taste his brother's woman. These are his very words. Now that the situation has escalated, Shen Melon cannot wash his hands of this mess. He cannot shift all the blame onto me." Yu Lian looked at Shen Melon with pleading eyes. "Master, you cannot deny your responsibility." The sight of this scene filled Qin Hanyan's throat with a bitter taste of anger. That wretched woman. Qin Yunshuang observed the tumultuous emotions swirling in Qin Hanyan's eyes, a mocking glint flickering within. Just yesterday, Qin Hanyan had boasted before her, standing tall and proud. But today she was forced to watch her husband in bed with another woman, and now she sought to plead for him. The bitterness in her heart must be overwhelming. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Melon wished he could strangle this wretched creature, glaring fiercely at Yu Lian. Yu Lian, looking sorrowful, cried out, "Even if you wish to deny it, for the sake of the son I bore you, you cannot disregard my fate. Here it comes. Let the chaos ensue." The plot thickens. This time, both the scoundrel father and the green tea have been thoroughly mowed. Shen Zongwing's expression shifted dramatically. "Wretched woman. You finally confessed." In that moment, Yu Lian had no more pretense. Since she had no escape from Shen Zongguang, she might as well seek refuge with Shen Melon. After all, they were brothers, and Shen Zongguang would not harm Shen Melon, leaving her with no option but to depend on him. "What?" Qin Hanyan felt as though she might faint from rage. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap to Yu Lian. "You despicable woman. How dare you behave so wantonly? You are even less worthy than a courtesan. Let the brawl begin, dogs biting dogs, ha. Green tea versus White Lotus. I love watching them tear each other apart, ready with my popcorn." Yu Lian's already swollen face became grotesquely disfigured after the slaps from Qin Hanyan. Her features barely recognizable, her ears ringing, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. At that moment, a chubby little boy charged in from nowhere. Seizing a vase and hurling it at Qin Hanyan's head, "You wretched woman, how dare you hit my mother?" Due to his small stature, the vase struck her lower back instead. The force caused Qin Hanyan to lose her balance, pitching forward and inadvertently stepping on her own skirt, stumbling heavily to the ground in a most undignified manner. Ahaha, magic defeats magic. The little rascal starts scoring points. At that moment, Lin Er, not yet satisfied, rushed forward like a little ball of flesh, swinging his fists with all his might at Qin Hanyan's face. "How dare you strike my mother? Though small." Lin Er was robust, and his punch landed squarely on Qin Hanyan's face, causing her to cry out in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as she desperately shouted, "Husband, save me." Little Lin Er, fueled by his raw strength, climbed atop Qin Hanyan, raining down blows with abandon. He had grown accustomed to bullying in the household and had never witnessed his mother suffering such humiliation, thus unleashing all his pent-up frustrations upon her. The scene descended into utter chaos. Wow, I'm stunned. The chubby boy is quite strong. If the chubby boy is strong, let him go wild, haha. So entertaining, I want to keep watching. Qin Yunshuang, helplessly cradling her little sweetie, observed her child's bright, eager eyes, stifling a laugh. Her sweet child, despite their young age, loved to watch the commotion. Shen Melon pulled the chubby boy aside, ignoring Qin Hanyan's plight, instead scrutinizing the child. "Are you truly my son?" As the words left his lips, he already knew the answer. Over the years, he had only seen the child at birth, and now, gazing upon a face that seemed to mirror his own, the realization dawned upon him. This child bore no resemblance to his elder brother. Lin Er, however, bit his lip and burst into tears. "I want my mother, I want my mother." Meanwhile, Qin Hanyan had expected Shen Melon to tenderly help her up from the ground, to express concern as he once did, but instead, he remained fixated on that illegitimate child, oblivious to her suffering. The situation had devolved into utter chaos, even drawing the attention of the matriarch of the Ho residence. Shen Zongguang immediately rose, making way for the elder lady. Now that mother was here, let her adjudicate on behalf of our household. Shen Zongguang cast a cold glance around before settling on the elder lady. Shen Belan has dared to entangle himself with my household's concubine, even fathering a bastard. One could argue that my concubine is also his sister-in-law, yet he disregards the moral fabric and shows utter contempt for me, his elder brother. Mother, what do you think of this matter? What could the matriarch possibly say? She would surely view it from every angle, sitting or lying down. Oh, foolish father. Do you truly expect the matriarch to side with you? Do not forget, she is not your biological mother. In that instant, Shen Zongguang's heart felt as if it had been struck hard. Indeed, the matriarch was not his true mother. His biological mother had passed when he was 3, and the matriarch had been a concubine at that time. After his mother's death, she was elevated to the status of a legal wife and had raised him. Though the matriarch also had Shen Belan as her own son, he remembered clearly that she treated him better than Shen Belan from the beginning. Everyone praised the matriarch, saying she surpassed his biological mother in care, and thus he grew up viewing her as his own mother, honoring and supporting her throughout his life. Yet, unexpectedly, the matriarch's expression remained unchanged as she declared, "This wretched woman has caused chaos in the household, seducing your brother, indulging in debauchery, drag her out and execute her." Not a word was spoken about Shen Belan's transgressions. Chapter 15. The old witch. Nobody is allowed to harm my mother. You wicked old hag. Why haven't you been beaten to death yet? The chubby Liner clenched his fists in fury, unleashing a torrent of insults at the elderly woman. Beside him, Shen Belan, witnessing Liner's audacity to strike at the old lady, hurriedly covered his mouth and restrained his arms behind his back, holding him firmly to prevent further trouble. At that moment, the old woman's expression darkened considerably. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, it was the first time she had encountered someone daring enough to speak to her in such a manner. The child of that wretched Yu Lian was utterly impertinent, audaciously uttering such blasphemous words at such a tender age. If he were to grow up with such insolence, what chaos would ensue? This only reinforced the old woman's belief that Yu Lian must be dealt with. Is it not a mistake for Shen Belan to wear such a large green hat on his head? Shen Zongguang's face grew somber, his voice heavy with gravity. Indeed, Belan is at fault, but we are all family after all. He is your own younger brother, your closest kin in this world. The old woman sighed, contemplating that it would be unwise to make this matter too public, lest it bring shame upon you and our noble house. The old hag paid no heed to the humiliation endured by the scoundrel father. Her only concern was her own son. How pitiful that the scoundrel father believed the old woman genuinely cared for him, treating him as her own child. This was an illusion. In her youth, she had shown him kindness merely to maintain a facade, but now, in her old age, she had grown weary of the pretense. In the face of her biological son and her adopted one, the elderly matriarch would undoubtedly choose her own flesh and blood. What was the scoundrel father thinking? Shen Zongguang felt as though he had been struck by an arrow in the chest. He spoke with a cold, heavy voice, though that may be the case. If Shen Belan truly valued me as his elder brother, he would not have committed such an outrageous act. Beside them, Qin Yunshuang interjected, suggesting that the matter did not need to be publicized and could be resolved within the confines of their household. As for the servants of the estate, she would ensure they kept their mouths shut. However, simply because it was to be kept quiet did not mean they should let it pass. What do you intend to do about it? The old woman looked displeased at Qin Yunshuang's words. It is unrealistic to think of killing Shen Belan. It would be better to drag him out and give him a thorough beating. Perhaps this was a chance to separate the households. Over the years, a significant sum had been siphoned from the noble house by the second branch. Shen Belan had incurred considerable losses in business, using the family's funds to cover his deficits. If this continued, the noble house would inevitably face ruin. Alas, the pitiful mother and scoundrel father were blissfully unaware that they had already been robbed. Shen Zongguang exclaimed in disbelief. Is there such a thing? How much more is there that I do not know about this family? His expression turned cold as he continued. Given the bond we shared over the years, I will spare his life. He may avoid death, but he must still face punishment. Now, drag Shen Velan out and administer 30 strikes. What? 30 strikes? That would surely take Velan's life. The old woman's face paled as she quickly protested. Your younger brother is still quite young. As his elder brother, you must bear some of the responsibility for his misdeeds. After all, he is merely a child. You are the one who is disgraceful, old hag. At this moment, Shen Velan felt a sharp bite on his hand from Liner, who seized the opportunity to curse loudly. Since entering the estate, Yu Lian had been favored, and Liner had grown arrogant, bullying others without regard for their feelings. He only knew that anyone who insulted his mother would be met with retaliation. The old woman was nearly driven to faint from anger, her face ice cold as she commanded a nearby maid, take the young master away. The maid swiftly complied, dragging Liner out. Let go of me, you wretched servant. Liner kicked and struggled, but the maid bore her burden with a heavy heart. Soon, Liner was taken away. With an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, Shen Zongguang ordered, Bring the second master out and administer 30 strikes. In no time, several strong servants rushed in and dragged Shen Velan away. Do not strike him. The old woman stumbled forward, determined to follow. Mother, do you wish to take those 30 strikes in his place? Shen Zongguang's gaze was frigid. How can you utter such blasphemous words? It seems I have wasted my efforts in raising you. The old woman gasped in shock, coughing violently. With her cough, Shen Zongguang felt a pang of guilt, wondering if his words had been too harsh. Such theatrics from the old hag, he thought. Whenever she was in the wrong, she resorted to coughing, as if feigning illness was her ultimate weapon. Qin Yunshuang observed the old woman with a complex expression, surprised to discover her true nature. The flicker of guilt in Shen Zongguang's heart dissipated as he continued, From this moment forth, the first and second branches shall be separated. There will be no further financial support from the first branch to the second. In the future, if the second branch conducts business, they shall not use the name of the first branch. You are trying to kill me. The old woman's eyes darkened, and she swayed as if about to faint. Since Liner is Shen Velan's son, we shall amend the family register to reflect that he belongs to Shen Velan. From now on, he shall have no ties to the Shen family, Qin Yunshuang stated. Mother's decision is indeed wise. Liner is a disaster waiting to happen. It is best to leave this little tyrant with Shen Velan and his kin. With this little tyrant around, the second branch will certainly provide us with endless entertainment. Just imagining that scene brings me joy. Outside the hall, the sounds of flesh striking flesh mingled with Shen Velan's cries of anguish. Is someone slaughtering pigs? Oh! It turns out it's just Shen Velan squealing like one. One could already envision the gruesome scene unfolding. Only Yulian, barely clinging to life, and Qin Hanyan, whose expression was complex, remained. Bring that wretched Yulian, strip her of her garments, and immerse her in the pig cage, Shen Zongguang commanded. Soon, the barely conscious Yulian was dragged away. Qin Yunshuang approached Qin Hanyan, smiling as she addressed her. Sister, you often told me how devoted your husband is to you. Yet, if his loyalty were genuine, how could we have reached such a state today? In an instant, Qin Hanyan felt as though she had been struck hard across the face. She stood there, disheveled, furiously glaring at Qin Yunshuang before turning on her heel to leave. Qin Yunshuang, what do you have to be proud of? Your eldest son is about to be rendered useless. I shall see if you can still carry that smug smile then. Chapter 16. The young master is in trouble. After this commotion, Qin Yunshuang resolved matters with Yu Lian and irritated Qin Hanyan, feeling significantly more at ease. Yunshuang, I once doted on that wretched woman and neglected you. Reflecting on that time, I realize how foolish I was, Shen Zongguang said, gazing at Qin Yunshuang with deep remorse. He embraced her from now on. Let us live well as a family, nurturing our own happiness above all else. Indeed, Qin Yunshuang nodded. Shen Tang and his family have embezzled so much of our wealth over the years. Just thinking about it brings me great distress. I must find a way to make them pay dearly. They cannot be allowed to benefit without consequence. Listening to his beloved daughter's thoughts, Shen Zongguang felt a pang of unease. From the vile concubine's schemes against Yun Shuang to her entanglements with Shen Tang, and the revelation that the child she bore was indeed Shen Tang's bastard, it all affirmed that his little sugar treasure was indeed extraordinary, her words holding truth. Was it also true that Shen Tang coveted his marquis title, hoping for his premature demise? He recalled his daughter's ominous words about public execution. A chill ran down his spine. Now that he had grasped his little treasure's sentiments, he realized he must seize control of his fate firmly, resolutely preventing any tragedy from unfolding. Little sugar treasure, father has bought you a new toy. Come, let us take a look, Shen Zongguang said, cradling Shen Tang as he made his way to Qin Yunshuang's chamber. By now, the servant had prepared an array of infant toys. Shen Zongguang picked up a charming little rabbit lamp and presented it to Shen Tang. Look, little sugar treasure, isn't this rabbit lamp delightful? As he shook it, the lamp shimmered with a radiant glow. Wow, it's so bright. Can I eat it? Shen Zongguang chuckled at the sight of his daughter, drooling with anticipation. This child was rather gluttonous. My dear, Qin Yunshuang laughed. Our little sugar treasure is growing quite fast, taller than most children her age. Holding her feels quite heavy. Indeed. She's visibly growing, Shen Zongguang smiled, taking her into his arms. Soon, the kitchen presented a feast. With golden trays laden with delectable dishes arranged on the table, fragrant red plum pearls, kung pao hare, double flying dragons, golden Buddha hands, sought egg pearl chicken, and creamy fish slices. The sight made Shen Tang's mouth water profusely. So many delicious dishes. But my tummy is so small, I can't fit them all. Such an abundance of food, it could tempt anyone to their demise. Qin Yunshuang chuckled, bemused by her little foodie daughter. At that moment, Shen Zongguang held the eagerly staring Shen Tang, who was wriggling her little hands and kicking her legs restlessly. This girl has quite the energy, I can barely contain her. Shen Zongguang laughed helplessly. Don't worry, dear. Mother will feed you right away. Qin Yunshuang picked up some creamy fish slices, freshly prepared from live Xinjiang fish, tender and free of bones. Shen Tang's dark, glistening eyes were fixated on the fish, and she eagerly opened her mouth wide. Qin Yunshuang couldn't help but smile as she watched her daughter's little mouth open like a baby bird. She fed her the slice, which was rich and flavorful, melting in her mouth. Delicious. I want more. Mother, hurry and feed me. Slow down, little sugar treasure. Don't rush, Qin Yunshuang cautioned. Aware that the child was different from others, she was cautious about overfeeding her, as too much could harm her delicate constitution. Thus, she only offered morsels the size of her fingernail for the little one to savor. Shen Tang obediently swallowed and opened her mouth again like a fledgling awaiting nourishment. So delicious. The chef's cooking is amazing. I must grow quickly so I can enjoy more scrumptious food. After sampling each dish, Shen Tang had only tasted a bit. Yet her little belly was already round and full. Noticing her daughter's disappointed expression, Qin Yunshuang gently patted her round tummy. Mother knows you still want to eat. But any more will make you uncomfortable. That's not allowed. Oh, it's such a pity I can't eat everything. Shen Tang pouted, her cherubic face displaying regret. Shen Zongguang handed Shen Tang to the steward and joined Qin Yunshuang for lunch. In the warm golden afternoon light filtering through the chamber, the family of three shared a cozy and heartwarming moment together. The elderly matriarch, fearing that Lin Heir might harbor resentment towards her and Shen Tang, secretly spread rumors within the household that Qin Hanyan was responsible for Lin Heir's mother's demise, causing Lin Heir to direct all his animosity towards Qin Hanyan. It was said that he had administered a laxative to her, leaving her bedridden with severe nausea. Bringing such a little troublemaker into our home will surely bring them trouble, Shen Zongguang remarked. Indeed, but Qin Hanyan is too proud to let her stepmother's reputation suffer openly. She will endure humiliation while secretly plotting. What she does behind the scenes remains unknown, Qin Yunshuang replied, sipping her tea. Lin Heir, once in the hands of a scheming woman, will surely not fare well. After all, he has bullied his brothers at home for so long, retribution is inevitable. Lin Heir and the scheming woman are indeed well matched. Suddenly, an important thought struck Qin Yunshuang. I seem to have overlooked something crucial. As the couple exchanged glances, they instinctively held their breath. I recall, in the story, the eldest brother encounters misfortune. Based on the timeline, it seems that it might be soon. Just then, a young servant hurriedly entered. Master, madam, the eldest young master. Chapter 17. The eldest brother's misery. What has happened to the young master? Shen Zongguang rose to his feet. Shen Feiyu, the young general, was his most cherished and proud son. Shen Zongguang held high expectations for him, hoping that Shen Feiyu would one day uphold the honor of the marquis residence and elevate the Shen family to new heights. Given Feiyu's capabilities, he was more than capable of surpassing his predecessors. But now, the young master. The young servant's face was twisted in sorrow, on the verge of tears. You should see for yourself. Shen Zongguang quickly led Qin Yunshuang as they solemnly made their way toward the hall. At that moment, a group of individuals entered, carrying a stretcher, which they placed within the hall. Upon it lay a man, his body mangled and bloodied, his clothing in tatters, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. His eyes were closed, as though he had fainted. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang approached with trepidation, and upon recognizing the figure, tears welled in Qin Yunshuang's eyes. This was her eldest son, Feiyu. Feiyu. Qin Yunshuang trembled as she moved closer. Upon seeing the handsome face of Shen Feiyu, she was horrified to find that both sides of his cheeks bore deep, freshly inked tattoos, inscribed with the word captive. The markings were dark and pronounced, indicating that considerable force had been applied during the tattooing, causing his cheeks to swell. Oh, my son! Tears streamed down Qin Yunshuang's face, her heart feeling as if a knife had cruelly carved away a piece of flesh, leaving her in excruciating pain. How could her son have fallen to such a state? He was meant to gallop across the battlefield, a gallant youth, not this. The very act of branding those words upon his face was a brutal assault on his dignity, a crushing blow to his honor. Qin Yunshuang's gaze fell to Shen Feiyu's wrists, which were stained with a mixture of blood and filth. There were 2 grotesque wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. It was evident that his tendons had been severed, not just in one hand, but in both. Tears cascaded down Qin Yunshuang's cheeks as she shakily shifted her gaze to Shen Feiyu's ankles, where 2 similarly deep wounds were visible. His tendons had been severed, rendering him incapable of leading a normal life. Now, Feiyu, had he not become a mere shell of his former self? He was once a young general with countless accolades, the foremost martial artist in the great Qin kingdom, unmatched in skill, yet he lay here in this pitiful state. It was the young master's subordinates who had escorted him back, revealing that during a battle with Beirong, he had unfortunately been captured. Although Beirong had been defeated by the young master's remaining troops, by the time Shen Feiyu was rescued, he had already been reduced to this condition. The servant dared not meet the couple's gaze as he spoke. I've just recalled that the plot has now developed to the point where the elder brother is captured by enemy forces and rendered helpless. Oh! It's all Tang's fault. If only I had remembered this sooner, my brother would not have suffered such a fate. It could have all been avoided. When she first arrived in this narrative, she and her mother were falsely accused and faced dire consequences. She had been preoccupied with saving herself and her mother, neglecting her elder brother. According to the timeline, he had already been captured by then. Meanwhile, lying on the stretcher, Shen Feiyu weakly opened his eyes. Once bright and full of youthful vigor, they now resembled ashes, devoid of light, lifeless. Feiyu, you've awakened. How do you feel? Qin Yunshuang's lips trembled as she uttered these words, her voice quivering. Quickly, let us carry the young master to his chamber. Furthermore, summon the imperial physician at once. We must have the most experienced Dr. Liu, Shen Zongguang urged. Before long, maids and servants had lifted Shen Feiyu into his room, busily removing his blood-soaked garments, some of which had become glued to his skin. They had no choice but to cut the fabric away with scissors. Qin Yunshuang, holding Shen Tang, watched with tears streaming down her face. Shen Feiyu lay motionless, his eyes vacant and dulled, staring blankly at the ceiling, resembling a marionette devoid of life. How pitiful my elder brother is! It is the wicked villain who has brought this upon him. What was that sound? Did it rise from the depths of despair? Shen Feiyu thought desolately. A wicked villain? Who had caused his son to suffer so? If he knew, he would surely exact vengeance. Qin Yunshuang's sobs ceased abruptly as she awaited Shen Tang to continue speaking. Shen Zongguang wished to hear more, but Shen Tang fell silent, releasing a heavy sigh instead. At that moment, the physician arrived to tend to Shen Feiyu, and upon witnessing the numerous festering wounds upon his body, the physician's expression reflected profound sorrow. Chapter 18. The elder brother is forced into the abyss of degradation. The myriad wounds upon his body ranged from deep lacerations exposing bone to festering sores that had decayed into pools of putrid flesh. One could only imagine the torment endured by General Shen during his captivity. Qin Yunshuang's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned her head away. Unable to bear the sight, biting her lip fiercely, her composure shattered by grief. Shen Zongguang, who had fought valiantly on the battlefield in his youth, could not bear to gaze upon his son's injuries and averted his eyes, leaving the chamber in turmoil. Physician Liu hastily attended to Shen Feiyu's multitude of wounds, the process stretching over the course of more than an hour, as maidservants carried out basin after basin filled with bloodied water. After an hour had passed, Physician Liu wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh. "Physician, how is Feiyu?" Qin Yunshuang asked, her eyes swollen and red from crying, her voice trembling. Liu shook his head, a look of helplessness crossing his face. The rotting wounds may heal with careful treatment, but the tattoos upon his face are too deep, making them nearly impossible to remove. The tendons in his wrists and ankles have long since vanished. He may become a complete invalid. Liu felt a profound sense of sorrow for the young general. Once a vibrant soul, full of promise and vitality. Now he lay in disgrace, having plummeted from the heights of glory into the depths of despair. Qin Yunshuang's tears flowed more fiercely, her sobs rending the air as the last thread of her composure snapped upon hearing this dreadful news. Her legs felt weak, and she stumbled to the ground. "Mother, madam." The estate was engulfed in chaos. Qin Yunshuang soon regained consciousness, tears streaming down her face as she mourned for her son, who had just turned 18 and was still so young, unwed, now reduced to the state. How could he possibly move forward in life? Shen Zongguang held Qin Yunshuang tightly, comforting her as he too fought back tears. This child had always been proud and had navigated life with ease, yet now he faced a hellish reality. The once fortunate scion had fallen into the depths of despair, a blow that no one could withstand. Everything was fine before. How could this happen? Shen Zongguang pounded the table in frustration, causing the teacups to rattle and crash to the floor. At that moment, Shen Tang, feeling equally distressed, lamented why she had not traversed into this narrative sooner. Had she arrived earlier, she could have prevented her elder brother's tragic fate. If only she had crossed over before her third brother had been harmed and rendered foolish. But then she recalled that at the time of her elder brother's suffering, she had still been in her mother's womb, yet to be born, and she herself was merely a small, unformed entity, not yet present in this tale. "Father, mother, please do not cry," a soft, tender voice chimed in. "Tang Tang will protect her elder brother. He will surely find a way to recover." The couple, steeped in sorrow, felt a flicker of hope ignite within their despairing hearts. Yes, they still had their little sugar treasure. The birth of their child was surely a blessing from the heavens. Qin Yunshuang wiped her tears and rose, taking the little sugar treasure from the maid's arms. Her eyes, still red and damp, sniffled as she choked back her emotions. "Sugar treasure, let us go see your brother." Just then, the steward hurried in, breathless. "Sir, madam, someone from the Lin family has arrived." "What do they want?" Shen Zongguang straightened his attire and cleared his throat to inquire. They have come to annul the engagement with the young master, the steward said, trembling as he spoke. Unable to meet the couple's gaze. What? Qin Yunshuang felt her legs give way beneath her. Now that Fei Yu had fallen to such a state, the Lin family was eager to sever ties? Was this not adding insult to injury? The couple exchanged glances and made their way to the hall. At that moment, neither the head of the Lin family nor Lin Wan the fiancé, had arrived. Only the steward stood before them. Where is the head of your family? Shen Zongguang glared at him, displeasure etched on his face. I am here to convey the orders of my master. The steward haughtily lifted his chin. My master has sent me to annul the engagement with your Shen family. How utterly shameless. The Lin family is truly despicable. Shen Tang clenched her small fists, her round, dark eyes glaring at the steward. Just a while ago, the Lin family had sought after this union eagerly. Shen Zongguang's fury flared. Now that our Fei Yu is in distress, you are eager to disassociate yourselves? Is this how the Lin family conducts itself? Initially, the Lin family had been mere commoners, and the Marquis had opposed the match. Yet, upon hearing Fei Yu's declaration of love for Lin Wan'er, they acquiesced to the union. With the support of the Shen family, Lin Wan's father had risen from a lowly position to become a county magistrate. Yet now, having exploited the Shens, they were so quick to abandon them in their time of need. The steward sneered. The news of Shen Fei Yu's disability has spread throughout the court. Everyone knows he has become an invalid. Do you expect our young lady to serve him in such a state? That is a most distasteful thing to say. Qin Yunshuang's expression hardened. Our Fei Yu has been wronged by treachery. This is merely a temporary affliction. He will recover sugar treasure, said he will be fine. And I believe that. The steward scoffed. Do you truly believe that? Everyone knows Shen Fei Yu's tendons have been severed. He cannot care for himself, a complete invalid. Even the greatest physician could do nothing for him now. Furthermore, with his disfigurement, he has become a ghastly sight. Even a child would scream in terror at such a visage. To marry him would be to doom our young lady. Yulin family are betrayers, taking advantage of misfortune, severing ties and discarding us. Shen Zongguang's voice trembled with rage. Who was it that vowed she would marry no one but our Fei Yu? That she would be a Shen in life and death? Were those words mere folly? Past promises mean nothing in the present, the steward retorted coldly. Do not attempt to morally bind our young lady. Alas, father, mother, perhaps it is best to let the elder brother annul the engagement, Shen Tang said softly. According to the story, after my brother became like this, he would not wish to break the engagement, and the Lin family, pressured by the Marquis's authority, would be unable to back out. Yet, after the marriage, Lin Wan would poison my brother's voice, chaining him like a dog and neglecting his care, leading to a fate of suffering and decay. Chapter 19. The sweet treasure will surely restore my brother. What? Both Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang were utterly astonished. The daughter of the Lin family appeared delicate and fragile, yet they never anticipated her heart to be so cruel. One can never truly know a person's heart by merely knowing their face. Fei Yu was already in such dire straits. How could they allow him to fall deeper into the abyss? At the very least, within the Marquis's residence, there would be someone to meticulously attend to him. Even if he were to become a cripple, he would still remain their esteemed young master. No one would dare to belittle or neglect him. Shen Zongguang closed his eyes momentarily. Very well, let the engagement be annulled. But Lin Guanjia had originally intended to engage in lengthy discussions with the Shen family, only to be shocked at how easily they acquiesced. Was it truly this simple? This was the decree of the Marquis. Surely he would not go back on his word? Lin Guanjia, fearing a change of heart, quickly added, I trust the Marquis, given his esteemed status, would not impose difficulties upon the Lin family or our young lady, correct? Shen Zongguang sneered, of course not. Ah, how repulsive. What a disgusting visage. I feel as if I might regurgitate my meal. The petty hearts of men. Shen Zongguang dismissed him with disdain. Now, begone. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Guanjia prepared to exit. Wait, we cannot let him off so easily. Qin Yunshuang interjected coldly. Lin Guanjia, already anticipating resistance from the Shen family, turned back. What? Are you having second thoughts? It was you who expressed willingness to annul the engagement, and the Marquis has also stated. Lin Guanjia, the Marquis' family is vast and prosperous, surely. They would not be lacking in such matters? I spit. That greedy old wretch. A cunning servant. Lin Guanjia, very well. I shall report this matter truthfully to the master and mistress. Ha ha ha, well done, father. This is how it should be. Leave them with nothing. They currently look down upon us, forsaking my brother. They will surely regret it in due time. Very well. Lin Guanjia hurriedly departed. Let us tally the items. Lin Guanjia spoke in a strange tone, handing over an account book that listed everything the Shen family had given away. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang perused the list, discovering it to be quite extensive, and promptly expelled Lin Guanjia and his entourage. It was our Fei Yu who misjudged and fell for such a woman. Shen Zongguang sighed. Indeed, Fei Yu's plight revealed the true character of this woman. Qin Yunshuang lamented. People are inherently selfish, pragmatic, and sycophantic. I believe Fei Yu will surely recover. My son is like the luminous moon in the sky, a brilliant jewel. This temporary adversity is but a fleeting shadow. At that moment, a maid rushed in, breathless with urgency. Oh no. The young master has bitten his tongue and is bleeding. What? Qin Yunshuang's vision darkened, nearly causing her to falter. Quick, support me. The group hurried towards the eastern chamber, Qin Yunshuang running and stumbling, her feet barely touching the ground. By the time they reached the room, she was panting heavily. Inside, Shen Feiyu lay upon the bed, his complexion pale and gaunt. Eyes tightly shut, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Feiyu, Qin Yunshuang cried, her voice thick with sorrow. What has happened? Don't frighten me. Feiyu. Shen Zongguang grasped Shen Feiyu's chin, using his internal energy to pry open his jaw. Shen Feiyu's mouth was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Shen Feiyu, after all the effort we invested in raising you, are you truly choosing to end it all? Shen Zongguang's chest heaved with anger, his eyes ablaze. Why must I continue to live? I have become a worthless being. Why should I endure this world? Shen Feiyu spoke haltingly, blood spilling from his lips, his once vibrant eyes now void of hope. From heaven to hell, from a favored son to a despised, grotesque outcast, he bore an immense psychological burden. Initially despondent, today's revelation of his beloved's decision to annul their engagement shattered the last thread of his resolve. With a crack, it snapped. He had lost all hope for a future. Living in such a wretched state, akin to a ghost, felt far worse than death. Feiyu, Qin Yunshuang wept bitterly, tears cascading down her cheeks. I understand your pain. You are a piece of my heart. How could I not ache for you? If I could, I would bear your suffering in your stead. Trust me, I will find a way to heal you, to restore your health. Shen Zongguang dismissed her words as mere comforting lies. How could he not be aware of his own condition? His tendons had been severed. How could he possibly recover? Once an eagle soaring high, a valiant general on the battlefield, loyal to the court and devoted to his country, now he was but a worthless, hideous creature. Even the woman he cherished regarded him with disdain. Brother, please do not despair over that woman. She never truly loved you. She is simply coveting the power of our Shen family. If you persist in your folly, it will only lead to suffering. That woman will torment you daily, chaining you to the bed like a dog, silencing your voice, severing your tongue, and making you live in filth. Hearing the voice of Shen Tang, Shen Feiyu managed a self-deprecating smile. This was not the first time he had heard her voice. Perhaps he was nearing death and hallucinating. Therefore, dear brother, do not make foolish decisions for the sake of a wicked woman. It is her blindness that causes her to forsake such an exceptional brother. I assure you, you will encounter better women in the future. Future? He, a discarded remnant, a ghastly outcast, could there truly be a future for him? Brother, do not be disheartened. With sweet treasure by your side, you will surely recover. At that moment, the little one struggled from Qin Yunshuang's embrace and climbed slowly onto the bed. She nestled beside Shen Feiyu's hands. The tiny palm of the little treasure emanated a delicate golden light, which, from an unseen angle, gradually seeped into the gaping wounds on Shen Feiyu's wrist. Chapter 20. The return of the second brother. Shen Feiyu felt a warm current flowing into his cold, numb wounds. This warmth coursed through his wrist and spread throughout his limbs and bones. He could sense new muscle tissue proliferating and growing around his wrist. Shen Tang crawled over to touch his other wrist, taking a deep breath, puffing her rosy cheeks, and channeling all her spiritual energy into his other wrist. I'm so tired. I have no strength left. I feel so small now. The spiritual energy is so thin. I need to eat more to grow plump and tall so that I can have more spiritual energy, and then my big brother can recover quickly. I will find a way to heal the scars on my big brother's face. As long as there is life, there is hope. Big brother, please do not do anything foolish. Tang Tang promises to save you. Do not seek a way out secretly. That bad woman is not worth your sacrifice. Shen Tang's round, rosy little face gradually turned pale, and she gasped for breath. Her body slumped on the bed like a little penguin, unable to move. Shen Feiyu stared in disbelief at the changes on his wrist, looking incredulously at the soft little bundle sprawled on his bed. Was his sister sent from heaven to save him? It must be. Otherwise, how could he hear her thoughts? Qin Yunshuang held her daughter close, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, Feiyu, why do you feel this way? To take your life for a woman unworthy of such devotion? Have you considered what would happen to me and your father, to this family, without you? Shen Zongguang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with anger. Shen Feiyu, after all these years of painstaking cultivation, you demean yourself so. If you die like this, you leave all your suffering and pain to those who brought you into this world, to those who love you most. To die in such a cowardly manner means no one will remember your contributions to this country. When the people speak your name, all they will recall is that you were a pitiful captive of the enemy. Shen Feiyu, if you have any spirit left in you, then live well. As long as there is life, there will be a chance for a turnaround. His words struck with a resounding force, awakening Shen Feiyu from his stupor. His deep, dark eyes burned with a fierce red, filled with unbridled hatred. Father, mother, you are right. Shen Feiyu clenched his teeth, his jawline hardening, the muscles in his temples twitching. It was the son who was wrong. From now on, he would live well and become someone of substance. The ashes of despair within Shen Feiyu's eyes reignited, rekindling a glimmer of hope. He had lived a proud life, undefeated in battle. A man like a wild wolf would never bow to fate. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang felt a wave of relief. Feiyu, it is enough that you think this way. No matter what happens or how you change, you will always be the pride of your mother. Qin Yunshuang's tear-filled, beautiful eyes shone with light. After pouring all her spiritual power into her big brother, Shen Tang fell asleep, exhausted. Qin Yunshuang placed the little one in the crib in the side room, took Shen Zongguang's hand, and sat down a little farther away from her child, lowering her voice and saying through tears, "My dear, I believe Feiyu will recover, and that our family will be well again." Shen Zongguang sighed deeply. My lady, there is something that has weighed on my heart for a long time. Go on, Qin Yunshuang urged. This is something I must tell you. Do not share it with others. If it gets out, it may affect our family's future and Tang Tang's life. Actually, I have something I have kept to myself as well. Please, my lady, share it with me. Let you speak first, she replied. I heard Tang Tang's thoughts. She said she could heal Feiyu. Originally, Shen Zongguang expected to see Qin Yunshuang's astonished reaction, but her face remained calm, devoid of any emotion. My lady, why do you have no reaction at all? Shen Zongguang asked, puzzled. This is also what I wanted to tell you, Qin Yunshuang sighed. I can hear Tang Bao's thoughts too. Is that so? Shen Zongguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder his wife was so composed. But after the thrill, a sense of disappointment washed over him. This meant he was not the only one who could hear Tang Bao's thoughts. Did this imply that he was not the chosen one? The fact that we both can hear this means that heaven has bestowed its blessings, allowing Tang Tang to be born to protect our family. Qin Yunshuang grasped Shen Zongguang's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. I believe that as long as our family works together, we can surely overcome this challenge. Indeed. Unfortunately, Tang Tang mentioned that Feiyu was harmed by treacherous people. Yet we do not know who it is. Shen Zongguang sighed. I must investigate this matter. Once I find out who harmed my son, I will make them pay dearly. Shen Zongguang's face was filled with hatred as he spoke. At this moment, the sweetly sleeping little Shen Tang was blissfully unaware that her thoughts had been heard by her family. She dreamt of transforming into a little pixiu, joyfully feasting on grilled fish, honey, and peaches, while lounging in a spiritually rich hot spring. Life was filled with such joy. Since the incident of his attempted suicide, Shen Feiyu had not sought death again. His emotions had stabilized, and he no longer exuded a gloomy aura. To alleviate his sorrow, Qin Yunshuang held Shen Tang in the courtyard every day, allowing him to feel the warmth and companionship of family. As the mist dispersed and night faded away, light would eventually dawn. Days passed, and Shen Tang visibly rounded out. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, little Shen Tang was nearing her first month. Our little Tang Bao is about to turn 1 month old. We must celebrate grandly, Qin Yunshuang discussed with Shen Zongguang. Indeed. We must let everyone see the precious jewel of the Yangyi Marquis house. Shen Zongguang held the little Tang Bao tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 21. One must not be enamored by love indeed. When you were giving birth to Tang Tang, the second son was not at home. He has yet to lay eyes on his little sister. It is high time for him to meet her. The couple cradled Shen Tang and made their way towards the hall. At that moment, Shen Jia's second son, Shen Kai, stood at the entrance of the hall. Adorned in a resplendent blue robe, his dark hair, neatly tied back with a matching ribbon, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. However, by his side stood another woman, demure and serene in her appearance. Excellent. Shen Kai nodded affirmatively. I have opened several shipping canal routes, significantly expanding our family's shipping business. I believe that in 3 years' time, our Shen family's commercial vessels will be seen traversing the mountains and rivers throughout the vast Desheng kingdom. Shen Zongguang gazed at Shen Kai with satisfaction. Well done, my second son. I always knew you had it in you. Among his sons, the eldest, Feiyu, was a martial general, passionate about wielding weapons and seeking glory on the battlefield to protect the realm. Regrettably, he had become the third son. Once celebrated as a prodigy in his youth, had unfortunately. Now, the family's hopes rested solely upon the second son, who had no desire for power or prestige. From a young age, his greatest joy lay in manipulating the abacus, keeping accounts, and pursuing wealth. The monthly allowance from the Marquis estate was modest, yet it sustained the entire household in a lavish lifestyle, all thanks to the efforts of the second son. In the days to come, it seemed the entire household would rely on him. A little hardship is of no consequence. I delight in business. I am confident that within 3 years, I shall elevate our Shen family to become the wealthiest in all of Desheng Kingdom. Naturally, my aspirations extend beyond this. I aim to expand our business internationally and establish our family as the wealthiest across the 4 great nations of this continent. As Shen Kai spoke of his dreams, his eyes sparkled with hope, radiating vitality. Wow, second brother has grand ambitions. What was that sound? Shen Kai looked around in confusion, his gaze landing on the small bundle cradled in Qin Yunshuang's arms. The little one was swaddled in a pink wrap, with dark hair styled into 2 small buns atop her head. Her delicate face, a rosy hue, bore large, round eyes that resembled black grapes, fixed intently upon him. Is this the sister you mentioned in your letter? Shen Kai gently took the fragrant little bundle from Qin Yunshuang, feeling somewhat clumsy, worried he might inadvertently hurt her. After all, an infant's skin is so tender, and he, a man of significant stature. Tang Bao, I am your second brother. Hello, second brother, came the voice again. Upon hearing the little one's gaze unwaveringly fixed on him, Shen Kai suddenly realized he might have heard her thoughts. How extraordinary! During his travels, he had encountered mythical tales in illustrated books. Could it be that the wonders depicted in those stories might manifest in reality? Qin Yun Shuang and Shenzong Guang exchanged knowing glances before turning their attention to the woman following Shen Kai. Kai, this is... Oh! My apologies for the oversight, Shen Kai interjected as he approached the woman at his side. This is Miao Miao, my beloved. Upon mentioning Miao Miao, Shen Kai's expression glowed with excitement, a hint of crimson gracing his earlobes. I wish for mother and father to grant us permission to marry. Miao Miao performed a graceful bow to Shenzong Guang and Qin Yun Shuang. Uncle and aunt, I fell in love with Kai Go at first sight, and my heart has only grown fonder since. I vow to marry no one but him in this lifetime. Shenzong Guang and Qin Yun Shuang exchanged glances. Their second son had always been absorbed in business, like an iron tree that bore no flowers for many years. They had introduced him to countless women over the years, yet he had never taken a liking to any of them. Now he returned from an outing with a woman, insisting on marriage. How sudden and unexpected. Second brother. One must not be blinded by love. Do you truly believe you have found your soulmate? In reality, she may only be interested in your wealth. Upon hearing that thought, Shen Kai felt perplexed. Why would his sister say such a thing? It appeared she held a prejudice against Miao Miao, who was a gentle and virtuous woman, deeply affectionate towards him. She was certainly not a woman of mere superficiality. She was unlike those outside. How did you two meet? Shenzong Guang inquired, suppressing his emotions. I encountered a band of mountain bandits while conducting business, Shen Kai recounted. They were ruthless, committing heinous acts of murder and robbery. They targeted me, and after plundering all my wealth, they intended to silence me. It was then that Miao Miao, a frail woman passing by, bravely intervened and saved me. How curious. She seems hardly to weigh 90 pounds. How could you, a grown man, be unable to fend off the bandits, while she could? This clearly seems like a scripted performance to gain your trust, dear brother. She has been shadowing you lately, learning the intricacies of business. She knows all about the shipping operations and dealings at the docks. You may believe her affection is genuine, but she is merely utilizing you. Shenzong Guang's voice was firm. What could a weak woman do to save you? Shen Kai smiled as he held Miao Miao's hand. Miao Miao carried a bag of flour, scattered it towards the bandits, and then led me to hide, navigating through the narrow alleys until we reached her cellar. The bandits, unable to find us, eventually left. Oh, foolish brother. Why would a delicate woman appear in broad daylight among ruthless bandits, carrying a bag of flour? Does that not seem odd? Chapter 22. The entire family exiled. Shen Kai glanced at the gentle woman by his side, her eyes filled with an unwavering affection for him, leaving no room for doubt. Following Tang Bao's lead, Qin Yun Shuang inquired, Miao Miao, why do you carry a bag of flour in broad daylight? Sighing inwardly, Miao Miao thought to herself. With a myriad of thoughts in my mind, I shall say that I ran out of flour at home and went to the city to buy some. Miao Miao gracefully curtsied to Qin Yun Shuang and replied, my household has run out of flour, so I ventured into the city to procure some goods. Little did I expect to stumble upon Kai being pursued by a group of assailants. I could not stand idly by, so I bravely rescued him. As she spoke, her gaze lingered affectionately on Shen Kai. The tenderness in her eyes stirred something deep within Shen Kai's heart. He realized that he would never encounter another woman who cherished him as deeply as she did. Father, mother, my love for Miao Miao is genuine. I have never met a woman who moves my heart so profoundly. I have decided that I shall marry no one but her. I hope you can choose an auspicious date for our wedding. Absolutely not. I just remembered. Father was executed, and our family was exiled because of this woman. Shen Guang exclaimed. Qin Yun Shuang gasped in disbelief. Shen Kai was perplexed. Although he could hear his sister's thoughts, they were hardly pleasant. Did his sister harbor a bias against Miao Miao? With such kindness and love, how could she possibly harm their family? This time, Miao Miao has come with a mission. She possesses evidence implicating our father in treason. Qin Yun Shuang stared at Shen Guang, bewildered. Treason? How could he commit such an act? Shen Zongguang shook his head vigorously, his eyes conveying a silent message. Madam, it is not true. I am loyal to the emperor. How could I be guilty of treason? Such an accusation carries the death penalty. What kind of madness would lead me to commit such a heinous act? Shinsekai, confused, interjected, Father, you. Of course. Father would never commit treason. He is a man who cherishes his life, content to dwell within the duke's mansion, enjoying wealth and comfort in his old age. Shen Zongguang mused. All three, Qin Yunshuang, Shen Zongguang, and Shinsekai, let out a collective sigh of relief. Shen Zongguang pondered. This line of thought is truly terrifying. This woman is indeed sinister. Based on the timeline, heavens. That wicked woman is set to act tonight. Oh, how tragic. Second brother, you haven't merely brought home a woman. You have invited a wolf into our midst. Shinsekai exclaimed in horror. He could hardly believe the revelations before him. No, absolutely not. Miao Miao could never be such a person. I refuse to accept this. My sister must be mistaken. She is merely a child, barely a month old. What does she understand? Shen Zongguang was now drenched in sweat. If everything Tang Bao had said were true, then this time would surely follow suit. He would not allow this woman to bring ruin upon their family. With a glare directed at Miao Miao, Shen Zongguang was about to order her capture when Qin Yunshuang intervened, stating, Marriage is not a trivial matter. We must deliberate carefully. It is getting late. Summon someone to prepare accommodations for the second young master and Miss Miao Miao. Yes, madam. Miss Miao Miao, you saved my son and journeyed a great distance with him. You must be weary from your travels. Please stay the night. Miao Miao cast a lingering glance at Shinsekai before departing. Observing her son's lack of discernment, Qin Yunshuang felt utterly exasperated. This child, so focused on making money and conducting business with such acumen, how could he be so blind to character? Once Miao Miao had left, Shinsekai said, Father, Mother, Miao Miao and I have some personal matters to discuss. I shall take my leave now. Miao Miao, wait for me. Shinsekai sprinted after her. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their shared concern. Oh dear, my love-struck brother is beyond help, Qin Yunshuang sighed. I find Miao Miao's background quite suspicious. I fear she may harbor ulterior motives in approaching our family, potentially endangering the Duke's residence. Shen Zongguang lamented. If only we could uncover evidence of her crimes, perhaps it would awaken Sekai to reality. But Miao Miao is astute. How could she allow such evidence to surface easily? Yet, even if we were to destroy any evidence found on her, she could fabricate more. If we were to eliminate her, Sekai, in his infatuation, would surely turn against us, fostering resentment. It was imperative for Sekai to witness firsthand that this woman was a harbinger of misfortune, threatening the Shen family. For only then could he let go of his infatuation. As she was still an infant, Miao Miao spent most of her time asleep, waking only briefly. Even when she was awake, her hunger would soon lead her to slumber. Despite her desire to assist her father and mother with their plans, sleep was inevitable. Before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to sleep. Gazing at their daughter's soft, rosy visage, Qin Yunshuang and her husband felt their hearts melt with tenderness. My dear, we are in perfect accord, Qin Yunshuang smiled. As night fell, Miao Miao stealthily approached the study, concealing herself amidst the flowers. Soon, Shen Zongguang emerged from the study, scanning the surroundings. Upon finding no one, he locked the door behind him. Once he departed, Miao Miao cautiously revealed herself and produced a master key from her pocket. This key had the power to unlock any lock in the world. Chapter 23. The mastermind behind the scenes is him. Soon, Miao Miao stealthily opened the study door. Observing the empty room, she quickly slipped inside and retrieved a small fire stick from her bosom, meticulously searching for what she sought. It appeared that the official documents had just been completed and not yet placed in their box. This was an effortless acquisition. With this incriminating evidence of treason against them, her mission would be accomplished. Miao Miao concealed the letter beneath several stacks of calligraphy written by Shen Zongguang. pressing it down securely before tiptoeing out and locking the study door behind her. Unbeknownst to her, on the opposite side of the window, Qin Yunshuang and Shen Sikai witnessed the entire scene unfold. "Son, did you see that?" Qin Yunshuang remarked as she watched Miao Miao vanish into the distance. "This woman clearly has ulterior motives concerning it is far from the innocent facade you perceive." Ever since Miao Miao entered the chamber, the Shen family had been covertly monitoring her movements. It wasn't too long before Qin Yunshuang and her husband learned that Miao Miao had headed towards the study. Consequently, Qin Yunshuang pulled Shen Sikai along to the other side of the study, creating a small hole in the window to allow him to witness the woman's true nature. How is this possible?" Shen Sikai exclaimed in shock. Shen Zongguang entered the study briskly. Meanwhile, Qin Yunshuang quickly discovered the treasonous evidence that Miao Miao had concealed. Upon seeing this, Shen Sikai's complexion drained of color. Why is this happening? His first love, the only woman he ever wished to marry, the one he intended to cherish for a lifetime, was plotting to betray their entire family. This was evidence of treason. The entire household would face annihilation. Even if not all were executed, they would be subjected to confiscation and exile, reduced to servitude. Previously, when the last prime minister committed treason, all the women in his household were forced into military prostitution, while the men were beheaded in public and even infants were not spared. He loved her. Yet this woman sought to bring ruin upon his family. All his deep affections were squandered. In a fit of anguish, Shen Sikai struck himself across the face, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched. "Father, mother, it is my unfilial conduct that has invited this wolf into our home. Fear not. I shall resolve this calamity myself, and will not drag the family into my troubles." With that, Shen Sikai took the letter, intending to confront Miao Miao. "Do not be hasty," Shen Zongguang said, patting his younger son's shoulder. "You are still young, filled with youthful vigor. It is only natural to be bewitched by a woman. Acknowledging your mistake is commendable, but do not confront her just yet." "Why?" Shen Sikai's eyes glistened with rage as he gripped his fists tightly. "I must demand an explanation. Has her conscience been devoured by dogs? I loved her so deeply. How could she?" "Do not be so agitated. You are still too impetuous," Qin Yunshuang advised. "If you press her now, it would be akin to startling a snake in the grass. This crisis may be averted, but another will surely arise. Thus, your father and I believe it best to observe the situation and uncover who is truly orchestrating her actions. She may appear fragile, yet she dares to commit such audacious acts. There must be someone behind her. Only by identifying the mastermind can we discern the hidden threats to our—" Qin Yunshuang sighed. Shen Sikai came to understand. "Very well, my actions were indeed reckless. However, this evidence cannot be allowed to remain." He ignited the letter with a fire stick, watching it burn until nothing remained. "If all goes as expected, there will surely be a search tomorrow." Shen Zongguang pondered. He picked up a brush and penned a piece of poetry, placing it in the original position of the hidden letter. "All right, we shall wait until tomorrow. We need only to observe the unfolding events," Shen Zongguang concluded. The following morning, as dawn broke, Shen Tang was still lost in a deep slumber when a cacophony of galloping hooves approached rapidly, growing ever closer. "How noisy! I still want to sleep." Shen Yunshuang covered little Tang's ears and exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Zongguang. "They're here." Soon, a familiar voice rang out. "Elder brother, someone has reported you for treason. The emperor has expressly sent me to investigate." At that moment, Shen Zongguang's brother, Shen Melon, stood arrogantly, brandishing the imperial edict and surveying the surroundings. After the humiliating encounter with Shen Zongguang, which resulted in him being publicly chastised, he vowed to overturn the disgrace and reclaim his dignity. Now his opportunity had arrived. He had reported Shen Zongguang's collusion with the enemy to the emperor, who was impressed by his willingness to act against his own kin, thus sending him to carry out the investigation. Shen Zongguang gazed at Shen Melon with a complex expression. The mastermind was indeed him. Previously, Shen Velan's dalliance with his concubine could be dismissed as mere lust and disrespect. However, considering their years as brothers, he had merely reprimanded him lightly. Now, it was evident that Shen Velan's intentions were far more sinister, seeking to bring ruin to their entire family. It seemed that Tang was correct. Shen Velan had long coveted his position, waiting for his demise to ascend. With the imperial guards at his back, if evidence of treason were truly discovered, the emperor would surely commend Shen Velan for his filial piety, and everything in the would fall into his hands. How could you be so devoid of loyalty after all these years of brotherhood? Shen Zongguang seethed. How dare you malign me, your elder brother, with such baseless accusations? Elder brother, the matter has come to this. Your arguments are futile. Shen Velan discarded his facade, shedding the subservient demeanor he had previously exhibited. Search meticulously. Leave no corner unchecked. Chapter 24. The legs will be broken again, Shen Velan. You and your entourage have invaded my courageous marquis's residence, turning black into white and maligning my husband. Qin Yunshuang's eyes were filled with coldness. If it is found that there is no evidence of treason against the country in my household, do you know what crime it is to slander a loyal minister of the court? Shen Velan merely assumed they were attempting to intimidate him. With a sneer, he declared, "Whatever crime it may be, I shall bear it alone. Treason is a grave offense. Better to wrongfully execute than to let one escape." He commanded, "Quickly search." Soon, a throng of individuals rushed into the Marquis's estate. Every blade of grass and every piece of wood within our estate is of exorbitant value. Even a mere vase is worth at least 5,000 taels. You may search, but be careful. If you damage any of our belongings, you shall be liable for compensation. At this moment, Shen Sikai approached. Everyone knew that Shen Sikai excelled in commerce. The Shen family had indulged in such extravagance over the years due to the immense wealth he amassed through trade. Thus, the searchers dared not damage anything within the estate. Hastening directly to the study, Shen Velan, clad in armor atop his steed, held the reins tightly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Shen Zongguang has a son who can generate wealth. Once he inherits the title, he shall become the master of this marquis's residence. All this wealth and treasures will fall into his hands. From childhood, he had always been a concubine's son, forever overshadowed by Shen Zongguang. Now, he finally found an opportunity to suppress Shen Zongguang. From this moment onward, he would be the true master of the entire marquis's estate. What is Shen Zongguang in comparison? Present the evidence of Shen Zongguang's treason. Shen Velan sat on horseback, exuding an air of arrogance. He could already envision how grand he would be as the prince of the courageous marquis's residence, trampling everyone beneath his feet. He would even strip Shen Zongguang of his clothes and parade him through the streets. His son and wife would not be spared either. His subordinate handed him a letter, which Shen Velan glanced at and immediately passed to Lu Gonggong, a trusted confidant of the emperor and one of the emperor's emissaries. Your Excellency, this is the evidence of Shen Zongguang's treachery, as solid as iron. I implore you to report this to His Majesty. But Lu Gonggong's expression turned grim. Is this the evidence you speak of? He lifted the letter and tossed it before Shen Velan. The smile on Shen Velan's face stiffened, and as he read the contents of the letter, disbelief washed over him. How is this possible? This is not a secret letter of treason at all. It is evidently a poem praising the emperor's grand plans, extolling his accomplishments, and beseeching the heavens to grant him peace, health, and longevity. It is well known that the emperor of the Dajing kingdom has been bedridden for the past few years, with physicians at a loss. Many have predicted that the emperor may soon pass. The empress has taken the reins of governance, and together with the young prince, they have preserved the stability of the Dajing dynasty. Hence, the emperor has always been concerned that someone might seize the opportunity to rebel during his illness. This is not a traitor. The marquis is clearly a loyal minister to the emperor and the Dajing. Lu Gonggong's brow furrowed, his voice laced with coldness. This must be a mistake. Were you not thorough in your investigation? Shen Velan's fury ignited, and he sternly questioned the searching subordinates. We have searched meticulously. There is nothing else, the leader of the Imperial Guard replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Before we arrived, Lord Shen instructed that the evidence was hidden in the study. We have searched inside and out, and this is all we found. It was concealed within some poetry, hidden rather discreetly, so we had no choice but to present this. Shen Belan, you have committed an offense by slandering this marquis. What punishment do you deserve? Shen Zongguang's face turned ashen with rage. This. Shen Belan began to panic. How could this be? Could it be that Miao Miao was negligent? She had clearly sent a message last night, assuring him that everything was arranged, prompting him to arrive before dawn with his men. How could this happen? Shen Belan. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Gonggong was extremely displeased, his face darkened, realizing that it had all been a misunderstanding. I shall certainly report to the Emperor about the Marquis's loyalty to His Majesty. And no, Lu Gonggong. Shen Belan's expression turned frantic, his mouth opening to speak. But Lu Gonggong ignored him entirely, instead turning to Shen Zongguang, bowing respectfully. Marquis, I sincerely apologize for our premature arrival without ascertaining the truth, disturbing your rest. I am truly sorry. It is of no consequence. Your Excellency has traveled a great distance. Why not come into the Marquis's residence for some hot tea to rest? Shen Zongguang replied with a smile. As his words fell, Lu Gonggong led the Imperial Guards to turn and leave. We bid you farewell, Your Excellency. After watching Lu Gonggong and his entourage depart, only Shen's family and Shen Belan remained in the courtyard. Shen Belan dismounted, a flattering smile on his face. Brother, it was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Shen Zongguang raised his fist and struck him hard on the bridge of his nose. In his youth, Shen Zongguang had been a martial general, and his physique was formidable. With that punch, Shen Belan was knocked to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. I too was misled by the news of your collusion with the enemy. Brother, have mercy, please have mercy. Shen Belan wailed from the ground. But Shen Zongguang offered him no opportunity to speak, pressing down on him and raining blows upon him. Shen Sikai, unable to contain his anger, rushed over and began to pummel Shen Belan. Stop hitting him. We are all family. Let us speak properly, Shen Belan cried, cradling his head. You still recognize us as family? Shen Zongguang roared, his eyes ablaze. When you led people to ransack the Marquis's residence, did you think of us as family? Shen Belan. I considered you my dear brother, yet you sought to endanger our entire family. Not satisfied with merely punching, Shen Zongguang seized a stick from a servant and struck Shen Belan fiercely. What are your intentions? In agony, Shen Belan screamed, It hurts, it hurts. It was a misunderstanding. Please stop hitting me. His legs throbbed with pain. If this continued, they would surely break. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Shen Belan howled, sounding like a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Miao Miao, bound, was pulled out. Shen Belan, do you recognize her? Shen Zongguang sneered. Upon seeing Miao Miao, Shen Belan's face turned ashen. Chapter 25, The Boy's Bloodied Cheeks. Vowing to protect his family, it turned out the issue lay with Miao Miao. She was discovered. With tears in her eyes, Miao Miao gazed at Shen Sikai, pleading. Sikai, save me, please. No wonder her progress had been so smooth last night. They had known all along and had deliberately led her into a trap. This morning, when Shen Bailin stormed into the Marquis's residence with the Imperial Guard, Miao Miao had intended to flee, only to find herself bound tightly. It was only at this moment that she realized they had been aware of her plans from the very beginning. Shen Sikai's eyes were filled with cold disdain. Miao Miao, I have been devoted to you, yet you conspired with Shen Bailin to harm our family. How can you justify your actions? It was all Shen Bailin's coercion. He forced me to approach you, to act as he commanded. Miao Miao cried, tears streaming down her face as she gazed deeply at Shen Bailin. He placed a curse on me. If I do not comply, the poison within me will erupt, leading to my demise. That's why I had to. You vile woman. This has nothing to do with me. Shen Bailin quickly defended himself. Brother, do not listen to her nonsense. I had no knowledge of this. I do not even know this wretched girl. Stop your feeble excuses. I am aware of everything. Shen Guang coldly declared, striking Shen Bailin with a heavy blow. Silence. The strike caused a piercing pain to radiate through Shen Bailin's legs, and he cried out in agony. Meow meow, I ask you, from the very start, were you not intentionally getting close to me? Shen Kai looked at Meow Meow with disappointment. Just yesterday, he had dismissed his sister's claim that he was infatuated, believing she was unjustly targeting Meow Meow. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. With tears in her eyes, Meow Meow nodded. I approached you with a mission, but as time went on, I found myself falling for you. I have truly come to love you. Enough. I do not wish to hear your lies any longer. Shen Kai firmly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a chilling ruthlessness shone within. He advanced step by step toward Meow Meow. Kai, I do not want to die. I had no choice. Meow Meow wept, her voice trembling. In the past, every time Kai saw her cry, his heart ached for her, but this time, she looked to him with hope. As Shen Kai approached, he embraced Meow Meow, inhaling deeply before whispering hoarsely into her ear, Meow Meow, I must thank you. Meow Meow was momentarily taken aback. Thank you for realizing how foolish you are, and for teaching me to grow. In the next instant, a glint of cold steel flashed from his sleeve, and the sharp blade was drawn forth. In Meow Meow's shocked gaze, warm, thick blood splattered everywhere as Shen Kai plunged the dagger into her back, staining her garments crimson. You! Meow Meow stared at him in terror, believing he would spare her life for their past affections. After all, Shen Kai was so tender-hearted, so innocent. You may wish to harm me, but you shall not harm my family. Shen Kai withdrew the dagger, holding the bloodied weapon tightly in his grasp. His eyes dark and menacing. His hand trembled slightly, yet he still aimed for Meow Meow's neck. No, please. Meow Meow coughed up blood, shaking her head through her tears. Meow Meow, I am here to send you on your way. The boy smiled faintly as he covered her tear-filled, pitiful eyes, then struck down with the blade upon her neck. In an instant, flesh and blood flew as blood sprayed across the boy's face. The thick, splattered crimson stained his entire attire. He looked down at Meow Meow, sprawled in a pool of blood, her once delicate features now marred, resembling a demonic figure emerging from hell. He discarded the dagger and knelt before Shen Guang and his wife. Father, mother, I have been a disappointing son, bringing such calamity upon the Marquis's household. Shen Kai lowered his head, his fingers trembling at his side. He could not fathom the fate their family would have met if not for his sister's insight and their parents' wariness of Meow Meow. My son, you did well. Qin Yun Shuang, tearful, helped Shen Kai to his feet. As long as you recognize your mistakes, now that your elder brother has become like this, and your third brother, our Marquis household shall rely on you moving forward. Do not worry, mother. I will stand tall and carry the weight of our family. I vow to expand the Shen family's business across the continent, bringing glory to our ancestors. Shen Kai swore resolutely. At that moment, Qin Yun Shuang realized her second son had matured. After disposing of Meow Meow, Shen Guang pointed his stick at Shen Bailin. Shen Bailin, I must vent my anger today. He swung fiercely at Shen Bailin's legs once more. Screams akin to a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the Marquis's residence. Shen Bailin felt a sharp crack at his knees, pain spreading through his entire body. He realized his leg had been broken. That damned Shen Guang, utterly disregarding brotherhood, has shattered my leg. Exhausted from his exertions, Shen Guang handed the stick to Shen Kai. Kai, it's your turn. All right. Shen Kai took the stick firmly in hand, ready to strike down upon the writhing Shen Bailin, who squirmed like a worm. Stop. Please don't. At that moment, the elderly matriarch of the Shen family, supported by a maid, approached unsteadily. Mother, save me. Shen Bailin crawled desperately toward the matriarch. Brother is going to kill me. His face contorted in agony as he cried out. Seeing her son drenched in blood, the matriarch's heart ached immensely. She quickly crouched down to help him up. But with one leg broken, Shen Bailin could not stand. He leaned on the matriarch, struggling to balance on his remaining leg. Mother, brother is too ruthless. He won't stop until he kills me. The matriarch glared at Shenzong Guang. Though you are not my biological son, I raised you from childhood, nurturing you into who you are today. Now that you have become a marquis, you abuse my own son without a shred of conscience? At that moment, Shen Tang had awoken and was carried by the steward to find Qin Yun Shuang. Hearing these words, Shen Tang was nearly driven to laughter. Who lacks conscience here? You old hag, your words are mere drivel. Is this not moral coercion against my father? If he had no conscience, could your family live such a lavish life? If my father is heartless, how can you indulge in ginseng and bird's nest every day? Shen Bailin sought to harm our entire family. What is wrong with giving him a beating? It does not entail taking the lives of your entire household. Initially, Shenzong Guang felt a twinge of guilt from the matriarch's accusations, pondering if he had gone too far. However, upon hearing his beloved Tang Bao's retort, he quickly regained his composure. Mother, it is you who lacks conscience. Shenzong Guang has only suffered a broken leg, yet he nearly caused the demise of our entire family. Shouldn't he be punished? Shenzong Guang scoffed. Do you think our family's lives are of no consequence? Chapter 26. Recognizing the true nature, I did not mean it this way. There must be some misunderstanding, Lady Shen stammered as she spoke. The truth had come to light. It was Shen Balan who orchestrated this. He had dispatched someone to falsely accuse our household of treason and subsequently came to search our residence. What treacherous intentions he harbored! It is lamentable that I have treated him as my own brother all these years, offering countless benefits to your branch, only to realize that my sincere affections were misplaced. Shenzong Guang's eyes turned cold. At last, father has seen through their true colors, Shen Tang sighed inwardly. From this day forth, I shall sever all ties with your branch. Whether you live or die henceforth, it shall be of no concern to me. Shenzong Guang pronounced each word with icy resolve, his voice resonating profoundly. Are you truly forsaking even your own mother? Lady Shen furrowed her brows, her face a mask of heartache. I toiled and sacrificed to raise you. And you dare utter such callous words? Shenzong Guang, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? It is you who has lost your moral compass. The reason my third brother became a fool was due to the collusion between you and that vile woman, Qin Hanen, to seek out a fortune-teller to exchange the fates of my brother and Shen Fangcheng. Ever since, my brother has been rendered foolish while Shen Fangcheng has become astute. Their destinies have been irrevocably altered. You feigned kindness towards my father solely to enhance your reputation, while your true affections lie with your own flesh and blood. You were fully aware of the underhanded dealings your son was engaged in, and you tacitly approved. On the surface, you expressed concern for my father. Yet you secretly yearned for his demise, eagerly anticipating the day your son would inherit my father's title. It is my foolish father who regarded you as a true mother, while you pushed him into the abyss. Our entire family has been utterly wronged. Shenzong Guang was stunned. How could Lady Shen know everything yet still have the audacity to question him? All these years, he had treated her like a true mother and cherished Shen Balan as a brother, only to discover that they were conspiring to usurp his title? The depths of human hearts are inscrutable. Indeed, those who are not of blood cannot be trusted. Since you are so concerned for your biological son, let him take care of you in your old age, Shenzong Guang declared resolutely, his voice chilling. Lady Shen had lived in luxury, indulging in the finest delicacies and silks, enjoying a life of ease. Her personal expenses could rival that of the entire first branch. Shen Balan had faced business failures, but it was the first branch that had financially supported him through those losses. They had unwittingly provided countless advantages to Shen Balan's family. Yet despite this, their insatiable greed led them to reach into the coffers of the first branch. Then I see no reason to maintain this meager bond, Shenzong Guang concluded. Are you implying that you will disregard me from now on? Lady Shen clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. Shen Balan nearly brought ruin upon our entire family. Yet you still favor him. It is truly disheartening, Shenzong Guang replied. For years, it has been the first branch that has cared for you, while Shen Balan has taken money from us to offset his business losses. He is not a child anymore, He should bear the responsibility of caring for you himself. With that, Shen Zongguang raised his voice. Someone, see our guests out. Thus, Lady Shen and the injured Shen Belan were expelled from the residence. Shen Zongguang, your unfilial behavior will bring about your retribution. Lady Shen shouted angrily as she departed. Bah! It is you who will face retribution, you selfish old crone. The steward promptly organized the cleanup of the residence, dragging away the remnants of the confrontation and ensuring the place was spotless. Qin Yunshuang exchanged glances with Shen Zongguang. It was fortunate to have Tangbao with us. Without her, our family might have. Tangbao is indeed our family's lucky star. She must be sent by heaven to save us. Splendid. At last, we shall no longer be burdened by that old hag. We can save a considerable amount. Father has finally seen through the true nature of the second branch and is no longer foolishly loyal, Shen Zongguang mused, reflecting on his 40 years of life, realizing that he had been outwitted by a child not yet a month old. What empty notions of brotherhood and maternal affection. It was all a facade. Living one's own life is the only truth. Let us go see Feiyu. After such turmoil, he needs reassurance. Shen Zongguang sighed. Yes, Qin Yunshuang nodded. I hope Feiyu will not lose heart. Their family could not withstand further turmoil. It is all right now, Qin Yunshuang said tenderly, gazing at her third son. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Come, let us visit your elder brother together. Shen Yuanbai nodded. Understanding the gravity of the recent events, he had heard much about the incidents that transpired within the family. His elder brother had been harmed by wicked individuals, and he lamented his own limitations in being unable to assist his family. He vowed to grow quickly, to study diligently, and secure a position in the court to protect those he cherished and safeguard their home. The family made their way to Shen Feiyu's chamber. Father, mother. Shen Feiyu lay on the bed and, upon seeing them enter, instructed the maid beside him, help me sit up. The maid carefully assisted him into a semi-reclined position. Father, mother, what has transpired at home? Shen Feiyu inquired, having heard the commotion outside early that morning. Unfortunately, his weakened state prevented him from witnessing the events firsthand. Seeing the two glaring words, captive, emblazoned across Shen Feiyu's countenance, the family's hearts ached with a profound sorrow. Shen Zongguang recounted the events that had unfolded. Such outrageous behavior! Shen Feiyu scoffed coldly. Now that our house is on the verge of collapse, everyone wishes to take a shot at us? I can only resent my current condition. Had I my strength, I would have pierced Shen Belan's wretched heart with my spear. Our family will recover, Qin Yunshuang reassured him. We came to see you because we are worried. You must not belittle yourself. Rest assured, father, mother, Shen Feiyu's gaze darkened. I will not. Previously, he had only viewed himself as a burden, believing his existence brought disgrace to his family. However, now he recognized the hidden dangers lurking behind their prosperous facade and understood that his family needed him. If possible, he wished to recover swiftly to protect them and safeguard their home. At that moment, the steward hurried in with news. Master, madam. Wang Sheng has come to visit the young master. Wang Sheng? That name sounds familiar, Shen Zongguang remarked. Feiyu, is he the vice commander who rescued you? He recalled how, upon Shen Feiyu's capture, he had been on the brink of death, and it was this very Wang Sheng who had saved his son. Shen Feiyu nodded. Then let us invite him in, Shen Zongguang urged. Before long, Wang Sheng entered, accompanied by a woman. Upon recognizing her, the family's expressions shifted dramatically. The woman was none other than Lin Wanner, the one who had annulled her engagement with Shen Feiyu. What business did Lin Wanner have accompanying Wang Sheng? Chapter 27. Alas. The emperor is on the brink of death upon encountering Shen Feiyu. Lin Wanner's eyes momentarily flashed with disdain. Who could have foreseen that the once renowned and formidable young hero, the general of the Shen family, had now transformed into a disfigured wretch? A mere shell of his former self? Fortuitously, she had already called off their engagement. Otherwise, Being married to him and having to gaze upon that grotesque visage day in and day out would have surely led her to lose her appetite. Greetings, Lord Marquis Lady. Wang Sheng placed the gifts on the table. I have heard that you saved my son's life. Shen Zongguang expressed his gratitude. I owe you greatly. Otherwise, my Feiyu would likely. He chose not to finish that thought. Not at all. Wang Sheng flattered. I owe my current standing to General Shen's support. His kindness is something I can never forget. I would traverse mountains and seas for him. There is no need for thanks, my lord. The Shen couple felt increasingly moved. Wait, something doesn't add up. A soft, tender voice interrupted. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong? I just remembered. Wang Sheng is not the savior of my elder brother. He is clearly the one who harmed him. Father, mother. Please don't be deceived by Wang Sheng's hypocritical facade. Shen Zongguang, Qin Yunshuang, Shen Feiyu. Wang Sheng is the worst. My elder brother, out of compassion for this beggar, took him into the military camp, taught him martial arts, and promoted him from a mere soldier to the position of deputy general. To think that Wang Sheng, in return for such kindness, would forget his gratitude. When my brother fought valiantly against the elite forces of Beirong, Wang Sheng deliberately delayed his support, leading to my brother's capture, his tendons severed, his face ruined, and subjected to endless torment. Only when my brother was on the brink of death did he finally arrive, claiming to have saved him. Becoming the supposed hero who subdued Beirong, earning everyone's respect and gratitude. In the end, he usurped my brother's military accomplishments and even stole my brother's fiancée, flaunting his power over my brother. How utterly disgusting. How can such a loathsome person exist in this world? The expressions of the Shen family turned grave. Shen Feiyu gazed at Wang Sheng in disbelief, his dark eyes swirling with fury. He had never imagined that his most trusted subordinate was the very one responsible for his downfall. Had he not given Wang Sheng that steaming meat bun, he would have perished from starvation. He had nurtured Wang Sheng to this point, only to be repaid with betrayal and ruin. Was this even human? Therefore, today you brought Lin Wanner with you. What is your intention? Wang Sheng turned to Shen Feiyu, holding Lin Wanner's hand. General Shen, I have come to visit you, and to share some news. He gazed affectionately at Lin Wanner. I have heard that Wanner has called off her engagement with you. I have long held feelings for Wanner, initially out of respect for your betrothal. I buried my affection until I learned of your broken engagement. This is why I dare to express my feelings to Wanner now. To his surprise, Wanner and I are quite compatible. So not only is he stealing from my elder brother, but he also flaunts his affection before him? This pair of despicable lovers makes my blood boil. The Shen family was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They had initially believed Wang Sheng to be a benefactor visiting their Feiyu, but now it was clear that he had turned into an adversary. Wang Sheng, that rogues, had no intentions of visiting Feiyu. He was merely here to revel in Feiyu's misfortune. Having stolen Feiyu's fiancée and now flaunting it before him, how shameless could one be? The Shen family was engulfed in righteous anger. Lin Wanner looked apologetically at Shen Feiyu, gripping Wang Sheng's hand tightly. Feiyu, I know this is unfair to you. I am truly sorry. I cannot control my heart. The one I have always loved has been Shang Ge. It was only after meeting him that I realized what true love is. I can no longer deceive myself. Nor do I wish to delay you or cause you pain, which is why I ended our engagement. Shen Feiyu's crimson gaze bore into her, a cold laugh escaping his lips. I remember you once professed your undying love for me, declaring you would marry no one else. Lin Wanner, with a pitiful demeanor, replied. Previously, I could not distinguish between gratitude and love. I mistook my gratitude towards you for love. It was only with Shang Ge that I recognized what true love is. Feiyu, I am truly sorry. In truth, she had not wanted to come today. But Wang Sheng insisted on bringing her along. She understood his intent. He merely wished to flaunt his triumph over Shen Feiyu now that he had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. To provoke Shen Feiyu, accepting that she would soon belong to Wang Sheng, she felt compelled to play her part. Feiyu, I am here to inform you that Wanner and I are soon to be engaged. Here is our engagement invitation. Wang Sheng produced a bright red invitation and presented it to Shen Feiyu. I understand your condition prevents you from attending, but such a significant event warrants sharing, both as a subordinate and as a friend. How shameless! This pair of scoundrels must be dealt with. Are you two here to gloat before my son? Qin Yunshuang could no longer contain herself. Wang Xing, you have stolen my son as fiancé and still have the audacity to present an invitation? What are your intentions? Indeed, do you think the Marquis household has no one left? Shen Tang, with a stern countenance, interjected, You two vile creatures, one has taken my brother's woman, and the other has moved on to another man right after breaking off the engagement. What are you seeking here? Shen Tang-san also chided sternly. Your fickleness and lack of shame are disgraceful. Your words are excessively harsh. We genuinely came to visit Feiyu Lin Wanner, hiding behind Wang Xing, said with moist eyes. Lin Wanner, I was blind to have chosen you. Shen Feiyu felt a surge of bitterness in his throat, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Wanner and Wang Sheng. If you and Wang Sheng share true love, then I wish you both a lifetime of misery together. Ha ha ha, my brother is truly eloquent. If you can speak, then speak more. Shen Zongguang, his face ashen, commanded, Someone, throw this pair of scoundrels out. Regrettably, he currently lacked evidence against Wang Sheng, who had caused his son's downfall. Soon, the steward and several attendants swiftly approached, expelling Wang Sheng and Lin Wanner from the premises. We will leave on our own, Wang Sheng declared, protecting Lin Wanner, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. In the past, Shen Feiyu was the pride of the heavens when they stood together. Shen Feiyu was the moon above, while Wang Sheng was but dust below. As long as Shen Feiyu existed, Wang Sheng would forever remain in the shadows. Now, however, Shen Feiyu had become a grotesque shell of a man, and his beloved had become his fiancée. Yielding to Wang Xing day and night, the thought filled Wang Sheng with an indescribable sense of triumph. Shen Feiyu, watch me ascend to greatness while you languish in despair. A powerless wretch. Miss Lin, it seems we of the Shen family misjudged you, Qin Yunshuang coldly regarded Lin Wanner. Since you have abandoned Feiyu to become engaged to another, do not harbor regrets. For how could a man with such treacherous intentions genuinely love Lin Wanner? It is merely a matter of observing Lin Wanner as the object of Feiyu's affections while she engages in a dubious liaison with him. However, this situation may serve to illuminate the true nature of the woman to Feiyu, sparing him further anguish over her. Lin Wanner, indeed, is unworthy. A cold laugh escaped her lips. Regret? After all her efforts to avoid marrying an unsightly and ineffectual man, what could she possibly regret? Her only lament is that she did not unite with Wang Xing sooner. Madam Shen, I truly adore Brother Sheng, and I shall never regret this in my lifetime, Lin Wanner stated earnestly. You have wounded my dear brother, who genuinely loves you. There will come a time when you will rue your choices. After the departure of the ill-fated couple, the countenance of everyone in the Shen household was grim. Elder brother, you must persevere. Let that wicked woman realize how foolish she is for losing you, Shen Yuanbai declared, clenching his small fists. Very well, I shall, Shen Feiyu nodded. Fear not, dear brother. Our fortunes lie ahead, for it is not worth mourning over that deceitful woman, young Shen Tang sighed softly. Rest assured, having discerned her true nature, I will no longer harbor even a shred of sorrow for her. She is undeserving, Shen Feiyu stated coldly. In recent days, he had felt new muscle tissue beginning to develop around his wrist, as if tendons were gradually growing stronger. Elder brother's recovery and our third brother's newfound wisdom shall be entrusted to me. I will grow stronger and restore my brothers to their former selves. Brothers, do not lose heart. Tang Tang will protect you. Upon hearing this, warmth spread through the hearts of those present. They recognized that young Tang was no ordinary child and believed she was a little blessing sent from above to safeguard their family. In the afternoon, Eunuch Lu arrived with a message. His Majesty has heard of the events from this morning and wishes to summon the Duke of Courage and his wife, he announced. Shen Zongguang entered the palace with Qin Yunshuang for an audience with the Emperor. As it was her first meeting with His Majesty, Qin Yunshuang felt somewhat apprehensive and brought along little Tang. Wow, the palace must be vast and magnificent. I wonder if the palace is more enjoyable than the Yao pool. There must be so many delicious treats in the palace. How delightful! Qin Yunshuang thought to herself, observing the little one whose thoughts were solely on food and play. A true child at heart. She gazed at the small bundle in her arms with tenderness. As the couple sat in the carriage en route to the palace, Qin Yunshuang felt a tinge of uncertainty. "My lady, there is no need for concern," Shen Zongguang reassured her, holding her hand and drawing her close. "I will take care of everything." "Indeed," she replied, her gaze lifting to meet the chiseled jawline of Shen Zongguang, gradually finding solace in his presence. Perhaps it was the trials they had faced together that had deepened his kindness towards her of late. With him by her side, she felt at ease. The carriage swayed as they soon entered the palace. Under Eunuch Lu's guidance, the couple proceeded to the Yangxin Palace. "Your Majesty, the Duke and Duchess have arrived," Lu announced. "I pay my respects to your Majesty," they intoned as they knelt before the throne. "Rise," came a weak voice from within. Shen Tang's curious, grape-like eyes scanned the surroundings. "Oh! The Yangxin Palace is where His Majesty resides. Shouldn't it be enveloped in dragon energy? But here, there seems to be a thick, dark aura. My dear ministers, please enter." Cough, cough. The frail sound of the emperor's cough echoed, as if he were about to expel his very lungs. Shen Zongguang and his wife exchanged glances and entered the palace together. As they ventured deeper, Shen Tang noticed the dark aura thickening. Soon, she beheld the emperor lying upon the dragon bed, the golden silk draperies adorned with dragon patterns layered thickly, secured by the dragon's mouth, revealing the current sovereign dressed in a bright yellow robe, resting beneath a matching coverlet. "My ministers, regarding this morning's incident, I regret having misjudged you," the emperor gasped, his voice weak and interspersed with coughs. "As for your second brother, Shen Villain, cough, what do you intend to do with him?" "I have personally broken his legs, severing all ties with the second house," Shen Zongguang replied. "As for further actions, it ultimately depends on your Majesty's decree." The emperor contemplated this, nodding slightly. "Then let him be punished with a year's salary forfeiture and a demotion of 3 ranks. Cough, cough. He recognized that his excessive worry could alienate loyal subjects, which was detrimental to the stability of the realm, hence his summons of this couple. "Your Majesty, please take good care of your health," Shen Zongguang expressed with concern. His Majesty is a benevolent sovereign. Alas, he is nearing the end of his days. A tiny, innocent voice chimed in, prompting the emperor to weakly open his eyes. This voice belonged to the little infant cradled in the arms of the Duchess of Courage. Chapter 28. The Vengeful Spirit and the Great Malefactor. Could it be that he was nearing death and experiencing auditory hallucinations? Shen Zongguang exchanged a glance with Qin Yunshuang. How could Xiao Tang utter such blasphemous words? Fortunately, the emperor could not hear her thoughts. Otherwise, what chaos would ensue? Yet, judging by the emperor's frail appearance, could it be that he was truly nearing his end? The couple felt a wave of concern wash over them. After all, the territory of the Great Qing was stable, and the populace was living in peace. If the emperor were to pass away, a change of dynasty would surely bring about turmoil. They both wished for the emperor to regain his health and enjoy longevity. In truth, the emperor originally possessed a robust constitution, destined for a long life. But the problem lay with this incense burner. Shen Tang gazed at the incense burner emanating a dark aura and sighed deeply. The emperor had initially suspected he was merely imagining things, and under the bed, he pinched his thigh. It hurt quite a bit. It seemed he was not hallucinating. What he had heard was indeed true. Just moments ago, the little child had claimed that the incense burner was problematic. However, this burner had been a tribute from the envoys of the western regions, crafted from the finest imperial green jade, its entire body a rich green, exuding a remarkable luster and a texture as smooth as silk. The burner was adorned with exquisite carvings of a lifelike golden dragon, majestic and imposing. The emperor had encountered many treasures and was well aware that this incense burner, both in material and craftsmanship, was extraordinary. Furthermore, the Western envoys had also provided incense, claiming it had calming and restorative properties, promoting a sense of tranquility and comfort. The seasoned physicians of the Great Qing had examined the incense, and every ingredient was of exceptional quality, beneficial to one's health, which is why he had felt assured in using it. After using it, he indeed felt relaxed, free from headaches, and slept soundly without nightmares. Whenever he felt unwell, he would resort to this incense burner, which provided him with relief. But now the little child had declared that the incense burner was flawed? What? The emperor's weakened eyes widened in sudden fury. How could the people of the western regions be so treacherous? He had shown mercy by not attacking them, merely requesting annual tributes to the Great Qing. Yet, he had not anticipated to show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. The one who gifted this incense burner to the emperor harbored sinister intentions, undoubtedly wishing for the emperor's swift demise, inciting chaos within the Great Qing. Alas, if this continued, the emperor would surely perish by nightfall. How could he make the emperor aware that this incense burner was malevolent? Shen Zongguang and Qin Yunshuang were equally startled. Shen Zongguang summoned his courage and spoke, "Your Majesty, the incense within the burner is nearly extinguished. Perhaps it would be best to snuff it out?" The emperor, with a heavy cough, conceded, "You speak true. My dear minister summoned someone to extinguish this incense burner." Soon, Eunuch Lu extinguished the incense. "This burner has become quite an eyesore. Remove it from my sight," the emperor weakly commanded. "Yes," Eunuch Lu replied, perplexed, as the emperor had cherished this burner, keeping it lit day and night. Why, then, did it now seem bothersome? However, as it was the emperor's will, he dared not question and proceeded to comply. Yet merely moving such a malevolent item would not resolve the issue. It needed to be shattered. But this burner was the emperor's favorite. How could it be destroyed? Shen Zongguang, steeling himself, extended his left foot just as Eunuch Lu stepped out. Taken by surprise, Eunuch Lu stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Crash! The burner shattered into countless pieces. Eunuch Lu's pupils dilated in horror. He quickly fell to the ground, exclaiming, "This servant deserves death." Shen Zongguang hurriedly knelt. "It is my fault. I was careless and caused Eunuch Lu to trip, resulting in the destruction of the emperor's incense burner. I deserve death." Qin Yunshuang, cradling Taibao, also knelt in reverence. Shen Tang witnessed the dark aura rising from the shattered burner. The black mist swirled among the fragments, writhing as it attempted to escape. "You foul thing. Where do you think you're going?" Shen Tang reached out her tiny hand and grasped the mist in midair. "Hee, little one, watch me devour you." With her hand tightly clasped around the dark aura, she attempted to feed it into her mouth. The mist struggled and twisted, but ultimately succumbed to the little girl's grasp and was swallowed whole. Shen Tang, in her past life, had been a pixiu, capable of absorbing the essence of the heavens and purifying all malevolent thoughts. This formidable, vengeful spirit, a lethal curse to an ordinary person, was but a delightful treat for Shen Tang. After consuming it, she let out a satisfied burp. Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang were left in astonishment. What wondrous being was their daughter? The emperor, unable to believe his eyes, blinked in disbelief. He had just witnessed the little one grasping the dark mist emerging from the shattered incense burner and consuming it. Almost immediately, he felt the suffocating weight lift from his body, akin to shedding a massive boulder. For a moment, he experienced a profound sense of relief and lightness. At that moment, Eunuch Lu remained trembling on the ground, alongside Shen Zongguang and his wife. Cold sweat trickled down Eunuch Lu's face, his complexion pale. Everyone knew the emperor cherished this incense burner, keeping it lit day and night. Now, such a precious item lay shattered. His head would surely be on the line. He awaited his fate, but unexpectedly, the emperor spoke nonchalantly. "It is merely an incense burner. It is of no great significance. Everyone, please rise." "Eunuch Lu? Is that all?" Shen Zongguang and his wife sighed in relief. The emperor's benevolence towards his people truly marked him as a good ruler. Eunuch Lu Tidy up and take your leave, the emperor instructed, noting that he no longer coughed or gasped, speaking with much greater ease. Additionally, summon the physicians to examine me. Yes. Soon, the physicians filed in, each bearing grave expressions. They were all aware that the emperor's vitality was waning. For days they had treated him, sensing his imminent demise. Yet they could not determine the cause of his ailment. They exhausted all their knowledge in diagnosis, but the emperor showed no signs of improvement. They felt hopeless. The emperor's death would mean their own as well, and the Great Shang would be doomed. The physicians had lost all hope. If the emperor perished, they would follow him in death. However, as each physician approached to take the emperor's pulse, their expressions shifted to one of shock, seriousness, and doubt. Chapter 29. He is a despicable wretch. Could it be that they misdiagnosed? For the first time, the esteemed physicians began to doubt their lifelong studies. How is the emperor's health? The emperor sat up, his gaze sweeping over the trembling physicians. I believe the emperor's condition shows signs of improvement, one physician ventured. Indeed. I feel the emperor's health has significantly improved, another added. It dawned upon them that they were not alone in perceiving the emperor's recovery. It seemed that all shared this sentiment. The group of physicians exchanged glances, and one by one, they knelt before the emperor. May the emperor be blessed with great fortune. This is a divine blessing for the Desheng. The couple, Shen Tang and his wife, seeing everyone kneel, decided to follow suit. Without needing the physicians to speak, the emperor himself felt a marked improvement in his health, sensing the changes within his being. Enough, my dear ministers, rise, the emperor said with a smile. After the physicians whispered amongst themselves and drafted a prescription for the emperor, they took their leave. Only the emperor and the Shen family remained in the Yaochi palace. Shen Tang, your daughter is truly delightful, the emperor remarked, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the little bundle in Qin Yunshuang's arms. How old is she? She is merely 1 month old, came the reply. The emperor chuckled as he admired the tiny infant swaddled in a pink blanket, dressed in a matching outfit. Her skin was as white as snow, soft and tender, her round face adorned with a healthy blush. Her large, dark eyes sparkled like obsidian, blinking sweetly, framed by long, curled lashes, resembling a charming figure from a traditional painting. What is her name? The emperor inquired with a smile. Qin Yunshuang, and her nickname is Tang Bao. Tang Bao. A lovely name indeed, the emperor replied. I can see that you cherish this child dearly. Your family, the Yaochi Marquis, has always been loyal to the court. It grieved me to hear of your son, General Shen Feiyu's misfortune. Thus, I bestow upon the Yaochi Marquis 3,000 acres of fertile land, 30,000 taels of gold, a life-saving golden medal, and 1,000 bolts of fine silk and satin. Thank you, your majesty. Shen Tang and Qin Yunshuang expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Wow! 30,000 taels of gold, such a fortune. Money, money, come forth. May the emperor be blessed with longevity and continue to bestow wealth upon our family, the child exclaimed, eliciting a chuckle from the emperor at the child's unabashed greed. At that moment, Eunuch Lu announced from outside, the empress has arrived. Soon, the empress, adorned in splendid imperial robes, gracefully made her way into the Yaochi palace. Your Majesty, how is your health? She asked with concern, taking a seat beside the dragon bed. I am much better, the emperor replied with a smile. That is a relief, the empress sighed. I believe the emperor will surely recover. Indeed, the emperor said, clasping the empress's hand as they shared a profound gaze. I have come with a matter that requires your decree, the empress said gently. What is it, empress? The emperor inquired, still holding her hand. The empress glanced at Shen Tang and his wife, then back at the emperor. The emperor understood her unspoken thoughts, yet reassured her it was of no consequence. Recently, during our conflict with the Northern Rome, General Shen Feiyu was regretfully captured by the enemy. It was Deputy General Wang Xing who sent men to rescue him, achieving a significant victory against the Northern Rome, the empress explained. He has earned great merit. And I have heard that General Wang has found a beloved woman, and they are to be engaged. I was contemplating how to reward this General Wang. Shen Zongguang realized the empress's meaningful glance. Wang Xing was the subordinate of his son, Shen Feiyu, who had become a hero in battle, while his own son had been reduced to a captive, bearing the marks of humiliation. Feiyu's existence now felt like a national disgrace. The empress wished to reward Wang Xing, but was concerned for the feelings of the Shen family. How detestable! It was that scoundrel Wang Xing who led to my brother's capture. He deliberately delayed, waiting until my brother was captured and on the brink of death before rescuing him to claim glory. He even stole my brother's fiancée and flaunted his success before us. This despicable pair conspired together while my brother was still betrothed to his fiancée. Wang Xing had the audacity to entangle himself with her, tarnishing my brother's honor. Such a person does not deserve any accolades. The emperor was taken aback. He had thought Wang Xing to be a great hero, only to discover he was a base and contemptible wretch. I remember that after Wang Xing was rewarded, he gained immense power, and not long after, he conspired with the enemy, leading to the downfall of the Desheng. Alas, how tragic! The emperor gasped in horror. Wang Xing could bring about the fall of the Desheng. How infuriating! At this moment, the empress continued, "Your Majesty, what do you think? How should I decree to reward him?" His ability to hear little Tangbao's thoughts indicates a divine warning. Little Tangao is indeed a blessing bestowed upon the Desheng. If even she declares Wang Xing to be a despicable wretch, he certainly cannot be trusted again. After all, Wang Xing is but a product of General Shen's tutelage. His victories against the northern Rong are also attributed to General Shen's efforts. The emperor responded, "How could we attribute all the accolades solely to Wang Xing?" Chapter 30. The true golden support lies in sugar treasure. Moreover, Wang Xing's achievements in battle were only possible due to the valiant efforts of General Shen, who led his troops into fierce combat against the elite forces of Bei Rong, luring the enemy deep and placing himself in peril. In this war, General Shen's contributions are irrefutable. It is he who truly deserves commendation. The Shen couple did not anticipate the emperor's perspective, especially considering Feiyu had been captured and subjected to humiliation by the enemy, his face marred with the tattoos of captivity, a disgrace for the Desheng kingdom. Yet, the emperor viewed Feiyu not with shame, but rather intended to reward him. The emperor's reasoning was sound. The empress nodded in agreement, noting that Wang Xing, as the deputy commander, was tasked with safeguarding the main commander's safety, yet he had squandered the opportunity, resulting in our nation's pillar being captured and General Shen suffering great humiliation. Wang Xing's dereliction of duty warranted a punishment of 1 year's salary, and he should be exiled to Ling'an. Once I regain my health, I shall personally issue this decree in the court. The land of Ling'an is harsh and perilous. There, it is unlikely Wang Xing will conjure any mischief. If my health remains poor, perhaps he shall perish along the way, thus sparing us from future treachery. Oh! How does this differ from the plot I remember? The emperor does not reward Wang Xing but instead exiles him? How delightful! I am overjoyed. The emperor is indeed wise. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor agreed with his own assertions, stating, "Very well, my empress. We await the day of my recovery to resume court." As for young General Shen Feiyu, the emperor sighed, acknowledging his contributions to the nation, yet lamenting his physical condition. He ordered the court physicians to attend to Shen Feiyu's ailments. Once the young general recovers, he shall continue to serve the nation. The emperor's words were meant to comfort the Shen couple. He was well aware that a general with severed tendons could hardly continue to fight for the country, whether as a military leader or a civil servant. Once he regains his health, he may return to court. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Shen Zongguang expressed gratefully, kneeling in reverence. "Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by our Shen family. Having a loyal minister like Duke Yi is indeed a blessing for Desheng." The emperor then turned his gaze toward the child cradled in Qin Yunshuang's arms and remarked, "This little one is truly adorable. I shall gift him a jade pendant as a token of our first meeting." With that, the emperor retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and presented it to Qin Yunshuang. "With this pendant, you may visit the palace at any time. Should Lady Shen find herself bored at home, she is welcome to stroll through the palace." Seeing your child brings me joy and lightens my mood. Indeed. This child seems to be quite fortunate, the Empress smiled warmly. After all these years with the Emperor, I have longed for a little princess. Yet all I have borne are little princes. Lady Shen, do bring this child to the palace often to alleviate my boredom. Once Tang Bao matures, let her play with my little rascals, providing her with companionship. Qin Yunshuang was taken aback that the Emperor would bestow such a significant gift upon their little Tang Tang. After a brief moment of astonishment, she gratefully accepted it. Thank you, Your Majesty, she exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement and joy. Never had she witnessed the Emperor show such thoughtfulness toward any child. Their Tang Tang was truly one of a kind. It was essential to recognize that the Emperor's gift was far more than merely a jade pendant. It signified the Emperor's favor and protection over their child. From this day forth, Tang Bao had secured a golden support in the Emperor. At that moment, the Shen couple remained unaware that, to the Emperor of Desheng, it was he who had truly secured a golden support. After engaging in light conversation with the Emperor, Shen Zongguang and his wife, along with little Tang Bao, took their leave. In their carriage, Qin Yunshuang hung the jade pendant on little Shen Tang's garment, remarking, "Who would have thought the Emperor would gift such an important item to our little Tang Bao, showing her such favor? Indeed, this honor is unprecedented in all of Desheng," Shen Zongguang replied, elated. "Thanks to little Tang Bao, our entire family would have been doomed had it not been for her. It was also her timely reminder that allowed me to seize the opportunity to overturn that incense burner, altering the Emperor's fate. Today was indeed perilous." Qin Yunshuang mused. That was the Emperor's incense burner. Had it been toppled in anger, our entire family would have faced dire consequences. Thankfully, the Emperor remained calm. She sighed, reflecting. He is truly a wise ruler. Indeed, Shen Zongguang echoed, still feeling a chill of anxiety. Little Shen Tang's tiny hands played with the jade pendant adorning her garment. Crafted in the form of a coiled dragon, made of pure white mutton fat jade, with intricately carved dragon patterns. As her fingers caressed the pendant, it felt increasingly familiar. At that moment, when her fingertip brushed against the dragoness' eye, it emitted a faint golden glow. Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped her vision, and as it dissipated, she discovered the pendant contained a hidden space. Surrounding her was an expanse of ethereal white mist, with a verdant meadow stretching out before her, where the very spiritual herbs she had encountered in the Yao pool seemed to flourish. She recalled that this pendant, which felt so familiar, was one she had casually purchased during her earthly wanderings centuries ago, imbued with her spiritual energy, thus giving it a space within. Over the years, she had occasionally deposited spiritual herbs within, and to her astonishment, the space had expanded significantly. This was truly a treasure. Little Shen Tang clutched the pendant tightly, her soft, rosy face radiating joy, her dark, grape-like eyes curving into crescent moons. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Shen family residence. Simultaneously, the Emperor's decree reached the old Shen estate. The main and secondary houses of the Shen family were adjacent, positioned to the east and west of the main residence. Eunuch Lu arrived to proclaim the decree, and for convenience, he chose to come to the old estate. Upon seeing Eunuch Lu holding the decree, Shen Balan, Qin Hanyan, Grandma Shen, and the Shen couple all knelt in submission. Qin Hanyan pondered. Could it be that the Emperor has uncovered evidence of treachery against the country from the main house and intends to exile them all? This decree may serve to punish the main house while perhaps rewarding our side. After all, her husband had acted nobly by exposing the main house's wrongdoing, and Shen Zongguang, in a fit of rage, had even struck him, compounding their crimes. She was eager to witness the tragic fate of the main house. For the years that Qin Hanyan had basked in the privileges of a noble lady, soon she would face her own hardships. Her heart swelled with delight. Chapter 31. The Brazen Old Woman. Moreover, the eunuchs accompanying Lord Lu brought numerous large chests, which must surely contain the imperial gifts bestowed upon the second branch of their family. She was certain that the second branch would soon enjoy their fair share of prosperity. She was no less capable than Qin Yunshuang, and her husband was equally as distinguished as Shen Zongguang. Their good fortune was at hand. Today marked their moment of triumph. Beside her, Qin Yunshuang noticed the smug and somewhat sinister glance that Qin Hanyan cast upon her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Had Qin Hanyan's husband not informed her of the events that transpired earlier today? Clearly, she was still lost in her daydreams. Before long, Lord Lu began to read the imperial edict in a high-pitched voice. By the decree of the emperor, I, the Son of Heaven, express my deep appreciation for the loyalty and patriotism of the Marquis Shen Zongguang. In recognition, I hereby grant him 3,000 acres of fertile land, 30,000 taels of gold, 3,000 rolls of silk and satin, and a gold medal granting immunity from death. Furthermore, I bestow upon General Shen, the young commander, the title of Grand General Protector of the Nation. Your servant expresses gratitude for your Majesty's benevolence. Shen Zongguang and his wife knelt on the ground, accepting the decree with bowed heads. Qin Hanyan stood frozen in shock. What? Hadn't the emperor sent people to investigate the evidence of their treason? Instead of punishing them, he was rewarding them? Fertile land, gold, and a death immunity medal. Even that useless Shen Feiyu had received a title. How was this fair? She was indignant. Soon, Lord Lu continued to read the edict. Shen Belan has committed an offense against the Marquis, and I am deeply displeased. Therefore, I impose a minor punishment. Shen Belan shall forfeit his salary for 1 year and be demoted by 3 ranks. I expect him to conduct himself with greater restraint in the future to avoid further trouble. What? The members of the second branch were struck as if by lightning. 1 year's salary forfeited and a demotion of 3 ranks? What would they eat and drink? Qin Hanyan swayed, nearly collapsing. Shen Belan's face turned pale. His injured leg ached severely. Damn Shen Zongguang. Surely, he had said something to the emperor. Otherwise, how could the emperor punish him thus? One day, he would make Shen Zongguang pay dearly. Shen Belan, do not dawdle. Come and accept the edict. Lord Lu's voice was sharp and devoid of kindness. Shen Belan, limping, had no choice but to struggle over and receive the decree in his arms. Once the proclamation was concluded, Lord Lu turned to Shen Zongguang with a smile. Marquis Shen, please verify the quantities of these imperial gifts. Rest assured, the emperor's gifts are always accurate, Shen Zongguang replied, as he opened 2 large chests according to custom. The moment the lids were lifted, a brilliant golden light dazzled in the sunlight, nearly blinding the 3 members of the second branch. Wow, so much gold. It's so shiny, Shen Tang exclaimed in a soft, excited voice. Qin Yunshuang could only shake her head. Her daughter was indeed a little money grubber. The trio from the second branch gazed greedily at the chests brimming with gold ingots, their eyes turning red with envy. How long would it take to spend such a fortune? The first branch was already well off, and with this newfound wealth, their jealousy was almost unbearable. As the second chest opened, exquisite fabrics were revealed, including many rare materials presented by foreign dignitaries. There were soft silk gauze, blue cicada wings, butterfly silk, and shoe brocade. The sight of such luxurious materials made Qin Hanyan's teeth grind in frustration. If only she could wear such fine garments, she would look splendid. And if she could have beautiful little outfits made for her daughter Rui, Rui would undoubtedly be the most adorable and charming girl in the capital. Not to mention her son Fangcheng, how impressive he would look in clothes made from these fine fabrics at the private school. After Lord Lu departed, Qin Yunshuang smiled, instructing, have these imperial gifts placed in the storeroom. With winter approaching, we should summon tailors and embroiderers to make winter clothing for everyone in the household. Let's use some of these gifted materials to make new outfits for our little Tangbao, including jackets, skirts, and capes for outings. The remaining fabrics should be allotted to make winter clothing for the 3 boys. At this moment, the old matriarch coughed, interjecting, Zongguang, seeing as the emperor has granted you such a bounty while your second brother has lost a year's salary, we are all family, and we share in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. As the elder brother, you should support your second brother. Why not share some of your silver with him to help him through this winter? What? Is this some kind of nonsensical statement? No wonder it stopped raining. It was you, old woman, who left me speechless. Has the old matriarch forgotten that Shen Tang almost caused our entire family to lose their heads? Why should we give money to the one who nearly brought us all to ruin? You must be joking. Shen Tang's loss of salary has nothing to do with my father. He is not even my father's son. Why should my father care about his well-being? This old woman is utterly shameless, taking from one side to give to the other. Initially, Qin Yunshuang was quite irritated by these remarks, but upon hearing her precious daughter's thoughts, she struggled to suppress a smile. Shen Zongguang also recognized the absurdity. Mother, have you forgotten the division between the first and second branches? Their loss of salary is entirely their own doing. It has no bearing on our family. Indeed, mother. While you may not be my husband's biological mother, you cannot show such blatant favoritism. Qin Yunshuang remarked coldly. When Shen Tang reported us to the authorities for alleged treason, you did not stand up and proclaim that we were all one family, sharing in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. How can you now, when the first branch receives rewards, suddenly speak of shared glory? To you, our family's welfare is inconsequential as long as the second branch thrives, is it not? I did not mean it that way. The old matriarch's face twisted in frustration. She was used to being treated with respect by the first branch. And this eldest daughter-in-law had always obeyed her. How dare she confront her now? If that is the case, please refrain from making such statements. Qin Yunshuang replied with a faint smile. Otherwise, word may spread, and your reputation as a stepmother will be tarnished. The old matriarch could only remain silent, her face turning a shade of purple from the frustration, yet she could find no words to retort. Chapter 32, The Raid. How delightful! My beautiful mother has done splendidly. Oh, whoa! Look at that old woman's purple and blue face. It's quite amusing. Qin Yunshuang generously rewarded the maids and servants in the residence, bestowing extra silver to each. The imperial physician dispatched by the emperor also paid a visit, and it was clear to all that the young general Shen Tang, having lost the tendons in his hands and feet, could never return to a normal life. He could only endure a meager existence. After prescribing some restorative remedies, they took their leave. Just before departing, one of the physicians could not restrain his curiosity, remarking, I wonder if it's my old age affecting my judgment. But I perceive that General Shen's wrist seems to have developed some veins. You must be mistaken. The tendons are gone. How could they possibly regrow? Another physician shook his head, lamenting, what a pity. The young general is so talented yet. Alas, heaven is cruel to the gifted. They departed with heavy hearts. At that moment, Shen Tang lay on his bed while a maid brought a basin of water to cleanse his wounds. In recent days, signs of recovery had begun to show. The festering wounds were healing and fresh skin was emerging. However, the inky black tattoo on his face, symbolizing his humiliation as a captive, could not be erased. Watching the maid tending to Shen Tang suddenly had an idea. Within her space, she possessed numerous bottles of spiritual spring water, known for its healing properties. It could certainly aid her elder brother's recovery. Shen Tang concentrated, quietly channeling the spring water into the basin used for cleansing. Big brother, I've added a bit of spiritual spring water to the basin. It's incredibly beneficial for healing. With this, you will surely recover. Spiritual spring water? What is that? Is it some divine elixir? Shen Tang gazed at the basin, which appeared unchanged. Yet, as the maid dipped a clean cloth into the water and gently wiped his wounds, he distinctly felt a soothing coolness spread across the area, transforming the once excruciating pain into a soothing sensation. Qin Yunshuang, having overheard Shen Tang's thoughts, suggested, Chun Tao, why don't you cleanse the young master's face as well? Chun Tao hesitated, recalling the last incident where a maid, having lingered too long on his facial scars, had incurred his wrath and was promptly dismissed. After a moment of indecision, Chun Tao held the cloth, her hands trembling slightly. Go ahead, Shen Tang said, closing his eyes. One must face reality. He had once perceived his scars as a mark of shame, believing that every gaze upon his face was an affront. He had been too humiliated to let others witness his disfigured visage. But what if his face could heal? Chen Tang delicately wiped the scars on his cheeks. After a couple of strokes, she sensed that the marks had indeed faded slightly, even the tattoos appearing less pronounced. Once she finished tending to Shen Feiyu's body, Chen Tang stepped away. Qin Yunshuang picked up a bronze mirror and presented it to Shen Feiyu. Her voice filled with excitement. Feiyu, your face is gradually improving, look. Since the tattoo had been etched onto his face, Shen Feiyu had avoided mirrors, but now, summoning his courage, he inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and gazed into the reflection. The letters marking him as a captive remained, yet their color had lightened, becoming less vivid. Shen Feiyu's heart surged with emotion. His face was healing. Did his sister's spiritual spring water truly work? Big brother, with Ting Ting around, you will surely recover. The sweet, innocent voice of Shen Tang chimed in. You must not feel inferior. You must be strong. Indeed, he must be strong. He could not succumb to fate. He must protect this family and safeguard his sister. Initially, he had believed that after all he had endured, his life held no hope. That he was merely existing in an endless hell, better off dead. Yet, amidst the darkness, a light had shone through, illuminating his fractured world. It was Shen Tang who had gifted him the hope of life, a rebirth, a chance for redemption. Tears of excitement gleamed in Shen Feiyu's profound eyes. Day by day, Shen Tang grew rounder and more adorable, resembling a little snowball, and had begun to crawl across the floor. The entire residence had been padded with soft, comfortable fabric to prevent her from getting hurt. One night, after finishing her milk, Shen Tang found it hard to sleep. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she crawled her way to a small courtyard. There, she discovered a small dog door, and as she crawled through it, to her surprise, she found herself in the courtyard of the second branch of the family. The second branch had benefited greatly from their family in the past, with so much silver flowing into their coffers over the years. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Being small and unnoticed, little Shen Tang managed to crawl into the storeroom of the second branch. The door was locked, but fortunately, she possessed a modicum of spiritual power. With a surge of energy, the lock clicked open. She entered and was astonished to find numerous valuable items within. Classic paintings, exquisite writing tools, antique vases. She gathered them all into her storage space. Shen Tang also collected Qin Hanyan's dowry, which included jewelry, silver notes, and gold, leaving nothing behind. Before long, the storeroom was entirely empty. She then crawled to the kitchen, gathering an assortment of fruits, vegetables, oil, rice, flour, and seeds, all of which she hoarded into her space. In the blink of an eye, the kitchen was stripped bare, and all the winter provisions stored in the cellar were now safely tucked away. The next morning, Qin Yunshuang awoke to find her daughter missing from her bedside. Alarmed, she rose quickly and discovered that the child had somehow ended up sleeping on the carpet. Her once pristine white garment now soiled, and her rosy, round face smeared with dirt, resembling a little flower cat. What on earth had happened to her? Simultaneously, a startled cry erupted from the second branch. My dear husband, we have been robbed. Chapter 33. The second house was robbed. How could it be that everything in the storeroom vanished overnight? Qin Hanyan was utterly shocked. Shen Melon approached, staring in disbelief at the emptied storeroom. Who could be so audacious, so greedy? My dowry has all been stolen. Looking at the barren dowry chest, Qin Hanyan felt as though her heart was being gouged out. Her 3,000 taels of silver, her golden jewelry, all gone. How could this happen? Shen Melon, witnessing the absence of all valuables, nearly lost his balance. The contents of that storeroom were the savings of their family over many years. With a year's salary already lost, and now their savings gone. What would they feed their family? This morning, he had noticed the storeroom door was ajar, but he had seen no thieves entering or exiting last night. The steward lamented. With so many items missing, it must have been a professional band of thieves working in concert. there would surely have been a commotion last night. Yet none of you servants noticed anything? Shen Belan seethed with rage. The servants huddled together like quails, heads bowed, too afraid to speak. Master, madam. It's terrible. The kitchen is empty too. The chef rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming that there was not a single vegetable left, and the winter provisions in the cellar had also vanished. Not just the vegetables, but rice, flour, oil, and all essentials. The chef's face was a picture of despair. What? Shen Belan and his wife stormed into the kitchen, only to find it utterly bare. Clean as a whistle, with only a few pots and bowls remaining. What audacity those thieves have! Shen Belan was nearly overcome with rage, his complexion darkening as he stomped his foot. Get someone. Investigate. Report this to the authorities. They have plundered our entire household. Old Madame Shen, having been disturbed by the racket early in the morning, had not slept well. What is all this noise about? Mother, we were robbed last night. All our valuables are gone. Qin Hanyan choked back tears, nearly breaking down. Then hurry and report it. What good is just making noise? Old Madame Shen frowned, dismissing the situation. Let the kitchen prepare breakfast. I am hungry. This morning I want bird's nest porridge, some Buddha's hand and green plum, honey cake rolls, and stewed meat with cherries. I will have lean meat, not a morsel of fat. Qin Hanyan scoffed inwardly at her mother-in-law's nonchalance. The old lady was solely concerned with her own meal, showing no regard for the robbery that had befallen the second house. How selfish. Mother, you might not know. But the kitchen was also robbed, Qin Hanyan said coldly. Forget about fatty or lean meat. We don't even have a single vegetable left. What? Old Madame Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. In the young marquise, Qin Yunshuang was feeding little Tang some goat milk cake. Darling, have you heard? The second house was robbed last night. They say the storeroom and kitchen were completely emptied, not even a leaf of vegetable left. Is that so? Shen Zongguang replied, enjoying his meal alongside her. Indeed, it seems they reported it to the authorities, but it is quite strange. With so many items missing, there should have been quite a disturbance last night, yet none of the servants noticed. Qin Yunshuang wiped little Shen Tang's mouth, pondering. Perhaps the Shen Belan family offended someone and faced retribution. With her cheeks stuffed, Shen Tang blinked her large, innocent eyes. Yes, they have received their comeuppance. I am their retribution, hee. Shen Zongguang was left speechless. Could it possibly be that their little girl was involved? Qin Yunshuang recalled how the little one had been dirty and asleep on the carpet last night, connecting the dots. Could it be that their little Tanga was behind this? Even if they report it, they won't catch me. I hid everything in my storage space. Tang is enjoying goat milk cake and sea cucumber and abalone porridge, while the second house can only drink the northwest wind. Haha. Shen Zongguang. Qin Yunshuang. How much more hidden talent did their little Tangao possess that they were unaware of? This child was truly remarkable. Qin Yunshuang resolved to keep a closer watch on her at night to prevent any future incidents. With such extraordinary abilities, it was essential to guide her towards goodness. If she were to stray from the right path, it would be a tremendous loss to waste such a promising child. In that moment, Qin Yunshuang felt the weight of her responsibilities deepen. After breakfast, the seamstress and tailor arrived to take Shen Tang's measurements, using the finest fabric to craft her winter attire. They prepared more than 20 outfits for her alone. As for Shen Tang's 3 brothers, each would receive 4 outfits, and Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang were also to have several new garments for winter. There was still a good amount of fabric left in the estate this year, and Shen Zongguang instructed the tailor to measure the servants as well, ensuring they too would have 2 new outfits. Once all the measurements were taken, the tailor inquired, Marquis, Madam, shall we measure for the old lady as well? In previous years, they always took her measurements during the seasonal changes, ensuring she received the finest materials. Shen Zongguang's expression darkened. No need, she is living in the second house, and they will naturally prepare for her there. Since she favors her biological son, let him handle the clothing. In the court, many were praising General Wang. General Wang is basking in success, having won a great victory and upheld the dignity of our Desheng nation. Indeed, with talents like General Wang, our Disheng is truly fortunate. Previously, General Wang had served as a deputy under Shen Feiyu, which was a gross underutilization of his talents. In my opinion, what merit does Shen Feiyu have to be a general? His talent and strategy are nowhere near those of General Wang. Look, during the recent war with the Northern Rong, Shen Feiyu was captured. Does he even deserve the title of general? I heard that Shen Feiyu's tendons were severed, rendering him a mere shell of a man. A disgrace not just to himself, but to our Disheng nation. I cannot fathom why he continues to live. If I were him, I would choose to die sooner rather than bring shame upon us. At that moment, Shen Zongguang entered, his face cold. What nonsense are you all spouting? Chapter 34. He is useless. Wang Xing approached Shen Zongguang with a worried expression. My lord, is Feiyu all right? I am deeply concerned for him. How do you speak his name? Shen Zongguang scoffed coldly. In the past, he might have been deceived by Wang Xing's feigned compassion, believing that he genuinely cared for his son. However, upon learning the truth behind Feiyu's tragedy, he found Wang Xing's hypocrisy unbearable. I am merely worried about him. Wang Xing sighed. You are merely my son's subordinate. I advise you to choose your words wisely. Shen Zongguang retorted with a sardonic smile, his face darkening. Furthermore, let me remind you, the heavens are always watching. It's not that justice will not be served, it is simply a matter of timing. Wang Xing stood frozen in place. What did this mean? Did he know something? Surely not. Just then, someone defended Wang Xing. My lord, that is not how one should speak. General Wang has saved your son's life. Without his intervention, you might not even have been able to see your son's remains. Instead of expressing gratitude, you threaten him with your authority. How ungrateful. Indeed, you know nothing. Shen Zongguang bellowed furiously. What savior? It was that scoundrel Wang Xing who brought harm to my son. You know nothing and dare to speak out. A commotion erupted among the crowd. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through. The emperor has arrived. The once chaotic court gradually fell silent as all eyes turned to the dragon throne. To everyone's astonishment, the emperor, clad in a dragon robe and adorned with a crown, approached the throne with a firm stride. The assembly was taken aback, had not the emperor previously remained bedridden in the Yangxin Hall, with the empress ruling from behind a curtain? Now he was not only able to rise but also to walk. Not only had he attended court, but he also spoke without coughing, his complexion rosy and vitality restored. Previously, ministers had worried for the emperor's health, fearing his imminent demise, yet now he appeared revitalized. The emperor took his seat on the dragon throne and promptly addressed several memorials with clarity, his speech coherent and devoid of coughs, projecting a robust voice that belied his earlier condition. The gathered officials were incredulous until one minister ventured, Your Majesty, General Wang Xing has repelled the Northern Rong forces and returned victorious. He is a national hero and deserves commendation. At this, the emperor let out a cold laugh. Are you instructing me on how to govern? The minister, terrified, quickly prostrated himself. I would never presume, Your Majesty. Wang Xing's countenance shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition settling within him. The repulsion of the Northern Rong should have been a significant triumph. However, the emperor's expression grew somber as he spoke deliberately. Yet I have discovered that during the battle against the Northern Rong, you, Wang Xing, deliberately delayed reinforcements, causing General Shen Feiyu to be captured by the enemy forces. You calculated your timing to seize the glory of victory, while General Shen suffered grievously at the hands of the foe. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. What? Wang Xing caused General Shen Feiyu's downfall? Oh heavens! General Shen was always so generous to Wang Xing. How could he repay such kindness with treachery? Wang Xing was revealed to be a treacherous ingrate, seeking fame and accolades while casting General Shen into despair. It was no wonder that Shen Zongguang had been so furious. The truth was now laid bare. As accusatory glances fell upon Wang Xing, he found himself besieged by disdain and contempt. Once brimming with confidence, his face turned pale, and he hastily knelt. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Enough, the emperor thundered. striking the armrest of the throne with force. Do you suppose I am defaming you? Wang Sheng's complexion drained of color, cold sweat beading on his brow as he fervently bowed. I meant no offense. As for General Shen Feiyu, he is a pillar of the nation, a loyal subject who has sacrificed much. Henceforth, I decree him as the Grand General of the nation. The proclamation sent ripples of mixed emotions through the assembly. Those who had previously looked down upon Shen Feiyu and his family were now filled with regret. They had assumed he was rendered useless. Yet the emperor had bestowed upon him the title of Grand General. Outside the Golden Wan Hall, Wang Xing lay battered and bruised, his cries of anguish echoing as his voice grew hoarse. News of this calamity soon reached Lin Wanner, who was currently admiring her bridal gown. What has transpired? At that moment, she envisioned herself adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal robes, marrying Wang Xing, basking in the envy of all. After all, with his notable achievements, the emperor would surely reward him. However, Lin Wanner's parents entered with grim expressions, their brows furrowed with worry. What could have happened? Lin Wanner dropped her bridal gown to the floor, her complexion paling. Daughter, while Wang Sheng has yet to be exiled to the southern lands, we must quickly annul this engagement. If he is banished, we shall endure a lifetime of hardship. Her father urged, but the wedding date has already been set. Wouldn't that invite gossip? Lin Wanner never anticipated such a turn of events. She too wished to break off the engagement. She had no desire to suffer in a desolate place. I have a plan. My dear daughter, has not Shen Feiyu always held affection for you? Now that he has been appointed Grand General, though he may be deemed a cripple, he still bears a title. Marrying him would be far preferable to banishment to the southern lands. Her mother suggested, her eyes lighting up. But he is a useless man, so unattractive that I feel ill at the mere sight of him. Furthermore, marrying him would mean living as a widow. Lin Wanner lamented, feeling her fate was particularly cruel. You are foolish. Marrying him would bring you comfort and wealth. Once wed, you would have the freedom to pursue whatever you desire. Her mother smiled cunningly. He is already a cripple. He will not trouble you. My dear daughter, ensure you secure your prosperity. Chapter 35. What brings her here? However, the last time Wang Xing took me to the Shen family, things had already soured. I fear, Lin Wanner expressed her inner turmoil, worried that they may not accept me. How can we know unless we try? Sweet daughter, the only ones who can assist you now are the Shen family. The Marquis's residence was adorned in winter attire, as the chilly season had arrived. Shen Zongguang had commissioned a pear-wood wheelchair for Shen Feiyu, allowing him to bask in the sunlight while being pushed by a maid, rather than languishing indoors all day. Since the onset of winter, the temperature had dropped, and the entire household was warmed by silver bone charcoal, ensuring no trace of chill lingered. In contrast, the second branch was enveloped in desolation. Achoo! Elder Madame Shen sneezed from the cold, her hands clasped around the stove, voicing her discontent towards Qin Hanen. What sort of mistress are you? It's freezing. And you haven't procured any silver bone charcoal. This is my first year coming to stay with your second branch, and you treat me so harshly? Qin Hanyan, an inconsequential concubine's daughter, was nowhere near as generous as the first branch's daughter-in-law. Previously, while residing in the first branch, she was accustomed to a lavish diet of sea cucumbers, abalone, bird's nest, and bear paws, but now in the second branch, she had to subsist on meager rations. The disparity in food was one thing, but the clothing was even worse, as she was still wearing old garments from her time in the first branch, embroidered by a seamstress at the behest of the first branch's lady. And now, with winter approaching, she found herself without a single new piece of clothing. Mother, don't you have some money? Why don't you give me a little to buy some things for you? Qin Hanyan ventured tentatively. The second branch was already financially strained. Since the elder lady was her husband's biological mother, she ought to contribute more. Elder Madame Shen, with no other option, reluctantly rummaged through her chest and tossed a purse of coins to Qin Hanyan. Go ahead and make sure to buy some meat. I can hardly bear a day without it. Understood. Qin Hanyan smiled as she grasped the purse and departed. As Qin Hanyan left, she encountered Shen Fangcheng in the corridor. Mother, I need to purchase some writing supplies, Shen Fangcheng said, pursing his lips. Very well. Qin Hanyan affectionately ruffled her son's hair. For he was destined to be a top scholar, and one must never skimp on education. Moreover, everyone at the private school has new winter clothes. Yet I still wear these old garments. Shen Fangcheng's voice was tinged with displeasure. Even Shen Yuanbai, that foolish boy, was better dressed than he. He had already been mocked at school today. Qin Hanyan gritted her teeth. She was well aware of the situation. The emperor had bestowed many fine gifts upon the first branch, and even the servants there were clad in new winter garments, while her son had nothing new to wear. This was unacceptable. Her gaze fell upon the purse in her hand, and an idea struck her. Fangcheng, I shall procure you new clothes right away. Do not concern yourself with those rabble. You are destined for greatness. Shen Fangcheng nodded. How has your studying been of late? Qin Hanyan inquired as she stroked his head. Shen Fangcheng lowered his eyes. Quite well. Of course, my son is exceptionally gifted, born to be a top scholar. Qin Hanyan exclaimed with delight. As for Qin Yunshuang, she had given birth to a foolish son alongside another useless child. What could they possibly compare to her? She had a top scholar for a son and a talented daughter, full of fortune. Shen Fangcheng bit his lip, not revealing to Qin Hanyan that, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his memory had recently faltered. Once he could read effortlessly and retain all knowledge, yet now he found himself needing to read passages 2 or 3 times to memorize them. This decline in his once prized memory vexed him greatly. Fools are fools. What could they possibly compare to him? Next time there was an exam, he would crush that foolish boy with his superior results. On that day, Qin Yunshuang dressed little Shen Tang in a newly embroidered outfit, soft in a light pink hue, adorned with beautiful patterns, and lined with fluffy white fur at the collar and cuffs. It made the little round bundle appear even more delicate and radiant. Our little Tang Mao is truly a sight to behold, Qin Yunshuang cooed, growing increasingly fond as she embraced Shen Tang and kissed her cherubic face. The little one's large, dark, glistening eyes sparkled as she blinked, her plump fingers pointing at a stack of peach cake on the table. Iya, her mouth watering in anticipation. You little glutton, Qin Yunshuang chuckled helplessly, sitting little Shen Tang at the table. You are still too small to eat. Your mother can only let you taste a little. Qin Yunshuang held a piece of peach cake to Shen Tang's mouth, her eyes widening like black grapes as she extended her tiny pink tongue to touch the cake. However, the cake was too sticky and it clung to her tongue, refusing to budge. Wah? Ugh. The little one stared wide-eyed, distressed. The long piece of peach pastry stuck to her tongue made it appear as if she had a long, white tongue protruding, rendering her both comical and adorable. You child. Ha ha. Qin Yunshuang could not contain her laughter. Mother is laughing at me. I am angry, woo. All right, no more teasing. Qin Yunshuang gently removed the peach cake from the little one's tongue, leaving a bit of sugar on her pink tongue, turning her mouth white as well, which made Qin Yunshuang chuckle again. At that moment, the steward arrived to announce, Madam, the eldest daughter of the Lin family seeks an audience. Lin Wanner? What brings her here? Chapter 36. Reputation ruined the last time she came to the Shen family with that despicable Wang Xing. It nearly drove the entire family to despair. Not seeing her, Qin Yunshuang's expression turned icy. All right, I shall go. Before the butler could finish speaking, Lin Wanner barged in. Madam, I must see Feiyu. Lin Wanner rushed into the Marquis's residence, her face filled with panic. Lin Wanner, as a daughter of the Lin family, have you not been taught any manners? Qin Yunshuang scoffed coldly, her countenance frigid. Do you think we treat the Marquis's residence as a marketplace? Madam, I know my intrusion is presumptuous, but I need to see Feiyu. As she spoke, Lin Wanner suddenly knelt before her, pleading, Please, let me see Feiyu. Oh! Wasn't she just flaunting her affection for the scoundrel who harmed my brother? Now she demands to see him again? How absurd. Let me guess what she intends to do. Oh, I see. Her fiancé, Wang Xing, is to be exiled, and she wishes to see my brother to continue their relationship. What gives you the right to see my son? Qin Yunshuang's gaze turned cold as she looked down at Lin Wanner, her expression frigid. Haven't you already brought enough shame upon him, madam? All the blame lies with me. I have words I wish to speak to Fei Yu in person. Lin Wanner cried out, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. Please, let me see Fei Yu. Qin Yunshuang felt an overwhelming urge to kick this shameless woman out. Just as she was about to speak, a cool voice emerged from behind. What do you want to see me for? At that moment, Shen Fei Yu approached in a wheelchair, pushed by a maid. Clad in a crescent-white winter outfit, his long black hair was elegantly secured with a white jade hairpin draped in a simple white fox fur cloak. From a distance, he appeared as a refined and noble figure, exuding an indescribable aura of cold elegance. As he drew near, Lin Wanner noticed that the two ghastly tattoo-like wounds on Shen Fei Yu's cheeks had faded significantly. If not for meticulous observation, one would hardly discern any traces of them. He was nearly restored to his former self. Fei Yu. Upon seeing him, Lin Wanner's eyes reddened, and she scrambled to her feet, rushing to him. At last, I have seen you. Next, she will surely tell him that everything she said before was insincere, forced upon her by Wang Sheng. Shen Tang's soft, melodious voice echoed. Fei Yu, when Wang Sheng and I came to the Shen family, I was coerced. Those words were never my true feelings. They were all forced from me by Wang Sheng. Lin Wanner wept bitterly. Wang Sheng has a hold over my family, compelling me to be with him. Or else he would threaten us. I had no choice but to comply. I never truly intended to cancel our engagement. If not for his coercion, how could I bear to hurt you in such a way? It was only upon learning that Wang Sheng was the one who harmed you that I realized how terrifying and loathsome he truly is. You treated him so kindly, and yet he repaid you with such ingratitude. What an impressive performance! I must commend Lin Wanner's audacity and acting skills. What did she consume to become so inebriated? How could my brother possibly wish to be with her again? She claims she is willing to serve as my brother's maid, but in truth, she still covets the position of the general's wife. After all, marrying my brother means a life of ease and luxury for her. Shen Fei Yu's gaze turned icy, akin to a sharp blade directed at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, do you take me for a fool? Fei Yu. Lin Wanner's pitiful face was still glistening with tears as she gazed at him with desperation. Do you think I would believe your empty words? Shen Fei Yu's voice was chilling. He had been deceived by such a woman, foolishly giving his heart away. Now, it seemed, his genuine affection had been wasted. When you came to our Marquis's residence to announce your engagement to Wang Sheng, I warned you not to regret your decision. Qin Yunshuang said coldly. You explicitly stated that you would never have regrets. And now, what are you doing? No, it's not like that. You misunderstand me. Lin Wanner cried, tears streaming down her face. Fei Yu, we have been together for so long. Don't you know who I truly am? If my family hadn't been threatened, how could I have done something so hurtful to you? I was forced into this. I was indeed unclear about your true nature before. Shen Fei Yu sneered. But now I see clearly. You, Lin Wanner, are fickle, a woman who is easily swayed, selfish, and despicable. His words left Lin Wanner pale, her face burning as if she had received a hard slap. Someone, throw this shameless woman out. Qin Yunshuang commanded coldly. Soon, a servant swiftly approached, seizing Lin Wanner's arm and dragging her out forcefully. No, I won't leave. Fei Yu, Fei Yu. Lin Wanner struggled and cried out. She did not wish to be exiled, nor did she want to live a life of hardship. Had she not broken off her engagement with Shen Fei Yu, she would not have hurt him, and he would have cherished and pampered her, securing her position as the esteemed general's wife. Outside the Marquis's residence, a crowd had gathered, curious to witness the spectacle. Isn't that the young lady of the Lin family? Why is she being thrown out? Qin Yunshuang raised her voice to the onlookers, saying, This young lady from the Lin family was the one who, upon seeing my son severely injured and bedridden, sent someone to break off their engagement. Yet mere days later, she became engaged to one of my son's subordinates. They even swaggered into our residence claiming to be in true love, seeking my son's blessing while sending him an invitation. Ah, How shameless! Indeed, how excessive! To break off an engagement only to become engaged to another so quickly, how fickle! Claiming to be in love while engaged to the general, yet entangled with another man, this is truly scandalous. The sharp remarks and disdainful glances from the crowd rendered Lin Wanner unable to lift her head, nearly prompting her to flee in disgrace. But unexpectedly, her current fiancé had been exiled by the emperor. Qin Yunshuang smirked, and now, this young lady from the Lin family returns to our Shen family, claiming that my son is her true love. How absurd. Indeed, this woman is too much. Is she not a sycophant? She appears to be a refined lady, yet her actions are disgraceful. Who would dare marry such a woman? Indeed, marrying her would be a stroke of misfortune. The harsh words struck Lin Wanner like daggers, leaving her humiliated and fleeing in shame. This incident, however, spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys, becoming fodder for gossip. Lin Wanner's reputation was irreparably shattered. Chapter 37. A great event is about to unfold. Feiyu. In the future, we shall marry women of both virtue and grace, Qin Yunshuang reassured Shen Feiyu, urging him not to grieve for someone unworthy. Fear not, mother. She does not deserve my sorrow, Shen Feiyu replied, his gaze deep and icy. Moreover, I have arranged matters concerning Wang Xing during his exile, Shen Zongguang sneered. Those on the road will ensure he is thoroughly tormented, making his journey a living hell. It would be too kind for him to perish easily along the way. He must endure, living in agony and despair. Ah, father is truly cunning, haha. Didn't he Lin Wanner wish to marry Wang Xing? If their love is genuine, let them be bound together irrevocably. Lin Wanner's reputation lay in ruins. As she walked the streets, people pointed and gossiped about her, leaving her too ashamed to venture outside and forcing her to remain hidden at home. The Lin family initially contemplated calling off the engagement, but after this incident, no respectable family was willing to ally with them, fearing Lin Wan would tarnish the prospects of their other daughters. Thus, the Lin family begrudgingly proceeded with her marriage. The emperor granted Wang Xing a special favor, allowing him to be exiled only on the day following his wedding. Before long, the day of Wang Xing and Lin Wanner's nuptials arrived. On the wedding day, Lin Wanner, shrouded in a red veil, bore a face clouded with sorrow, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Wang Xing, clad in a bright red wedding suit and reeking of alcohol, violently kicked open the door, staggering in with a wine jar, which he recklessly upended. The sound startled Lin Wanner, causing her to flinch. Wretched girl, Wang Xing exclaimed as he ripped away her veil. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his annoyance only intensified, and he struck Lin Wanner across the face. With a sharp gasp, Lin Wanner fell onto the bed, covering her face as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staring at Wang Xing in shock. You hit me. I'm hitting you, the shameless harlot, Wang Xing shouted, gripping Lin Wanner's collar, his bloodshot eyes glaring at her. Knowing my impending exile, you hastened to seek your old lover, thinking that worthless fool is better than me? And no, please, listen to me, Lin Wanner stammered, her face pale and frantic. Silence, Wang Xing bellowed, unfastening his whip and wrapping it around his hand before striking her ruthlessly. You shameless little whore. After Shen Feiyu was crippled, you crawled into my bed. Now that I am down on my luck, you wish to abandon me? Dream on. Even in exile, I will drag you down with me. With each lash, Lin Wanner's flesh was torn, her cries of pain echoing in the room. She had believed Wang Xing's earlier affections were sincere, but now realized he had never loved her. He was merely intent on humiliating Shen Feiyu. The painful realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Had she devoted herself wholeheartedly to Shen Feiyu, she would not find herself in such a tragic plight. Only Shen Feiyu had genuinely loved her, while she had callously wounded him. A wave of remorse engulfed her, and as tears streamed down her cheeks, she coughed up a mouthful of blood before fainting. Within the Duke's residence, Shen Zongguang hastily arranged gifts for his in-laws. Going to visit grandparents? How delightful! I long to go out. Suddenly, I recall that according to the timeline, a significant event is about to unfold at the grandparents' house. Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang exchanged anxious glances. Chapter 38. The Snow Lotus is problematic. In my memory, grandmother passed away today, Qin Yunshuang exclaimed. Her mother had been in poor health for years, having summoned countless physicians and consumed innumerable remedies, yet showed no signs of improvement. Rather, her condition had deteriorated further. My dear husband, it is getting late. I must hurry, Qin Yunshuang said urgently, uncertain of the specific events that had transpired. She believed that if she took Tang Ao with her and arrived early, perhaps she could alter the outcome. Very well, my lady, take your time, Shen Zongguang, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded. He helped Qin Yunshuang and her daughter into the carriage and arranged for the household guards to protect them as they departed. May little Tang Ao bring good fortune to the Qin family and change her grandmother's fate, Shen Zongguang sighed, then rose to attend court. Driver, hurry, Qin Yunshuang urged anxiously from the carriage. Yes. The driver cracked the whip and urged the horse forward. Qin Yunshuang silently prayed that everything would be in time. The carriage swayed violently along the road, and little Tang Bao, being just a child, quickly succumbed to sleep amidst the jolting. Gazing at the soft, round face of her little dumpling, Qin Yunshuang sighed inwardly. Little Tang Bao, your grandmother's fate rests upon you. She was aware that her child was extraordinary, almost miraculous. She believed that little Tang Bao could surely bring fortune to the entire family and change their destinies. An hour later, the carriage finally arrived at the residence of the Grand General of the state. Little Tang Bao's grandfather, Qin Yunshuang's father, had long surpassed 60 and could no longer partake in battles, yet the emperor, recognizing the sacrifices of the Qin family for the nation, had retained the title of general for him, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age. As Qin Yunshuang stepped out of the carriage with little Tang Ao, the steward hurried inside to announce their arrival. Old Master Qin quickly emerged from the house to greet the mother and daughter, his face alight with joy, his aged countenance still vibrant. Yunshuang, you have finally come. Your father has missed you dearly. Father, how has your health been lately? Qin Yunshuang inquired, cradling little Shen Tang. I am in good health, but your mother? Old Master Qin sighed, shaking his head. Her condition is worsening. Then let us go see mother, Qin Yunshuang said with concern. Indeed. Old Master Qin led the way, glancing at the sleeping little dumpling in Qin Yunshuang's arms with affection. Is this little Tang Bao? Yes. Qin Yunshuang smiled gently at her child. Little Tang Bao is truly adorable, Old Master Qin said, extending his arms. Come, let grandfather hold you. He carefully took the child from Qin Yunshuang, cradling her with utmost care. Oh, she is quite heavy, so plump, he remarked. Wow, who is holding me? The little dumpling opened her eyes sleepily, meeting the kind face of Old Master Qin. Little Tang Ao is awake? Do you know who I am? I am your grandfather, he said with a smile, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheeks. Grandfather, this child looks just like you when you were young. Old Master Qin chuckled, seeing her reminds me of your childhood. Though, you were not as chubby as she is much heavier than you were. Humph. I am not chubby, I am just pleasantly plump. Grandfather says that girls should not be overweight. It is not appealing at all. Qin Yunshuang smiled. Father, our little Tang Ao is not chubby, she is simply adorable. Indeed, adorable. Our little granddaughter is the most delightful, Old Master Qin affirmed. I find little Tang Ao far more charming than Rui. Rui? Isn't Shen Rui the coy heroine from this book? Of course, Shen Rui is no longer a child. In the story, she is a modern woman in her 20s who has crossed over. A person in their 20s inhabiting the body of a child? How eerie. Qin Yunshuang felt a chill, vowing to protect her Tang Bao and family from any harm. Rest assured, Father, our bond is strong, Qin Yunshuang reassured. Do not heed those rumors. They are mere fabrications. Her expression turned cold as she thought, what is Qin Hanyan trying to achieve by telling you these tales? Is she wishing for our family's misfortune? Father, those are but rumors. Our marriage is strong, and Zongguang loves both me and Tang Bao dearly. Qin Yunshuang stated coolly. As for Qin Hanyan, sharing these rumors with you is simply a deliberate attempt to create discord. Old Master Qin considered her words and replied, if your bond is strong, I shall rest easy. Just do not compromise your own happiness. The Duke of the State's residence is your sanctuary. Your father will always support you. And them. Qin Yunshuang nodded, her eyes growing warm. No matter the circumstances, family would always be her greatest vulnerability and her ultimate shield. As they spoke, they arrived at the room where old Madame Qin was recuperating. At that moment, old Madame Qin lay on the bed, her complexion sallow and waxen, devoid of color, her eyes half-closed, looking frail. Meanwhile, her daughter-in-law, Bai Shi, held a bowl of snow lotus soup, carefully blowing on a spoonful to cool it before offering it to old Madame Qin. Father, what you say is unnecessary. It is only right for a daughter-in-law to care for her mother-in-law. Bai Shi smiled gently, continuing to feed the soup to the matriarch. Mother, take a sip. It is sweetened with sugar and not bitter at all. The old lady weakly opened her eyes, ready to drink when suddenly, Grandmother, do not drink. The snow lotus is problematic. Drinking it will lead to dire consequences. Chapter 39. The heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Qin Yunshuang's body stiffened. The issue lies with the snow lotus. Could it be that the Bai family tampered with the snow lotus? At this moment, the Bai family had already brought the snow lotus soup to the old lady's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yunshuang rushed forward and knocked the bowl of snow lotus soup from her hands. The bowl shattered on the ground, splintering into pieces and producing a crisp sound, while the medicinal soup splattered messily across the floor. Eldest sister, what do you mean by this? Bai appeared panicked and aggrieved. I have been diligently caring for mother and feeding her soup and medicine. How could you? Old Master Qin was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He frowned and gazed disapprovingly at Qin Yunshuang. Yunshuang, what is the matter with you? Yunshuang was not a reckless person. She was typically gentle, composed, and dignified. For her to act in such a manner, something must have transpired. There is an issue with this snow lotus, she stated coldly. A flicker of guilt crossed Bai's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, gazing at Qin Yunshuang with an expression of hurt. Eldest sister, are you accusing me of poisoning mother's soup? Qin Yunshuang fixed her cold gaze upon her, remaining silent. Bai, seemingly overwhelmed by great injustice, continued, her eyes reddening. For all these years, I have managed the household and cared for our parents. I understand that as a daughter-in-law, it is my duty to do these things, and I have never complained. Yet, I never expected that my good intentions in caring for mother would be met with such suspicion. If you doubt my intentions, then let the doctor in the household examine whether this bowl of soup is poisoned to clear my name. With that, Bai called out for the doctor. Of course, she would not dare to poison her own mother-in-law's medicine. It was merely that the snow lotus was problematic. The snow lotus originally purchased was meant to prolong the old lady's life, but this malicious ant had the audacity to be greedy, substituting genuine snow lotus worth thousands of taels with counterfeit ones worth only a few taels. The old lady's health deteriorated because she consumed so many fake tonics, ultimately leading to her demise. What? Bai actually had the audacity to be greedy with mother's medicinal materials? Qin Yunshuang's heart filled with disbelief. Is this how she manages the household when entrusted with it? To be so devoid of conscience and dare to embezzle such funds. With a cold laugh, Qin Yunshuang concluded, it is indeed time to call for the doctor. Wait, let's discuss this calmly. Old Master Qin interjected anxiously, sensing a misunderstanding. Father, there is no misunderstanding, Qin Yunshuang replied coldly. Let the doctor come and investigate thoroughly. Father, one can know a person's face but not their heart. She continued with an icy tone. The doctor soon arrived, and they decided to wait for him before making any conclusions. If it is proven that you have slandered me, then you, eldest sister, must sincerely apologize, Bai said with reddened eyes. Very well, Qin Yunshuang replied, her gaze unwavering. If you are innocent, I shall kneel before you in repentance. Eldest sister, you have made this promise, Bai responded with a disdainful huff. Before long, the doctor arrived with his medical kit. "Doctor, please examine this bowl of soup and determine if it is poisoned," Bai said, feigning a look of great grievance as she handed the bowl to him. "My eldest sister suspects I have poisoned Mother-S soup. Please check if there is any poison." Bai then shot a provocative glance at Qin Yunshuang. Qin Yunshuang merely smiled coldly. "Did I ever claim that there was poison in the soup?" Bai looked momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "Doctor, please check if this bowl of soup contains snow lotus," Qin Yunshuang instructed. Instantly, Bai's complexion turned pale. Could it be that Qin Yunshuang had discovered something? That was impossible. She had executed this scheme discreetly, personally concocting the medicine and only replacing the snow lotus when she was certain no one was around. Over the years, she had managed to evade detection, and Qin Yunshuang had not been in the residence. How could she know? The doctor stepped forward, took the remnants of the medicine from the bowl, and pinched it between his fingers, bringing it to his nose. "This is not snow lotus. It is clearly Lianhua Bai," he declared. "Lianhua Bai?" Old Master Qin was astonished. Though the names were similar, Snow Lotus and Lianhua Bai were worlds apart. Lianhua Bai was simply a type of cabbage that, during its flowering period, resembled the snow lotus, yet the price difference was staggering. "Father, Bai suddenly panicked. "No wonder my wife's condition has shown no signs of improvement. It turns out you, foul creature, are behind this." Old Master Qin's face darkened with rage, nearly choking on his anger. He had thought he had married a virtuous daughter-in-law, but it seemed she was nothing but a heartless wretch. "Grandfather, this malicious aunt has embezzled a considerable sum over the years. All the money you allocated for purchasing medicine for grandmother has ended up in her pockets. Not only has she misappropriated funds from the household, but she has also swindled from outside, using your name as a facade to receive gifts and favors from many. I recall there was a disaster relief fund from the court, meant for aiding those in need, yet this wicked aunt had the audacity to scheme for it. The purchased relief grains were all substandard and moldy, allowing her to pocket a significant amount of money. As a result, when the truth came to light, the people were outraged, and they united to report the Qin family, leading to a thorough investigation that resulted in the downfall of the entire family. Grandfather and grandmother were wrongfully executed, and my uncles were exiled to the frontier. Meanwhile, this malicious aunt, realizing the gravity of her actions, fled with the money and a divorce certificate. Ultimately, this wicked aunt is the root cause of the Qin family's downfall. Qin Yunshuang was taken aback. How could she have believed this sister-in-law was virtuous and frugal, only to discover that she was so brazenly corrupt? To think she would dare to embezzle so much money under the guise of her father's authority and even target disaster relief funds. Chapter 40. I am carrying your child. A mere woman could stir up such turmoil that it could lead to the downfall of their general's household. How could she possibly remain indifferent? At this moment, the elderly matriarch, lying weakly on her sickbed, opened her eyes feebly, her aged gaze filled with disbelief. In her dazed state, she had overheard their earlier conversation. They had just said that the medicine administered to her by was counterfeit. She had always been quite pleased with this daughter-in-law, yet she had never anticipated that she would covet even the funds meant for extending her life. Tears welled up in the elderly woman's murky, aged eyes. "Bai, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Upon witnessing his wife in such distress, old Master Qin felt an even deeper turmoil within. His anger surged as he thought, "We have treated you well. Ask your conscience, when have we, the Qin family, ever wronged you? Yet you dare to covet my wife's life-sustaining funds. How can you justify your actions to my wife and to our family?" Bai immediately fell to her knees, her face ashen, hurriedly explaining, "Father-in-law, I was merely confused in that moment." "You are not merely confused," Qin Yunshuang scoffed. "Had I not discovered the remnants of this tainted medicine, my mother might have perished today due to your treachery. Where there is one instance, there may be many. If you dared to do this, who knows how many times you have acted in such a manner before. Father, we must thoroughly investigate what absurdities this daughter-in-law has committed without your knowledge. Yunshuang is right. Someone, go to Bai's quarters and conduct a thorough search." Old Master Qin commanded coldly. Bai possesses a hidden ledger. The official accounts are undoubtedly in order. But she has secretly kept a private account that meticulously records the wealth she has embezzled over the years. The accounts even include funds meant for disaster relief. Unfortunately, her uncle has been preoccupied with disaster relief and remains unaware that the family has already been plundered. But this ledger is hidden in a very secretive place. Behind a landscape painting in Bai's room is a switch. Upon activating it, a small hidden chamber is revealed where the ledger is concealed. I have only done this once, Bai claimed innocently. Feel free to investigate. I am upright and fear no shadows. Do you have no shame? A tree that does not shed its bark is destined to die. A person without shame is invincible. How revolting. Qin Yunshuang fixed a cold gaze upon Bai. Is that so? Then I shall join everyone in a thorough investigation. As she observed the sharp and icy glint in Qin Yunshuang's eyes, Bai felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that Qin Yunshuang knew something? How could that be possible? Her ledger was hidden in the most secretive of places. Even if they searched, they would never find it. Bai desperately attempted to reassure herself. Soon, Qin Yunshuang led a group to Bai's courtyard to conduct the search. Cradling her little darling, she first directed the others to search elsewhere. After a thorough examination, her gaze finally settled on the mural on Bai's wall. She could not let Tangbao discover that she could hear her thoughts. She had to appear nonchalant. Mother, it's right here. Here, it's right here. Qin Yunshuang stepped closer, directing the housekeeper. I suspect something is amiss with this mural. Please inspect it. Quickly. The housekeeper hurried to obey Qin Yunshuang's command. As his palm touched the mural, he discovered a black switch behind it. Young miss. Here. The housekeeper exclaimed. Qin Yunshuang approached and activated it. The housekeeper pressed the switch and twisted it to the side. Suddenly, the wall moved, revealing a dark and shadowy corridor before their eyes. Indeed, there was a hidden chamber. It appeared that the evidence of Bai's embezzlement was concealed within this secret space. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. And someone produced a fire stick, bravely stepping into the darkness. Qin Yunshuang, however, remained seated on the soft couch, holding her little bundle, calmly awaiting the outcome. Mother is so clever. She discovered it so quickly. It seems Mother is the brains behind this operation, ha ha ha. Qin Yunshuang smiled wryly. How could she be considered clever? She had merely been endowed with an extraordinary ability to hear her beloved daughter's thoughts. Since Tongbao's arrival, their family had turned misfortune into fortune and calamity into safety. Tangao was their family's hope and salvation. Before long, the housekeeper emerged with a thick ledger. Young miss, we found it. Qin Yunshuang flipped through a few pages of the ledger, her expression icy as she prepared to confront Bai with what she had to say. As Qin Yunshuang handed the ledger to Old Master Qin, Bai's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. How could Qin Yunshuang know? Was she secretly monitoring her? Old Master Qin opened the ledger, and, upon seeing its contents, erupted in fury. He hurled the ledger at Bai's head, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! Embezzling my wife's medical funds is already a heinous crime, yet you dared to exploit our Qin family's name to enrich yourself. Over the years, you have embezzled a staggering 100,000 taels of silver." 100,000 taels? My heavens! Such a vast sum. A venomous ant truly is a great parasite. How infuriating! My son is out there tirelessly aiding the people during disasters, while you indulge in luxury at home, daring to steal even the disaster relief funds meant to rescue the people from peril. That is the lifeblood of the city's citizens. Old Master Qin roared in rage, nearly fainting from the intensity of his anger. Bai, struck on the head, lay limp on the ground, devoid of strength. She knew it was over. Everything was finished. I shall send a message by carrier pigeon to summon Yuntian. Old Master Qin gasped heavily, instructing someone to send the message. Father-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Bai pleaded tearfully, her voice filled with desperation. I was momentarily bewitched. Do you realize that your momentary folly could have led to the demise of our entire Qin family? If it weren't for Yunshuang's discovery, we would have all remained in the dark. Do you understand what would have happened had this come to light? The consequences for the Qin family would have been dire. Old Master Qin's face turned ashen, his chest heaving. Remembering it now sent chills down his spine. If it weren't for Yun Shuang, their entire family would have faced extermination. After the message was sent, that very day, Qin Yun Shuang's brother, Qin Yutian, hastened to their side, appearing travel-worn. "Father, what has happened?" Old Master Qin coldly recounted Bai's misdeeds one by one. "What? How could you do such a despicable thing?" Qin Yutian stared at her in shock. "Husband? Oh, husband. I was wrong. Please save me." Bai wept, her voice pitiful. "I am carrying your child, for the sake of the child in my womb. Please spare me." Chapter 41, A Great Romantic? No, a great resentful one pregnant? Qin Yutian stood frozen, taken aback. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I understand that my actions were utterly foolish, yet they were driven by my desire to protect this family, a moment of madness." Yutian, "I implore you to plead with your father for mercy, for the sake of the child within me. Grant me this one reprieve." Bai wept, her tears flowing like rain, pitiful and heartrending. "Father, this..." Qin Yutian felt an overwhelming embarrassment. "Father, considering the child's existence, can we not let this matter rest? After all, the child in her womb is your grandchild." The old Master Qin cast a stern gaze towards the doctor. "Doctor, please examine her and confirm whether she is indeed pregnant. We must ensure this woman is not using her condition as a ruse." "Father..." Qin Yutian grew increasingly agitated. "Father, who among us is without fault? For the sake of the child, could you not consider a lighter punishment?" The expression on the old Master Qin's face remained grave, and he hesitated. It was true that Bai carried their family's bloodline, yet she had nearly brought harm to his first wife, greedily hoarding wealth, and had caused the common people to suffer during a time of disaster. "I finally understand. My uncle is just as foolishly infatuated." "Oh, naive uncle, while it is true that Bai is pregnant, the child is not yours." Qin Yunshuang exclaimed. "Not Yuntian's child? Then whose is it?" She had initially believed Bai to be simply greedy, but now she realized that Bai was not only avaricious, but also promiscuous. It was unfortunate that her brother was so deeply enamored with Bai and had such a soft disposition, making him susceptible to her allure. Alas, Bai is indeed outrageous. Having squandered so much wealth on her young lovers, it would be one thing to maintain a single one, but she has a whole entourage. A horde of young lovers? Bai, appearing so gentle and demure, secretly harbored a multitude of them? Qin Yunshuang momentarily doubted her own ears. Poor uncle is still oblivious. The number of green hats on his head could form a small mountain. In truth, by herself likely doesn't he know which young man is the father of her child, alas. By day, she plays the dutiful matriarch, but by night, when all is quiet, she sneaks out through a hidden passageway to a lavishly decorated courtyard, where she entertains her young lovers, one woman with 10 men. What? 1 woman, 10 men? Could Bai truly be capable of such deeds? With her seemingly frail physique, how could she endure it? The truth is that the young men Bai keeps are merely decorative, possessing little skill, and she, being quite particular, finds them utterly inadequate. Thus, she brings them one by one. Qin Yunshuang, what wicked words are these? Moreover, how does their young darling understand such matters at such a tender age? This is utterly inappropriate for children. Qin Yunshuang could no longer bear to listen. Coldly, she said, Yutian, are you truly willing to protect her? We are all family. Furthermore, she carries my blood. Qin Yutian shielded the weeping Bai behind him. Are you willing to forsake your mother for the sake of this so-called blood? Do you not remember how nearly this woman brought death to your mother and our entire family? Have you forgotten all of this? Qin Yunshuang continued, her expression icy. I am sorry. I cannot. Qin Yuntian's face was filled with guilt as he held Bai tightly. Your partiality towards her disrespects the ancestors of the Qin family and betrays the people of the city. Qin Yunshuang took a deep breath. Do you not recall your vows to serve the nation, to protect the people, and to aspire to be a good official for their welfare? Have you forgotten all of this? Qin Yutian clenched his fists and, with a thud, knelt down, his back straight. I know that my protection of her disrespects my parents and those suffering from the famine. If punishment must be meted out, let it fall upon me. As her husband, I too bear responsibility for this calamity. I will declare to the world that all of this is my doing. He was a man of honor, and he shouldered the responsibility of protecting his wife and child. Uncle is indeed a great romantic, oh no, a great resentful one. Alas, your deep affection is undeserved. Uncle, you should take on the role of a lovesick fool. Who is Wang Baochuan? Qin Yunshuang had no time to ponder further. She smirked coldly. Yuntian, your devotion is misplaced. It is unfortunate that your affections are directed at the wrong person. Why is it that her brother and son are both so infatuated? Eldest sister. All the blame lies solely with me. I am willing to bear it all. Qin Yutian stood tall, speaking each word with conviction. Yutian. Bai sobbed as she fell into his embrace, her tear-stained face evoking pity. To be married to you is my greatest fortune. Moments ago, while inspecting Bai's quarters, Qin Yunshuang sighed, having discovered a hidden passage. Come, follow me. Of course, it was not her discovery, but rather the information relayed by Tang Bao. A passage? Qin Yutian was puzzled. When did they acquire a passage? Rising to his feet, he prepared to follow Qin Yunshuang, oblivious to Bai's already pale complexion beside him. Yuntian. I suddenly have a sharp pain in my abdomen. Bai gripped Qin Yutian's hand tightly, her face ashen, the pain unbearable. It cannot be our child. Doctor, please come and attend to my wife. Qin Yutian was instantly thrown into a state of panic. What a splendid performance. Bai has truly poured her heart into this act. Of course, Bai must feign pain. Otherwise, her secret of harboring a horde of young lovers would be revealed. Chapter 42. The ultimate love-stricken patient. I feel so unwell. Yuntian. I cannot endure this any longer. As she spoke, Bai's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Madam. In a moment of panic, Qin Yuntian hurriedly cradled Bai in his arms, shouting, Doctor, please help her. He then looked up at Qin Yunshuang, his eyes reddening. Sister, if it weren't for your relentless aggression, my wife wouldn't have experienced such distress. If anything were to happen to this child, an ultimate love-struck patient indeed. This uncle is beyond saving. A cold glimmer resided in Qin Yunshuang's gaze. She retrieved the largest silver needle from the doctor's medical kit and approached Bai, saying, Do not fret, I learned a remedy in the manner that is highly effective for stabilizing pregnancies. If you insert this needle into the acupoint atop her head, it will surely calm the fetus and awaken her. Is that truly the case? Qin Yuntian exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, if you doubt me, we can try it right now. With that, Qin Yunshuang thrust the silver needle forcefully toward the top of Bai's head. Bai merely feigned unconsciousness. Upon hearing Qin Yunshuang's words, alarm bells rang in her mind. What remedy for stabilizing a pregnancy? It was merely a pretext to torment me. If this needle penetrates me, will I even survive? As soon as Qin Yunshuang's needle struck, Bai opened her eyes. Yuntian. I seem to feel better. Oh, really? Just a moment ago, you complained of abdominal pain. How is it that you feel well without any treatment? Qin Yunshuang smiled. Come, let me give you a needle. After this, I assure you, your pain will vanish and both mother and child will be safe. No. Sister, I feel perfectly fine now. I am not in pain at all. Bai's face turned ashen with fear as she waved her hands frantically. Oh! Qin Yunshuang pondered. Just moments ago, you were on the verge of fainting. And now you are entirely pain-free. This ailment certainly comes and goes swiftly. Ha. Mother is adept at the art of yin and yang. The more she speaks, the more amusing it becomes. I find this utterly delightful. Bai stammered, unsure of how to respond. Your evasiveness suggests there is something concealed in your chamber that warrants investigation, Qin Laoyi interjected sternly, stepping forward. Qin Yunshuang cast a meaningful glance at Bai before following suit. Husband. Bai grasped Qin Yuntian's arm tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. What should we do? We cannot go there. If they discover the truth, everything will be over. Yet, having already feigned illness, what other ruse could she employ? Let us proceed, Qin Yun Tian supported by, we must see for ourselves. I do not wish to go. Bai hesitated, her heart racing with anxiety. Madam, you are my legitimate wife. I shall protect you. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. So do not fear, we shall go. Qin Yun Tian tightened his grip on Bai's hand in reassurance. Oh, foolish uncle, when the truth is revealed, I hope you can still utter such words. With no other choice, Bai reluctantly followed everyone onward. The group arrived at the chamber, and soon, Qin Yun Shuang discovered a hidden passage beneath Bai's bed. Indeed, there is a secret passage. Qin Laoya's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Qin Yun Tian was astonished to learn that after years of residing in this household, this room concealed such secrets. Not only was there a concealed cabinet, but also a passageway. My dear wife, I had no idea such things existed in our home. Gazing at the dim passage leading underground, Qin Yun Tian frowned. How many more secrets do you hide from me? Bai was at a loss for words. She could only hope that the men she had kept would be out enjoying themselves during the day. Wishing they were not at home. Let us see what lies within, Qin Laoyi urged, producing a torch and stepping into the passage, the others following closely behind. Bai brought up the rear, her face as pale as a sheet. Feeling anxious, Bai has begun to panic. Bai, drenched in sweat, silently munching on popcorn. The passage was narrow and lengthy, revealing flickering candle flames illuminating the walls. They proceeded in single file, with Qin Yun Tian protectively wrapping his arm around Bai's waist, urging her to take care of her abdomen. Uncle truly is a romantic at heart. Too bad such deep affections do not last. Had Bai's embezzlement not been discovered, she would have likely led the entire family to ruin, absconding with the riches. Those who betray true sincerity deserve to be pierced by 1,000 silver needles. Qin Yun Shuang, exasperated, continued onward with the group. After traversing the narrow, dark passage, the group found that it led to a courtyard not far from the general's residence. As they entered the courtyard, they were collectively struck dumb upon pushing open the door. Before them lay a massive bed capable of accommodating 10 adults, adorned with pink and green satin drapes, upon which 10 men lay in disarray, their clothing scant and disheveled, some even shirtless, exposing their muscular torsos. These men displayed a range of expressions. Some were charmingly flirtatious, while others preened before mirrors, grooming their long hair. Their appearances varied, from seductive and alluring to innocent and naïve, each possessing their own distinctive charm. Do you think my sister will appreciate my style today? One man chuckled softly, resembling a fluttering butterfly. Absolutely. If we put in the effort tonight to please her, the rewards shall surely flow abundantly. Just don't try to take my turn. I was last the other day. So it's my turn to attend to her first tonight. Goodness, Bai embezzled so much money. Is she turning this small residence into a harem? Isn't this akin to a female version of an emperor? Bai, you are quite something. Upon witnessing this debauchery, Qin Yun Shuang swiftly covered Tang Bao's eyes to shield her from such corruption, exclaiming, "This is far too scandalous. Mother, why did you cover my eyes? I haven't seen enough yet." Qin Yun Shuang, you little rascal, looking at such things will only lead to mischief. Qin Laoyu was nearly choked by the scene before him, gasping for breath. What is this depravity? Qin Yun Tian, look at your unworthy wife. Our ancestors of the Qin family are utterly shamed. Qin Laoyu scolded vehemently. Chapter 43. Where did the wild child come from? Bai Shi was utterly dumbfounded. It was over, completely over. She had clung to a faint hope that they might not be home, yet unexpectedly Bai Shi stumbled over her words, desperately seeking an excuse. Meanwhile, Qin Yun Shuang coldly interrogated the group of men. The sister you speak of, is it her? The men had not anticipated being caught, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. If you deny it, you can forget about receiving your wages for this month, Qin Yun Shuang continued. I don't know them at all. Elder sister, you're slandering me. Bai Shi attempted a final defense. Really? Yet their abode leads directly to your chamber, Qin Yun Shuang retorted with a smirk. Sister, How can you say you don't know us? We have been by your side for 3 years. One of the young men, fearing he might not get paid, persisted. You must pay us our due wages, not a single coin less. Yes, we worked hard last night. They had forsaken their dignity while engaging in such base dealings, all for the sake of money. Surely, it was not due to her age or her surplus flesh. Seeing their funds dwindle, the group anxiously shouted, "No, Yun Tian." You must believe me. Bai Shi's panic escalated, biting down on her pale lips, casting a pitiful gaze at Qin Yun Tian. Vile woman. Qin Yun Tian could no longer restrain himself. He raised his hand and struck Bai Shi hard across the face. The blow left her cheek swollen and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yun Tian, listen to me. What more is there to say at this point? Qin Yun Tian, consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot, exclaimed, I took upon myself all the blame for you, only to discover you were keeping men outside. Do you find me inadequate that you seek solace with so many others? How desperate are you? Tears streamed down Bai Shi's face as she met the fury in his eyes, shaking her head fervently. What unbridled accusations! Is this something my child should hear? Uncle, do you hear the words you speak? Qin Yunshuang helplessly covered her little sugar baby's ears. Have you squandered all the money you embezzled on these men? Qin Yuntian suddenly grasped Bai Shi's neck, a cold smile on his lips. Bai Shi's eyes widened in terror as she struggled to breathe, her hands flailing desperately. No, I'm not even now. You still lied to me. Qin Yuntian regarded her as if seeing her for the first time, a cruel laugh escaping his lips. Which of your countless lies is true? His grip tightened, the veins on the back of his hand threatening to burst. Yun Tian, let go. Don't strangle her, Qin Yunshuang sighed. Otherwise, how can we explain to the emperor? Or to the world? Qin Yun Tian forced himself to calm down, heavily breathing, his blood-soaked eyes fixated on Bai Shi, filled with sorrow and despair, until finally, only disgust and coldness remained. Father, elder sister, I am sorry for mother, for the ancestors of the Qin family, for the emperor's trust, and for the common people. Qin Yun Tian clenched his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, a ruthless determination shone within. I will now present myself before the emperor to confess my sins. The passionate are always wounded by the heartless. Uncle, choose your women wisely in the future. Thus, Qin Yun Tian, bare-chested and burdened with thorns, went to see the emperor. Naturally, the old master Qin and Qin Yunshuang accompanied him. Qin Yun Tian presented the account books to the emperor, kneeling outside the Yangxin palace. Your Majesty, I have married such a venomous woman and failed to restrain her, allowing her to commit such heinous crimes. I have wronged the ancestors of the Qin family, wronged your Majesty, and wronged the afflicted people. I have brought all the embezzled silver and notes with me, and I implore your Majesty to punish me. The emperor was taken aback by how a woman could cause such a ruckus. Fortunately, the Qin family had uncovered her true nature. Otherwise, she would have eventually led to the downfall of the Qin family. Your Majesty, what fault is there in you? It is understandable that you, while busy serving the court, lacked the energy to manage domestic affairs. This matter is not your blame, the emperor sighed, adding, after all, you too are a pitiful man. How could one not feel sympathy for a husband betrayed for so many years, with children not of his blood? Bai Shi was sentenced to death, with the embezzled funds to be used for disaster relief, and the remainder deposited into the national treasury. You have acted justly in exposing Bai Shi's crimes, balancing your merits and faults. You may rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Qin Yun Tian stood up. After exchanging a few words with the emperor, they were dismissed, leaving only Qin Yunshuang and the little sugar baby behind. Last time I saw this child, I found him delightful. The emperor smiled kindly, patting the little sugar baby's hand. This child can crawl now, right? You should come to the palace more often. The emperor chuckled, seeing this child lifts my spirits. Noticing the emperor's complexion had returned to a healthy hue and he no longer coughed or gasped, Qin Yunshuang recalled how the emperor had appeared bedridden during their last encounter. It seemed his illness was indeed related to that incense burner. Their little sugar baby had practically saved the emperor's life. Come, let me hold you. The emperor smiled, extending his hands toward the little sugar baby in Qin Yunshuang's arms. The little sugar baby's large, dark eyes sparkled as she reached out her chubby, fair hands. This child is spirited, we are fated. The emperor beamed, cradling the little sugar baby in his arms. Let us go, the flowers in the imperial garden have bloomed. I'll take you to admire them. They strolled toward the imperial garden, where a myriad of exotic flowers blossomed vibrantly, as if one had entered a sea of blooms. A gentle breeze carried the delicate fragrance of flowers, refreshing the spirit. Not far away, a concubine was leading the little princess this way. Upon seeing the emperor holding a little girl, her eyes turned green with envy. How had this wild child captured the emperor's affection like no one else before? Chapter 44. Sugar Baby strikes it rich. Madam Shen, in due time, when the palace hosts a banquet, do bring little Tang along, the emperor remarked, cradling the child as they strolled through the imperial garden. Your servant is deeply grateful for your graciousness, Qin Yunshuang replied, bowing respectfully. Previously, she had never had the opportunity to attend such palace gatherings, but this time, it was indeed due to Tongbao's influence that she was invited. To her astonishment, she realized her status had risen thanks to her child. At that moment, the favored consort Yun approached, holding the hand of the little princess. With a gentle bow, she greeted, "Long live your majesty." Beside her, the little princess, Zhu, chimed in with a sweet voice, "Long live father. This is Madame Qin of the Yongyi Marquise." The emperor introduced, his gaze softening as he looked at the cherubic child in his arms. This little one is the daughter of the Yongyi Marquise, little Tangao. Greetings. Madame Qin, Consort Yun replied with a discreet smile. This is my beloved consort, Consort Yun, the emperor continued, and my little princess, Zhu. Greetings to you, Consort Yun. And to you, little princess Zhu, Qin Yunshuang responded politely. In a few days, when the palace banquet is held, Madame Shen will also be in attendance. Consort Yun. Please engage her in conversation to alleviate any potential boredom, the emperor said with a smile. Indeed, Consort Yun mused internally, contemplating how the emperor had never shown such attentiveness to anyone else before. Could it be that he had taken a liking to Madame Shen? After all, he was holding the child, a gesture he had not extended to his own offspring, the little princess or the young prince who had failed to capture his affection. Madame Shen, it seemed, possessed a certain allure. The more she pondered, the more anxious Consort Yun became. She realized she must guard against not only the women within the palace, but also those outside its walls. Anyone who threatened her position would not be spared. Meanwhile, the Qin family received a cup of poison bestowed by the emperor upon Baishur. Had it not been for Baishur being the first wife of Qin Yutian, she would not have been granted such a dignified demise. No, I won't drink. Yutian, please save me. I beg you. Baishur cried out desperately. Baishur, do you dare defy the emperor? Old Master Qin glared at her, his face darkened with fury. Someone seize Baishur. Several maidservants quickly moved in to restrain the struggling Baishur. Qin Yutian picked up the poisoned cup and approached her. Yutian, all my mistakes are my own. Can I plead with you? Before she could finish, Qin Yutian lost all patience. He grasped her chin forcefully, compelling her to open her mouth. With a swift motion, he poured the poison down her throat, his actions unyielding amidst her shocked and terrified gaze. As the last drop of poison vanished, Qin Yutian released her. Cough, cough. Baishur gasped violently, her face flushed as the acrid poison slithered down her throat. Clutching her throat, she desperately attempted to expel the poison, but to no avail. Seeing the task completed, Eunuch Lu rose to depart. Qin Yutian, his gaze filled with revulsion, turned away from the pitiful sight of Baishur collapsed on the ground. Discard her onto the streets, he commanded, his eyes icy. We cannot allow her to soil the ground of our Qin family. Yes. Several attendants hurried forward, dragging Baishur out and unceremoniously tossing her onto the street outside the general's residence. Half an hour later, Baishur succumbed to the poison, her lifeless body lying in a gruesome state, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. On the street, a crowd gathered, murmuring in confusion. Who is this? How did she die so tragically? It seems to be Bai Shi, the first wife of General Qin. What could have led to her demise in such a manner? As Qin Yutian reached the street corner, he addressed the gathered crowd with firm conviction. Bai Shi, for years, has exploited the name of our general's residence, embezzling substantial sums, even daring to misappropriate funds meant for disaster relief. All of these funds have now been confiscated for the state treasury. As for the disaster relief supplies, they too shall be returned. Our general's residence will contribute 20,000 taels of silver to construct dikes and bridges for the benefit of the common people. Bai Shi has been sentenced to death by poison, and from this day forth, our residence welcomes scrutiny from the public. I, Qin Yutian, vow to be a diligent official who benefits the people. As his words echoed, applause erupted from the crowd, a wave of admiration washing over him. General Qin acts with righteous resolve. He is a worthy official. This is why I witnessed General Qin entering the palace to plead for forgiveness. How noble of him! With General Qin and the Qin family, the common folk are truly fortunate. In the wake of this incident, the Qin family's reputation soared among the people. Relieved, Qin Yunshuang thought how fortunate they were that this ordeal did not tarnish their family's name, largely thanks to little Tang Bao, who had repeatedly averted disaster. At the Qin residence, "Father, why do you give me money?" "We do not lack it," she protested. 100,000 taels of gold. "Mother, take it quickly." "So much silver." "Mother, I want it. Do you not understand? My heart will ache if you do not accept it." Qin Yunshuang sighed, realizing she had forgotten how much of a little money grubber Tang Ao was. "I know you do not lack money, but it is my duty to provide," old Master Qin insisted, pressing the money into her hands. "Had it not been for you, our entire household could have faced scrutiny. This sum is trivial. Accept it as a gift from your grandfather to little Tang Ao." "Mother, did you hear that? It is all mine. My little treasure. You must not cut off my wealth." If only I could speak. Alas, I can only stare in frustration. Little Tang Bao's eyes widened in urgency as she fixated on the stack of banknotes, reaching out her tiny, soft hands to grasp them. Though she struggled to hold them with one hand, she ultimately resorted to using both to clumsily stuff the bills into her small pocket. Old Master Qin chuckled at the sight of the little one's greedy demeanor, his white beard shaking with amusement. "Yunshuang, your daughter is quite the little money grubber. She may be small, but she is sharp-witted." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Yunshuang replied, "I apologize for letting you witness such antics." As she took the money into her own possession, she promised, "I will keep it safe for you, and when you are older, it will be your pocket money." "Mother, do not deceive me just because I am small. All of this is mine. You must not cheat a child. We have struck it rich." Qin Yunshuang sighed, assuring herself that she would not stoop to deceiving a child. Old Master Qin sat beside the ailing matriarch of the Qin family, sighing heavily. "It is my fault for not discerning Bai Shi's true nature sooner, which caused your mother so much suffering. Despite seeking the best doctors over the years, I fear I can only watch helplessly as you," he lamented. "Grandfather, please do not be sad. Tang Bao has a plan." Chapter 45. The Longevity Talismans painted by Tang Bao. Tang Bao is capable of painting longevity talismans that can extend grandmother's lifespan. Longevity talismans? Qin Yunshuang felt a moment of disbelief, astonished that her child possessed such extraordinary abilities. Had she truly given birth to a little fairy? But without brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, how can I acquire them? "Father will find a way," Qin Yunshuang reassured while deep in thought. "I hope so. I will invite the imperial physician from the palace to examine your mother again." Old Master Qin sighed, consumed by his obsession with his late wife. They had weathered many storms together over the years as a young couple, and he could not bear to watch her depart from this world. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he was willing to try anything. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I heard that you have a fine purple cinnabar wolf hair brush and exquisite Shen paper in your study. May I borrow some? Our Yung needs supplies for his studies." "Of course, take as much as you need," Old Master Qin replied. You may go to the study. I will remain here with your mother. Very well. Qin Yunshuang cradled little Tang Bao as they made their way to the study. Wow, there are brushes, ink, and paper in the study. I can write some. Although I am small, I can still hold a brush. Upon entering the study, Qin Yunshuang placed little Tang Bao on a pear-wood chair and pretended to search for paper and the wolf hair brush. Little Tang Bao, your grandmother's illness depends on you now. Seeing her mother step aside, little Tang Bao seized the opportunity. She knelt on the table, clutching a delicate wolf hair brush in one hand while pressing down on the Xian paper with the other. Dipping the brush into the ink stone, she gathered her spiritual energy and channeled it into the brush tip. With each stroke, one line, one curve, one dot, she completed a longevity talisman. Though it differed vastly from those she had painted in her previous life, it was sufficient for an ordinary person. Her grandmother's frail body could be rejuvenated a little, bringing joy to her grandfather and mother. Having finished, little Tang Bao set down the brush, exhaling deeply and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. It was quite exhausting. Her small frame made the task laborious. Meanwhile, Qin Yunshuang, having selected the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, approached little Tang Bao. The small girl's once fair face was now smeared with ink, a dark blot on her nose, and deep circles under her eyes, resembling a cute, clumsy panda. Oh! Little Tang Bao, what were you painting just now? Qin Yunshuang lifted her daughter, recognizing the talisman as the one Tang Bao had mentioned. Her precious daughter had worked hard for their family. In that moment, Qin Yunshuang felt an overwhelming surge of affection. You've turned into a little ink blot. Come. Let mother wash your face. Soon, a maid took little Tang Bao away to clean her face. Qin Yunshuang then carried the talisman to old Master Qin. Father, this is for you, she said, handing him the talisman. What is this? Old Master Qin took it suspiciously. This was painted by little Tang Bao. Qin Yunshuang lowered her voice, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. This talisman can extend a person's lifespan and is beneficial for Mother's health. What? Old Master Qin was incredulous, instinctively finding it absurd. You believe in what a child has painted? Surely, you are not taking this seriously? Have you been reading too many novels? Father, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. Surely you wish for Mother to recover swiftly? Qin Yunshuang urged quietly. I cannot elaborate further, but trust that this talisman is indeed beneficial for her health. You should give it a try. What if it works? Suppressing his doubts, old Master Qin conceded, you are right. At this point, we must take a chance. What if it truly proves effective? He was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity to save his beloved wife. Very well, I will escort you. Old Master Qin rose and accompanied Qin Yunshuang to the door, watching as she and little Tang Bao departed in their carriage. Take care on your journey, father, Qin Yunshuang called out. Indeed, I shall, he replied. Soon, the carriage swayed and disappeared from old Master Qin's sight. In the Shen family's second household, Shen Belan remarked, I heard from the servants of the Yongyi Marquis' residence that your father gave your elder sister 100,000 taels in silver. What? Qin Yunyan could hardly believe it. My father has lost his mind. How could he give away so much at once? It is said that your sister exposed the corruption of the Bai family, and your father rewarded her with the sum, Shen Belan sighed. If you ask me, your father is becoming increasingly foolish, showing such favoritism. Does the Marquis' household lack money? The emperor has bestowed so much, yet your father still gives away more. We are the ones who truly lack funds. Why has he never offered us even a single tael? Qin Hanyan's resentment grew stronger. Indeed, I must say, you are equally unworthy. Whatever Qin Yunshuang can obtain, you cannot. If you had received that 100,000 taels, our family would not be struggling so. Shen Belan's dissatisfaction with Qin Hanyan deepened. How can you blame me? Qin Hanyan retorted. If it weren't for you and your brother's indiscretions, caught in the act, your mother would be living in the main house and we would benefit from that. If it weren't for your actions, we wouldn't have fallen out with the main house. Nor would I have lost a year's salary. Do not pin the blame on me. Your mother constantly demands luxurious items like golden silk charcoal, sea cucumbers, abalone, ginseng, and bird's nest. Our family is already short on money. How can we afford such extravagance? Qin Hanyan complained. Now you despise my mother? Shen Belan countered. When your elder sister cared for her, she never complained, yet you are here grumbling. How did I never realize how selfish you truly are? Chapter 46. It appears that Qin Hanyan is not as fortunate as the eldest daughter-in-law. If only I had been able to marry the eldest daughter-in-law, or Qin Yunshuang. Our lives would surely be filled with joy and prosperity. Am I selfish and shallow? Have you considered how much wealth the eldest family possesses? I would love to provide my mother with delicacies like sea cucumbers and birds' nests, but do I have the means? Qin Hanyan felt both furious and aggrieved. Wouldn't you think of a way if it were you? Shen Belan was exceedingly displeased, his face darkening as he glared at Qin Hanyan. Since your elder sister can procure money from the old man, why can't you? What good does shouting at me do? Qin Hanyan pressed her lips together in anger, declaring that in a few days she would take her daughter Rui to the ancestral home, and surely her father would provide some money for the child. Lately, she had been having a recurring dream in which her daughter, Shen Rui, was a prodigious girl blessed with the luck of the koi, adored by all, possessing extraordinary intelligence and boundless creativity. In her dreams, a catastrophic flood swept through the city, followed by a nationwide plague, yet her daughter, despite her tender age, emerged as a miraculous savior, crafting remedies that saved the populace. Everyone expressed their gratitude, and even the emperor conferred upon Rui the title of a little princess, named Ping'an, while she, as the mother of a favored daughter, was elevated to the status of an esteemed lady. Her son, Shen Facheng, would soon become the top scholar, basking in glory. Together, she and her children would become the envy of all in the capital. She firmly believed that this dream was a prelude to reality, as if it had transpired. In truth, her daughter Rui was indeed far more intelligent than ordinary children, outshining her peers with her brilliance. In her dream, her son excelled in the imperial examinations, and in reality, he had done just that. Recently, she had learned that heavy rains were beginning across the country, heralding an impending flood. She was convinced that their current hardships were merely temporary, and that a life of wealth and splendor awaited her just around the corner. As the days passed, the maid diligently wiped Shen Feiyu's face and body, and, to her astonishment, the wounds on his face had vanished after this final cleansing. His face was now utterly pristine, devoid of any blemish. Moreover, with daily care, his handsome visage had grown even more striking. The minor scars from his battles had disappeared, and his once coarse skin had become smooth and refined. Now, his features were chiseled and captivating, resembling a divine being, evoking a sense of awe. "Young master, your face is completely healed," Chun Tao remarked, her cheeks flushed. "Bring me a mirror. I wish to see." Previously, Shen Feiyu had shied away from mirrors, unable to confront the visage that symbolized his shame, but now he felt liberated. Chun Tao handed him the copper mirror, speaking softly, "Young master." As he gazed into the mirror, he was amazed to see that the disgraceful tattoos had vanished. Even the battle scars had disappeared, leaving his skin smooth and refined, the sun-kissed roughness replaced by a warm, fair hue. His face had undergone such a remarkable transformation in such a short time. Shen Feiyu was incredulous, staring at his reflection in disbelief. All of this was due to little Tang Bao. He had overheard her thoughts and realized that it was she who had infused the water used for his cleansing with spiritual essence, resulting in this miraculous change. "Young master, I should attend to your body now," Chun Tao gently reminded him. "I shall put away this mirror first." She carefully tucked the mirror away, then delicately began to unbutton his shirt. Once several buttons were undone, his skin, a blend of honey and wheat tones, was exposed to the air, revealing the sinewy contours of his physique and well-defined abdominal muscles. As her damp cloth brushed against his skin, Chun Tao could feel the powerful muscles beneath, the warmth radiating through the fabric. She felt her face grow warm, carefully tending to him. The air was thick with his distinct, invigorating masculinity, enveloping her senses. In the room, it was just the two of them, their breaths intermingling, clearly audible. Shen Tang instinctively held her breath as she wiped his chest, and then her hand moved lower. "Young master, allow me to assist you with your trousers," she said softly, her voice tinged with shyness. In the past, when Shen Feiyu lay in bed, she had tended to his body, but he had been devoid of spirit, a mere shell of a man. Now, however, they were alone together, and an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over him. His sensuous lips pressed into a thin line, struggling to find the words to express himself. Unsure of how to articulate his discomfort, Shen Tang's delicate fingers brushed against the waistband of his silver trousers, deftly loosening it. As the fabric rustled, Shen Feiyu swallowed hard. Diverting his gaze and feeling his breath quicken, Shen Tang assisted him in wiping his thighs. It was her first time seeing a man's body, and she dared not gaze at anything too intimate, fearing to disrespect the young master. Thus, she closed her eyes, cautiously feeling her way as she continued. Once again, as with all previous occasions, she kept her eyes shut, gently wiping his body with the cloth. Through the fabric, she could sense the vitality of his youthful form. Exhilarating and powerful. He was so young, so exceptional. It was a pity that fate seemed to conspire against him. Yet, she firmly believed that he would recover. However, during this instance, her hand inadvertently brushed against an area she had never touched before, feeling a warmth and firmness that stirred her senses. "What are you touching?" Shen Feiyu's voice emerged, hoarse and heated, tinged with tension. In her flustered state, Shen Tang accidentally stepped on her skirt, losing her balance and tumbling straight into Shen Feiyu's embrace. "Ah, what have I seen?" The young master and Shen Tang. Chapter 47, Subtle Flirtation and Secret Affection. At this moment, Qin Yunshuang was carrying little Tang out towards Shen Feiyu's room, intending to check on his recovery. However, upon her arrival, she was met with an unexpected sight. Shen Tang, clad in a delicate pink garment, lay upon Shen Feiyu, who was bare-chested, revealing his robust and muscular torso. The two were intimately entwined, with the petite and dainty woman nestled in the embrace of the tall and broad-shouldered man, creating a striking contrast in their physiques that was visually arresting. The scene exuded an air of ambiguity that even made Qin Yunshuang feel a tinge of embarrassment, prompting her to clear her throat softly. Shen Tang, realizing the presence of the lady and the young miss, hastily scrambled to her feet, her fair cheeks flushing a delicate shade of peach blossom and her ears tinged with a rosy hue. In her flustered state, she clumsily draped a quilt over Shen Feiyu. The handsome features of Shen Feiyu, still beneath her, were similarly tinged with a faint blush as he turned his face away in discomfort. "Madam, please do not misunderstand. I was merely attending to the young master when," Shen Tang stammered, her gaze cast downwards, her face aflame. "I recall that Shen Tang has a crush. Let me think. Oh, I remember now. Shen Tang has harbored feelings for the older brother. Shen Feiyu, Qin Yunshuang. It has been a long time since Shen Tang developed feelings for the older brother. 3 years ago, when the older brother was attacked by an enemy and fell unconscious in the street, he was poisoned by an arrow and nearly succumbed to death." Shen Feiyu recalled this incident vividly. At that time, he had been on the brink of death, teetering between consciousness and the afterlife, saved only by Lin Wan. Had she not extracted the poison from his shoulder and provided warmth with her own body, he would not have survived. It was from that moment that he began to notice Lin Wan and eventually fell for her, believing her to be the epitome of purity and kindness, vowing to protect and cherish her for a lifetime. Alas, he later discovered that she was unworthy of such devotion. At that time, it was Shen Tang who saved the older brother. She carried him to a dilapidated temple and extracted the poison from his shoulder. However, it was a snowy night, and he was burning with fever. Shen Tang unfastened her clothing to provide warmth to him. Regrettably, the older brother was delirious from the fever and could only recall that someone had cared for him without recognizing who it was. Once the older brother was stable, Chun Tao had to leave due to family matters, only to have Lin Wan arrive and take over her role. As a result, the older brother believed Lin Wan to be his savior and fell in love with her. What? Shen Feiyu was incredulous. The person who had saved him was not Lin Wan but Chun Tao. Indeed, Chun Tao was deeply devoted to the older brother. After the older brother's tragic suicide over Lin Wan, Chun Tao was heartbroken yet continued to care for the rest of the family. Later, when the Shen family was falsely accused of treason and faced execution, her father was sentenced to death. He dismissed the innocent servants to spare them. Yet Chun Tao rushed back to save her father. Tragically, he was killed, and she fled with her second and third brothers through a back door. Although she had a chance to escape, she chose to protect her brothers, bracing the door with her frail body to buy them time to flee. When the pursuers arrived, thwarted from reaching their quarry, they, in a fit of rage, drew their swords and mercilessly stabbed Chun Tao in the abdomen through the door. In this manner, Chun Tao was brutally slain. Sigh, Chun Tao is indeed a passionate soul. Qin Yunshuang gazed at Chun Tao in disbelief, astonished that such a delicate and gentle girl could possess such unwavering loyalty. She had never given anything to Chun Tao, yet the girl had sacrificed so much for the Shen family and for Feiyu. What a devoted child she was. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Feiyu to have someone like her in his life. After absorbing these revelations, Shen Feiyu was deeply shaken. Having been profoundly hurt by his experiences with Lin Wan, he had long since abandoned hope in love and wished to avoid emotional entanglements. Yet, he discovered that his relationship with Lin Wan was a misunderstanding, a case of mistaken identity where Lin Wan had replaced Chun Tao. The person he should have cherished was Chun Tao all along. He was further astounded by the extent of Chun Tao's sacrifices for him and for their family. How could there be such a foolish girl in this world? I recall Chun Tao's background is not simple. She was a noble lady who had been swapped with someone else, destined for a life of luxury, but ended up as a servant. What family was she originally from? I can't recall. How vexing. Noticing Qin Yunshuang's silence, Chun Tao felt increasingly ashamed. She knelt on the ground, pleading for the lady's forgiveness, insisting that her actions had not been intentional. Did the lady think her behavior was inappropriate? That she was attempting to seduce the young master? Would she be cast out from the residence? Chun Tao dared to request the lady to delay her departure until the young master had fully recovered, promising to leave thereafter. Chun Tao stared at Qin Yunshuang, hoping she would not dismiss her. Qin Yunshuang shook her head, expressing that she had noticed Chun Tao's devoted care for the young master and would not only retain her but also reward her. From now on, she would receive 20 taels of silver each month and would be responsible for attending to Shen Feiyu as his personal maid. Chun Tao was incredulous. 20 taels of silver? How could she deserve such a reward? Madam, are you jesting with me? I am not jesting. I am quite serious, Qin Yunshuang replied with a light smile. She also wished for Chun Tao to cultivate her feelings with Feiyu. If Feiyu reciprocated Chun Tao's affections, she would take it upon herself to arrange their marriage, making Chun Tao his rightful wife. Thank you, madam. Chun Tao's eyes sparkled with joy, the corners of her lips curving into a smile. How wonderful it was that she could remain by the young master's side to care for him. Feiyu, I see your wound is healing well. I shall not intrude any longer. Let Chun Tao continue to attend to you, Qin Yunshuang said with a smile as she embraced little Tang Bao and departed. At that moment, only Shen Feiyu and Chun Tao remained in the room. Chun Tao, Shen Feiyu's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Was it you who saved me 3 years ago? Chun Tao, taken aback, clutched her handkerchief in silence. Seeing her reaction, Shen Feiyu understood. It had always been her. They were meant to be together. Yet, he feared that pursuing a relationship with Chun Tao would lead to him disappointing her. He resolved to wait until he could stand on his own and regain his health before offering her a future filled with happiness. Qin Yunshuang, holding little Tang Bao, sought out Shen Zongguang. Alas, the recent floods have wreaked havoc, leaving the people in despair, Shen Zongguang lamented. The citizens are displaced, their homes destroyed, crops submerged, and many children have perished. The water has risen to their necks, and many shorter individuals have drowned. The rain continues to pour, and the emperor is consulting with his officials for solutions, yet everyone is at a loss. Floods? I remember that after the floods come widespread plagues. Shen Rui, amidst the plague, introduced modern remedies and even developed masks for the people, earning her the adoration of the populace as a beloved divine figure. Chapter 48. The suffering of the people. The common folk sang praises of Shen Rui's merits, prompting the emperor to bestow upon her the title of a minor princess and to elevate her mother to the esteemed rank of a first-class lady of the court. Yet, in reality, if Shen Rui truly wished to save the populace, she ought to devise means to mitigate the flooding. Even if the deluge could not be halted, she should have distributed medicine to the people prior to the outbreak of disease to prevent its spread. Instead, she only appeared when the citizens were mired in suffering, akin to a hell on earth, thus magnifying her own contributions and inciting gratitude from all. Shen Zongguang exchanged a glance with Qin Yunshuang. Shen Rui, despite being of similar age to their little Tangbao, exhibited such cunning that it was evident she was no ordinary child. Dear, do you have any solutions? Qin Yunshuang inquired. What solutions could I possibly offer? Even the Astronomical Bureau is at a loss, Shen Zongguang lamented, shaking his head in despair. He could not discern when the torrential rains would cease, and the city was already inundated. Many citizens were confined within their homes, while the crops outside the city had long since perished. This year, how would the people secure their food and drink? The matter of taxes was an even graver concern. Peering out the window, Shen Tang observed the persistent rain. At that moment, the storm pounded down relentlessly, drumming upon the rooftop and cascading from the eaves like a curtain of water, splattering upon the ground and creating small puddles. I have a way to stop the rain, she exclaimed. All I need is to draw a sunny charm. A sunny charm? Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang exchanged excited glances. Their little Tangbao possessed such incredible capabilities that she could summon the winds and alter the weather. I must sneak into my father's study to obtain the ink and paper, she declared. Once I draw the sunny charm, the rain will cease, and there will be no more floods or plagues in the city. Shen Zongguang grew increasingly animated. I recall some official business I have yet to attend to. I shall go to the study and manage it. Qin Yunshuang cradled little Tangbao, her smile warm. Dear, I will prepare the paper and grind the ink. Wow, this is like someone offering a pillow when one is sleepy. An opportunity has arisen. I want to go to the study too. Mother, take me with you. Very well, Shen Zongguang replied, his face a mask of concern. He earnestly hoped for the rain to cease soon, wishing to alleviate the emperor's pressing troubles. The family of three rose and exited the side room. At the entrance, the steward held a bamboo umbrella to shield them. I will take care of it, Shen Zongguang insisted, noticing the steward getting drenched in the rain. He took the large umbrella and positioned it over his wife and daughter, saying, You may leave now. Yes, sir, the steward replied respectfully before departing. Father, I never realized you were so kind, Shen Zongguang remarked, reflecting on how he had previously been viewed as a villain in his daughter's eyes. It was no wonder he had misunderstood his wife and daughter, blinded by his own folly. As they walked along the flooded streets, Shen Zongguang gently wrapped an arm around Qin Yunshuang's waist. Yunshuang, take care and walk slowly. Be cautious not to slip. And then, she nodded. The rain relentlessly pounded against the umbrella, cascading down to the ground and creating tiny splashes. Shen Zongguang tilted most of the umbrella's surface towards Qin Yunshuang and little Tangao, keeping them dry, while he himself was soaked on one shoulder. This sight filled Qin Yunshuang's heart with warmth. Moreover, while her husband had previously gone days without so much as a touch, he now stayed with her every night. The fervor of a middle-aged man was somewhat overwhelming. Soon, they arrived at the study. Shen Zongguang allowed Qin Yunshuang and their daughter to enter first, while he remained outside to close the umbrella and shake off the rain before stepping in himself. Qin Yunshuang placed little Tangao at the desk and stood nearby to prepare the ink for Shen Zongguang. Seizing the opportunity, little Tangao clambered onto the desk. using her tiny hands to grasp a brush, and began to write on the paper. With remarkable dexterity, she completed a sunny charm, adorning it with a small sun symbol at the end. Tang Bao, what is this? Shen Zongguang approached, having just folded the umbrella. He looked at the small, chaotic piece of paper in her hands. Is this a charm? He asked, noting the sun drawn on it, indicating clear weather. The little girl blinked her bright, watery eyes and nodded vigorously. This charm you drew can summon sunshine, right? Shen Zongguang asked, suppressing his excitement. Little Tang Mao continued to nod, pecking like a chick at grain. I will present this charm to the emperor, Shen Zongguang declared, his face alight with joy. Thank you, Tang Mao. Father is grateful to you. You are a blessing to the common folk. In his enthusiasm, he lifted little Tang Mao from the desk and spun her around, planting a hearty kiss on her rosy cheek. Is it really so easy for father to believe me? She thought. Would he not consider a mere infant to be scribbling nonsense? Tang Bao, father believes in you, Shen Zongguang said, kissing her chubby face again. Father knows you are our family's lucky star. Being praised makes me a bit shy, she replied. But wait, father. This isn't your character. Aren't you supposed to be the unfaithful, heartless man? How did you suddenly transform into a doting father? Shen Zongguang. It seemed the road to redemption from his previous reputation was long and arduous. My lady, I must go report to the emperor, he said, not forgetting his important task. He carefully folded the charm and tucked it securely into his clothing. Very well, dear, take care. The roads are slippery in this rain. Be cautious. Of course. Wait. Father. Take me with you. How can I use this charm if you don't bring me? Shen Zongguang was taken aback by her insistence. My lady, I shall take little Tang Ao with me to the palace, he announced. All right, Qin Yunshuang acquiesced. Concerned about the charm getting wet, Shen Zongguang placed it close to his chest and hurriedly carried little Tang Mao into the palace. Inside the palace, the emperor expressed his frustration. Astronomical Bureau. You have been beseeching for 3 days. Why is there still no sign of the rain abating? Your Majesty, the torrential rains this year have been relentless. The official from the Astronomical Bureau replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What shall we do? Is there truly no one in this vast empire who can alleviate my worries? The emperor sighed. Must I merely watch as the people suffer and their lives are ruined? Your Majesty, I have a solution. At that moment, Shen Zongguang rushed in, cradling his daughter in his arms, braving the downpour. Chapter 49. The contest between the milk bun and the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Your Majesty, come quickly. The emperor, filled with renewed hope, beckoned to Shen Zongguang. Upon seeing the little sugar treasure in his arms, the emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. The little one has come as well. Wow, I see the emperor again. He seems far more spirited than last time. His complexion is rosy, and he appears much healthier. The emperor felt a surge of relief. Ever since he had overturned that incense burner, under the careful ministrations of the court physicians and their nourishing remedies, his health had improved day by day. He felt as though he could easily live another 30 years. All thanks to little sugar treasure. Of course, he would not let the treacherous nation of Beirong off the hook. Having devoted this time to recuperating and managing domestic affairs, he had yet to prepare for a counterstrike against Beirong when calamity struck, a torrential downpour resulting in devastating floods that left the populace in despair. Your Majesty, this is a talisman my daughter has prepared for you, Shen Zongguang said, hastily wiping his damp hands and producing a dry talisman from his inner garments, presenting it to the emperor. Did Sugar Treasure write this? The emperor unfolded the talisman, exclaiming, is this truly her handiwork? Indeed, Shen Zongguang nodded earnestly. I believe this talisman can alleviate your immediate plight. The imperial astronomer, overhearing this, strode over with a raised brow. Let me see what this is. Upon examining the talisman, he was left speechless. Is this truly a talisman? At the very least, talismans must be written on yellow paper with a vermilion brush. This is merely common rice paper, inscribed with an ordinary brush in black ink. Can such a thing truly be called a talisman? Moreover, the lines are chaotic and appear to be mere scribbles. No, I believe this talisman can halt the rain and bring about clear skies, Shen Zongguang insisted. I trust my little sugar treasure. The imperial astronomer rolled his eyes at the chubby little bundle in Shen Zongguang's arms. How old is your child? Just over 3 months, nearing her 100th day. Shen Zongguang replied. I plan to hold a grand celebration for her 100-day feast. The imperial astronomer scoffed, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. My lord, desperation should not lead to folly. How can you take a 3-month-old child's doodles seriously? Surely, you haven't caught a fever from the rain that has muddled your mind. Hey, how dare you speak that way? You're the one whose mind is muddled. My father is perfectly lucid. Who do you look down upon? Even at 3 months. I am far superior to you. How despicable. Your Majesty, I had a dream last night. I envisioned the torrential rains and the suffering of the people. Yet, the heavens, unwilling to let the subjects of our great Xing endure such hardship, granted a blessing upon our little sugar treasure. Henceforth, she painted a talisman for clear skies, alleviating the people's suffering, followed by the clouds dispersing and the sun shining once more. Shen Zongguang spun a tale, asserting that upon waking, he discovered that sugar treasure had truly drawn a talisman. This must be the manifestation of divine intervention, a miracle. Is that so? It seems like a divine manifestation. Sugar treasure mused quietly. The imperial astronomer sneered. Lord Shen, you truly appear to be out of your wits. Perhaps you should seek a physician to tend to your ailment. You are the one whose wits are clouded. Your entire family must be muddled in the mind. If you cannot speak properly, then remain silent. Despite Shen Zongguang's fanciful claims, the emperor was convinced. If it were not for divine intervention, how could he have heard Sugar Treasure's heartfelt words last time? Without those words, how could he have known that the incense burner was faulty? Thanks to Sugar Treasure, he had survived to this day. If it were not for divine intervention, none of this would make sense. The emperor believed that it was heaven's will for Sugar Treasure to save their great Xing and its people. This is fate. Shen Zongguang interjected coldly. I am not ill. My mind is quite clear. I am utterly certain that this talisman can save the populace. Conversely, you, as the imperial astronomer, are of no use, and your incompetence is evident in your incessant prattle. Even if I am ineffectual, I am still superior to an infant. The imperial astronomer, exasperated, exclaimed, if this worthless talisman can clear the rain within the time it takes to burn 3 sticks of incense, I will remove my head and offer it to your child as a plaything. Ah, he is truly frantic now. This must be the fury of incompetence. The imperial astronomer is truly at his wit's end. Very well, Shen Zongguang replied with a cold smile. If your child cannot achieve this, it would indicate your lack of virtue and competence. You might as well take your own life. The imperial astronomer stroked his mustache, suppressing a snicker. Very well. Why does the imperial astronomer keep targeting my father? Such reckless stakes. I recall now. He is in league with Shen Velan. No wonder he has been rolling his eyes at us. Wait, I just remembered something about the imperial astronomer. This imperial astronomer often engages in questionable activities with a certain consort at the royal temple, and they seem to enjoy indulging in such acts before the Buddha. Oh, what a sight to behold. Just yesterday, they were caught in the act, and the rain was so heavy that no one heard the commotion. The emperor? I have earnestly prayed for the rains to cease for the sake of the common people, yet this imperial astronomer dares to indulge in such debauchery within the harem. What audacity! And which consort would dare commit such an act behind my back? The emperor had anticipated hearing more revelations from Sugar Treasure, but to his dismay, she fell silent. This truly vexed him. Meanwhile, Shen Zongguang cast a sympathetic glance toward the emperor. It seemed he was not the only one betrayed by women. Even someone as esteemed as the emperor could be deceived by a consort. Being misled by one is less painful than being misled by many. Shen Zongguang felt a sense of relief wash over him. As the emperor grew increasingly anxious, he realized that since Sugar Treasure was silent, there was little he could do. Let us first resolve the issue of the rain. Let us hold a contest at the star-picking tower. Whoever can cause the rain to cease within the time it takes to burn 3 sticks of incense shall be deemed a hero of our great Xing, and I shall reward them handsomely. The emperor declared with authority. Imperial astronomer, if you lose to sugar treasure, you may as well resign your position. The imperial astronomer trembled. How had matters escalated to this point? However, he was still the imperial astronomer, having studied for over 40 years. How could he lose to an infant? Chapter 50. The method of offering by the milk dumpling. At this moment, he was already in a position where he had no choice but to comply. If the little child were to lose, then the title of Marquis held by Lord Shen, along with his very life, would be at stake. Goodness. This scoundrel is employing all manner of schemes to endanger my father's life. Father, you have offended quite a few people. Shen Zongguang suddenly realized that danger lurked all around him. Beneath the calm surface, there were surging undercurrents. It was thanks to little Tang Bao that their family had repeatedly escaped peril. All right. Shen Zongguang nodded. Even if I must perish, it shall be for the sake of the nation and its people. If I can avert this catastrophe, allowing the skies to clear and the people to be spared from the suffering of floods, I would willingly sacrifice my life 1,000 times over. Father, rest assured. You are my beloved father. How could I ever allow you to die? Father, do not say such things. The emperor's eyes are reddened with emotion. Shen Zongguang was well aware that with little Tang Bao by his side, he was safe, yet he still needed to express his loyalty to the emperor. The emperor, his eyes glistening, choked back tears as he patted Shen Zongguang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "It is truly a fortune for the Desheng kingdom to have a minister like you. It is also my great fortune. Come, let us proceed to the star-gathering tower to commence the offering ceremony." The emperor had faith in little Tang Bao's abilities. Since this child was blessed by the heavens for their kingdom, the skies would surely clear. At the star-gathering tower, the news of the offering ceremony to be conducted by little Tang Bao alongside the astronomical bureau spread throughout the court. Ministers braved the torrential rain to reach the star-gathering tower, and even the common folk had heard of this event. Unfortunately, the ordinary citizens could not enter the palace to witness the contest at the star-gathering tower. They could only wait with bated breath. The people had suffered for far too long under the deluge, hoping for divine intervention. Some engaged in fasting and chanting, while others knelt before the Buddha, beseeching for miracles. Yet to no avail. Despair began to set in until they learned of the offering ceremony at the star-gathering tower. I have heard that all the ministers have gone to the star-gathering tower. I wish to see it too. Oh, how anxious I am. Me too. I heard that little Tang Bao, the Marquis's child, is just 3 months old. How can such a small child possibly invoke the skies to clear? This seems implausible. Yet Lord Shen spoke with utmost conviction, even wagering his own life. Perhaps this child truly possessed remarkable abilities. The Astronomical Bureau's expertise was well known. Having trained under venerable masters since childhood with deep-rooted skills, how could they possibly lose to an infant? I fear Lord Shen's position is precarious. I cannot help but feel anxious for Lord Shen. This news naturally reached Shen Belan, who immediately took Qin Hanyan and her family to the palace. Heading straight for the star-gathering tower, Shen Belan was filled with excitement. The Astronomical Bureau was indeed his good brother, eager to help him take revenge. If he could not bring down Shen Zongguang himself, then having his brother do so was equally satisfactory. Once Shen Zongguang was executed, the marquise would be his, along with all the wealth and treasures. He was well aware of the Astronomical Bureau's prowess. They had once remarked that his family's child, Rui, possessed a remarkable destiny, destined to become the most esteemed woman in the world. He firmly believed this to be true. Furthermore, the transformation of his son into a bright young man was also attributed to the Astronomical Bureau's influence. In the past, his son Feng Cheng had not been as intelligent as Shen Yuanbai, causing him and Qin Hanyan much distress. Discontented that his son was merely a foil to Shen Yuanbai, they received a jade pendant from the Astronomical Bureau, who requested the birth dates of both children. Feng Cheng wore the pendant day and night, and before long, he began to excel, becoming increasingly astute, while Shen Yuanbai grew increasingly foolish. Thus, Shen Zongguang came to regard the Astronomical Bureau as a truly capable individual, and they had developed a close bond over the years, becoming sworn brothers. As for Shin's little Tangbao, a child without a single tooth, how could she dare to compete with the Astronomical Bureau? If Shen Zongguang chose to court death, he had no one but himself to blame. Soon, the offering ceremony began. Shen Zongguang held little Tangbao as they stood upon a circular altar crafted of pure gold. The father and daughter stood on the left, while the Astronomical Bureau occupied the right side. In the center, a table was set, adorned with incense burners, fragrant smoke, and an array of peachwood swords, wine, and talismans. Little Tangbao, however, brought no props, appearing pristine and unadorned. All three, Shen Zongguang, little Tangbao, and the Astronomical Bureau, were clad in raincoats. Little Tangbao, with her petite head adorned with a rain hat, donned a loose raincoat that revealed her round, rosy face. Her dark, glistening eyes surveyed the surroundings, sparkling with innocence and charm. The ministers formed an outer circle around the altar, each holding umbrellas, witnessing the scene unfold amidst the torrential rain. How adorable is the Marquis's little girl. Indeed, my heart nearly melts at the sight. While the Marquis's concern for his people is understandable, wagering his life against the Astronomical Bureau seems folly. It is a pity that such a young girl may soon lose her father. No one disagreed. All the ministers felt that this time, Lord Shen was destined to lose. Nearby, a eunuch held an umbrella over the emperor, who personally lit 3 sticks of incense in the burner. As the fragrant smoke began to rise, the emperor declared, "My dear ministers, let us commence the offering ceremony." In that moment, the Astronomical Bureau took a deep swig of wine, spat it onto the peachwood sword, and pointed it towards the stormy sky, chanting a series of incantations. Why does that wine spray resemble something foul? From such a distance, I can already smell a foul odor. Does this old scoundrel not brush his teeth? His breath is horrendous. I cannot fathom how his concubine endures it. The emperor, filled with curiosity, wondered which concubine was involved in this scandal. Little Tangbao, do share more. The emperor leaned in, eager to hear more, but little Tangbao fell silent. Below the star-gathering tower, the ministers focused intently, their spirits high. Just as the incantation concluded, the previously thunderous skies began to clear, the dark clouds dispersing. Look, the skies are brightening. Lord Astronomical Bureau is indeed extraordinary. A sunny day is finally upon us. Chapter 51. The little milk bun cast a spell. I knew it. Master of the Astronomical Bureau possesses formidable magical prowess. Alas, it is such a pity for this infant, merely 3 months old, to be left fatherless. Poor child, with wide-open eyes, gazing around, left and right, it truly tugs at one's heartstrings. Perhaps we should intercede on Lord Shen's behalf when he faces execution. After all, he risked his life in a gamble for the sake of the nation and its people. Beside them, Shen Belan, witnessing the dispersal of the ominous clouds, exhibited an ecstatic expression. At long last, the day they had awaited had arrived. Shen Zongguang was finally facing his downfall. The second branch could finally rise to prominence. At that moment, Shen Zongguang maintained an air of calm, his countenance betraying no signs of disturbance. What are they all clamoring about? My father is just fine. How peculiar they are. Besides, it isn't even clear yet if the storm has truly passed. Meanwhile, the master of the Astronomical Bureau, brimming with self-satisfaction, stroked his upturned mustache and cast an exaggerated eye roll at Shen Zongguang and his daughter. With renewed vigor, he brandished his sword to manipulate the talisman in midair, continuing to chant his incantations. However, the horizon showed no signs of clearing. The sky swiftly darkened again, heavy clouds loomed, and torrential rain poured down relentlessly, drenching the master of the Astronomical Bureau. The deluge struck his rain hat, soaking him thoroughly. With a gust of wind, his hat was swept away, leaving him exposed to the elements. The rain blurred his vision, and his hair and beard clung to his face in a disheveled manner. Indeed, my excitement was in vain. The downpour intensified. I had thought the skies would finally clear, only to be met with this. Master of the Astronomical Bureau, reveal your true abilities. The murmurs of doubt and scorn left the master of the Astronomical Bureau feeling humiliated. He brandished his peach-wood sword towards the heavens, exerting every ounce of strength, stamping his feet and calling out incantations with fervor. Yet, the torrential rain showed no sign of abating. Some of it even mingled with the wind and splashed into his mouth, leaving him sputtering and gasping. The icy water filled his stomach, causing discomfort. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his abdomen and retched, expelling the brackish rainwater from his mouth. What is this? I had thought he was capable, only to discover he possesses naught but the skills of an amateur. The rain only grows heavier. If the master of the Astronomical Bureau cannot summon fair weather, can we truly rely on this 3-month-old infant? Oh, heavens, have we, the great Shen Kingdom, erred in some way to warrant such divine retribution? Our people suffer. Those in the capital are better off, but what of those outside, whose necks are submerged in floodwaters? Who shall save our great Shen Kingdom? The crowd sighed in despair. Hurry and show us your true abilities. The master of the Astronomical Bureau, anxious from the scorn of the crowd, exerted himself further in chanting his spells. He leaped and danced upon the altar, akin to a shaman, yet to no avail. The rain continued unabated, and he found himself filled with icy rainwater. Before long, the time for the incense had elapsed. Master of the Astronomical Bureau, the time has come. The emperor cast a cold glance at the master, a look that spoke volumes. The master of the Astronomical Bureau hastily wiped the rain from his face. Your Majesty, this is not a matter of my ineptitude. It appears the storm is the will of heaven. Perhaps our great Shen Kingdom has offended the divine, resulting in this deluge as punishment. You insolent wretch! Do not deflect blame onto the heavens. The emperor retorted coldly. I govern for the benefit of the nation and its people. Our great Shen Kingdom thrives. How could the heavens bring calamity upon us? Realizing his eagerness to shift blame had angered the emperor, the master fell silent, standing obediently in place. Shen Aicheng. Why not give it a try? The emperor turned his gaze to Shen Zongguang and the little milk bun in his arms. The courtiers sighed, disheartened. Alas! If the master of the Astronomical Bureau is at a loss, what can an infant possibly accomplish? What shall we do if this continues? The master of the Astronomical Bureau rolled his eyes. The emperor seems quite muddled to place faith in a mere infant. If he cannot succeed, how could a babe do any better? Surely this child cannot summon fair weather either. In that case, he would be at an impasse with the infant, avoiding execution himself. With this realization, the master felt somewhat relieved. He shook off the rainwater from his cloak and stood aside, though the icy rainwater still churned uncomfortably in his stomach. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Shen Zongguang and his little milk bun, Shen Tang. The emperor reignited 3 sticks of incense, while a eunuch held an umbrella over the incense burner to shield it from the rain. As the incense began to burn, Shen Tang retrieved a talisman from Shen Zongguang's embrace. Her tiny hands, still smaller than the talisman itself, struggled to unfold the paper, causing the process to drag on. The courtiers shook their heads, sighing. Alas, the child is merely 3 months old, her hands still uncoordinated. How could she possibly summon fair weather? It seems that both Lord Shen and the master of the Astronomical Bureau are at a stalemate, and neither shall lose their heads. But when will this relentless rain cease? By the time little Shen Tang finally managed to unfold the talisman, half the incense had burned away. The emperor watched eagerly, patiently awaiting the outcome. Shen Belan, Qin Hanyan, and the master of the Astronomical Bureau exchanged glances filled with disdain. At last, little Shen Tang, her delicate hands tossing the talisman skyward, cried out, Heavenly Father, please cease the rain and bring forth clear skies. The talisman was instantly drenched by the downpour, turning into a soggy mess. Alas, let it be as it is. I anticipated this outcome. The courtiers shook their heads in resignation. The master of the Astronomical Bureau smirked, having claimed all along that if he could not accomplish it, neither could anyone else. Your Majesty, it seems I have reached an impasse with Lord Shen. Today's affairs. Before he could finish, the once oppressive clouds above suddenly parted, as if someone had pressed the pause button on the rain. In that moment, the storm ceased. and rays of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth below. Chapter 52. Little Lucky Star, Little Princess What? It's clear skies. My heavens. It's a sunny day. The Bodhisattva has blessed us. The heavens have manifested. This little child possesses genuine abilities. The ministers were utterly astonished. Shen Tang and his wife stared intently at the azure sky, bewildered. How is this possible? The astronomer blinked vigorously and rubbed his eyes. How could this be? Your Majesty. The astronomer's face turned pale. At this moment, he could not concede defeat. Admitting failure could cost him his head. Your Majesty. This is not the little child's plea for clear skies. It is evidently my humble request for rain to cease. The astronomer shouted. When I cast my spell. The heavens responded, albeit a tad late, allowing this little child to take all the credit. Had this little one been the first to ask for rain to clear, it would certainly not have turned sunny. What does an infant know? The astronomer vociferously criticized Shen Tang, asserting, You are devious and cunning, exploiting every opportunity, utterly shameless. What? I'm truly at a loss for words. If the Great Wall were made of your skin, Meng Jiangnu would never have wept. Bullying me because this little child cannot speak, is it? How despicable. Both Shen Tang and the emperor were taken aback by the astronomer's audacious remarks. It was undoubtedly our Tongbao's charm at work. Shen Tang rebuked angrily. At this moment, Shen Tang echoed, How could a 3-month-old infant comprehend anything? You have exploited the astronomer's words. This rain clearly stems from his request. Amidst the clamor, the little infant in Shen Tang's arms puffed her cheeks, her chubby face resembling a pufferfish, and clenched her tiny fists. Humph. Wasn't it said this was your achievement? Then begin your performance. The little one's soft, melodious voice resonated, and suddenly, the previously clear and sunny sky turned ominously dark. A fierce wind swept in, rapidly enveloping the sky in clouds. Why has it suddenly turned cloudy? The ministers murmured. In an instant, a purple-golden lightning bolt cleaved through the darkness, illuminating the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that crashed down. It's raining again. This storm is even fiercer than before. Astronomer. Didn't you claim it was your merit that the rain would cease? Why not hasten to stop it? The ministers shouted amidst the deluge. The emperor, maintaining a stern expression, coldly addressed the astronomer. Since you claim the rain stopping is your accomplishment, I shall grant you another chance to cease this downpour. I shall try, the astronomer stammered, struggling to maintain his composure, his legs beginning to weaken. Heavens, how can the weather change so abruptly? The astronomer exerted every ounce of energy, jumping and shouting, reciting incantations, yet no sign of clear skies appeared. Instead, the tempest intensified, and the torrential rain battered the earth mercilessly. Look at that old fool jumping around like a toad. Is he not exhausted? I'm already tired just watching him. The emperor's gaze towards the astronomer grew icy. Weren't you just claiming this was your accomplishment? Why can't you stop the rain now? Your Majesty, I. The astronomer was a flurry of frantic movements, his legs trembling, and in his desperation, he slipped on the waterlogged ground, crashing down in a most undignified manner. Ha ha ha, I can't breathe. The little one in Shen Tang's arms giggled heartily. The astronomer, nursing a bruised nose, took a moment to rise, only to be met with the little child's dark, glistening eyes. Shame and anger flooded through him. This scene shattered the illusion the ministers held of the astronomer's capabilities. How had they never noticed his incompetence before? Little Tangbao, can you make this torrential rain cease? The emperor's hopeful gaze fell upon the little one. If you can stop the rain and relieve the suffering of the people, I shall reward you handsomely. The little child blinked her bright, expressive eyes and nodded. Your Majesty, please do not deceive me. At the moment, she nodded. The storm that had raged just moments before suddenly ceased. All were astonished, watching in disbelief as the oppressive clouds began to dissipate. The once threatening sky transformed inch by inch into a canvas of blue and white, sunlight piercing through the thick clouds, bathing the earth in warmth. Everyone gazed in awe, their expressions incredulous. Shen Tang and his wife were transfixed by the spectacle. Could it be that this little Tangao is a celestial being? How else could she command the weather? The astronomer, too, was wide-eyed with disbelief. Could this child truly be a blessing bestowed upon the great Qing kingdom? The emperor, tears glistening in his eyes, exclaimed, "Did you see, my beloved ministers? The clear skies are the result of little Tangao's efforts. She is a divine blessing to our great Qing kingdom, bringing fortune and good fortune." As the emperor's words echoed, the ministers fell to their knees, proclaiming, "The heavens have manifested. Our ancestors have shown their favor. Tang Bao is a celestial maiden incarnate. With her, we are blessed." The ministers' voices thundered, kneeling before the little infant as if she were a reincarnated deity. Shen Tang was taken aback by this unexpected display of reverence. His daughter truly is a little lucky star. Shen Belan and Qin Hanyan stood in stunned silence. Qin Hanyan glared at Shen Belan's arms, unwilling to accept this development. This was not how it was meant to unfold. In her dreams, her daughter Rui was the one destined to save the world and become the beloved celestial maiden. How had it become Tangao? This was not right. Seeing Shen Belan and Qin Hanyan still standing, the other ministers grabbed them, forcing them to kneel before Tang Bao. Before they could react, they were compelled to bow their heads before the 3-month-old infant. Shen Belan. This is a profound humiliation. He had never bowed to his own mother, yet here he was, bowing to his 3-month-old niece. At that moment, the emperor gazed lovingly at the little Tang Bao in Shen Zongguang's arms. "Little Tang Bao, thanks to you, this torrential flood has ceased. Your presence is a blessing to the people and to Great Sheng. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the title of the Little Princess of Great Sheng." Chapter 53. Long live the little princess. Thanks to the emperor's grace, the Shen family is immensely grateful. Shen Zongguang excitedly embraced the little bundle in his arms. It seems he has benefited from his daughter's elevation in status. Can the little princess have an endless supply of money? Will being a little princess mean an abundance of delicious food and an endless wardrobe of beautiful attire? As my little princess, Sugar, you shall enter the palace every day, and the imperial kitchen will prepare the finest delicacies and pastries for you, the emperor said with a smile. There will be countless exquisite garments and jewelry for you to choose from. Yay! Once my teeth are fully grown, I want to eat meat. I want beef, lamb, chicken, venison, and the entire pig family. The emperor could not help but chuckle. After all, she was just a child. Upon hearing of the emperor's intention to grant Sugar the title of princess, the ministers all knelt and bowed, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor. I must thoughtfully consider Sugar's title. In 3 days, we shall hold the coronation ceremony for her as a princess. Long live the emperor." The ministers echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the air. Qin Hanyan's eyes turned bloodshot as she fixated on this scene. How could it be that her daughter was not the one being conferred the title of little princess, but rather Shen Sugar? The emperor cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced diviner nearby. "As for you, diviner, you have lost to Sugar, and according to our agreement, you shall face execution as a public example. Someone, take this charlatan away." As soon as the emperor uttered these words, the surrounding eunuchs swiftly approached, restraining the diviner's shoulders and dragging him away. The diviner kicked and struggled, his hoarse voice pleading, "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, have mercy." In no time, the diviner was taken away and the annoying clamor dissipated. At last, peace returned to the surroundings. He was still curious about which shameless consort had been entangled with the diviner, causing chaos in the harem. With Sugar around, he believed he could surely uncover the culprit. Shen Zongguang thought to himself, "Could I refuse? To do so would be tantamount to defying the emperor." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Your Majesty, in 3 days, we are also hosting a grand celebration for Sugar's 100-day feast at our marquee. The emperor replied, "Perfect. The 100-day feast shall be held in the palace, coinciding with her coronation ceremony." Reluctantly, Shen Zongguang protested, "But Your Majesty, our little Sugar still needs to nurse." "Not to worry. The palace has wet nurses who cater to other young princes and princesses, providing only the finest nourishment. There is also goat's milk and deer milk. You need not fret over her nursing." Shen Zhongguang was left speechless. He could not concoct any further excuses. Lord Shen, this matter is settled. Now, let us conclude today as audience. Everyone may disperse. With that, the emperor joyfully departed, holding Sugar in his arms. Shen Zhongguang thought, Your Majesty, that is my child. Historical records speak of kings who would seize wives, but he had never encountered a king who would take away a child. Alas! He could only wait for the emperor to return Sugar as promised in 3 days. Watching her being taken away left an emptiness in his heart. Outside the capital, the citizens marveled at the clear, cloudless skies and rejoiced. The rain had ceased, and the accumulated water on the ground had diminished significantly under the sun. Among the crowd, word spread that the stopping of the torrential rain was due to the efforts of the illustrious Sugar from the Marquis of Yaochi. It was said that heaven had chosen Sugar, who was a blessing bestowed upon the kingdom of Dashing. Sugar was a celestial maiden descended to earth. Rumor had it that the emperor planned to confer upon her the title of princess. The citizens cheered, expressing their gratitude to Sugar. Having Sugar is a blessing for Dashing. Long live Princess Sugar. Some even knelt in the waterlogged streets, repeatedly bowing their heads in reverence. It was Sugar who saved countless families. All the people were filled with gratitude towards Sugar. The emperor cradled Sugar as they made their way to the palace. My little princess, are you hungry? He asked, holding the cherubic child. Shall I arrange for a wet nurse for you? The little bundle blinked her large, dark eyes and pouted her tiny lips. Her adorable demeanor was utterly endearing. Very well, I shall summon a wet nurse at once. An hour later, with her belly full, little Sugar still had traces of milk on her lips. I'm so full, burp. I'm so sleepy, I want to take a nap. Already tired? The emperor had not yet tired of this little darling. Observing her rubbing her eyes and yawning, he promptly placed her in the softest, most comfortable crib, covering her with a down blanket, gently patting her to sleep. Before long, her curled lashes fluttered shut as she sank into a deep slumber. What? Concubine Yun fidgeted with the handkerchief in her grasp, filled with discontent. When Mai Zhuzhu was born, the emperor had not even held a coronation ceremony for her. It is well known that she was the emperor's most favored consort, enjoying unparalleled prominence over the years. Yet, the emperor seemed to favor the young princes more. He hardly remembered the names of the princesses born to the consorts in the palace. The fact that the emperor remembered her Zhu's name was already a mark of grace, and she felt somewhat content. But to her surprise, a child from outside the palace dared to compete for favor. They even claimed this little Sugar was a celestial maiden. A blessing from heaven for the kingdom of Dashing. How could that be? That she could halt the torrential rain was merely a stroke of luck. I will go and meet this Sugar and see for myself who she truly is. Concubine Yun, accompanied by her Zhuzhu, made her way towards the sleeping quarters of Sugar. Upon their arrival, the matron in charge of Sugar's care blocked their entrance. The little princess is resting. Perhaps Concubine Yun may return later. Concubine Yun let out a cold laugh, incensed. The coronation has not even begun, and you dare to call her little princess already? Chapter 54, Little Sugar Treasure. I shall cause a ruckus. Who do you think you are to obstruct my mother, the princess? At this moment, Princess Zhuzhu, the daughter of Consort Yun, wore a sullen expression, her round face ablaze with anger as she scolded. You, a lowly maid, dare to impede this noble consort? Consort Yun's voice grew colder. Your Highness, please do not be angry. This is the Emperor's decree. It is his command that we take good care of the little princess, ensuring that no one disturbs her slumber. Consort Yun, feeling a lump in her throat, let out a cold laugh. Are you attempting to use the Emperor to intimidate me? The maid hurriedly knelt, her face a mask of fear. I dare not, but this is indeed the Emperor's command. He cherishes the little princess greatly and hopes you will not make things difficult for me. What is she, a mere child? She is not the Emperor's biological daughter. Princess Zhuzhu exclaimed, her brows furrowing in displeasure. She is utterly unworthy. What noise is that? It's so loud. I've finally managed to fall asleep. Who's making such a racket outside? Wah. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to cause a scene. At that moment, Shen Tang rubbed her sleepy eyes, drowsily opening them, and began to cry, accompanied by the resounding wails of the little dumpling. The several maids tasked with caring for her were thrown into a frenzy, collectively rendered speechless. "Oh no! The little princess has been awakened." The maids rushed forward, hastily cradling the little princess in their arms, softly soothing her, gently rocking her while humming a lullaby. Yet Shen Tang's cries only grew louder. What had transpired? Just then, the emperor, clad in his dragon robe, hurried over. Upon seeing the emperor approach, Zhu felt a surge of delight. It was well known that their father despised disobedient children, particularly the sound of their cries. She recalled how her brother had once wept in the emperor's presence, only to be met with a cold shoulder, leading to neglect of his studies thereafter. Thus, in a bid for favor, no one dared to cry before the emperor. Even his biological children refrained from tears. Yet this wild child dared to wail so loudly. Surely, their father would find her irksome and grow to despise her. Surely, he would expel this wild child from the palace. Watching her father's furrowed brow and cold demeanor, Zhu felt a sense of glee and anticipation. The emperor had now reached the maids and took the little sugar treasure from their arms. His expression turned icy. "I was sleeping so soundly when two bothersome individuals chose to disturb me with their clamor, disrupting my rest. That insufferable little brat even dares to declare that I am not the emperor's biological daughter and unworthy of being a princess. How infuriating." The chubby little hands of Sugar Treasure rubbed her eyes as she sobbed uncontrollably. Zhu had expected to see a look of disdain on her father's face. Yet she was met only with compassion. In the next moment, Sugar Treasure's loud cries began to subside, her tear-streaked, dark almond eyes gazing up at the emperor. "This is what you said, that you would take my side. Your Majesty, it is not as it appears. How can this maid speak ill of me and tarnish my image before you?" Consort Yun exclaimed anxiously, before casting a flirtatious glance at the emperor. "Your Majesty, I heard that you have conferred a title upon a little princess, and I wished to come and take a look." Our Zhu was also eager to see what her sister looked like. Alas, we were prevented from entering the Yangxin Hall by these maids. I thought to leave with Zhu since the little princess was asleep, but unexpectedly, she awoke and began to cry incessantly. Consort Yun wore a helpless expression, acknowledging that the child was merely 3 months old and crying was to be expected. "Is that so? Yet, why is it that Sugar Treasure is so calm and quiet in my arms, so obedient?" The emperor scoffed, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. "This child has always been well-behaved. I have never witnessed her cry before you two arrived and disturbed her slumber. Is this not indicative of something?" Consort Yun's complexion turned pale. What did this imply? Was she being blamed for this wild child? Did she not hold the emperor's favor as his most cherished consort? Princess Zhu was astonished to find her father showing no aversion to the unruly wild child, but instead scolding her mother. Hadn't their father always favored her mother? What wild child? The emperor's expression darkened, his voice chillingly cold. "Sugar Treasure is my officially titled little princess. She is my daughter." This was the first time Zhu had seen such a frigid gaze from her father, feeling the overwhelming pressure and intimidation emanating from him. Her legs trembled, and in her fear, she collapsed to the ground. "Zhu." Consort Yun quickly helped her daughter up, realizing that the emperor was genuinely furious this time. From this day forth, Princess Zhu was confined to her chambers for 3 days of reflection, forbidden to leave. Chapter 55. Little Sugar Baby enters the palace. As for you, the emperor's cold gaze fell upon Consort Yun. You have failed in your duties as a mother. Accompany Zhu in solitary reflection within the Yangxin Palace and, in addition, copy the Buddhist scriptures 10 times. Present them to me for review in 3 days. Solitary reflection? 10 copies of the scriptures? Was he not attempting to render her fingers raw? The emperor, who had always been most indulgent, was unexpectedly ruthless this time. It was all that wretched Shen Tang's fault. When the opportunity arises, she would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate that little scoundrel. At this moment, Consort Yun was seething with resentment, yet had no outlet for her emotions. She could only endure the pain and humiliation, ultimately responding with a simple, "Yes, I shall obey." Enough, you may leave, the emperor sighed, waving his hand. Consort Yun had no choice but to hastily take her daughter and depart. Ah. Consort Yun must surely harbor ill intentions. Perhaps she is cursing me in her heart. Perhaps she is currently devising ways to harm me. Sighs. This palace is indeed a den of intrigue. Another day passes, longing for my father, mother, and brothers. The emperor held little sugar baby close, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall take good care of you. For the past few days, he had kept little sugar baby nestled by his side, ensuring that no harm would come to her. After all, she was not only his little princess, but also a cherished blessing, a divine child destined to protect their great Shin kingdom. He could not allow any misfortune to befall her. My dear, do you enjoy watching shadow puppetry? The emperor softened his tone. Shall I take you to see a performance in the palace? I've seen shadow puppetry before. It holds no novelty for me. It is rather dull. Then, little sugar baby, would you like to eat something? The chefs in the imperial kitchen are renowned for preparing baby food specifically for princes and princesses. Their dishes are both delicious and nutritious, suitable even for 3-month-old infants. Would you care to taste it? Little sugar baby, who had been lazily yawning, suddenly brightened as her large, lustrous eyes sparkled. She waved her tiny fists, babbling excitedly. Her voice was sweet and endearing. Yes, yes. I want to eat something delicious. I am drooling with anticipation. Such a little glutton, the emperor chuckled, playfully tapping her small, delicate nose. Observing the glistening drool on her lips, he helplessly declared, Come, I shall take you to the imperial kitchen. The Shen family. Could something have happened? Qin Yunshuang expressed her concern. Furrowing her brows, she continued, It is fortunate that the emperor has bestowed such honors upon our child, but I worry, this palace is a perilous place. Little sugar baby is still so young. What if something were to happen to her within these walls? I share your concerns, Shen Zongguang sighed. Nevertheless, our child is blessed. She is destined for greatness. Moreover, she possesses extraordinary talents, unlike any ordinary child. I believe she will be just fine. Besides, the emperor dotes on her immensely. He would not allow any harm to come her way. Yet, Qin Yunshuang remained uneasy. Your worries echo my own. Tomorrow, the palace will host a banquet. The emperor will invite you to attend, and we shall see little sugar baby together. Indeed, Qin Yunshuang nodded, resigned to this course of action. She wondered if the child was adjusting well to palace life, whether she could sleep soundly. It pained her to think that her baby had left home at just over 3 months old. I feel the same, Shen Zongguang comforted her. My dear, we shall enter the palace early tomorrow to be with little sugar baby. After a day apart, we will see her again during her coronation ceremony the day after. In essence, we will only be separated for 1 day. Does that not ease your heart a bit? Qin Yunshuang nodded. You are right, my husband. She wished for the day to pass swiftly, eager to see her beloved child once more. My love. At this moment, Qin Yunshuang let out a soft sigh, her lovely brows knitting together. My lady, what troubles you? Shen Zongguang inquired with concern. Little sugar baby has gone, and now, there is no one to feed me. Qin Yunshuang's embarrassment flushed her fair earlobes with a rosy hue. Her exquisite features glistened with tears, her eyes shimmering with unshed droplets. Shen Zongguang quickly understood the implication, his deep gaze ignited with warmth. He inhaled deeply, my lady, when you gave birth to our eldest. I remember you experienced discomfort in this area. If it is not alleviated, it may lead to complications. Last time, you suffered from a blockage, resulting in painful lumps that left you bedridden for a week. Qin Yunshuang nodded, aware of the gravity of the situation. She recalled how, during the birth of their first child, she had inadvertently triggered a painful condition which had caused her great distress and led to a high fever that lasted 7 days. A close friend had suffered similarly, ultimately succumbing to her affliction. Thus, she understood the seriousness of her situation. My lady, this matter is urgent. I shall accompany you to our chamber to provide relief, Shen Zongguang insisted earnestly, devoid of any frivolity, as if addressing a simple matter. Yet, Qin Yunshuang felt her cheeks burn with shyness. But what is there to be shy about? We have borne 4 children together. What have we not experienced? Shen Zongguang declared, lifting Qin Yunshuang into his arms and carrying her toward their private quarters. Your health is of utmost importance. Chapter 56. Little Sugar Baby discovers a big secret. Shen Zongguang cradled Qin Yunshuang and carried her into the chamber, where the flickering light cast a warm, intimate ambience that gradually enveloped them. Simultaneously, the emperor, holding Little Sugar Baby, made his way to the imperial kitchen. Concerned that the flavors might not suit her delicate palate, he decided to take her to dine in the royal kitchen. Upon entering, a myriad of delectable aromas wafted through the air, igniting one's appetite. How fragrant! Oh! The succulent pig trotters, the plump meatballs, such large cuts of beef and lamb chops. The roasted duck, sizzling with oil, must be heavenly upon the first bite. Alas! I lament having only 3 tiny teeth. And the red date and bean paste cake, the golden pumpkin and fluffy cake, oh, how I long to take a bite. The imperial kitchen is vast, even larger than the Marquis's manor. The palace is such a delightful place. The emperor, amused by Little Sugar Baby's innocent enthusiasm, smiled knowingly. How delightful it was to discover her fondness for food. My dear Sugar Baby, these meats are meant for adults. You are still too young to digest them. He chuckled, but fear not, for the kitchen has specially prepared meals just for infants like you. Oh, I yearn to eat. I wish I could grow up faster. When I am older, I can indulge in all the delicious meats. Such tender, fragrant morsels, I can hardly imagine the taste. Bring forth all the dishes suitable for infants, ensuring they are of the finest quality, the emperor commanded. Following his order, the chef presented an array of exquisite treats, including osmanthus-flavored goat milk cake, golden bird's nest porridge, fish meat soup, and red date yam milk pudding, each dish melting in the mouth, perfectly tailored to a child's taste. Come, Little Sugar Baby, taste and tell me how it is, the emperor said as he settled down, cradling her in his arms. He used a golden spoon to offer her a small bite of the osmanthus-flavored goat milk cake. Little glutton, do savor the flavor. Her bright, round eyes sparkled as she eagerly extended her tongue, swallowing the entire spoonful, her cheeks puffing out like a little pufferfish. The emperor couldn't help but chuckle. Despite having many princes and princesses, none were as voracious as she. I am just a little baby. All I do is eat and sleep. So what's wrong with being a little greedy? Besides, to eat is a blessing. Oh, how delightful! The emperor, still amused, found her reasoning sound. Since you enjoy your meal, then indulge a little more, my sweet. He held the little bundle close, his voice gentle. Once you are satisfied, do tell me which concubine has strayed from her duties. After finishing the goat milk cake, Little Sugar Baby spat out the spoon and pointed eagerly at the golden bird's nest porridge. I want that. It looks delicious. Oh, I can hardly contain my drool. The emperor, still chuckling, obliged. Very well, my little princess. Let us see if the porridge pleases your palate. He filled the spoon with porridge and brought it to her lips. Take your time, for all of this is yours to enjoy. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the staff gathered in astonishment. Good heavens! The emperor is personally carrying an infant into the kitchen and feeding her. Indeed, this is unprecedented. I heard he has conferred the title of Little Princess upon her. This is the first of its kind in our great Qing kingdom. Observing the emperor's affection towards her, it was evident that he doted on her far more than his own princesses and princes. What extraordinary qualities does this little one possess to capture the emperor's attention? Rumor had it that she could bring about sunny weather after a storm and was chosen by the heavens as the kingdom's lucky star. How remarkable! In no time, Little Sugar Baby had her fill, letting out a contented burp, her rosy cheeks glowing with satisfaction as she lazily reclined in the emperor's embrace. Alas! I was full after just a little. I must have a tiny bird stomach. If only I could grow a bit more, I could feast on so much more. Such a shame I cannot devour it all. My dear Sugar Baby, once you are full, shall we take a stroll outside? The emperor proposed, his voice inviting. The scenery outside is quite lovely. Yay! Let us go explore. The emperor carried little sugar baby outside. As winter approached, the palace gardens were adorned with clusters of winter plum blossoms, each competing for beauty. Along the path, small birds chirped merrily as they flitted about the branches of the plum trees. Little sugar baby, with her round, bright eyes, gazed curiously at the birds. Look! Are they eating melons? What are they saying? Let me listen. Ah? What? The concubine who was having an affair with the astrologer thought he would soon be executed and hoped he would die, so her secret would remain hidden. Yet, the emperor has yet to carry out the deed, causing her great anxiety. The emperor tuned in intently. Indeed, he had no immediate plans to execute the astrologer, for he was still unaware of which shameless concubine was involved. Ah, she even poisoned him to silence him, so no one would discover her secret? Oh! Now her accomplices are delivering meals to him. Ah, even her children are not the emperor's? It seems both the emperor and my father are victims of infidelity. Wearing the same green hat. The emperor. Ah, this illicit couple. Who is polluting his harem? It seems he must send someone to capture that traitor from the astrologer's prison. No wonder I couldn't recall who was entangled with the astrologer. It turns out to be the imprisoned concubine Yoon. The emperor. Ah, the emperor punished her by making her copy Buddhist scriptures. Yet she didn't write a single character herself, forcing the little palace maids to do it, while making the young eunuchs peel walnuts by hand under threat of death if they failed to finish within the time of a stick of incense. How pitiful! Their hands were left bloodied. Is concubine Yoon truly so dreadful? She punishes anyone she dislikes by beating them to death and tossing their bodies into the dry well, where so many corpses lie. This woman is terrifying. It appears that many concubines have suffered miscarriages due to her actions. So many little princesses and princes have perished at her hands. How dreadful! A surge of rage welled up within the emperor. Concubine Yoon had always been his favored consort. Among the many women in his harem, she had received the most attention. Her token had been turned over countless times, even more than the empress had ever received. Only when his health deteriorated did he cease to spend the night with women. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had committed such treachery behind his back. What had he done to deserve her betrayal? Ah, what? No wonder the emperor favored her every time he visited her chambers. She would add a touch of Hawan spice to the incense. Good heavens, excessive use of such a substance could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 57. He confessed everything the emperor? He had recovered from his illness over the past few days and initially intended to inspect the harem. Yet, he felt an inexplicable weakness. Could it be due to the Hawan incense? How audacious of concubine Yoon to disrupt the harem. The emperor's chest heaved with anger. He was furious. Little sugar baby continued to listen to the birds chirping. What? Concubine Yoon actually believes that her confinement is my doing and seeks revenge? This woman is quite terrifying. The emperor. Little sugar baby was his lucky star in the great Shen kingdom. Who would dare to harm her? Anyone who dared to harm little sugar baby would be the first to face his wrath. The emperor summoned eunuch Lu, instructing him to check on the Qi Tian supervisor, who was still imprisoned. As an elder in the emperor's court, eunuch Lu understood that checking was not a mere casual visit. Something significant must have transpired. Eunuch Lu quickly departed. The emperor maintained a stern expression. Little sugar baby. I shall take you to concubine Yun's palace to see how her copy of the Buddhist scriptures is progressing. All right, that sounds fun. Soon, the emperor, cradling little sugar baby, boarded the dragon carriage, heading towards concubine Yun's quarters. Along the way, little sugar baby played with the calming lock toy prepared for her by the emperor. This intricate puzzle was difficult even for adults, yet the little one, with her delicate white hands, managed to unlock it effortlessly. Indeed, my little sugar baby is exceptionally clever. The more the emperor observed her, the more satisfied he became. Why did his other princes and princesses lack such wit? Sugar baby, I am contemplating a princess title for you. What do you think of the name Mingzhu Princess? You are the pearl of my palm, a brilliant gem of the great Shen kingdom. That sounds wonderful. I am happy with any name as long as my emperor father provides me with delicious food every day. The emperor found himself exasperated by this little glutton, whose thoughts seemed solely centered on food. As they proceeded, the palace maids and eunuchs who witnessed this spectacle were utterly astonished. They whispered amongst themselves, marveling at how doting the emperor was towards the little princess. Indeed, he had never shown such affection to anyone before. The little princess was now truly above all others. Before long, the emperor arrived at concubine Yun's quarters with little sugar baby. At that moment, concubine Yun was reclining on her phoenix couch, munching on walnut kernels peeled by a eunuch's bloodied fingers, while glaring at a little maid copying the Buddhist scriptures. Write faster. At this pace, you'll never finish. With that, concubine Yun kicked the maid fiercely. Caught off guard, the maid fell, causing her brush to jab into the rice paper, splattering ink everywhere. What have you done? It's all smudged. You've ruined it. Concubine Yun shouted angrily. Get up and continue writing. If you don't complete 2 copies today, you won't need those 10 fingers anymore. Just then, concubine Yun's head maid rushed in, exclaiming, Your Highness, the emperor has arrived. Concubine Yun quickly dropped the walnut kernels, stood upright, tidied her appearance, and shot a fierce glare at the maid. What are you writing for? Don't you have any sense? Do you wish for the emperor to discover that these scriptures are not your own handiwork? I wouldn't dare, the little maid stammered, quickly gathering her things and placing the finished rice paper and brush on the desk. Zhu, your father has come to see you. Let us go out to greet him, concubine Yun said joyfully, taking Zhu's hand as they headed towards the door. At that moment, the emperor, holding little sugar baby, approached. I humbly greet the emperor, concubine Yun curtsied sweetly. Greetings, father, Zhu chimed in obediently. However, when concubine Yun raised her gaze and beheld little sugar baby in the emperor's arms, her smile instantly froze. How infuriating! Why had the emperor brought this little harbinger of misfortune along? Why did she accompany him everywhere? Her expression suggests she does not welcome me. This little princess Zhu is always glaring at me. What an insufferable child. How goes the copying of the scriptures? The emperor approached the desk to examine the manuscripts. You've been eating walnuts, haven't you? Unbelievable. With a swift motion, the emperor thrust the stack of scriptures toward concubine Yun, his voice cold and filled with fury. Did you think I wouldn't recognize that this is not your handwriting? It is clearly a forgery. Concubine Yun's face turned ashen. The emperor recognized her handwriting? She had never written in his presence. How could he know? Yet his certainty suggested he must have seen it before, a memory she had forgotten. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Concubine Yun knelt, her complexion pale. The emperor's gaze fell upon the little maid nearby, noticing her red fingers stained with ink. A cold smile curled at his lips. You copied these scriptures, didn't you? The little maid gasped, lowering her head in silence. Speak. Otherwise, I shall charge you with treason. The emperor commanded angrily. The little maid quickly knelt, her face contorted with despair as she cried out, Your Majesty, all of this was forced upon me by the lady. Very well, the emperor sneered. Concubine Yun, you are duplicitous. What a treasonous act. Meanwhile, little Princess Zhu also knelt, not daring to utter a word. The emperor strode into concubine Yun's chamber. Little sugar baby mentioned that concubine Yun had used Hawan incense. Where could it be hidden? There is Hawan incense in this vase. The contents are potent, indeed. It appears concubine Yun has not only drugged the emperor, but also the Qitian supervisor. No wonder they were so intimate in the temple. The emperor, with a stern expression, began to examine the vase. Concubine Yun gasped. Had the emperor discovered something? Surely not. Your Majesty, you are allergic to these lilies. It would be best not to touch them before she could finish. The emperor uncovered a small vial within, his expression darkening, his gaze icy. What is this? Concubine Yun's face paled instantly. This. How could the emperor know? At that moment, Eunuch Lu rushed in, exclaiming, Your Majesty. While I was en route to the Qitian supervisor, I discovered the kitchen staff had poisoned the food. After a thorough interrogation, they confessed everything. Concubine Yun's complexion drained of color. It was over. Everything was over. Chapter 58. The opportunity for Shenrui arises. The words of the eunuch grew increasingly hushed as he revealed the scandalous liaison between Consort Yun and the Astronomical Bureau. Even the little princess Jiazhu was a product of their union. The emperor's countenance darkened, his large hand gripping the sleeve of his dragon robe tightly. It seemed that little Tongbao's words were indeed accurate. This wretched Consort Yun had truly engaged in such sordid deeds. Consort Yun, terrified, collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as parchment. "Your Majesty, it is not as it seems." "I." A storm of fury washed over the emperor as he struck Consort Yun across the face. "Wretched woman! How have I wronged you? How dare you act in such a manner?" The force of the slap sent Consort Yun sprawling, her delicate features swelling and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Your Majesty, I." "Consort Yun has sullied the palace. Seize her and execute her," the emperor commanded coldly. Swiftly, the eunuchs arrived, dragging the pale-faced Consort Yun away. "Father, do not kill my mother," Jiazhu cried out, attempting to intervene. As for Jiazhu, strip her of her title and cast her into the cold palace, the emperor declared icily. Jiazhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father, I am your daughter. Do you not cherish me?" "You are no longer my daughter," the emperor sighed. "Take her away." Soon, the anguished cries of Consort Yun echoed from outside the palace. "It is all your fault, you cursed child." Jiazhu glared at little Tangao, her resentment boiling. "If it were not for you, father would not seek to kill my mother or banish me." The eunuch Lu felt a chilling pressure enveloping the air, and he dared not look upon the emperor's expression. Trembling in place, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Jiazhu was indeed foolish. A mere child who could not conceal her emotions, voicing her thoughts aloud. Did she not realize that the emperor currently favored little Tangao above all? Am I to blame for your mother's infidelity with the Astronomical Bureau? Lu thought, incredulous. What an absurdity. "Your Majesty, grant me permission to strike her," Lu implored, his voice icy. "Do it," the emperor commanded. Drawing a deep breath, Lu raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Jiazhu's face. "I am a princess. You insolent slave, how dare you strike me?" Jiazhu fell to the ground, her ears ringing and vision blurred, glaring at Lu. "You are the result of Consort Yun's affair with the Astronomical Bureau. You are the true illegitimate child," Lu retorted, striking her again. At merely 3 years of age, Jiazhu was left reeling from the blows, her visage now swollen beyond recognition, lying motionless on the ground. The emperor sighed, "Exile her from the palace. She is too spoiled. Let her reside in a nunnery to reflect and cultivate herself." Having once watched her grow, the emperor could not bring himself to condemn her to death. Soon, Jiazhu was dragged away, and Lu reported that Consort Yun had breathed her last. Her body would be discarded in a mass grave, and as for the Astronomical Bureau, they were to be publicly executed tomorrow at noon. Yes, Lu acknowledged, dispatching individuals to handle the body. The recent events had certainly startled the emperor. Gently cradling little Tangao, he spoke softly, "Let us venture outside, my dear. Do not fear, I shall protect you from harm. My little Mingyu, do not be afraid. With me here, none shall dare to bully you." The emperor's voice was tender, filled with affection for the child he cherished as a precious jewel. "Yea, thank you, Father Emperor," little Tangao exclaimed, her heart calling out to him. The emperor's face brimmed with delight at her words, wishing to hear her call him father once more. Yet he restrained himself, fearing she might realize he could perceive her thoughts. "My little Mingju, may you grow swiftly," the emperor murmured, longing to hear her sweet voice call him father. In a single night, news spread throughout the palace. Little Tangao was the emperor's most beloved princess, personally fed and carried by him in the dragon carriage. Consort Yun and Princess Jiazhu had both incurred his wrath, one executed, the other banished to the nunnery. Instantly, little Tangao basked in the spotlight. In the Shen family's second residence, Qin Hanyan was infuriated upon hearing the news, raising her hand to smash the teacup on the table. Do not break it. We cannot afford to replace it given our current circumstances. Shen Tang swiftly intervened, protecting the fragile cup. How could this happen? This Shen Tang, merely 3 months old, has garnered such favor. Qin Hanyan seethed, gritting her teeth, knowing the emperor would soon bestow upon her the title of princess. In her dreams, her daughter Rui was the true princess, and she herself was a noble lady. Why did reality diverge so drastically from her dreams? It was all that little Tombao's fault for usurping her daughter's glory. Meanwhile, not far away, Shen Rui lay in bed, her innocent face marred by resentment. It is all Shen Tang's fault for stealing my honor. She had planned to become a savior when the plague struck the capital, but now that opportunity was lost. Cursed Shen Tang! I am the true heroine of this tale, the darling of the entire capital. How dare this mere pawn overshadow my brilliance? It is utterly intolerable. However, she consoled herself, for her second opportunity was fast approaching. Tomorrow, a grand banquet would be held in the palace, attended by princes and princesses alike. Her parents would take her along, where she would encounter the crown prince. According to the storyline, the aloof and solitary crown prince, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, would be drawn to her, the adorable 3-month-old. She recalled the narrative's description when the young prince's deep gaze fell upon the soft, sweet, and smiling infant. His heart softened, and he approached her. He would say to the emperor, "Father, my little sister is so adorable." As the story unfolded, the young prince, charmed by her from such an early age, would grow up alongside her, cherishing and protecting her until they reached adulthood, when he would express his feelings and seek her hand in marriage, showering her with affection. And she, Shen Rui, would ultimately ascend to become the most illustrious empress. Chapter 59. The imperial banquet. A multitude of people gathered, and she stood above all, destined to enjoy a lifetime of unparalleled wealth and glory. Not only was she cherished by the crown prince, who would one day ascend to the throne, but she was also adored by a young general, favored by powerful eunuchs, and even courted by kings from distant lands. Every remarkable man in the narrative would be captivated by her, becoming her devoted subjects, willing to do anything to win her favor. This was a quintessential Mary Sue narrative, where Shen Rui was the most esteemed woman in this realm, soaring like a phoenix in the heavens, impervious to the insignificance of someone like Shen Tang. A mere pawn in the grand scheme of things. Even if Shen Tang had seized a fleeting opportunity from her, it mattered not. The world still revolved around her. Do not be upset. Your anger will alter nothing, Shen Tang remarked coldly. Fortuitously, due to your maternal connections, we have an opportunity to attend the palace tomorrow. We shall bring Rui to the banquet. Our Rui is no less than Shen Tang, since the emperor has a fondness for children. He will surely take a liking to our Rui. Perhaps she might even be bestowed the title of a little princess, trampling over that wretched Shen Tang. Qin Hanyan regained her composure. You are right, my husband. Let us hasten to have the seamstress craft a splendid outfit for Rui, so she may make a grand appearance before the noblekin tomorrow. Shen Tang had intended to mention their dire financial state, that their remaining funds were borrowed. But he swallowed the words. They were counting on little Rui to shine. How could she do so without a beautiful garment? This expense must be incurred, even if it meant sacrificing their last resources. My lady, have you attended to the matter I entrusted to you? Shen Tang urged. You must act swiftly. Our household has been reduced to meager rations, and our days are too austere. Of course, I am aware. Do you think I desire this wretched existence? Yet, my father is inherently biased, treating me differently than that vile Qin Yunshuang. The opportunity to attend the palace banquet was only secured through great effort on my part, and my father is already displeased. I cannot broach the subject of money just yet. I shall wait until our little Rui's 100-day celebration. Then I shall have a legitimate reason to request funds. At that time, my father will not deny me, for the sake of the child, Qin Hanyan said. Let us procure as much as we can. Shen Tang's eyes glinted with avarice. The following day marked the imperial banquet held monthly within the palace. Esteemed ladies and noble kin were invited to partake. Qin Yunshuang and her husband had arrived early, eager to see their little Tangmao. They were soon followed by Shen Belan and Qin Hanyan, the latter cradling the exquisitely adorned Shen Rui. Shen Belan busied himself mingling with the dignitaries. For the seating was segregated by gender. The women gathered on one side while the officials occupied the opposite. "Do you still have the audacity to show your faces here?" Qin Yunshuang scoffed. "Since the mask of civility has been cast aside, there is no need for pretense. Shen Belan, have you no shame appearing here after your demotion?" "Why should I feel shame? My husband and I possess invitations to the banquet. What is there to be ashamed of?" Qin Hanyan retorted with a disdainful laugh, her gaze triumphantly fixed on Qin Yunshuang. "This was arranged by my father, permitting us to bring our child to the banquet. Are you dissatisfied? Then take it up with him." Previously, Qin Hanyan had feigned innocence before Qin Yunshuang, but now, with the fade shattered, she no longer felt the need to pretend. "It seems father has grown senile with age," Qin Yunshuang sighed, dismayed that an invitation had been granted to this trio. She had considered informing her father of Qin Hanan's true nature and past transgressions, but her father had been preoccupied with their mother's affairs, and she chose to spare him further distress for the sake of his health. How could this be considered foolishness? Qin Hanyan smirked. "Who decreed that I cannot possess what you have? Today marks my triumphant day." For she had dreamt the previous night of the little crown prince being extraordinarily fond of their Rui, a bond that would grow as they matured together, with the prince eventually confessing his affection, leading to Rui becoming the crown princess. Eventually, when the prince ascended as emperor, Rui would be crowned empress. On that day, the downfall of the Yangyi Marquis would begin. She vowed to have Qin Yunshuang's limbs severed and her eyes gouged, leaving her to wallow in filth. Not only that, but she would cast little Tangmao into the military, stripping her of any princely title. Prepare for retribution. Her gaze brimmed with malice, unsettling Qin Yunshuang. She turned to leave, unwilling to engage further, but as their paths crossed, her glance inadvertently met Shen Rui's. This was her first encounter with Shen Rui. Unlike the adorably sweet little Tangmao, Shen Rui's gaze was icy and penetrating, chilling to the bone, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. It radiated an inexplicable sense of superiority, as though she were a sovereign gazing down upon the lowly ants of humanity. Such a terrifying gaze was unbecoming of a mere 3-month-old infant, leaving Qin Yunshuang shivering. At that moment, the crown prince approached, and Shen Rui's eyes sparkled. Her protagonist had finally arrived. The emperor, the empress, and the little princess Mingzhu have arrived. In contrast to previous years, the emperor now cradled a cherubic bundle, clad in the most exquisite bright yellow garment embroidered with auspicious clouds. The collar and cuffs were adorned with soft yellow fox fur, emanating warmth. The plump infant's face glowed with a healthy rosy hue, with 2 adorable tufts of hair secured by red ribbons and large, lustrous black eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, exuding a delightful charm. Chapter 60. The Imperial Feast. Enjoying the prince's grand melon as soon as Little Sugar entered the scene, the gazes of those around her were irresistibly drawn to her. This must be the little princess specially bestowed by the emperor, Little Sugar, right? Indeed, it is said that the emperor takes her wherever he goes, inseparable from her. I've heard that he even feeds her himself. It's true, he has never shown such affection to anyone else before. No wonder the emperor dotes on the little princess. She is so adorably charming, melting hearts with her icy sweetness. If only I could have such a lovely daughter. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Qin Hanyan glared at this scene with jealousy. Her daughter, Rui, was no less remarkable than Little Sugar, yet these people seemed blind, unable to see how delightful her Rui truly was. Madam Shen, the emperor beamed at Qin Yunshuang. Please sit beside me. The emperor's fondness for Little Sugar was evident. He could hardly bear to let anyone else hold her. Allowing Little Sugar's South mother to sit close would bring her nearer to her daughter. Upon seeing Madame Shen's gaze towards her daughter, the emperor, being a mother herself, could naturally understand her feelings. Qin Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback by the honor. The Empress had actually invited her to sit beside her? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Madame Shen had truly gained favor through her daughter. What a significant honor this is! The Empress has never been so gracious to anyone before. She has always held herself above others. It seems that the Marquis of Courage and Valor's status will rise considerably from now on, and we must cultivate a good relationship with their household. The ladies whispered in hushed tones. The officials also began to contemplate their future interactions with Lord Shen, realizing that times had changed. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Yunshuang made her way to the Empress's side. This scene only fueled Qin Hanyan's jealousy, her eyes reddening with resentment. Qin Yunshuang only had this opportunity to sit beside the Empress because of the Emperor's fondness for little sugar. What is so remarkable about that? Just because the Emperor favors her now does not mean it will last forever. It's merely a passing fancy. He is simply captivated by the novelty of a child. Once that initial excitement fades, it will be just as it was before. Besides, the Emperor is aging. The throne will eventually be passed to the Crown Prince. Gaining the Crown Prince's favor is the true testament of worth. Soon, the Crown Prince will surely notice their Rui. Qin Hanyan scoffed coldly within. Your Majesty, you've been holding little sugar for so long, your arm must be getting tired. The Empress gently suggested, why not let Madame Shen hold her for a while? She has been longing to do so. The Emperor, however, refused to relinquish the child from his embrace, insisting, how heavy can a child be? I used to carry heavy weights, holding a little one is nothing. Qin Yunshuang could only smile wryly. Your Majesty, since you cherish little sugar so much, perhaps the Empress should take care of her health and bear you a little princess? You needn't hold onto her all day long. I haven't had my fill of holding her yet. The Empress smiled faintly. Indeed, I would love to. But I am of an age where my strength wanes. Moreover, I am constantly occupied with managing the inner court, leaving me little energy. With all the guests present, the imperial banquet commenced. Eunuchs and palace maids filed in, setting out an array of exquisite delicacies and desserts. Wow, so much delicious food. I'm so hungry. The Emperor sighed, exasperated. This little one only thinks about eating? Hadn't she already been fed before the banquet? Although he thought this, he couldn't bear to refuse her. He picked up a piece of milk cake with chopsticks and offered it to Little Sugar. You may not be able to eat it just yet, but you can lick it, the Emperor said with a smile. Little Sugar extended her tiny pink tongue to lick the sugary frosting off the milk cake, her chubby little chin smeared with sweetness, looking both comical and adorable. The Emperor couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Hanyan sneered. Always eating, is she? Is she a reincarnated pig? How could Shen Sugar possibly compare to her own daughter's Grace? At that moment, Shen Rui, in Qin Hanyan's arms, cast a disdainful glance at Shen Sugar. According to the narrative, she was supposed to attract the Crown Prince's attention. Yet, the Crown Prince's gaze was entirely fixed on the Emperor and Little Sugar. How could this be? Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, seated beside the Emperor, was fully focused on serving him, placing dishes and pastries before the Emperor, all of which ended up in Little Sugar's stomach. Shenrui's eyes were filled with cold disdain, but in an instant, she transformed into a cheerful, innocent expression, giggling and waving her little hands. The once quiet banquet was disrupted by her laughter, drawing everyone's attention to her. Isn't she the daughter of the Shen family's second branch? She is such a quirky charm. Her smile is so sweet. At that moment, the Crown Prince's attention was inevitably drawn to Shenrui. What a clever and enchanting child. Ah, the main characters in the story are exchanging glances. The Emperor. What main characters? At that moment, the Empress also heard the soft, innocent voice. Where did that come from? There was no one speaking just now. The Empress pondered, wondering if she had imagined it. I remember the book described it this way. Shenrui's smile is so warm and healing, like a little sun in winter, dispelling fatigue and bringing comfort. Is this what they call the protagonist's halo? The story continues with Shenrui capturing the Crown Prince's attention. They grow up together, and eventually, The crown prince becomes the emperor, while Shen Rui becomes the empress. The narrative of the leading lady begins from this very moment. The voice continued, emanating from Little Sugar. Could it be that she was hearing Little Sugar as in her thoughts? The empress contemplated. Outside the banquet, 2 imperial cats frolicked in the nearby flower bed, one a plump orange tabby and the other a black and white tabby, chattering away. Little Sugar listened intently. Huh? What? The main character isn't the real crown prince. The emperor? The empress? If her son isn't the real crown prince, then who is? What? The crown prince isn't the real crown prince? How can this be? What a shocking revelation. Oh my goodness. It turns out that when the empress and her sister gave birth at the same time, her sister, envious of the empress's status and the emperor's affection for her, had plotted to switch their children. The emperor had previously stated that as soon as their children were born, one would be the crown prince. Hence, her sister, consumed by jealousy, seized upon a weakness of the empress's maid and bribed those around her, resulting in the children being swapped. Chapter 61. Is this truly their son? The emperor. What? His crown prince is not his biological child. Where is his true son? The empress. How can this be possible? The 2 sisters have always had such a good relationship. How could my sister do something like this? In truth, the method for discerning the true crown prince is quite simple. There exists a crescent-shaped birthmark on the empress's lower back, identical to one on the true crown prince. The birthmark. A chill ran through the empress's heart. If little Tongbao's assertion were false, how could he possibly know about the birthmark? After all, aside from her biological parents, only the emperor was privy to the secret. Yet the current crown prince, Muli, bore no such mark. While the false crown prince lived in luxury within the palace, showered with affection from the emperor and empress, and receiving an extensive education from the most learned tutor, the true crown prince suffered in poverty, residing in a damp, leaky abode. He borrowed light by chiseling through walls, and while tending cattle, would stealthily attend a village school to listen to the teachings of the scholar, laboriously acquiring scraps of knowledge. However, his adoptive father was in poor health, bedridden for years. The true crown prince, merely 3 years old, sought to earn money for his father's medical expenses by entering the palace as a young eunuch. Unfortunately, shortly after his arrival, his adoptive father passed away, leaving him trapped within the palace's confines. The emperor. What? His biological son is now a eunuch? In which palace is he? I must find my true son. At this moment, the empress's legs grew weak, almost causing her to falter as her complexion turned pale, each breath becoming laborious. Could what little Tangbao said be true? His son? Now reduced to a eunuch? Alas! The true crown prince was currently being maltreated and beaten by the head steward of the Internal Affairs Court, barely clinging to life. He must rush to save his son. The emperor hurriedly embraced little Tangbao and left, followed closely by the empress, leaving a crowd of guests in stunned silence. Qin Yunshuang had intended to ask the emperor to keep their little Tangbao, but seeing the emperor's haste, she refrained from speaking. What on earth transpired? The expressions of the emperor and empress were far from pleasant, one guest remarked. Indeed, it feels as if something monumental has occurred. Let's wait and see. After the emperor and empress departed, the empress discovered that the emperor was headed to the same place she intended to go. Was she also bound for the Internal Affairs Court? The emperor, filled with suspicion, queried. The empress nodded, yes. The emperor, preoccupied with his own son's matters, gave it little thought and suggested, then let us share a dragon carriage. The 2 sovereigns ascended the dragon carriage together, their expressions solemn and silent throughout the journey, the atmosphere thick with tension. Why are the emperor and empress both heading to the Internal Affairs Court? Perhaps they are off to play while the true crown prince meets his demise. The true crown prince is so pitiful, a voice lamented. Upon hearing little Tongbao's heartfelt words, the emperor and empress grew increasingly anxious. Faster. Move more swiftly. They both commanded in unison, exchanging surprised glances as a shared suspicion arose within them. Could it be? Soon, the dragon carriage arrived at the Internal Affairs Court. The emperor and empress hurriedly made their way inside. You incompetent fool. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you? You wretch born of a mother who abandoned you, you are even less than a dog. At that moment, the harsh shouts of the eunuch pierced the air, accompanied by the dull thuds of a whip striking flesh and the muffled cries of a boy suppressing his sobs. Hearing these sounds, the emperor and empress's hearts raced as they rushed toward the internal affairs court. You wretched thing. If I were you, I would hasten to end my life. The eunuch raised his whip, delivering brutal lashes upon the child sprawled on the ground. The child appeared no older than 3, clad in a blue eunuch's uniform. Ill-suited for the biting winter cold, his ears swollen with thick sores and dried blood. As the whip struck his back, his clothing was torn, exposing raw, bloody wounds that were both hideous and horrifying. The young eunuch, beaten to the ground, could not rise. His face, flushed from the cold, bore a fierce determination as he gritted his teeth, stifling his cries. Yet within his innocent features lurked a pair of eyes as sharp as a wolf's, shadowed with darkness. Who could come to his rescue? If he survived, he would rise step by step, defying this heavy fate and trample those who oppressed him beneath his feet. As consciousness began to fade, he vaguely heard a soft voice. How pitiful! The true crown prince is so unfortunate. Hang in there, little brother. Your father and mother have arrived. How can I make your father and mother realize you are their true child? Alas, it troubles me. What? The true crown prince? Who is the true crown prince? The world before him grew increasingly blurred, and he could no longer hold on, succumbing to darkness. At that moment, the chief eunuch raised his whip to strike again, but the emperor's commanding voice boomed, "Stop." The chief eunuch froze, and upon recognizing the emperor and empress, his heart raced as he knelt. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The empress stumbled toward the unconscious young eunuch, whose back was already torn and bloody. Yet she immediately recognized the crescent-shaped birthmark on his lower back, identical to her own. Every detail matched. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she wobbled to the side of the young eunuch, trembling fingers carefully turning him over. Upon seeing his face, her tears flowed freely. This child resembled the emperor so closely, as if he were carved from the same mold. Having grown up alongside the emperor, she vividly remembered his childhood visage. This was unequivocally her son. Chapter 62. I shall spare not a single one. My child, how is the child? The empress cradled the small figure in her arms, tears cascading down her cheeks. Awaken, my dear. Nearby, the chief eunuch knelt, utterly dumbfounded by the scene. How could the empress care for this insignificant eunuch? At that moment, the emperor beheld the crescent-shaped birthmark on the child's lower back, and a fierce anger ignited within him. Damnable wretch! The emperor kicked the eunuch violently, sending him crashing to the ground. Summon the physician, he bellowed, his deep-set eyes blazing with fury. If anything befalls this child, I shall flay you alive. The eunuch trembled uncontrollably, his face draining of color. Why were the emperor and empress so concerned for this lowly eunuch? Did he possess some hidden identity? Soon, the physician rushed in, swiftly taking the child to the nearest palace for treatment. Fortunately, they arrived in time, otherwise, the child would have perished. The physician examined the young prince, sighing heavily. Thank the heavens, the true prince still lives. Tears streamed down the emperor's face, as she could now definitively ascertain that this was her own flesh and blood. The thought of her child suffering for so many years, enduring countless hardships, felt like a dagger to her heart, leaving her breathless. What condition is the child in now? The emperor croaked, her voice hoarse. Whatever it takes. You must ensure this child recovers, she commanded coldly. Yes, the physician replied. Your Majesty, may I inquire if the child has been castrated? The empress asked, her voice trembling. Upon inspection, he has not been, as he is still quite young. Eunuchs in the palace typically undergo this procedure around the age of 5, otherwise, they cannot endure it. The eunuch responded. The empress felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness the child had not been turned into a true eunuch. The physician prescribed some medicine and applied a special ointment to the child's wounds. It would be best to prescribe something that does not leave scars, the emperor said, her voice thick with emotion. Of course, the physician replied. The empress then ordered the kitchen to prepare nourishing porridge, warming it over the charcoal stove, awaiting the child's awakening. After the physician departed, the boy lying in bed opened his eyes. Song Juni slowly regained consciousness, his vision settling on the opulent and comfortable chamber, rooms that even the chief eunuch was unworthy to inhabit. How did he end up here? Child, you are awake, the empress exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she gazed at him through teary eyes. Empress, Song Jun managed to say, mustering the strength to rise and bow. No, dear child, just lie still. You are still injured, the empress urged, assisting him to recline. You have been treated with medicine. Do not move about. As Song Junj lay back down, he looked at the empress with a mixture of confusion and unease. Had the empress brought him here? Why did her gaze carry such sorrow? At that moment, the emperor held the small treasure in one arm while balancing a steaming bowl of porridge in the other. Child, you must be famished. Have some porridge. Your Majesty, allow me, the empress interjected, taking the bowl while gently helping Song Jun to sit up. Come, drink some porridge to regain your strength. I can manage, Song Jun replied, his pale lips pursed as he reached for the bowl. It's hot. Let me serve you. The empress insisted, forgoing her royal title before him. Song Jun gazed at the empress, overwhelmed by her kindness, as she carefully fed him spoonful after spoonful. He instinctively opened his dry lips, savoring the nourishing porridge. Why were the emperor and empress treating him so well? In his haze, he heard a child's voice whispering about the true prince, claiming his parents had finally found him. Could it be? A wild and audacious thought surged within him. He remembered being found by his adoptive father, who had no knowledge of his biological parents. Could it truly be as he imagined? Song Juni quietly consumed the porridge, its warmth melting in his mouth, enriched with tender chicken and soft tofu. It was unlike anything he had ever tasted, and tears welled in his eyes. What troubles you, child? Is the porridge too hot? The empress asked, hurriedly blowing on the bowl. Song Juni, with hands as cracked and red as a carrot, wiped his tears away. No, it's just that I have never tasted such delicious porridge in my life. I bow in gratitude to the empress and the emperor. Ah, the poor boy, came a voice. All past suffering has ended. Your father and mother have found you. You shall live well from now on. Father and mother? Could it truly be as he surmised? Song Juni's heart raced, disbelief coursing through him. Soon, the bowl was empty. Child, what is your name? The emperor inquired. I am Song Juni, he replied hoarsely. Juni, a fine name, the emperor said, tears glistening in his eyes. I must tell you something. You are our biological son. Is this a dream? Song Juni murmured, astonished. If it were a dream? Why did everything feel so real? This is no dream, my dear child. The empress held Song Jun tightly, careful not to aggravate his injuries. Juni, you are my true son. Forgive me, it is my fault for not protecting you, for allowing you to suffer so much over the years. Rest assured, your father will ensure justice for you. The emperor gazed at Song Juni with compassion. Seize that blind eunuch and execute him by slow slicing. At that moment, the chief eunuch, Sun Gonggong, learned of the emperor's decree and hastily crawled to the palace entrance, drenched in sweat and pale as death, prostrating himself on the ground. I was wrong. I was blind. Your Majesties, I made a mistake. Please grant me mercy. What you truly seek is my son, Juni. The empress scoffed. What? Sun Gonggong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this lowly child had transformed into the empress's son. Just as he prepared to plead further, the emperor raised a hand. Take this treacherous servant away and execute him by slow slicing on an appointed day. The emperor's voice was stern and devoid of warmth. Once Sun Gonggong was dragged away, his cries faded into the distance. Juni, from this day forth, you shall bear the surname Mo, the emperor declared. From now on, Your name shall be Emojuni. As for those who have wronged you, not a single one shall be spared. Chapter 63. Had it not been for her, he would have perished. Songjuni found everything around him to be surreal, an ethereal haze enveloping his senses. The reality of the situation was strikingly vivid. To reassure himself, he pinched his thigh, the sharp sting affirming that this was no dream. It was indeed the truth. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to behold the delicate child nestled in the emperor's arms, a figure so exquisitely crafted, like a sculpture of ice and jade. It was her. In a profound, almost mystical manner, he sensed her presence as his savior. She had facilitated his reunion with the emperor and empress. Had it not been for her, he would have long succumbed to death. She was not only his benefactor, but also his redemption. My child, rest well and recover. Your father must attend to some matters. The emperor spoke gently. The empress, aware of the emperor's intent to confront her elder sister, chose to remain by her child's side, unwilling to part from him even for a fleeting moment. Once the emperor departed, his first act was to summon the empress's elder sister, Zheng. Zheng entered the palace in a state of ecstatic delight, having meticulously adorned herself. Although she was now a woman in her 30s and a mother, her years of privileged living had preserved her beauty, leaving little trace of age upon her visage. She adorned herself with the most exquisite jewels and fragrant oils, entering the palace with a dazzling display. The emperor awaited her in the Yongxin Hall. Zheng, dressed in vibrant attire, approached with an alluring sway, casting flirtatious glances at the emperor. Ah, what a disconcerting smile. Is this truly the demeanor one should exhibit towards the emperor, her brother-in-law? It seems rather peculiar and unappealing. Oh, I see now. Zheng is attempting to seduce the emperor. The emperor, taken aback, nearly choked on his tea. He stifled his reaction and, maintaining a stern expression, addressed Zheng. I wish to inquire about certain matters. What is it that you wish to ask, Your Majesty? Zheng replied, inching closer, her exotic fragrance growing increasingly overwhelming, disturbing the emperor's senses. Ah, it dawns on me. Zheng had always sought to ensnare the emperor in her previous life. Once, she had applied an alluring perfume that had an intoxicating effect, leading to an indiscretion between them. Zheng, do refrain from repulsing me, will you? Maintain your distance, the emperor commanded, covering his nose with his sleeve, clearly disconcerted. Zheng complied, retreating a few steps. At that moment, the empress arrived. Your Majesty, the child has slept soundly after taking his medicine, so I came to check on you. She took her place beside the emperor, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Zheng. Greetings. Your Highness, Zheng said, recognizing her failed seduction attempt and resigning herself to await another opportunity. Why does Zheng harbor such ambitions to seduce the emperor? It seems she aspires to usurp the empress's position, one voiced in realization. Zheng, how audacious you are! The empress exclaimed, her tone laced with incredulity. Zheng has always been envious of the empress, believing herself deserving of the title. In her ambition, she sought to steal everything from the empress, leading her to attempt to seduce the emperor. The emperor, concerned about the repercussions of tarnishing his reputation, elevated Zheng's husband to a higher position and fabricated an identity for her to enter the palace. What? Zheng's intentions are unfathomable. Upon entering the palace, Zheng cultivated a close relationship with the false crown prince, revealing to him that he was her biological son. The false crown prince grew to despise the empress for her relentless demands for his education and military training, preferring instead the carefree life spent with his true mother, thus developing a deep aversion to the empress. Later, Zheng poisoned the nourishing porridge the empress consumed, deteriorating her health until she eventually perished. As soon as the empress passed, the false crown prince suggested that the emperor elevate Zheng to empress. Noticing the false crown prince's affection for Zheng, and with the position vacant, the emperor acquiesced, allowing Zheng to ascend to the throne. Thus, the realm fell under the dominion of the false crown prince and Zheng. Alas, the true crown prince is so pitiful, as is the empress. What? The Empress was taken aback, her fists clenched tightly. She had been oblivious to Zhang's intricate scheming. Not only did Zhang intend to replace her own son, but she also sought the demise of her own flesh and blood while raising the Empress's child under her name. Eventually, she planned to eliminate the Empress and usurp her position. Had it not been for the little one, she would still be in the dark, treating Jing as her own sister. Your Highness, have I displeased you in some manner? Why do you regard me thus? Zhang feigned innocence. At that moment, the Emperor clapped his hands, summoning a throng of palace maids into the chamber. Upon seeing their faces, Zhang turned pale. Do you remember these individuals? The Emperor's voice was cold and menacing. Zhang instinctively shook her head. I do not recognize them. Zhang, do you comprehend the gravity of your crime against the Emperor? How dare you substitute my child with the Empress's? Do you not understand the severity of your actions? The Emperor's demeanor was fierce, his voice imbued with authority. Zhang, trembling with fear, found her legs weakened, collapsing to the ground. How could the Emperor be aware of all this? Surely, he cannot have unraveled everything. I have treated you with kindness and regarded you as a sister, sharing my fortunes with you. Yet, how have you repaid my goodwill? The Empress's cold laughter resonated as she stepped closer to Zhang. Zhang's face turned ashen, her gaze wavering. In that moment, the Emperor and Empress comprehended everything. Further investigation was unnecessary, for Zhang's guilt was evident. Your Highness, she began. But her words were cut short as the Empress struck her fiercely across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. With eyes ablaze with fury, the Empress rebuked. You wretched creature! How dare you? Your Highness, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Chapter 64. Transforming into a human tragedy, Your Majesty, I regarded you as my beloved sister, yet you have inflicted such harm upon me. The Empress's eyes were red with rage. For years, your child has thrived within the palace, born as the crown prince, basking in unparalleled favor and affection. The finest tutors have educated him, and the best instructors have taught him the art of archery and horsemanship. I have painstakingly nurtured him, and the Emperor harbors great expectations, treating him as the heir apparent. All of this should have belonged to my child. The Empress wept bitterly, her shoulders shaking with sorrow. But what of my own child? My child was nearly killed by you, only to be saved from disaster, suffering from hunger and hardship, and eventually becoming a palace eunuch, nearly beaten to death. What will you do to repay the debts you owe me and my child? As she spoke, the Empress suddenly grasped Zhang's neck with a fierce grip, her fingers tightening mercilessly. Spare me. Sister, I beg you for mercy. Zhang gasped, her face pale, struggling desperately. Spare you? The Emperor scoffed, a glint of malice in his eyes. Of course, I shall spare your life. Dying so easily would be too lenient for you. With that, the Empress released her grip. Zhang clutched her throat, gasping for air, her spirit shaken. Zhang's audacity was unforgivable. She should be transformed into a tragic figure and cast into the latrine. The Emperor's voice was cold. I shall ensure she seeks life yet cannot find it, and seeks death yet cannot attain it. Zhang's eyes widened in horror, her complexion ashen. No, please, don't. She fell to her knees, pleading at the Empress's feet. Your Majesty, Your Highness, grant me death. I beseech you. A sinner only asks for a quick end. Please, Your Majesty, grant my request. As she spoke, terror-stricken, she prostrated herself repeatedly before the Empress and Emperor, her forehead striking the ground with heavy thuds, leaving it bruised and red. The Empress smiled coldly. Death? What of my son's suffering and torment over the years? Who shall take his place? Bring this wretched woman forth and transform her into a human tragedy. As the Empress's command echoed, several servants rushed in to seize her. Please, no. In a moment of panic, Zhang tore a hairpin from her head, aiming it at her throat. Stop her. Do not let her die so easily. The Emperor commanded sternly. The servants swiftly restrained Zhang, preventing the pin from piercing her skin. Thus, the wailing Zhang was dragged away. Regarding the individuals who had exchanged the crown prince, they were to be executed, their entire families condemned. The emperor's voice was chilling. Your Majesty, the banquet continues. Shall we proceed? The empress sighed. Everyone awaits our arrival. It is time to reveal the truth. Very well. The emperor and empress made their way to the banquet. At the feast, whispers filled the air. What is happening? Why have the emperor and empress been gone for so long? Indeed, it has been quite a while. Could something have gone awry? Amidst the murmurs, the false crown prince, Muli, was captivated by Shenrui, sensing something extraordinary about the 3-month-old infant. Her sweet smiles brought him solace, washing away his fatigue. He learned that this little girl, Shenrui, was the cousin of Shen Tang. Both were born on the same day, though Rui had arrived half an hour earlier. Muli felt a twinge of regret for Rui. Despite their equal ages, one was a cherished daughter of the Marquis of Yaochi, while the other was an inconspicuous daughter of the second branch, neglected by all. Rui was clearly the more exceptional of the two. The false crown prince harbored disdain for Shen Tang, who had drawn excessive attention from the emperor and empress. Since her arrival, the emperor had seemingly forgotten who was truly his child, favoring an outsider's offspring instead. Hence, he held a deep-seated resentment towards Shen Tang. The emperor is here. The empress has arrived. The emperor truly brings the little princess wherever he goes. Indeed, it is evident how much the little princess means to him. Yet, the emperor and empress's expressions appeared troubled. Could something have transpired? As they took their respective seats, the crown prince spoke up. Father, mother, I have something to report. The emperor regarded him with a complex expression. Speak. I have learned that Princess Mingzhu and her cousin, Shenrui, share the same birthday. Perhaps we should celebrate both during the 100-day feast for the princess. I wish to bestow a favor upon Rui, the false crown prince proposed. Beside him, Shenrui gazed at him with excitement, knowing the plot was unfolding as she had hoped. The crown prince indeed favored her. Qin Hanyan and Shen Beland exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. Their daughter Rui had caught the crown prince's attention. Just a brief conversation with Rui, and he sought the emperor's favor on her behalf. Clearly, the crown prince held her in special regard. Qin Hanyan felt convinced that her dream would surely come to fruition. What? The crown prince favors Shenrui? It seems the story is indeed progressing as written, for the false crown prince is the male lead, and Shenrui is the female lead. Alas, I cannot stand the Shen family. They caused my third brother to become a fool. I loathe Shenrui. The emperor's face darkened upon hearing such naive voices. What male led? Nonsense. My own flesh and blood should be the true male lead of this world. At that moment, the empress shared the emperor's sentiments, feeling a pang of pain at the thought of the false crown prince usurping her biological son's glory for so long. Absurd. The empress scolded angrily. Who are you to seek favor on her behalf? Do you resent your father for celebrating the little princess's banquet? And no, I merely thought. The false crown prince's confidence faltered. Hadn't mother always favored him? Why then was she chastising him so publicly today? Chapter 65. The crown prince is deposed. Little Tang Bao is the legitimate daughter of the Yaochi Marquis, a cherished princess bestowed by me, and the chosen savior of our Desheng kingdom. How could the likes of Shenrui even be compared to my beloved princess? The emperor's gaze, icy and piercing, settled upon the crown prince. The crown prince, pale as death, hurriedly spoke. I would not dare. He had aspirations of being crowned, and angering his father was not an option. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyan was left dumbfounded. How had circumstances twisted so dramatically? It should have been her daughter, the destined savior of the people, the one chosen by the heavens. Her daughter was meant to be the heroine of this world. Why was she now deemed incomparable to Shen Tang? Upon hearing these words, Shenrui was equally incensed. What nonsense was the emperor spouting? How could she possibly be inferior to Shen Tang? Just wait and see. Once the crown prince ascended the throne and claimed the imperial position, she, Shenrui, would become the matriarch of the 6 palaces, trampling all those who looked down upon her beneath her feet. I have an announcement to make. As the false crown prince fell silent, the emperor spoke in a grave tone. The empress and I have uncovered a significant revelation today. All held their breath, listening intently. The Empress and I discovered that during the time of her childbirth, she was deceived by Zheng, who audaciously swapped the royal offspring. Our biological son was nearly killed by Zheng's machinations, while Zheng's own son, the current crown prince, was placed beside the Empress. The Emperor's words ignited a tumultuous uproar. What? Are you implying that the current crown prince is not the true crown prince? That another exists? This was utterly absurd. The crown prince's face drained of color. He could hardly fathom what he had just heard. He was not the Emperor and Empress's biological child. How could this be? Father, mother, I. The false crown prince opened his mouth weakly, desperate to articulate his thoughts, but the Empress interjected. I know what you wish to say. We have already found our true son, though he has endured much hardship and is presently fragile and in need of recuperation. Once he regains his strength, we shall publicly reveal his identity. As for the Crown Prince Mu Li, the Emperor's expression darkened as he continued. Since he is not our biological son, he shall no longer hold the title of Crown Prince. Henceforth, I will announce the annulment of the Crown Prince position. However, having grown under our watchful eyes, and despite his mother's transgressions, Mu Li is innocent. Therefore, after losing his title, he shall be granted the status of a feudal prince, tasked with safeguarding the territory of our Dexing kingdom. The false crown prince's legs buckled, nearly toppling from his chair. His throne, his parents' affection, and everything he held dear were slipping away. To be relegated to merely a feudal prince? This was unacceptable. In that moment, it felt as though the sky itself had fallen. The reality was too overwhelming to bear. Not only the false crown prince, but even the entire second household was in disbelief. Shinrui had believed that winning the crown prince's favor would elevate her. But now the crown prince was revealed to be a fraud, and now the title was lost. This was a plot twist not found in any story. How could everything deviate so drastically from the expected narrative? If that were the case, wouldn't her own position as Empress be in jeopardy? No, she would not permit it. She was destined to be the most esteemed woman in the realm. Regardless of who the crown prince was, she would become Empress. She vowed to locate the true crown prince, win his affection, and secure her place. Thus, the palace banquet concluded, each individual lost in their own thoughts. The couple exchanged reluctant glances with little Tang Bao before ultimately departing with heavy hearts. There was no choice. For now, little Tang Bao was the favored one, cradled by the Emperor wherever he went. They could only hope to see her again at her 100-day feast. Within the palace, the banquet over, the Emperor and Empress swiftly made their way to Emojuni. Upon their arrival, Emojuni slowly opened his eyes. Year, how do you feel now? The Empress inquired, sitting by his bed, her eyes glistening with tears. I feel better, not so cold anymore, Emojuni murmured, pressing his pale lips together. As for the mastermind Zheng, she has already been made into a monster. When you were born, the Emperor and I declared that if you were a girl, you would be the pampered princess of Dexing, and if a boy, the crown prince. We believed Mu Li to be you, which is why Mu Li became the crown prince. Emojuni's eyes darkened. I understand, but now that we have found you, Mu Li should relinquish the crown prince title back to you. The Emperor spoke gently. Once you regain your health, I will announce your existence to the officials and hold a grand ceremony for your coronation as crown prince. Yes, yes. At that moment, Emojuni felt as if everything was surreal, as if he were in a dream. Was he truly destined to become the crown prince? Just a short while ago, he had been a lowly eunuch, scorned and reviled by all. He understood that this transformation stemmed from the little princess cradled in the Emperor's arms. She was the one who changed his fate. He vowed to repay her, even if it cost him his life. At this time, little Tang Bao, exhausted from the day's events, was nestled in the Emperor's embrace, gradually drifting into a deep slumber. The Emperor and Empress departed from Emojuni. About today, the Emperor began. Your Majesty, did you also? At that moment, the Emperor and Empress spoke in unison. You go first, the Empress urged. The Emperor decided to speak directly. How is it that you coincidentally went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs today? Your Majesty, The Empress hesitated. There is something I am unsure whether to speak of. The Emperor had an inkling of what she might say, but encouraged her to continue. Your Majesty. The Empress bit her lip and spoke solemnly. I heard little Tongbao's thoughts. Chapter 66. The Queen's bestowal. With a sense of trepidation, the Emperor uttered these words, initially expecting to see a look of absurd disbelief, or perhaps even a hint of madness in the Queen's expression. However, the reality was quite different. The Emperor gazed at her with a complex expression. My Queen, this is also what I wish to convey to you. The reason I visited the Ministry of Internal Affairs was to heed the heartfelt voice of our little Tang Bao. Understanding dawned upon the Queen, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement as she tightly grasped the Emperor's hand. Your Majesty, this must be divine providence. It is heaven's blessing upon our little Tang Bao, sent to rescue our Desheng nation and save our royal child. The Queen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. History had shown that after catastrophic floods, outbreaks of smallpox and plagues often followed, plunging the common folk into dire straits. Without little Tang Bao, the entire Desheng nation would face untold suffering and starvation. Truly, little Tang Bao was their nation's precious gem and savior. Not only was she a beacon of hope for Desheng, but also the savior of their royal child and a benefactor to herself. Indeed, the Emperor wholeheartedly agreed. Not only shall we hold a grand celebration for her 100-day feast and birthday, but it shall be a magnificent affair. After a brief slumber, little Tang Bao awakened. Once her wet nurse had fed her, she lay comfortably in her soft, cozy crib, basking in the warm sunlight. Today's sun feels delightful and so comforting, she thought, lazily stretching out her little legs and occasionally rolling over to soak up the sun on her back. My back needs some sun too, to replenish my energy and vitality. Haha. At that moment, the Queen approached with a smile. Little Tang Bao is awake. Surprised, Tang Bao turned over and sat up in her crib. Her hair tousled like a little bird's nest. Her large, dark eyes sparkled as she looked at the Queen. Is Her Majesty here? Already sitting up at such a young age. The Queen chuckled. You are indeed no ordinary child. She then stepped closer, extending her hand. Come here, little Tang Bao. Would you like a hug from me? Yes. Her Majesty is so gentle. I adore it. Tang Bao beamed, stretching out her chubby little arms. Such a good child. The Queen said as she embraced Tang Bao, her heart filled with warmth. If only I had a daughter as lovely as you. I would wake from dreams with a smile. The only regret was that she was not her biological child. But you are already the little pearl princess of Desheng. You should call the Emperor father, and you must also call me mother, which makes you my child in a way. The Queen smiled. I am eagerly awaiting the day you grow up and can call me mother. Come, let me show you the gifts prepared for your 100-day feast. With that, the Queen carried little Tang Bao to an array of golden chests. These chests had been brought in quietly while Tang Bao slept, as per the Queen's instructions, to not disturb her rest. Look at all these golden chests. They're so dazzling. Tang Bao exclaimed. Are all these for me? How exciting. The Queen gestured for her personal maid to open one of the chests, revealing exquisitely folded garments tailored for Tang Bao. These outfits were custom-made while you slept, with styles for all seasons, enough to dress you from 3 months to 1 year old, the Queen explained, her eyes twinkling with pride. Only the finest materials were used, gossamer for summer and silk cotton for winter. The outer fabric and linings are of the best quality, handpicked for you, while the leftover materials will be used for the other little princesses. Each outfit was meticulously crafted, adorned with buttons made of smooth pearls, each one carefully selected for uniformity. However, Tang Bao's interest was piqued by the second chest, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What might be in this one? Will there be delicious roasted duck or crispy chicken legs? I want some soft, fragrant peach cakes and osmanthus pastries, a whole chest full of treats. The Queen chuckled, recognizing the innocent gluttony of childhood. You're still too young for such heavy foods. You will have to wait until you can digest them. As the second chest opened, it revealed a plethora of toys suitable for infants, designed to stimulate cognitive development, crafted by the palace tutors for the young princesses and princes. These toys are intended to nurture your intelligence, my dear, the queen said softly. I don't really like toys. I prefer food, Tang Bao replied candidly. Next. The third chest was opened, revealing a dazzling array of jewels, luminous pearls, sapphires, emeralds, rubies, and jade, along with delicate hairpins, bracelets, and necklaces fit for a child. Wow! So many jewels. They must be worth a fortune. Tang Bao exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. You may play with them at home, but you cannot wear them just yet. When you are older, you can don these lovely adornments, the queen assured her with a smile. Your Majesty is so kind. Such a wonderful person to gift me all these treasures. What is in the next chest? Let me see. Soon, the next chest was opened, and the moment it did, a blinding golden light overwhelmed Tang Bao's senses. Rubbing her eyes, she focused and her dark, glimmering eyes lit up with delight. Wow! So much gold. Is this real gold? With all this gold, can I roll around on it happily? I'm going to get rich. I'm going to be fabulously wealthy. The queen couldn't help but laugh at the little one's exuberance. Since she found joy in it, she resolved to bestow even more treasures upon her in the future. Chapter 67. She is a little goddess. Once your 100-day banquet concludes, my lady, I shall have these boxes delivered to the Duke of Yangyi's residence. The Empress said with a gentle smile. These are all for you. Little Tang Ao joyfully embraced the Empress, her round, rosy cheeks brushing against the Empress's face. The Empress was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such affection in the palace. This little Tang Bao is truly delightful. The Emperor had gone to attend to state affairs, while the Empress was leisurely strolling through the inner palace with little Tang Bao. At that moment, a concubine with a slightly protruding belly was accompanied by her personal maid, taking a walk within the palace. Upon seeing the Empress, she approached to pay her respects. Long live the Empress! Rise, the Empress replied with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, concubine Li said as she stood. How many months along are you? The Empress inquired. 3 months, concubine Li replied, gently caressing her rounded belly, a tender smile illuminating her face. The physician has diagnosed that the child will be a little prince. She was filled with anticipation for each coming day, wishing to swiftly endure the 10 months of pregnancy and welcome her child into the world safely. She was eager to envision what her future child would look like. Would the eyes be large or small, single or double-lidded, flat or upturned nose? Would the child resemble her more or the emperor? Indeed, take good care of yourself during this pregnancy, the Empress encouraged with a smile. Concubine Li was a pitiable figure. She was one of the earliest to enter the palace, yet after so many years, she had yet to bear a child. The emperor had once favored her. And she had been pregnant before, but each time, she suffered a miscarriage. Some occurred before she even realized she was with child, while others happened after 3 months of carrying. In total, she had experienced 4 miscarriages. The 4th was particularly tragic, as that child had already grown to 10 months. And despite her desperate struggle to give birth, the child was stillborn. Such experiences, especially the last one, had deeply affected concubine Li. After all, which woman in the world does not yearn to bear her own child? Moreover, in this merciless palace, where beauty fades easily, having a child could solidify one's status and favor. Once concubine Li regained her health, she soon found herself pregnant again. The emperor had promised to protect this child, and concubine Li's spirits lifted somewhat after becoming pregnant again. However, the other concubines in the harem believed that this child would be difficult to keep. Convinced that concubine Li was destined to be childless, a bearer of misfortune, the Empress felt a twinge of sympathy for concubine Li. Yes, I will, concubine Li said carefully, her hand resting on her belly. She looked towards little Tang Bao in the Empress's arms, her gaze softening. This must be the little pearl princess that the emperor is about to confer. Little Tang Bao shook her head vigorously, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at concubine Li. Yes, that's me. How adorable, concubine Li said, growing fonder of little Tang Bao by the moment. She removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and presented it to the little princess. As we meet for the first time, I have not prepared anything for you. So please accept this jade bracelet, which I always carry with me as a token of our introduction. This bracelet was no ordinary piece. It was carved from the most precious imperial green jade. Jade nurtures the wearer, growing more enchanting with time. Although little Tang Ao was too young to wear it now, she could enjoy playing with it until she was older. Concubine Li smiled. "Thank you, beautiful auntie," little Tang Bao replied, her eyes gleaming. She reached out to accept the bracelet, her small hand slipping it onto her arm. What a clever child, Concubine Li admired. In truth, whether a boy or girl, she would be content as long as she could have a child of her own. It was unfortunate that she had lost 4 children in the past. Beautiful auntie is so kind. It's just a pity that the child in her womb is in danger. The Empress's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that Concubine Li's child would ultimately not survive? I remember that after Concubine Li lost this child, she completely lost her sanity. Barefoot and stepping into the thick snow, climbing step by step to the top of the city tower, from where she leapt down, falling into a pool of blood. The Empress gasped. After all, she is her father's only daughter. Upon her death, her father, the Prince of Guangping, would be furious, pointing his sword at the capital. The palace would descend into chaos. What? The Empress's heart trembled. Concubine Li was the cherished daughter of the Prince of Guangping, who had struggled to have her, doting on her as if she were a treasured gem. If she were to perish, chaos would surely ensue in the palace. The stability of the realm. The Empress dared not contemplate the ramifications. Who could wish harm upon Concubine Li? Sighing softly, "In light of how kind you have been to me, I shall protect you this once," little Tang Bao thought to herself, reaching out her small, delicate hand to hold Concubine Li's. It seemed this child shared a special bond with me, Concubine Li thought joyfully. If only she could have a baby as adorable as this. Oh, heaven! Please ensure that her child arrives safely into the world. At that moment, little Tang Bao's tiny palm clasped Concubine Li's larger hand, and Concubine Li felt as though a warm energy flowed through her palm, enveloping her in a comforting heat. It was a most extraordinary sensation. Little Tang Bao imprinted a mark upon Concubine Li's hand. "How exhausting," she murmured. "With this charm, it shall protect the beautiful auntie from malevolent forces and ensure the safety of the child within her," she thought. "I am truly a good person, though I am so terribly tired." Little Tang Bao's body softened as her eyelids grew heavy, her head bobbing as she succumbed to sleep, leaning against the Empress. "Children do fall asleep so quickly," Concubine Li remarked with a smile. "Indeed," the Empress replied, her expression complex. "This child is truly a little goddess. May Concubine Li's child arrive safely, and may peace reign across the land, with the people living in comfort and prosperity." At this moment, Concubine Li remained unaware that the small hand she had just held would soon alter the trajectory of her entire life. Chapter 68. The Poisonous Serpent in the Palace. As night descended, the consort Li retired early, feeling more at ease than she had since her pregnancy began. This rare sense of tranquility soon lulled her into a deep slumber, her hand resting gently on her abdomen. However, her repose was abruptly disturbed by a rustling sound emanating from the direction of the window. Half awake, she slowly opened her eyes, wondering if a breeze had stirred. Just as she contemplated calling a maid to close the window, an unsettling thought struck her. No, that was not the sound of the wind. It resembled something sliding across the floor. It was a snake. The unmistakable sound of a snake flicking its tongue. Fear gripped her, rendering her breathless as she cautiously lifted the curtain to escape. But upon doing so, she was paralyzed with terror. In the dim light, the floor of her chamber was teeming with serpents, their scales glinting ominously, sending shivers down her spine. Meanwhile, more snakes slithered through the window and descended from the beams. The sound of their writhing bodies made her stomach churn. Suddenly, a cold, smooth object brushed against her ankle. She looked down, and with a horrified scream, she cried out for help. "Someone! Help! There are snakes on my bed. One of the snakes, dark with distinctive markings, was at least 2 fingers wide, its pointed head and forked tongue indicating its venomous nature. It slithered leisurely around her ankle, inching toward her gown. The frigid touch sent her heart racing. "Get away! Get away!" she shrieked in terror. She attempted to wave her hand and shoo it away, but as she beheld the snake raising its head and flicking its tongue, her hand froze in midair, trembling uncontrollably. If this snake were to bite her, she would surely succumb to its poison, and what of her unborn child? What if she were to suffer the same fate as before? She had already lost 4 children. She could not bear to lose this one. If this child were also lost, her shattered body would never bear another, and her existence in this secluded palace would lose all meaning. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she sat immobile, terrified of provoking the ever-increasing number of snakes surrounding her. She curled up in despair, her body turning icy. Yet, sensing her warmth, the cold creatures drew nearer. 1 snake, 2 snakes, more and more pressed against her exposed skin. The chilling, slick sensation nearly drove her to the brink of madness. Could it be that once again, she would be unable to protect her child? As one snake opened its mouth wide, she could bear it no longer. She raised her hand and struck at the creature. "Go away! Get away!" In an instant, the snakes in the direction of her hand seemed to be seized by an invisible force, flying away and landing motionless on the ground. Stunned by the sight, she wondered if she had somehow acquired a supernatural power. With renewed determination, she repeated the motion, successfully repelling the snakes that had crawled onto her bed. Seeing the immediate threat dissipate, she called out loudly for her personal maid and the eunuchs, who rushed into the room. All were taken aback by the scene before them. Once the writhing serpents were cleared away, the maids and eunuchs knelt in unison, filled with remorse. "This is unforgivable. We failed to notice such a grave danger in the palace. It is our fault for being careless and falling asleep on duty." Her maid wept, slapping herself in despair. Consortly shook her head, bidding them to withdraw. It was clear to her that this incident was a deliberate attempt on her life. Her devoted attendants were diligent and had no history of sloth, suggesting that someone had orchestrated this malevolent act. The sudden influx of snakes only deepened her suspicions, but she could not discern the identity of the perpetrator. Clenching her fists in anger, she vowed that if she uncovered the culprit, she would not let them go unpunished. Thankful that she had escaped the snake's venom, she sighed in relief and gently caressed her abdomen, the warmth of her palm easing her discomfort. Wait, her palm. She suddenly realized why the snakes had been repelled. It was not her own power, it was the little angel, the child who seemed like a celestial being. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Yaochi Marquis was a divine girl, and it appeared that this was indeed true. It was the little goddess who had grasped her hand and protected her from harm. The following morning, she penned a letter to her father at the border, recounting the night's harrowing events. Upon learning of the incident, the Prince of Guangping hurried to the capital to visit his precious daughter. Once he confirmed the safety of Consort Li and her unborn grandchild, he proceeded to the Empress's palace, where, after paying his respects, he solemnly presented a gleaming golden token to the little angel. "What is this beautiful object?" little Tang Bao inquired, her eyes sparkling as she accepted the token with a sweet smile. The Empress chuckled, ruffling little Tang Bao's hair. "The Prince of Guangping is truly generous. If I am not mistaken, that is a military command token that can command half of your forces." "Indeed," the Prince of Guangping replied, his weathered face serious. "I have heard from Consort Li that had it not been for the little goddess's assistance, she would have surely fallen victim to the serpents. If anything were to happen to her, I could never bear to lose my daughter. Thus, the eldest daughter of the Yaochi Marquis is a benefactor to our family. With this token, perhaps it can aid the little goddess in some way." "Military command? While I do not require such assistance, it seems like a significant treasure. The fact that this kind elder is willing to give it to me indicates his gratitude," little Tangao remarked, her eyes twinkling as she affectionately offered a piece of osmanthus cake to the prince. "This is my favorite. Please give it a try, dear uncle," she urged. Seeing the adorable little girl, The empress couldn't help but kiss her cheek. You little rascal, how clever you are to share your favorite treats with others. The Yaochi Marquis's household is indeed blessed. The Prince of Guangping couldn't help but express his admiration. After entertaining little Tangao for a while, he emptied his pockets, producing all manner of delightful gifts to amuse her. Little Tangao shook her head, exclaiming, "So shiny and beautiful, but it's so heavy, my neck is sore." The empress, witnessing this, quickly removed a luminous pearl from around her neck. I believe this pearl would look even more splendid as a necklace. Someone, please summon a skilled craftsman. Let us not waste the prince's good intentions. Little Tangao nodded enthusiastically, her smile even brighter as she beamed at the prince. Sensing that his kindness had been well received, the prince felt even more motivated. As he prepared to leave the palace, he did not forget to send 2 chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels to the Yaochi Marquis's household as a token of gratitude. "Wow, I've struck it rich," she exclaimed. "What a wonderful haul from my visit to the palace. I've not come in vain. I love money, and money loves me. It all comes rushing towards me." Chapter 69. The Emperor takes little Tang out to court during the evening meal. The Empress recounted the incident of the snake plague in Li Fei's palace in its entirety. Upon learning that little Tang Bao had saved Li Fei and her unborn child, the Emperor was both thrilled and delighted, showering praises upon her. Truly, little Tang Bao is a little goddess. Once she grows older and can read and write, she will undoubtedly assist me in governing this vast land with harmony and prosperity for the people. Little Tangao frowned, thinking to herself, no way. I do not wish to help Father Emperor govern the realm. I simply want to eat, drink, play, and enjoy a comfortable life of leisure. The Emperor chuckled helplessly. After all, she was just a child. However, since little Tang Bao had demonstrated such foresight in the matter of Li Fei, he believed she could be of assistance in other matters as well. Therefore, he decided to bring her to court with him. Little Tang Bao, tomorrow I shall take you to court. How does that sound? The Emperor said, gently pinching her little face. Upon hearing this, little Tang Bao's bright eyes lit up. Court? I've never been. It sounds like so much fun. Overjoyed, she couldn't help but hand the few precious gems she had received from Wang Guangping earlier into the Emperor's hands. Since you are so good to me, I shall share these delightful treasures with you. The Emperor's smile broadened. What a good child she was. The Empress, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle as well. This little one was not only adorable but also clever, adept at bringing joy to others. Although it was uncommon for young children to accompany their parents to court, little Tangao was exceptional. She was, after all, a divine being. Early the next morning, little Tangao was dressed and groomed, yawning as she settled into the Emperor's embrace for court. The Empress placed great importance on this occasion, taking special care to adorn her. The child's thick, lustrous hair was styled into 2 little buns by the palace maids, embellished with pearls and flowers personally chosen by the Empress. Dressed in a robe of red brocade with golden threads and adorned with a jade necklace from the Empress's bridal dowry, she appeared more like a heavenly fairy or a joyous figure from a traditional painting than an ordinary child. Upon reaching the court, the Emperor carefully held little Tangao, even wiping away the tears that had escaped her eyes from her earlier yawn. You have worked hard, my dear. Later, I shall have them prepare more delicious treats for you. Little Tangbao's sleepy eyes brightened at this promise. Yay! The Emperor could not help but smile at her adorable demeanor. Isn't that the daughter of the Marquis of Yaochi? Why is she sitting on the dragon throne with the Emperor? One minister whispered to a colleague nearby. Have you forgotten? This little goddess saved us from flooding, and since then, the Emperor has bestowed upon her the title of Princess Mingzhu. Although she is not of royal blood, she has always been raised alongside the Empress in the palace, but she is sitting beside the Emperor in court. Even a crown prince cannot share the dragon throne with the Emperor. Mind your own business. The Emperor has not deemed this improper, and besides, Princess Mingzhu is a divine being who descended to save the people. How can she not sit there? The ministers engaged in hushed discussions, their voices low. Yet little Tangbao's keen hearing allowed her to catch every word clearly. After a while, their buzzing conversation began to lull her into drowsiness. Noticing little Tongbao's eyes growing heavy, the emperor hastily redirected the ministers to discuss matters of state. Shortly thereafter, a lower-ranking official stepped forward, holding a tablet and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion that may be inappropriate to voice." "Speak," the emperor nodded. "I believe the preventative measures against flooding that your Majesty mentioned earlier are misguided. While building levees may address immediate concerns, we should consider digging ditches, clearing rivers, and redirecting waterways for a long-term solution. This was proposed by the former scholar Wang, but has yet to be implemented. Moreover, your Majesty should refrain from favoring the maternal relatives of the Empress. The previous dynasty's reliance on foreign relatives in governance led to chaos." "Impudent." The emperor's expression darkened, a shadow passing over his face. "The Empress and I have been a devoted couple since our youth, and her grandfather, father, and brothers are loyal to the throne. Their worthiness stems from their talents." "Do you imply that I am foolish and unable to discern?" "I would not dare." The official fell to his knees. "I merely wish for your Majesty to remember the lessons of the past and avoid the turmoil of misgovernment. Several relatives of the Empress's family have been acting recklessly in the capital under the guise of their connections." Silence. The emperor's anger flared. "My bond with the Empress is profound. It is natural to treat her family with kindness. You have no right to speak of such matters. Guards, take him away and administer 30 strikes." At this proclamation, the assembly fell into stunned silence. 30 strikes would require months of recovery for even a seasoned warrior, let alone a frail scholar. For the latter, it could spell death. Awakened by the commotion, little Tang now blinked her big eyes at the official being dragged away. "That person is a good man." The emperor frowned slightly. "A good man?" "Though his words may be harsh. He speaks out of loyalty to the emperor and concern for the nation," little Tangbao said earnestly, her chubby cheeks reflecting her seriousness. "Given his appearance, if he accumulates more experience, he will become a pillar of the court, a rare and valuable minister." "A pillar of the court?" The emperor was taken aback. How could someone who spoke so clumsily and lacked decorum possibly be considered a pillar? Moreover, he had already spoken his mind. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. But the goddess said he must not die. With this thought, the emperor waved his hand. "Wait." The guards halted, their instruments hovering just inches from the official. "Although he spoke poorly, his intentions are aligned with mine. For the good of the nation, we shall spare him. If he is punished, the court will lose a voice of truth." The emperor chuckled awkwardly. Little Tangao nodded in agreement, her bobbing head adding to her charm. This is the kind of magnanimity a sovereign should possess. Hearing the goddess's praise, the emperor felt invigorated. A person who speaks candidly should be rewarded. I just wanted to test him, to see if he would maintain his convictions in a life-and-death situation. Now I see, Minister Lin is sincere and unwavering. Staring in disbelief, Minister Lin realized he had just barely escaped punishment, only to be praised instead. Was the emperor testing him? Such a method of assessment was daunting. Seeing little Tongbao's smile grow sweeter, the emperor continued, "I hereby promote Minister Lin to Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works. You shall be responsible for the matter of flooding." Chapter 70. The ceremony of the little princess's enfeoffment. Little Tangao babbled happily, her dark, round eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The emperor felt a wave of relief upon seeing her. It was fortunate that he had brought little Tangao to court today, otherwise a future benefactor might have been wronged. After the court session, the emperor took little Tangao to the empress's chamber, where he praised her performance in the court. The empress, filled with admiration, embraced little Tangao affectionately. "This child is not only a blessing for the Yangyi Marquis, but also for us," she exclaimed. The emperor nodded, expressing his sentiments. "Today, I have awarded the Yangyi Marquis as a token of appreciation. What should we reward little Tangao with?" "Perhaps a small piece of sweet cake," suggested the empress, smiling as she handed a treat to the little one. Although her baby teeth had yet to emerge, the delightful taste was still enjoyable for little Tangao, who giggled as she stuffed it into her mouth. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to two speckled birds perched on the window ledge. intrigued by their chirping. She furrowed her brow in concentration. Once the birds flew away, she began to babble and sway, capturing the attention of both the Empress and the Emperor. "What is it, my dear?" The Empress gently patted her back to soothe her. "It turns out there are indeed people plotting against us. The culprits are 2 young eunuchs, one tall and thin, the other short and plump. They even sprinkled poison in Lady Li's quarters, causing the snakes to crawl onto her bed with such precision. How wicked they are!" The Empress's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. How could this be? The Emperor's demeanor grew equally stern. Lady Li, being the daughter of the Prince of Guangping, while not as esteemed as the Empress, was still widely respected. Who would dare to harm her and jeopardize the heir? The tall one has narrow eyes, a high nose, and fair skin. The stout one has dark skin with a distinctive mole on his forehead. If we capture them, we can uncover the one who harmed Lady Li, but how can we convey their descriptions to the Emperor and Empress? It is quite distressing. The Emperor, furrowing his brow, commanded, "Last night, I dreamt of the late Emperor, who urged me to care for my subjects. Today, let the imperial kitchen generously distribute meat porridge and pastries throughout the palace, so that every maid and eunuch may partake." Upon hearing this, little Tang Ao clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Wow! Truly, the Emperor is wise. This way, we won't alarm the snakes." A smile spread across the Emperor's face. With the Emperor's decree, the palace bustled with activity. The kitchen stoves worked tirelessly, preparing hot porridge and steaming pastries, and the palace attendants joyfully lined up for their evening meals. By nightfall, they successfully apprehended 2 eunuchs fitting little Tongbao's description. After several rounds of questioning, the truth emerged. They had been acting under the orders of noble Lady Liang, who had always maintained a cordial relationship with Lady Li. Upon learning of this treachery, Lady Li rushed to the interrogation chamber, her heart pounding as she beheld noble Lady Liang, who was barely clinging to life after being beaten. Tears streamed down Lady Li's face as she lamented, "We entered the palace together and have always been friends. Why would you harm me so?" Noble Lady Liang shook her head with a cold smirk. "Those who feign friendship with you are merely deceiving you. I cannot bear to see you thrive. You think your family status grants you favor, but I can ensure your suffering continues." Staggering back, Lady Li's tears fell freely. "All these years, I have protected you from harm, yet you betray me." Seeing Lady Li in anguish, noble Lady Liang slowly lowered her head, her chilling smile unwavering. "Now that you know someone seeks to harm you, perhaps you should learn to be wiser. If you remain foolish, you shall reap what you sow." "What?" Lady Li paused, sensing an underlying message in her words. "Without me, there will be others who wish to harm you. As one nears death, their words may hold wisdom. I advise you to tread carefully in the future." With that, noble Lady Liang violently broke free from the grasp of the nearby matron and hurled herself against a pillar. With a sickening thud, blood splattered across the floor. Lady Li clutched her abdomen in alarm, retreating hurriedly. A nearby maid frowned, noting the ruthlessness of noble Lady Liang, who was merciless not only towards others, but also towards herself, seemingly indifferent to the repercussions for her family. Lady Li fell silent, pressing her hands to her belly as she hastened to exit, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. "Where is the Empress?" she quietly inquired of her close attendant after exiting the carriage. In the Qinghe Hall, preparing for the little goddess's enfeoffment ceremony and her 100-day banquet, came the reply. Given that the little goddess had aided her, it would be inappropriate to disrupt the festivities at such a moment. The peculiarities surrounding the snake incident could be reported to the Empress at a later time. The day before the 100-day banquet, the Empress invited little Tongbao's family into the palace. Upon seeing her mother, little Tang Ao beamed brighter than ever. "I miss you so much, dear mother," she exclaimed, snuggling into her mother's embrace, purring like a contented kitten. Qin Yunshuang smiled warmly at her daughter's adorable demeanor. "My, how you've grown. You seem heavier each day." In response, little Tang Ao nodded obediently, a proud expression crossing her cherubic face. "Of course. I've been eating well lately. I'm definitely growing." Qin Yunshuang embraced little Tang Bao for a while longer before reluctantly leaving the palace. The following day arrived, marking little Tang Bao's 100-day banquet, which coincided with her grand enfeoffment ceremony held by the emperor and empress within the palace. From the early morning, little Tang Ao was adorned in the splendid attire befitting a princess. The elaborate garments, layered thrice over, were crafted from the finest, softest white silk, intricately embroidered with vibrant flowers and gold and silver threads, and embellished with colorful threads depicting auspicious creatures such as the qilin and phoenix. Knowing little Tang Bao's fondness for colorful, sparkling gems, the empress had also arranged for a cascade of multicolored jewels to adorn the hem of her dress. Once attired, the matron styled little Tang Bao's fluffy hair with jasmine oil and adorned her head with a delicate coronet. A matching gold and jeweled necklace graced her neck. Gazing at her resplendent reflection in the mirror, little Tang Bao smiled gleefully. How beautiful! So shiny! I love it! The empress personally cradled little Tang Bao, escorting her to the ceremony. Standing at the entrance of the grand hall where the event was to take place, little Tang Bao nestled contentedly in the empress's arms, allowing her and the attendants to guide her through the ceremonial rites. Chapter 71. Seeking blessings from the little goddess. As the ceremony concluded, the emperor personally cradled little sugar baby, allowing her to receive the homage of the ministers. At that moment, little sugar baby became the most revered princess in Bianjing. While the ministers were bowing in reverence, a multitude of colorful birds suddenly soared into the sky, creatures unseen by human eyes. They spiraled gracefully, their wings fluttering in the radiant sunlight, emitting melodious and enchanting calls. In an instant, the attention of all present was captivated. Their astonishment reflected in their gazes as they beheld a scene so splendid it could only be described as miraculous. An old man, having traveled far and wide for many years, had never encountered such birds, with feathers so resplendent and calls reminiscent of flutes echoing through the valleys. Such beauty was rare, perhaps one would not witness it even once in 100 or 1,000 years. Do you not feel that these birds are celebrating something? Truly, the divine goddess is worthy of such honor. The ministers knelt and bowed with even greater sincerity. Little sugar baby, mesmerized by the swirling hues of the birds, laughed gleefully. After her laughter, the originally clear sky transformed, adorned with vibrant clouds, as a golden-feathered bird appeared. The nobles and ministers who were just paying their respects were rendered speechless by its grandeur. The previous birds were already extraordinary, but this one, both in appearance and call, was 100-fold more majestic. Upon the arrival of the golden-feathered bird, the other birds seemed to find their leader, gathering and following it in a harmonious flight across the sky. Bathed in the glow of the colorful clouds, this sight was truly divine. Finally, one official stammered. Could this be the gathering of 100 birds to pay homage to the phoenix? Indeed, it must be the 100 birds celebrating our little goddess's elevation to the title of Pearl Princess, coinciding with her 100-day birthday. Another official exclaimed. In an instant, everyone fervently bowed to little sugar baby, beseeching her to bring good fortune and protection. May the goddess bless my family with peace. May my parents enjoy longevity. May the goddess ensure our nation thrives and flourishes. With the goddess's presence, we shall surely have favorable weather and the well-being of the populace. I humbly request something simple, a bountiful progeny. The officials, regardless of rank, silently voiced their desires. Nearby, the second branch of the family, witnessing this scene, turned green with envy, their expressions dark as soot. Did such ostentation of wealth and nobility truly belong to the first branch? Qin Hanan secretly scoffed. In her arms, Shenrui was even more infuriated, flailing her limbs in frustration. Why was she not crowned a princess on her 100-day birthday? She was the true protagonist. Surely, this Shen Tang had stolen everything that rightfully belonged to her. Shenrui's face flushed with anger as she cried out loud. Unaware of the growing animosity from the second branch, little sugar baby was entirely captivated by the phoenix, waving joyfully, "It's been so long." Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. And the feast commenced. Little sugar baby was carried away from the high platform by the maids to the celebratory banquet. Once her figure disappeared from view, the colorful birds and the phoenix took their leave. At the banquet, everyone connected to the Yangyi Marquis' residence was present, including the second branch, who had just been seething with jealousy. From a distance, little sugar baby caught sight of the second branch's glowering expressions. She pretended not to notice, focusing instead on charming her uncle and grandfather. My dear little sugar baby, it seems you have grown so much since we last met, becoming even more enchanting. Old Master Qin held her tightly, unwilling to let go. Grow quickly, and when you do, I shall buy you many new clothes, Qin Yutian declared, presenting a gift box. This is a pearl I had brought from the South Sea, perfectly suited for your title as Pearl Princess. Qin Yunshuang shook her head repeatedly. Such formality is unnecessary. She is just a child, and she already possesses enough adornments. What does that matter? I wish to give her the finest treasures I can procure, Qin Yutian replied, producing another box. This gemstone necklace is also for you. Little sugar baby accepted everything with delight, exclaiming, I'm rich. I have so much gold and silver now. Having too much money can also be a burden. Little sugar baby's grandmother had recently regained her health, thanks to the longevity talisman gifted by little sugar baby. With such a little lucky star, I could buy you all the beautiful jewels in the capital without hesitation, Qin Yunshuang beamed at her daughter. With her precious child by her side, she was confident her health would continue to improve. Father, rest assured, mother is strong and well. Little sugar baby blinked her large eyes, nodding eagerly and smiling brightly. My dear granddaughter, your grandfather wishes for you to draw another longevity talisman for your grandmother, to hasten her recovery. Is that all right? Old Master Qin asked somewhat shyly. Noticing his concern, little sugar baby nodded obediently. Seeing her understanding expression brought great joy to old Master Qin, who smiled widely. Ah, my clever little granddaughter. At that moment, the Emperor and Empress arrived, with consortly following closely behind. Little sugar baby spotted a familiar figure among them and waved cheerfully. Mo Junie, you're here. It's been so long. Mo Junie, still recovering from his injuries and carried by a maid, wore a hat to conceal his wounds. He lifted the veil and smiled at little sugar baby. Little princess, you must visit the palace more often. Upon hearing this, little sugar baby danced with joy. Yay! I'll come to the palace to find my big brother and visit the Empress and Father Emperor. How delightful! The Empress smiled warmly, gently stroking little sugar baby's soft cheeks. You were heard it was little sugar baby's 100-day banquet and insisted on attending. The Empress gestured for the two maids holding the children to come closer, allowing Mo June and little sugar baby to interact more closely. Mo June carefully presented a small wooden doll to little sugar baby, saying, This is something I made myself. It's not very pretty, but if you don't like it, I can make you something else later. He understood that the little princess, being cherished and spoiled, had received many valuable gifts, and he wished to offer something unique that could not simply be purchased with money. He was uncertain if she would appreciate it. Little sugar baby, with her small hands unsteady, held the doll close, exclaiming, I love it. It's so cute. Just like sugar baby. Mo June had dedicated countless sleepless nights carving this little wooden doll, refusing to rest even when urged, leading to dark circles under his eyes. His hands bore wounds from the carving knife, and calluses formed from his efforts. The Empress gazed at her child with concern. Mother, please don't mention those things. Mo June softly interrupted her. Chapter 72, Fortune was wept away. Despite having meticulously polished the object numerous times, he still feared that some detail might have been overlooked, concerned that he had crafted it too roughly and might hurt the delicate hands of the little one. Upon hearing the queen's words, the chubby-cheeked little girl displayed a hint of worry on her soft face, gently grasping Mo Junie's hand. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it to make it better. Strangely enough, after her gentle breath, the calluses and blisters on his hand ceased to ache. She was indeed a remarkable little darling. Mo Junie couldn't help but smile at her sweet expression. Li Fei, observing the two children's joyful demeanor, felt her own expression soften. How wonderful it was! She merely wished for her child to be born safely and grow up healthily, just like them. Our little Tang Bao has received quite a few gifts in such a short time, she said with a radiant smile, caressing the chubby face of the little girl before turning to Qin Yunshuang, the resolute Countess of Yangyi. You must have heard about how Princess Mingzhu saved me. I am filled with gratitude. Li Fei tightly clasped Qin Yunshuang's hand. My father has gathered some trinkets from the borders, which will be delivered to our residence today as a congratulatory gift for Princess Mingzhu. Qin Yunshuang was taken aback. This is truly unnecessary. Little Tang Bao saved both me and my child, Li Fei remarked softly. The queen nodded in agreement, removing a coral bracelet from her wrist and placing it on Tang Ao's arm. This gift also arrives at the Yangyi Marquise. Consider it a small token of goodwill from both the emperor and myself. Excited to see another treasured item adorning her arm, Tang Bao gleefully waved her hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Ao loves it. I am so happy. I now have so much money. What a dilemma it is to decide how to spend it. Meanwhile, Shen Belland and Qin Hanyan watched the scene of the eldest branch being celebrated by the crowd, a fire of resentment igniting within them. Why was it that, despite sharing the same surname, his elder brother could secure a noble title and reap such benefits? Just look at that little girl's lustrous coral bracelet. Even a single bead could sustain their family for half a year. The eldest branch truly deserved to perish, having stolen their fortune. Shen Beland's eyes darkened as he muttered curses. Look at them. They merely had a daughter, yet she is adored like a goddess, while our child is overlooked. Qin Hanyan cradled Shen Rui, feeling a simmering frustration. Shen Rui, too, felt a surge of anger. After all, she was the protagonist, blessed with an aura from her story's narrative. Why should she be compared to that Shen Tang? Everything that Shen Tang possessed rightfully belonged to her. But she was still too young to showcase her abilities or argue against her father's words. All she could do was cry. Cry, cry, cry. Your misfortune has been wept away, Shen Beland scolded. Both were merely infants of 100 days. One was showered with love and riches, while the other. Shen Beland felt a tumult of indignation. Not only was he lesser than Shen Zongguang, but even his wife paled in comparison to Shen Zongguang's. Even their children were eclipsed by his daughter. Why did all the blessings in the world seem to belong to the Shen Zongguang family? Where had Shen Beland gone wrong? Qin Hanyan quickly comforted her daughter, fearful that Shen Rui's cries would further irritate Shen Beland. Do not cry, my dear Rui. Shen Beland glanced coldly at the elderly Qin patriarch nearby, stating, It seems your family is thriving. You should ask them for some financial assistance to ease our burdens. The Qin family had garnered the emperor and empress's favor. Even a trickle of their rewards would suffice for their expenses. Seeing her daughter weeping uncontrollably, Qin Hanyan nodded. Without aid from her family, how could they manage? Not to mention maintaining an elderly matriarch with extravagant tastes, always demanding bird's nest and shark fin. Where would they find the money to accommodate her? Seizing the opportunity, she approached the Qin patriarch with her weeping child in her arms. Father, she called out hesitantly, Rui is also your dear granddaughter. Today marks her 100th day. We know she may not be as precious as Tang Bao, but she, too, shall one day call you grandfather. Upon hearing this, Shen Rui, ever so cooperative, shifted from wailing to sobbing, her little face flushed. She widened her eyes, letting tears pool, striving to appear pitiful. The Qin patriarch regarded Qin Hanyan, then turned his gaze to Shen Rui. Though his younger daughter was less courteous than the elder and did not possess her own preferences, she was still his flesh and blood. I have prepared a gift for Rui, the Qin patriarch announced, retrieving a small brocade box he had intended to present after the banquet. Qin Hanyan's small hands eagerly grasped the box, opening it to reveal a jade pendant of sheep-fat jade. Shen Rui glanced at the pendant, her heart swelling with discontent. She was the protagonist, a character with an aura bestowed upon her by the narrative. Why was everyone praising this so-called little goddess? No one was celebrating her 100-day feast, and her gifts were paltry compared to those of Shen Tang. Her cries grew louder, flailing her limbs in frustration. In the ensuing chaos, the jade pendant slipped from her grasp and shattered into pieces. The Qin patriarch's expression darkened instantly. Though the jade was not of great monetary value, it bore significant sentimental worth, having been gifted to him by his mother in his youth, symbolizing health and safety. He had intended to pass on this blessing to his granddaughter, but now, Qin Hanyan, unaware of the pendant's true worth, hastily instructed a maid to gather the shards, expressing her gratitude for her father's intention. "My daughter is still young. She did not mean any harm." The Qin patriarch nodded, refraining from voicing his displeasure. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hanyan adopted a troubled expression. "Father, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you, but I have not found the opportunity." The Qin patriarch's brow furrowed again. "Speak plainly." Encouraged by his response, Qin Hanyan felt hopeful. "I seek your assistance for our household." "Money?" The Qin patriarch cast a cold glance at her. Just then, Qin Yutian approached. Overhearing his sister's request for money, wearing a bemused expression, "Does the second branch of the Yongyi Marquis lack funds?" Chapter 73. Stricken from the family tree. Upon hearing those words, Qin Hanyan's eyes brimmed with tears. "Indeed, my life in the Shen family has been exceedingly arduous. The past 2 years have witnessed a decline in business, resulting in significant losses, coupled with the emperor's penalties on our salaries, and the burden of 2 children and an elderly matriarch to support. Father, you cannot fathom the demands of that old woman. One moment she craves bird's nest soup, the next shark fin. How can we possibly sustain her? Life in the second household has become unbearably tight. Little Rui has scarcely 2 sets of clothes, let alone a golden lock necklace for her 100-day celebration." As Qin Hanyan cradled her daughter, tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Yuntian, witnessing this, admonished softly. "What are you crying about? On this fine day, how will it appear to the esteemed officials and nobles?" He knew well that Yun Shuang's fate was intertwined with Shen Zongguang's. Should Shen Zongguang face calamity, the entire first household would suffer. After such a grave incident, how could she shamelessly approach me for money? Qin Hanyan choked on her words. Her eyes reddened with tears. "My husband's affairs are not within the purview of a mere woman like me. I too am bound by the fates of those I marry. I never anticipated he would betray my sister's family. I never wished for this. But I am but a woman, struggling to care for 2 children. What can I do?" Upon hearing this, the old Master Qin's expression softened somewhat. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Hanyan was still his daughter, and she had been obedient and pleasant during her time in the boudoir. Nearby, little Tang now perked up her ears, keenly absorbing every word. Observing her grandfather's wavering resolve, she pouted and subtly shook her chubby little head. "Bad woman. Bad, daring to ask Grandpa for money. Bad woman. Harming Grandma. Tang now dislikes her. Let us punish her." Tightening her little lips and clenching her tiny fists, Tang Bao's round face displayed indignation. Qin Yunshuang, holding little Tang Bao, was taken aback by this revelation. "Qin Hanyan harmed my mother. What has this woman done in secret? Grandma is in pain. It's the bad woman's doing. She fed Grandma something foul." Little Tang Bao waved her tiny fists. Qin Yunshuang's pupils widened in shock. What did this mean? Did Qin Hanyan poison her mother? Where did this woman find the audacity? "Father." Qin Yunshuang hastened to her grandfather's side, cradling little Tang Bao. "My daughter has something to discuss with you." Now, without direct evidence to prove that Qin Hanyan had harmed her mother, she could not voice it openly, lest she alert the enemy. The old Master Qin, about to acquiesce to Qin Hanyan, was interrupted by Qin Yunshuang, who led him to a corner. "What is it?" Mother was always in good health, yet her ailments appeared so suddenly. "This matter is likely connected to Qin Hanyan," Qin Yunshuang stated coldly, casting a glance filled with hatred toward Qin Hanyan in the distance. "How could this be?" The old Master Qin's face displayed astonishment. He was aware that his illegitimate daughter was not close to her legitimate mother. but he had never imagined she would dare to commit such a heinous act. "Are you certain?" he inquired softly. Qin Yunshuang nodded. "What my obedient daughter says is always true." Little Tangao chimed in, nodding vigorously. It's her. Bad woman." Luckily, Mother realized it in time. "Saving Grandpa's money. Better to give it to Tangao than to that bad woman." Moreover, previously Qin Hanyan, envious of our Yuanbai's intelligence, sought to usurp his fortune and transferred it to her son. Since then, Yuanbai has ceased to be a prodigy, becoming foolish instead. While her son was lauded for his accomplishments, recently even passing the imperial examination. What? The old Master Qin recalled that Yuanbai had once been remarkably clever, composing verses to celebrate his grandfather's birthdays, and everyone believed he was destined for greatness. Yet, as time passed, he had become increasingly mediocre, and eventually, even reading classical texts became a struggle. Everyone lamented the loss of such a promising talent. He had even sought physicians to examine Yuanbai, fearing some ailment. Yet all the royal doctors confirmed there was nothing amiss. This situation was indeed bizarre and insidious. He had once suspected Yuanbai had fallen victim to sorcery. And now, well, what a wretched daughter. The old Master Qin's voice grew cold and heavy. Qin Hanyan, observing her father's barely contained fury, feigned concern. "Sister, what have you said to father to provoke his ire so? Mind your own business." Qin Yunshuang shot a frosty glare at Qin Hanen. Little Tangbao, with wide eyes, blew a bubble at Qin Hanen, big bad egg. Qin Hanyan's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "Regardless, we are family." "Am I not allowed to speak?" "Father, look at sister. Why is she so fierce with me?" Qin Hanyan feigned innocence. "Sister's family is powerful now. Must she bully us? My family can barely afford to eat." "Father and brother should lend a hand to your sister," Qin Hanyan implored persistently. The old Master Qin could no longer contain himself. "You surely remember when your legitimate mother fell ill so suddenly?" Qin Hanyan froze at his words. Little Tang now observed Qin Hanyan's guilty expression, blowing bubbles with her little mouth. It's her. She harms others." Qin Yunshuang's expression darkened further. She had not anticipated learning the truth of her mother's harm at such a moment. She glared fiercely at Qin Hanyan. "You know full well the deeds you have committed." "I am unclear about what you and father are discussing." Qin Hanyan's face paled. "Is it fair to accuse me simply because I am not your legitimate mother? Are you still attempting to argue?" The old Master Qin deduced that Qin Yunshuang's certainty about Qin Hanyan being the perpetrator stemmed largely from Little Tangbao's revelations. Little Tangbao, after all, was a little diviner who never spoke wrongly. Recalling the suffering his wife had endured for so long, even nearly losing her life, the old Master Qin could scarcely restrain his urge to strike this wayward daughter. Yet, due to the presence of others, he could only lower his voice and coldly declare, "I shall have you stricken from the family tree. From this day forth, you shall have no ties to the Qin family. And I shall consider you no daughter of mine." Chapter 74. Someone is plotting against my brother. Qin Hanyan was taken aback. She had merely approached to seek a little financial assistance, yet the situation had escalated into such chaos. "Father, how can you say such things? How can you deny me? I have endured so much suffering in the Shen household, and you stood by without offering help, only to treat me this way now." Qin Hanyan began to weep. Her outburst attracted a considerable crowd. Qin Yunshuang, furious, found it laughable. Was her precious daughter's 100-day banquet to be disrupted by such a fool? "You members of the second branch, leave at once, or I shall have you forcibly ejected," she declared. "Either you depart willingly, or I will expose your nefarious intentions against your own mother in front of the Emperor and Empress. Choose wisely." Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyan dared not utter another word. Although she was uncertain whether Qin Yunshuang possessed any evidence of her malice, she was acutely aware that should this reach the ears of the Emperor and Empress, given the current ties between the Qin family and the royal family, the Empress would undoubtedly take it upon herself to investigate thoroughly. The very thought of being discovered sent shivers down her spine. She hastily clutched Shenrui and sought out Shen Belan. claiming that the main branch was attempting to oust them. Shen Tang seethed with indignation, yet, constrained by the presence of numerous dignitaries, he refrained from expressing his anger. Thus, the two departed with their child, heads hung low. Little Tang Bao nestled in Qin Yunshuang's arms, clapping her hands at the retreating figures, the jewels adorning her wrists chiming melodiously. Bad people, they're running away. With the second branch's interference removed, the 100-day banquet concluded splendidly. As the carriage traveled along the road, Qin Yunshuang suddenly felt a tremor in her body. Trouble. My handsome brother is in danger. A pang of alarm struck her heart, yet she maintained a facade of composure. Was the crown prince in peril? Mother, you're so clever. Tang Bao wants to see Brother Yi. Someone is trying to harm him, she exclaimed. Qin Yunshuang's eyes widened in shock as she swiftly ordered her attendants, send 2 of you to ride swiftly to the palace, bearing my token to seek an audience with the Empress. Inform her that the little princess is inconsolable over the doll gifted by Prince Yi. There may be grave implications. The group hurried toward the quarters of Mo Juni. Meanwhile, the crown prince's chambers were eerily silent. Mo Juni lay soundly asleep, showing no signs of distress. However, if one were to lean closer, they would notice his breath growing faint. The arriving empress, upon seeing her son's increasingly pale visage, felt her heart nearly shatter. He was the child she had fought so hard to regain. Where is the physician? Take his pulse immediately. Why is Yi so unresponsive? She cried, panic rising within her. The physician hesitated, fearing to speak the words that weighed heavily upon his heart. If he continues in this state, His Highness's life may be in jeopardy. The physicians, having heard this, hurried to tend to Mo Juni, attempting to stabilize his weakening pulse. Yi, my dear Yi, the Empress implored, her heart aching. Just hours earlier, her son had appeared well. How could he have deteriorated so rapidly? My Empress, I am truly powerless, one physician admitted, while another echoed, indeed, I cannot discern any illness. Perhaps it is merely due to His Highness's frail constitution. The physicians knelt, expressing their inability to provide further assistance. At that moment, the Emperor arrived, his complexion paling as he staggered, stunned by the sight before him. His son, who had been recovering, was now in such a state. He had envisioned a grand ceremony soon, where you would be formally recognized as the rightful crown prince. Suddenly, Mo Juni's brow furrowed, his face contorted with pain. Observing the suffering of such a young child, the Empress felt her heart breaking. In this dire situation, it seemed only the little divine maiden could offer a solution. As she watched Mo Juni curled up like a fragile shrimp, tears streamed down her face. Bring the ginseng soup, quickly. We must ensure he endures until the divine maiden arrives. Yet, despite the frantic efforts of the maids, not a single drop of the soup could be administered to Mo Juni. In a moment of despair, Qin Yunshuang hurriedly arrived, holding little Tangao. I pay my respects to your majesty and to the Empress. She bowed hastily. Quickly rise, the Emperor urged, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Tang Bao. The little girl, with her bright eyes, surveyed the room. Upon spotting the corner of Mo Juni's bed, her brow furrowed deeply. There are too many people here. Tang Bao cannot perform. The crowd's presence was too overwhelming, disturbing Ye's rest. The Emperor's voice cut through the tension, everyone except the Empress and the brave lady of the Duke. Please withdraw. At his command, the eunuchs, maids, and physicians hastily retreated, exhaling in relief once outside. I do not believe this to be an illness of the body. It resembles, an elderly eunuch began, lowering his voice, the effects of witchcraft. Observing the crown prince's condition, a young maid sighed heavily. It seems he may not escape this fate. As the chamber grew quieter, Tangao pouted, her gaze fixated behind Mo Juni. There is a sister's spirit entangled with Brother Yi. Upon hearing this, the Empress's face drained of color. A spirit? Did this imply someone was using sorcery to harm her child? The Emperor's expression darkened, the atmosphere thickening with foreboding. Yet, silence enveloped the room as they all awaited the unfolding of events. Only Tang Bao continued to flit about, her small hands eventually pointing to an empty space. In the next instant, a chilling wind swept through the room. Chapter 75. The villain. Little Tang Ao puffed out her rosy cheeks in indignation, exclaiming, "Villain! You have taken Brother Ye's birth date to harm him." The Empress clutched her handkerchief tightly, feeling as though her heart were bleeding. Little Tang Ao continued to wave her small hands, her chubby face adorned with an unprecedented seriousness. "Humph. Don't think that just because I'm small, I can't defeat you." Golden light flickered in her palms, striking the figure of the cloaked woman, who let out a strange cry and spewed forth a gust of dark wind. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the capital, an elderly Taoist with flowing white hair and a youthful visage donned a dark robe, clutching a doll filled with needles while muttering incantations. Beside him stood a tall, middle-aged man, Zhao Song, the husband of the Zheng family. With unwavering focus, Muli stared at the doll in the Taoist's grasp, pondering, "Father, can that true prince really be killed?" After the palace banquet, his circumstances had drastically changed, plunging him from paradise into the depths of despair. Should Mo Juni be proclaimed as the crown prince, even without the emperor and empress issuing a death order, he would undoubtedly be a threat to Muli's existence. Though still young, he understood the age-old adage of victors and vanquished. The only course of action was to strike preemptively. "Mo Juni, do not blame me. If there is blame, let it fall upon your obstruction of my path." The man, with a cold smile, nodded in agreement. "Yes, my dear son, that position, along with the future emperor's throne, is rightly yours." Muli gazed at his father with admiration, nodding emphatically. This was indeed his true father, who always thought of his well-being, unlike the emperor who, upon discovering Muli was not his biological son, had treated him with disdain. Zhao Song's eyes were fixed on the old Taoist, waiting impatiently. Suddenly, the Taoist's brow furrowed, his complexion darkening as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he stood, gripping the tattered doll tightly, realizing that someone was aiding the boy on the other side. "What does this mean?" Zhao Song's expression soured further. Muli, feeling anxious, interjected. "Did you not say he would surely die tonight? With his birth date in hand, how can we not claim his life?" The Taoist wiped the blood from his lips. I did not foresee such a formidable opponent, and I have sustained injuries myself." Before the Taoist could finish, Zhao Song interrupted. "You have accepted 50,000 taels of silver from us. If you fail, you know the consequences." "Indeed, you old fool. You once boasted to my father that no one in the Central Plains could rival your prowess." Muli scolded as he rushed forward, kicking the old Taoist in a fit of frustration. Though the boy's strength was minimal, it inflicted pain upon the already weakened Taoist. "I still have a method." The old man, unable to bear the humiliation, shouted defiantly. He produced several talismans from his robes and affixed them to the doll. Instantly, black smoke began to rise from the doll. Meanwhile, Mo Juni, who had been lying quietly in bed, began to sweat profusely, curling up once more in agony. "What is happening?" The Empress, having just relaxed at the sight of her son's improving complexion, was now on the verge of fainting again. The Emperor held her tightly, exclaiming, "Empress!" Seeing the Empress in distress, little Tang Ao gently caressed her face with her small, delicate hand. "Do not cry, Empress. Let me comfort you." Qin Yunshuang silently approached the Empress's side. Little Tang Bao grasped the Empress's arm, and in an instant, a warm energy surged into her body. The Empress, who had been on the brink of fainting, regained her composure and looked at little Tang Ao with deep gratitude, feeling guilty for the trouble she had caused. Little Tang Ao waved her tiny hands, each movement causing her pallor to deepen. "It's so hard for such a small one to fight the bad guys. Alas, I must strive to grow up. Only then can I possess greater spiritual power." Witnessing the gradually weakening little Tang Bao, the hearts of the three were entwined with worry. Qin Yunshuang's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her precious child. Yet, in this precarious situation, she could not call for a halt. She felt both heartache and concern. Little Tang Ao reached into Mo Juni's frail form and extracted a dark, swirling mass, grasping it tightly. In her vision, A grayish-black entity emitted a piercing cry before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Brother Yi is safe now. Tang Ao is so tired. Tang Bao has no strength left. I need to take a nap. Little Tang Ao blinked her large, grape-like eyes twice, her eyelids struggling against the weight of sleep until they finally closed gently. Tang Bao. Qin Yunshuang gazed lovingly at her daughter, cradling her in her arms and tenderly kissing her small face. Sleep now, sleep. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the capital, the old Taoist spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. What does this mean? Zhao Song could not contain his fury, shouting, "Has this endeavor failed?" The old Taoist, barely managing to kneel, replied, "Do not be angry. Noble sir, I have truly done my utmost. I could only inflict minor injuries upon the child. It seems the method of using his birth date to claim his life has failed." Muli's face fell in disappointment as he looked up at Zhao Song. "Father, have I lost my chance?" "Do not fret," Zhao Song reassured him, ruffling Muli's hair. "I will devise another plan for you. If this attempt fails, there will be another. As long as his offspring are eliminated, he, being so sentimental, will not adopt a member of the imperial clan, but will choose you instead. After all, you are exceptional. Who in the entire capital can compare to you?" "Indeed," Muli nodded, softly affirming to himself. "I am indeed the most outstanding among the many princes. The Empress valued me so highly before, and so did the Emperor. Once Mo Juni is gone, all the delightful and fine garments will be mine." Zhao Song furrowed his brow. Since dealing with Mo Juni was proving challenging, he would focus on the child within Li Fei's womb. This Li Fei had proven to be quite fertile. Her body had not faltered despite previous attempts. This time was particularly strange. He had enlisted her most trusted confidant, yet the endeavor had failed outright. Moreover, the Emperor had effortlessly uncovered the accomplices, leading to the loss of 3 of his carefully placed agents. He needed to devise another plan to eliminate the child within Li Fei, ensuring no future threats would arise. Chapter 76. A great honor. Zhao Song cast a cold glance at the old Taoist, clearly recognizing that this man had been gravely harmed by his own actions. Given this circumstance, there was no need for him to sully his hands further. Zhao Song carried Muli away. Within the palace, a collective sigh of relief echoed as Prince Mo Juni finally awakened. Although still somewhat frail, he was at least able to consume medicine. This miraculous turn of events was undoubtedly due to the efforts of little Tang Bao. "Oh, little Tang Bao, you have saved Juni once again." The Empress held little Tang Bao's tiny hand tightly, careful not to disturb her slumber. With tearful eyes, she lowered her voice, saying, "Madam Shen, little Tang Bao is my son's savior. She has rescued him twice. Such immense kindness deserves profound gratitude. From now on, should the Shen family require anything, do not hesitate to inform this palace. I shall offer my utmost assistance." Saving the crown prince was merely a duty for little Tang Bao. Qin Yunshuang replied, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such concern. I will certainly explain this matter to the Emperor," the Empress continued, gripping Qin Yunshuang's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "The Emperor must bestow generous rewards upon you." "That would be excessive. The royal family has already granted us considerable rewards," Qin Yunshuang responded, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. The Empress, however, shook her head repeatedly. "No, this is only right. Someone, bring forth the set of Eastern pearl adornments from my dowry, as well as the century-old ginseng and various red ginseng from the storeroom, along with a snow lotus from Tianshan." At this declaration, everyone present was taken aback. The Tianshan snow lotus was exceedingly rare, with only 3 existing in the world. The Empress's decision to bestow one upon the Marquis of Courage was a tremendous honor. The Emperor immediately dispatched a trusted eunuch to the storeroom to gather the treasured jewelry that little Tang Ao favored, filling several large boxes. "This is far too extravagant," Qin Yunshuang protested. The Emperor would not allow her to refuse, accompanying the Empress to send Qin Yunshuang and little Tang Ao out of the palace. As they reached the palace gates, the carriage carrying Qin Yunshuang and little Tang Bao slowly departed, while the empress and emperor stood at the gates, watching them go. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the court. On the following day, as officials gathered, whispers of admiration circulated. The Marquis of Courage was indeed the recipient of great imperial favor. Indeed, the little Princess Mingju's ennoblement was personally overseen by the emperor and empress. Such distinction is truly enviable. Alas, there is nothing to be done. Their family is blessed with the beloved little princess, who is cherished by both the emperor and empress. After court had adjourned, all the officials extended their congratulations to Shen Tang. Meanwhile, within the palace, the just-awakened Mo Juni realized that he owed his survival to little Tang Bao. He immediately ordered preparations for a carriage to visit the Marquis of Courage's residence. "Madam, where is little Tang Bao?" Mo Jun inquired urgently upon entering. "She is still in the room, fast asleep," Qin Yunshuang replied, her face betraying concern. "This is the first time she has slept for such an extended period. Were it not for the knowledge that she is a divine child, I might fear something had befallen her." "Very well, I shall see her." Upon entering the room, Mo Juni beheld little Tang Bao still lost in slumber, his eyes filled with gratitude and sorrow. "Little Tang Bao, I know you saved me. You must be so tired. And you are still so young." As he spoke, he gently grasped her tiny hand. In her dreams, she savored a large piece of roasted beef leg. Its aroma tantalizing and its texture delightful, causing her to drool in her sleep. Chapter 77, Worthless Waste. By the bedside of Xia Tangbao, I waited until dusk, and finally, she awoke. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Mo Juni, who was leaning by her side. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "You look so handsome. I like you, brother." Xia Tangbao gently caressed Mo Juni's long eyelashes. "You are beautiful, even more so than me." Upon Mo Juni's awakening, he was greeted by the sight of Xia Tangbao extending her hand towards him with a beaming smile. Seeing her in good spirits, without any distress, he finally felt a sense of relief. This child was indeed a good one. She treated Xia Tangbao well and had an inexplicable closeness to her, embodying the essence of a caring brother. Once Mo Juni departed, Qin Yunshuang promptly summoned servants to bring forth nourishing supplements. However, when Xia Tangbao laid eyes on the concoctions, she could not bring herself to sip even a drop, persistently pushing the spoon away with a face full of disdain. "It smells bad and tastes awful. I want something sweet." Helpless, Qin Yunshuang instructed the servants to fetch honey and pastries. As soon as Xia Tangbao consumed a spoonful of the bitter brew, she was rewarded with a taste of sweetness or a lick of pastry. Only then did she reluctantly ingest some of the restorative medicine. Observing Xia Tangbao grimace in distaste brought both amusement and sympathy to Qin Yunshuang. Unsure whether Xia Tangbao, as a little goddess, required such potions for recuperation, she reasoned that it was better to consume than to abstain. "My dear Xia Tangbao, the Empress and the Emperor have sent you many delightful gifts. Would you like to see them?" Qin Yunshuang coaxed with a radiant smile. Xia Tangbao instantly relaxed, her focus shifting from the bitterness of the medicine to the allure of the treasures. "Are they shiny and sparkling? I love them." Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Understanding her daughter's nature, Qin Yunshuang had the servants bring forth the numerous boxes filled with gifts from the emperor and the officials who had attended her enthronement ceremony. Upon seeing the treasures, Xia Tangbao's eyes sparkled with joy. "Wow, beads! And golden ones! I'm so happy! My treasures have increased." She gleefully counted her new jewelry, her eyes crinkling into crescents of delight. Realizing that her possessions were overflowing, Xia Tangbao waved her small hand and stored her favorite items into her space. Qin Yunshuang, unfazed, merely assumed her daughter was using her divine abilities. Just then, her personal maid rushed into the room. "Madam, someone from the Yong'an Marquis' residence has arrived, saying they are here to visit you." I noticed she brought many packages. "What?" Qin Yunshuang was taken aback. The Yong'an Marquis' household held a prestigious status, They had never regarded their Yonghi Marquis' residence with any respect. The fact that the Marquis's wife had come in person, bearing gifts, was something that would have been unthinkable in the past. Not only the Yonghan Marquis' household, but several military officials' wives had also come, each bearing gifts. Furthermore, the Chancellor's family had sent an invitation for her to attend a flower-viewing banquet hosted by the old matriarch in half a month's time. For a moment, Qin Yunshuang was at a loss for words. This was something that had previously seemed inconceivable. They had once held the title of Yonghi Marquis yet had no real authority and were not well regarded. Now, even the Chancellor's family was inviting her to their banquet. Indeed, times had changed. A blend of emotions swirled within her, but joy prevailed. Their family had truly benefited from the fortune of her beloved daughter. Let us not collect the gifts just yet. As for the Yonghan Marquis' wife, please invite her in for a chat. I shall join her shortly. We must avoid any gossip about receiving gifts under the table. In the following days, the Yonghi Marquis' residence was bustling with visitors. Countless officials' families arrived, bearing lavish gifts. Following her husband's wishes, Qin Yunshuang accepted a token from each family as a sign of respect. Naturally, all the received items were sent to Xia Tangbao's room. Over these few days, Xia Tangbao had been counting gold, silver, and jewels until her hands felt sore. One day, as Qin Yunshuang went to the front hall to entertain the wife of the Yonghan Marquis, who had been visiting for 5 consecutive days, the second branch of the family erupted in turmoil. What? Are you saying they not only received the gifts for the enthronement, but have also been receiving gifts continuously these past few days? Shen Tang, upon hearing the news from a maid sent from the main branch, was furious, nearly blowing his top. His foolish brother had managed to gain such advantages. All of this was thanks to his useful daughter. Unlike him at this thought, he glared fiercely at Qin Hanyan beside him. Look at them. Both have given birth to daughters, yet the disparity is so vast. You useless thing, giving birth to a little waste who is not respected. Perhaps it would be better if you had never been born. Hearing this, Qin Hanyan felt a deep pang of sorrow. She could not fathom why this was the case. Clearly, her daughter had been born on the same day as the one from the main branch, and should have been a little lucky star as well. In her arms, Shenrui frowned tightly, her small face contorted in indignation. I'm just too young, she thought. I am a modern person. I possess the protagonist's halo. Once I grow older and can speak, I will surely utilize my knowledge from the modern world to carve out a glorious destiny here. I will achieve fame that surpasses that of Shen Tang by 1,000-fold. Yet Shen Tang was oblivious to her thoughts and only grew more irritated at her expression. Useless thing. Hearing this, Shenrui burst into tears, flailing her arms and legs in a fit of rage, wishing she could give this foolish father a good beating. Ignorant fool. Finally unable to contain his anger, Shen Tang snapped. Qin Hanyan was so startled by his sudden outburst that her tears nearly spilled over, tightly clutching Shenrui as resentment swelled within her. It was all because of the main branch, all because of Qin Yunshuang that she found herself in this predicament. Shen Tang shot a glare at the mother and daughter before turning to leave. Qin Hanyan's trepidation gradually subsided, but before she could fully regain her composure, the old matriarch's personal maid arrived, entering the room without a hint of courtesy and sitting down unceremoniously. The food and clothing in the old lady's room need to be refreshed. Have you prepared them? Seeing the maid's blatant lack of respect, Qin Hanyan could only suppress her humiliation and force a smile. Chapter 78. The old woman viciously beats her daughter-in-law as the elderly matriarch displayed an utter lack of respect. Qin Hanyan could only suppress the humiliation swelling within her and force a smile. In her arms, Shenrui silently cursed. That wretched old lady Shen, what a malicious mother-in-law. How can she bully my mother like this? Qin Hanyan murmured. Currently, the second branch truly lacks sufficient funds. I am doing my utmost. Doing your utmost? What does that even mean? The matriarch interrupted sharply. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Just a few days ago, you met with the Qin family. Did you not bring back some money from your maternal family? No. Qin Hanyan lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Not only had she failed to procure any funds, but she had also been verbally cast out by old Master Qin. Now, she could only hope that with the passage of time, old Master Qin might forget this incident. Or perhaps he would be unable to find any evidence of her supposed malfeasance and thus let her be. No matter how the matriarch berated her, Qin Hanyan remained silent. Eventually, the old woman, exasperated, stormed off. Half an hour later, old lady Shen herself arrived. Upon entering, she saw Shen Fancheng playing in the courtyard and her expression darkened. "Where did you get those clothes?" she coldly inquired. The garments adorning her grandson were clearly new and of considerable cost. Hearing this, old lady Shen's countenance soured even further as she chose not to respond and marched inside. "Qin Hanyan, I ask you, where is the golden charcoal I requested?" "Mother, I bought it for you," Qin Hanyan replied, feigning innocence. "You think I am foolish? I am not yet so old that I cannot see clearly. The money I provided you was meant for an entire winter's supply of golden charcoal, yet what you bought barely lasts a few days. Where did the rest of the money go?" Old lady Shen interrogated, her voice laced with rage. "Times have changed. Prices for firewood, rice, and oil have all risen this year. With the increasing cost of golden charcoal, we simply cannot afford to buy so much," Qin Hanyan protested. "Enough of your excuses. I suspect you have taken the money meant for my charcoal to buy clothes for your son." Old lady Shen retorted coldly. "You have pilfered my funds. I did buy clothes for Fancheng. He is studying in the private school and cannot manage with just a few garments," Qin Hanyan declared, no longer willing to conceal the truth. "He is destined for greatness and represents our family's honor. Besides, Fancheng is your grandson as well. What is wrong with spending a little money on him? But I will freeze without charcoal. I am of advanced age. Will I even survive this winter? Is my son's new attire more important than my life? It seems you wish to see me perish." "Mother, how can you say such things? I would never dare." Qin Hanyan, though seething with anger, could only force a smile in response. "The main branch treats me with such lavishness, yet here you are, making my life miserable." With that, old lady Shen slapped Qin Hanyan across the face, declaring her to be an inferior daughter of the family. "Look at yourself. How can you possibly compare to your sister?" "Mother," Qin Hanyan cried out in distress, raising her hand to shield herself, only to be restrained by several servants. The slaps fell like rain, leaving Qin Hanyan's ears ringing and her vision blurred. "If my son had married Qin Yunshuang, would I have suffered so much? Coming to your second branch at my age, and still having to endure such torment. It seems you desire to hasten my demise." Old lady Shen continued her assault. Just as Qin Hanyan felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, Shen Melon arrived. Seeing him was like spotting a savior. "Husband, save me." Yet Shen Melon offered not even a glance in her direction. "Mother is right. You ought to listen and obey." From a distance, Shen Rui helplessly observed the scene. Her heart ached for her mother, but she felt powerless to intervene. She cried out, wishing she could grow up quickly to bring honor to the Shen family, so her mother would no longer endure such suffering. "Husband, how can you say such things? You know how much I have sacrificed for our family." Qin Hanyan collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Once everyone had departed, Qin Hanyan was assisted to her feet by a maid. Gazing into the bronze mirror at her swollen face, her heart swelled with anger and resentment. Why should she endure such hardship when they shared the same father? Meanwhile, Qin Yunshuang lived comfortably as the lady of the Yangyi Marquise, receiving various gifts daily. She refused to accept this. Why should it be this way? One day, she vowed to drag Qin Yunshuang down from her pedestal and make her experience the suffering she currently endured. "My lady, old Master Qin has sent a message," stating that the other day he merely verbally disowned Qin Hanyan from the family tree. A formal process must follow, requiring the presence of respected elders from the clan as witnesses. After relaying this information, the maid leaned closer to Qin Yunshuang, adding, "Old Master Qin is concerned that Qin Hanyan may deny having secretly harmed her legitimate mother, so we need to gather some evidence beforehand." Nearby, little Tang Thao perked up at this revelation, her round eyes sparkling. "There is evidence. I overheard Miao Miao and Niao Er talking about it." It is right here in the Qin residence. Chapter 79. Investigating the truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunshuang's pupils contracted, yet she maintained an outward facade of composure. It was evident that she had committed such an act. Surely, there must be evidence left behind. This evidence should still reside within the Qin residence. Tomorrow, let us venture to the Qin estate early and search for it. Mother is so clever. She understands everything. Little Tang Ao nodded eagerly, clutching a pastry and savoring it with delight. The following morning, Qin Yunshuang took little Tang Ao to the Qin residence. This time, they traveled in a carriage specially bestowed by the emperor for little Tang Ao, one of the gifts celebrating her title as Princess Mingzhu. Little Tang Ao nestled obediently in Qin Yunshuang's embrace, curiously counting the jewels embedded within the carriage. 1, 2, 66. Wow, so many pearls and gemstones. They're worth a fortune. Tang Ao loves them. Little Tang Ao exclaimed with satisfaction. Qin Yunshuang couldn't help but chuckle at little Tang Ao's greedy expression. How could she be so joyous? Did she truly enjoy riding in this carriage? Shall we always take this carriage when we go out? Mother understands me so well. She's so clever. Tang Ao is happy. Little Tang Ao responded, nodding enthusiastically. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, old Master Qin awaited them at the entrance. His face broke into a wide grin upon seeing Qin Yunshuang and little Tang Ao. Little Tang Ao has arrived. Come give grandfather a hug, he exclaimed as he quickly took little Tang Ao from Qin Yunshuang's arms. Little Tang Ao beamed up at him. Grandfather, I missed you so much. Qin Yunshuang watched the affectionate interaction between grandfather and granddaughter, noting how delighted little Tang Ao appeared. It seems she has missed you as well. I know, old Master Qin replied, gently rubbing little Tang Ao's chubby cheeks. Where's grandmother? I miss her too. Little Tang Ao inquired, nuzzling against old Master Qin like a small kitten. Father, has mother been feeling better? Qin Yunshuang asked with concern. Much better, old Master Qin replied, his smile growing broader. Thanks to the talisman drawn by little Tang Ao, your mother has been able to stroll in the courtyard for half an hour lately. Humph. Grandmother was originally in great health and could traverse mountains and rivers. Little Tang Ao pouted slightly. It's all that wicked woman's fault. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunshuang's expression darkened. Father, according to how mother looked in her youth, had it not been for the treachery of others, she could still be playing polo today. Indeed, old Master Qin said, his expression sobering. We must investigate thoroughly this time. Yes, we will uncover the evidence and deal with her harshly, little Tang Ao declared, shaking her little fist, her chubby face brimming with righteous indignation. Old Master Qin found her spirited demeanor endearing. This clever little girl was perceptive enough to comprehend their conversation, standing up for her grandmother. Exactly, Tang Ao is wise, he affirmed. And little Tang Ao's face shone with pride. I love grandmother. I want to be close to her. Their party first visited the inner courtyard to see old Madame Qin, who smiled brightly upon seeing little Tang Ao, her complexion appearing much improved. Little Tang Ao has come. Let me see you. No. Grandmother is well, and Tang Ao is well. Closeness makes us healthier, little Tang Ao chirped, her large eyes sparkling as she smiled at old Madame Qin. Everyone was utterly charmed by her adorable demeanor. Old Madame Qin, unable to resist, hesitantly reached out and embraced little Tang Ao. The warmth from little Tang Ao's small hand instantly flowed into her, and old Madame Qin felt a renewed vitality. Little Tang Ao is truly a little lucky star. Just seeing you makes me feel much better, she remarked. Of course, I am amazing, little Tang Ao replied with a proud smile. Qin Yunshuang could hardly contain her laughter. Her beloved daughter was truly delightful. Old Master Qin's demeanor hardened, instructing her to wait in the front hall. What brings you here? To harm my mother? Qin Yunshuang thought, a surge of anger rising within her. However, she was already inside, disregarding any attempts to stop her. The servants seemed somewhat hesitant. Previously, Miss Qin Hanyan held significant status within the household, and the old master had doted on her. Consequently, they were unsure of how to address her and dared not obstruct her too forcefully. She no longer observes even the slightest decorum. Old Master Qin's face darkened. Just as he was about to scold her further, Qin Hanyan entered, cradling Shenrui. "Father, mother, sister, you are all here," she said, her expression cheerful as if nothing had happened. "I thought you would want to see Rui, so I brought her along." Hearing this, Qin Yunshuang couldn't help but sneer. Did she believe her parents desired to see Rui, or was she merely using Rui as a shield, hoping they would refrain from reprimanding her? Qin Hanyan, sensing the tension, feigned innocence. "Sister, how can you say that? I haven't done anything wrong. What reason do father and mother have to punish me? You know very well in your heart." Qin Yunshuang replied, her tone icy. Seeing that old Master Qin remained silent, Qin Hanyan felt her confidence returning. In the past, she had enjoyed favor in front of her father, and she assumed that after a few days, he would no longer be as angry as he had been during the 100-day banquet. "Father, look at how fierce sister is." Qin Hanyan feigned a pitiful expression. "I only had good intentions." "Enough," old Master Qin bellowed, his patience wearing thin. He had hoped to temper his anger in front of the two young children, but the current situation was intolerable. "I will tell you clearly, you will go to the front hall immediately and await the discussion among the family elders regarding your punishment. Otherwise, you can walk there yourself, or I will have someone force you there." After his outburst, Shenrui in Qin Hanyan's arms began to cry loudly. She thought her grandfather was being harsh, scolding her mother, and disregarding the bond between father and daughter. Little Tang Bao, however, reacted differently. Instead of crying, she grew even more delighted. "Grandfather is so powerful. Keep scolding them. Make the bad people cry." This wicked woman even had someone place something dirty in grandmother's pillow. "Grandmother, be careful." Qin Yunshuang's expression darkened. "If you can clarify what you did to my mother, what manipulations you employed in her daily life, I could perhaps spare you a few blows. But if you refuse to speak..." Before she could finish, Qin Hanyan interrupted, feigning bravado. "What do you mean by manipulations? Can I be blamed for my legitimate mother's poor health?" Chapter 80. Qin Hanyan's conspiracy against her biological mother. Little Tang Bao glared at Qin Hanyan with indignation. "You soaked the poisonous cassia seed in Grandma's pillow 3 years ago. You claimed it was a medicinal pillow beneficial for health, capable of nourishing the body and clearing the liver, but in reality, it was a harmful drug." Hearing this, Qin Yunshuang immediately approached the elder Qin and quietly informed him of the situation before leading the others to find a doctor. As Qin Hanyan watched Qin Yunshuang leave, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart, yet she dared not inquire further, remaining anxiously stationary. "Father, I will heed your words and wait in the hall." "Please do not be angry," Qin Hanyan murmured nervously as she departed. The doctor, having examined the situation with silver needles, wore a grave expression after some time. "The substance has been in there for quite a while, but it can still be verified as toxic. Clearly, the person who poisoned it used a lethal amount." Upon hearing this, Qin Yunshuang trembled with fury and immediately made her way to the hall. Inside, Qin Hanyan sat elegantly with Shenrui in her arms, the latter feigning innocence with a cheerful smile directed at the assembly. However, the elders of the clan barely glanced at her. After all, she was the child of that disobedient woman, and what good could possibly come from her? Before long, Elder Qin arrived, carrying little Tang Bao, closely followed by Qin Yunshuang. Once everyone was present, Elder Qin took his seat at the head and gestured for the wet nurse to take Shenrui from Qin Hanyan's arms. "Father, what does this mean?" Qin Hanyan panicked as she witnessed Shenrui being taken away. She had anticipated that with Shenrui present, they would not dare to punish her severely. In her desperation, she signaled her personal maid to fetch Feng Cheng, her son, believing that his presence would deter the Qin family from being too harsh. However, just as the maid was about to leave, little Tangao spotted her. The bad woman's accomplice is trying to escape and inform others. She is also a villain. Quickly catch the villain. With this reminder, Qin Yunshuang immediately commanded, "Who is that sneaky maid? Hold her." Seeing her maid being apprehended, Qin Hanyan grew even more fearful. Sister, she is my personal maid. How can you call her sneaky? I merely asked her to find a missing jade pendant. Qin Hanyan's heart sank. It seemed they were denying her even the opportunity to inform someone. Thank you all for coming today. I trust you understand the purpose of this gathering. It is to serve as a witness to the severe punishment of Qin Hanyan, this ungrateful daughter. Father, Qin Hanyan cried out in shock. What does this mean? Silence. Who is your father? Elder Qin bellowed angrily. The evidence is clear. Both witnesses and physical proof are present. Do you still wish to deny it? Qin Yunshuang's gaze was icy. In response, she poured the toxic seeds from the pillow onto a tray and had the doctor publicly verify the poison. Qin Hanyan, you were the one who assisted your mother in purchasing these materials when she was the head of the household. The medicinal herbs used to fill it were also your suggestion, as you claimed they would clear the liver and improve eyesight. My mother trusted you, and you seized the opportunity to poison her, causing her suffering for so many years. Qin Hanyan stared blankly at the pillow. After all this time, she had assumed the poison had dissipated. How could it still be detectable? It wasn't me. It must be the merchant who tampered with the materials. Do you think I would believe such an excuse? Qin Yunshuang coldly questioned. You cannot falsely accuse someone without evidence. Everything must be substantiated. The remaining poison was not discarded. It is still hidden in her room. Little Tangao declared, her small fist shaking with indignation. If you want evidence, I will provide it. She promptly ordered someone to search Qin Hanyan's former residence. Before long, they discovered a medicine bottle and a paper bag containing a small amount of powder hidden beneath Qin Hanyan's bed. Unworthy wretch! Qin Yunshuang trembled with rage. Her mother had been secretly harmed by these vile substances at the hands of Qin Hanyan. The evidence was presented in the hall for the clan elders to inspect. Upon seeing it, they pointed at Qin Hanyan and scolded her fiercely. You dared to poison your biological mother. How audacious! The heavens are watching. We believed you to be obedient, yet it was all an act. How could our family, who has devoted its life to kindness, produce such a daughter? Such a person deserves to be expelled. By law, she should be exiled. The elders lamented deeply as they chastised Qin Hanyan. Her misdeeds do not end here. Let her be scolded and punished. Little Tangao continued to shake her tiny fists. Qin Yunshuang signaled for the doctor to explain the connection between the poisons and the health of Elder Madam Qin. Given Elder Madam's original condition, if it weren't for these poisons and that cassia seed in the pillow, she would undoubtedly be strong and healthy. The doctor shook his head repeatedly, lamenting the cruelty of the poisoner. You are slandering me. Qin Hanyan trembled in fear. If she admitted to this, her life would be ruined. Elder Qin raised his hand and struck Qin Hanyan across the face, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he glared at her. You wretched creature! Since childhood, your biological mother treated you as her own. How could you repay her with poison? Do you not feel any remorse? Qin Hanyan was knocked to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, her face swelling painfully. The evidence is irrefutable. What further excuses do you have to claim slander? Qin Yunshuang scoffed, her anger surging. My mother treated you with kindness throughout your life, yet you have harmed her. Qin Hanyan, do you not fear retribution? You are now the daughter-in-law of the Shen family. While our Qin family has no authority to present this evidence to the authorities, we can still punish you. Elder Qin commanded, gesturing for the servants to bring forth the rods. No! Qin Hanyan shook her head in despair, filled with both fear and anger. If she were to be beaten like this, news would surely spread, and she would be utterly shamed, drowning in the spittle of malicious gossip. Father, someone is framing me. They cannot bear to see me live well. It is my sister. She belongs to the main branch, and has always looked down on the second branch. She devised the scheme to harm me. Qin Hanyan cried out in desperation, but the servants were unyielding as they forced her down onto the bench. Shen Rui watched helplessly, weeping bitterly. You cannot strike me. I am the wife of the second branch of the Shen family. You cannot do this. With a resounding crack, a rod struck her. Ah! Qin Hanyan screamed, her waist quickly bruising from the blow. Chapter 81. infamy, and the 10th generation of evil spirits in quick succession. The stick struck her bottom with brutal force, again and again. Expanses of crimson spread across her form, staining the stick. The hall was filled with tumult. Bad person. You deserve this. Hit her. Little sugar baby's large, lustrous eyes quietly observed the scene. The stick continued to rain down upon Qin Hanyan. The old Master Qin, increasingly indignant, seized the stick himself to strike her. Were it not for the law's constraints, he would surely have taken her life with his own hands. He wondered to himself how he and his wife had ever wronged her, yet she repaid their kindness with such hostility, truly a treacherous ingrate. Father, I was wrong. Please spare me. Qin Hanyan's cries grew feeble. Yet none halted their assault. In mere moments, she was left bloodied and battered. The fabric below her waist became drenched in blood. After just a few more strikes, she succumbed to silence, her eyes closing. The old Master Qin finally paused, his brow furrowed. Surely, they could not beat her to death. Little sugar baby scoffed, the bad person is pretending to faint. Qin Yunshuang's eyes darkened as she seized a nearby teapot, splashing boiling tea across Qin Hanyan's face. The scalding liquid jolted Qin Hanyan back to consciousness, eliciting a shriek as her face flushed red. Are you trying to burn me alive? Since she was still able to speak, it seemed she was fine. Qin Yunshuang dismissed her with indifference. The strikes resumed, and Qin Hanyan could no longer pretend. She began to wail loudly. You are trying to kill me. I can't endure this pain any longer. Please have mercy. Soon, her clothing was torn and mingled with blood, the wounds grotesque and revolting. She lay there, pallid, devoid of any semblance of her former arrogance. At last, she lacked even the strength to cry out, barely clinging to life. The old Master Qin waved his hand, instructing servants to fetch a straw mat, wrapping Qin Hanyan in it before discarding her at the doorstep of the Shen family's second residence. Were it not for Shen Rui also being placed at the door, the Qin servants would have shown little care about knocking. They cast a disdainful glance at Qin Hanyan, rapping lightly on the door before departing. The second household servants were taken aback upon opening the door. Little Shen Rui wailed on the ground. A group of despicable wretches. Alas, she was too young to assist her mother, helplessly witnessing her humiliation at the hands of those vile people. Qin Hanyan's personal maid was bound, her mouth stuffed with a filthy rag. Only half of Qin Hanyan's face was visible, yet she appeared on the brink of death. The household promptly reported the incident to Madame Shen. Upon hearing the news, she merely snorted coldly. Did she not say they were out of money? Since they could not afford a physician, let her rest for a few days. There was no need for morning and evening salutations. Shen Melon, upon learning of the situation, glanced at Qin Hanyan and, seeing she was not in danger of dying, lost interest in the matter. His father-in-law had recently become a favorite of the emperor, and he dared not offend him by defending Qin Hanyan. Shen Fokchang was the most concerned about Qin Hanyan among the family. He angrily went to the Qin residence to demand justice. En route, he passed a tea house where a storyteller was animatedly recounting a tale. Curiosity piqued. He drew closer to listen, his face paling. Have you all heard? The current Pearl Princess's illegitimate aunt was punished by her maternal family for plotting against her legitimate mother in her youth. I must say, the Qin family has been quite lenient. Had it been my family, such a transgression would warrant death, not even a straw mat as a covering. She committed murder. Not only did she violate propriety, but she also transgressed the law. In my opinion, this couple is no good. Shen Zongguang even conspired against his elder brother to betray the country. The emperor has uncovered the truth, and Shen Zongguang has been punished accordingly. Birds of a feather flock together. A poisonous woman and her equally vile husband are indeed a match made in hell. Shen Fongcheng was dumbstruck. He never anticipated his mother would commit such a grave offense. Overwhelmed with both guilt and rage, he attempted to leave quietly but was recognized. Hey, aren't you the second son of the Shen family, the son of that murderer? The child of a poisonous, no doubt you're no good yourself. Looking like someone who would bring harm. Like begets like, a mouse's offspring will dig holes. even if I hear he is quite talented. What of talent? His parents' characters are evident. No matter how talented he is, it counts for nothing if he lacks integrity. I say, even proximity is undesirable. Be gone. This is no place for you. Unable to contain himself, Shen Tang tried to defend himself, but peanut shells and melon seeds rained down upon him. From the following day onward, he ceased attending school, for whenever he appeared, ink would be splattered upon him, and he would be taunted as the son of a murderer. In no time, the Shen family's second residence was steeped in infamy. Even their servants faced spitting insults when they ventured outside. Madame Shen, embarrassed and enraged, fell ill and could not show her face in public. 3 months later, Mu Junyi's injuries had completely healed. The Empress looked upon her son's unblemished, scar-free face with a mixture of sorrow and joy. My dear Year, your father and I have decided. Tomorrow we will formally announce your designation as Crown Prince, with the ceremony scheduled for a propitious day in half a month. Mu Jun nodded in agreement. He was indifferent to the superficial title of Crown Prince. What mattered to him was the power it conferred, enabling him to better protect his savior, little sugar baby. The next morning, the emperor made the announcement during court. Soon, word spread throughout the streets and alleys that Mu Jun had become the crown prince, with the ceremony to take place in 2 weeks. Zhao Song, upon hearing the news, was so enraged that he smashed several teacups. The position of crown prince was originally meant for his son. Now, all his schemes had come to naught. In his fury, he longed to confront the Taoist priest responsible for thwarting his plans. Had Mu Jun died that day, none of this would have transpired. Reflecting on this, he sought out the Taoist priest's master, an esteemed recluse of many years. This time he spared no expense, bringing Muli to pay respects and promising that when Muli became crown prince, he would appoint him as the national master. Only then did the old Taoist agree to descend the mountain with them. Father, do you think we will succeed this time? Though still young, Muli was wise beyond his years and had read extensively. He understood that Mu Jun had already become crown prince. Any further plots against him would amount to treason. Zhao Song nodded. If they failed this time, they would have no second chances. He provided the old Taoist with Mu Junyi's birth details. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the old Taoist dripped a drop of his fingertip blood onto the paper with the birth details before burning it. What do you intend to do? Zhao Song inquired, curiosity piqued. I have made a pact with several malevolent spirits of the world. When Mu Jun is officially proclaimed on that day, they will assist me. As he spoke, the old Taoist's face twisted into a sinister smile. Not only can we take that little brat's life, but we could also claim the emperor's if we wished. Chapter 82, Chaos in the Palace. Qin Yunshuang gazed at the adorable little Tang Mao, her heart brimming with joy, her eyes sparkling with a tenderness that grew more enchanting with each passing moment. As Tang Mao blossomed, her beauty only intensified. The queen had previously bestowed upon her a magnificent bracelet adorned with golden threads and 8 precious gems. It would surely enhance her charm. With that thought, Qin Yunshuang began rummaging through her jewelry box. Tang Bao tilted her head thoughtfully and, with a flick of her tiny hand, summoned the bracelet from the spatial realm to the table. Mother Tang Ao managed to utter her first word, her sweet voice ringing out. Qin Yunshuang was simultaneously astonished and elated. Her daughter was not yet 8 months old, yet she had already called out for her mother. Overjoyed, she could hardly contain her smile. The maidservants nearby shared in the excitement, recognizing it as an auspicious sign that the little princess could speak on the day of the crown prince's enthronement. Nodding enthusiastically, Qin Yunshuang took Tang Bao into the palace to attend the ceremony. In the grand hall, Mo Juni had donned the golden robes reserved for the crown prince. Despite his tender age, he exhibited an air of calm composure, unfazed by the multitude of people gathered below. From a distance, he spotted Qin Yunshuang holding little Tang Ao, and his face lit up with excitement. However, recalling his mother's earlier admonition to remain composed and not display his emotions, he quickly suppressed his smile. Little did he know that while he was striving for restraint, his mother had already turned to warmly welcome Qin Yunshuang and her daughter. Mo observed the transformation in his mother's demeanor, from regal authority to a beaming, nurturing presence, and couldn't he help but feel amused. Was he the only one expected to maintain a stoic facade? He hurried to join his mother as she approached Qin Yunshuang and Tang Bao. Lady Yongyi, I commend you for bringing our little princess here so early. It must have been a taxing journey, the queen remarked, her affection for Tang Ao evident as she reached out to take the child from Qin Yunshuang's arms. Hey, your majesty, you are beautiful, radiant like gold. Tang Ao loves you. Let's hug, Tang Ao chirped, dancing with delight, her tiny hands flailing as she repeated the word mother. The queen was taken aback with joy. Did little Tang Ao just call me? Yes, indeed. Just wait until she speaks more. She'll be calling for you every day, Qin Yunshuang replied, chuckling as she recalled how the little one had suddenly begun to form words that morning. Today is indeed a propitious day, a day of great fortune with the enthronement of Yi and Tang Bao's first words. As the queen spoke, she removed a golden bracelet from her wrist and adorned Tang Ao's arm with it. Dear Tang Bao, this is a reward for your newfound ability to speak. Wow, hooray! Tang Ao's enthusiasm escalated, her tiny hands waving even more joyfully as she continued to call out Mother Mo, unable to maintain his serious demeanor any longer. Joined in the laughter. Before long, the enthronement ceremony commenced. Mo stood atop the dais, performing the ritualistic bow to receive his title. Below him, a throng of nobles and ministers knelt in reverence. However, just as the precious crown was placed upon his head, the once clear sky abruptly darkened with ominous clouds. Simultaneously, a peculiar, swirling black mist accompanied by a howling wind descended upon the gathering. The queen and emperor instinctively shielded Mo, recalling the last time such a tempest had threatened his life. They had thought that with Tang Bao's presence, they would never face such malevolent forces again. Yet, to their dismay, during this very ceremony, nefarious individuals had returned to wreak havoc. Guards, protect the crown prince. The emperor commanded urgently. Tang Ao blinked her large eyes, quickly discerning the unfolding peril. That villain is using the same methods as the last wicked priest. No, this one is even worse. He has summoned more evil spirits to target Brother Yi. The queen, filled with anxiety, realized the gravity of the situation. Although Qin Yunshuang was concerned for her daughter, she understood that only Tang Ao could resolve this crisis. With palace attendants guiding her, she carried Tang Bao to the side of the queen and emperor. The emperor's gaze toward Tang Ao was filled with earnest hope. Tang Ao raised her tiny fist in determination. I can do it. I'm now an 8-month-old big baby. I'm stronger than before. Be careful, Tang Bao. Don't get hurt, Mo warned, worry etched across his face. Tang Ao flashed him a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, the nobles and ministers below were in a state of chaos as the grotesque black mist launched indiscriminate attacks upon them. In an instant, the mist morphed into faces, their gaping mouths large enough to consume a person, ferociously biting at those present. Soon, the air was filled with screams as the crowd was torn and bloodied, their wounds resembling those inflicted by wild beasts. No matter how they fought back, their efforts seemed futile against the amorphous foe, which merely reformed after each assault. Help! What is this creature? Spare me, I'm old and tough. Please, great monster, have mercy on me. I offer tribute. My leg, my leg. The cries of the ministers echoed through the hall as they limped away in terror. Tang Bao, however, was focused on battling the 3 largest forms of black mist. Clearly the most powerful of the spirits. She could have subdued them instantly, but with so many people present, she feared that cornering these 3 fiends might lead them to lash out at others as shields. In the midst of the struggle, several spirits, having feasted on human blood, transformed into larger, humanoid shapes, soaring toward the dais to attack the attendants. Mother, watch out! Tang Ao cried, spotting a mass of black mist lunging toward Qin Yunshuang. Acting swiftly, she raised her hand, and a beam of golden light illuminated the mist, causing it to recoil as if seared, emitting a strange, piercing shriek. Qin Yunshuang, startled, suddenly recalled that a few days prior, Tang Bao had been idly drawing some talismans. She hadn't mentioned them to anyone, merely keeping them in her pouch. With this thought, she hastily retrieved the talismans from her pouch. As the black mist approached the queen, she mimicked Tang Bao's earlier actions, igniting a fire starter and throwing the burning talisman onto the encroaching mist. Chapter 83. The birds protect their master. As the flaming yellow talismans came into contact with the black smoke, the smoke emitted eerie sounds, shrieking and retreating, its form diminishing. Observing this, Qin Yunshuang understood the situation. She raised the yellow talismans and the pouch high. The black smoke, aware of the formidable power of the talismans in her hands, hesitated to advance any further. With the yellow talismans and the pouch held aloft, Qin Yunshuang stood protectively in front of the Empress and the Emperor. The swirling black smoke dared not approach any closer. Meanwhile, in a temple on the outskirts of the capital, the expression of the old Taoist priest darkened as he realized they had a countermeasure. What does this mean? Zhao Song felt a surge of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Muli furrowed his brow tightly. Mo Juni must die this time. It is nothing, just a trivial skill. I have witnessed much worse, the old Taoist scoffed, swiftly biting his finger to draw several talismans, which he then ignited. Instantly, a fierce wind swept through the palace and numerous new clusters of black smoke emerged, launching a frenzied assault on the crowd. The cries of anguish echoed relentlessly. As chaos intensified, Xiao Tang Bao tore the hairpin from the head of a palace maid, sharply slicing her small hand against the pin's edge. Blood flowed, causing the Empress to gasp in distress. Xiao Tang Bao, what are you doing? My dear daughter, your hand. Qin Yunshuang's tears began to fall. Xiao Tang Bao offered a comforting smile, then waved her hand in the air, forming the shape of a talisman. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the myriad birds that had appeared during Xiao Tongbao's enthronement ceremony materialized once more. Soon after, a phoenix joined their ranks, and the darkened sky gradually became cloaked in golden and rosy hues. The golden light dispelled the darkness, illuminating the vast heavens as countless vividly colored birds soared through the air, chirping as they charged toward the black smoke. The black smoke was repeatedly scattered by the birds, unable to coordinate their attack on the crowd as they had before. Seeing a momentary respite, Xiao Tangao sighed in relief. It's just that we cannot directly identify the instigator. He is on the outskirts of the capital. If only we could find him and compel him to cease his actions, I could resolve these specters more swiftly. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's countenance darkened. There was undoubtedly someone manipulating events from behind the scenes, connected to sorcery. Issue a decree for an immediate search throughout the capital, especially in the outskirts. We must uncover who is engaging in these nefarious activities. Xiao Tangao nodded vigorously. Father Emperor is wise. We must indeed search the outskirts. With the myriad birds diverting the other black smoke, Xiao Tangao focused intently on the three most formidable entities. These three specters relentlessly broke through the crowd, aiming directly for Mo Juni. Despite Xiao Tongbao's vigorous efforts, the black smoke still managed to make contact with him. They tore at Mo Juni's arm, leaving several gashes, yet he gritted his teeth, maintaining his composure. Wielding a small dagger, he fought off the encroaching black smoke. Though at merely 3 years of age, his strength was ultimately insufficient. He could not afford to distract Xiao Tangao with his own concerns. Sensing the scent of blood, the black smoke became even more frenzied in their assault. In response, Xiao Tangao once again pricked her finger and drew a talisman in the air, then struck at the black smoke. As they retreated, she quickly marked them with another seal. Xiao Tangao will soon triumph over them. Were it not for her tender age, a single mark would send them fleeing in terror. Xiao Tangbao glared indignantly at the black smoke. In the temple on the outskirts, the old Taoist staggered back from the backlash of Xiao Tongbao's seals, clutching his chest as he collapsed onto the table. Could it be that he was finished? A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Song's eyes. He had invested heavily in this endeavor, risking his life for a final gamble. You promised me, it is not just the crown prince's life at stake, but the emperor's as well. Zhao Song seized the old Taoist. The old Taoist, weak and feeble, waved his hands in protest. There are powerful forces aiding them. Do you not know that I have summoned the 100 spirits? They did not harm the crown prince, indicating the emperor's vigilance following the previous incident. Zhao Song's face turned ashen. He knew all too well that since the prior events, the emperor had grown exceedingly wary of sorcery. Months ago, a widespread purge had been conducted throughout the capital to eliminate any suspected tools of witchcraft. Should they fail this time? With this thought, Zhao Song instructed Muli to carry the prepared funds on him. Try again. If it truly fails, we will escape via a small boat through the back mountain. Given the emperor's cautious nature, he must have already begun searching for those practicing sorcery. The old Taoist shook his head repeatedly. If I am defeated once more, I fear the backlash will cost me my life. You may lose your life, but if you fail, we all may perish together. Zhao Song shouted in frustration, kicking the old Taoist and pressing a dagger against his throat. If you do not act, you will die now. Zhao Song's eyes gleamed with malice. Muli joined in, kicking the old Taoist's leg. Hurry and act, or my father will kill you. Blood continued to flow from the old Taoist's mouth. He longed to eliminate the duo before him with a talisman, yet he was constrained by the peace talisman Zhao Song had requested earlier. With that talisman in place, he could not harm them in any way. Realizing this, the old Taoist's already pallid face grew even grimmer. Reluctantly, he steeled himself for one final attempt. He plunged a dagger into his own heart, mixing his blood with cinnabar to craft a talisman. Chanting incantations, he cut his palm, using his lifeblood to create the seal. Once this ritual was complete, the skies over the imperial city darkened ominously. The black smoke, previously overwhelmed by the myriad birds and phoenix, seemed to regain strength. They frantically attacked all present, losing their fear of the birds and Xiao Tongbao's onslaught. It was as if they intended to drag others down with them as they wreaked havoc among the crowd. Xiao Tangbao, witnessing the scene, felt her face flush with anger. How could this person be so wicked, intending to trade lives for our demise? With me, Xiao Tangbao. Here, that shall never happen. She huffed, signaling to the sky. The phoenix, upon seeing her gesture, immediately unleashed a torrent of colorful flames. Wherever the fire reached, the black smoke shrieked and fled, abandoning their intent to attack. What a petty villain, nothing more. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Tangao unleashed a series of seals against the black smoke. Two of the specters, already engaged in battle with her, weakened and dissipated. The third, witnessing this, attempted to flee. Yet Xiao Tangao would not allow it to escape. Summoning the phoenix, she commanded it as it soared through the sky, flapping its wings and calling out. Then, with a swift motion, she marked the black smoke, preventing its escape, forcing it to be consumed by the phoenix. Xiao Tangao beamed at the phoenix. Consuming evil spirits greatly enhances your power, does it not? The phoenix, expressing gratitude, chirped back, subsequently releasing even more vibrant flames that ignited the remaining black smoke, leaving them with no avenue of retreat. Chapter 84. The Divine Maiden's eternal blessing. Little Tangbao exerted her spiritual power, suspending the dark smoke in the air, allowing the myriad birds to feast upon it. The lords and ministers, witnessing this miraculous scene, all fell to their knees in reverence. "It is the precious little princess who has saved us," they exclaimed. "She is our savior, our lucky star, our divine maiden. Had it not been for her presence, I fear I would not have the opportunity to celebrate my 60th birthday next month." The cries of "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Divine Maiden!" reverberated throughout the hall. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, even those who previously resented the Duke of Courage for his favor with the Emperor and Empress found themselves compelled to acknowledge the prowess of his daughter. After all, who among them could boast of such a capable daughter? Little Tangao flashed a sweet smile at the crowd below, then gently retrieved a drop of spring water from her spatial well, pouring it onto her hand. Instantly, her hand, which bore several deep lacerations, began to heal, soon forming scabs and leaving only a faint mark behind. The Emperor, observing that aside from a slight weariness, little Tangao appeared otherwise unharmed, felt a great weight lift from his heart. Truly, she has performed wonders. It is no wonder I chose the Pearl Princess. She has repeatedly rescued our year, as well as the entire court and the common folk of Dawn from peril," he praised incessantly. Hearing this, little Tang Mao beamed with pride. "Father Emperor, the Crown Prince, and brother Yi are all so good to me. It is only right that I protect you." The Empress, her eyes filled with both affection and sorrow, cradled little Tang Mao, gently blowing on the faint mark on her palm. "How can such a little girl bear scars? You are truly making me worry, my dear. It is your fault, Father Emperor, for not capturing those who practice sorcery sooner, causing her to suffer in this way," the Empress reproached, casting a disapproving glance at the Emperor. He sighed, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is my fault. Had I ordered the Imperial Guards to search more thoroughly, little Tang Ao would not have endured such suffering." "There's blood." Little Tongbao's little nose twitched. "Is mother hurt?" Concern etched across her face as she babbled anxiously. The Empress quickly shook her head, assuring, "No, my dear, mother is perfectly fine. Do not worry." Beside them, Mo Juni hastily covered his arm with a cloth, but it was too late. Little Tang Ao had already noticed. "Brother Yi is hurt. Tang Bao is heartbroken," she exclaimed. "Brother?" Mo Juni could hardly contain his joy. Little Tang Mao had spoken her first words, and the second one was brother, directed at him. His usually stoic and serious demeanor softened, and pain from his wounds faded into the background as he leaned closer to little Tang Bao, insisting, "I'm fine, don't worry." Little Tang Ao quickly retrieved more spring water from her spatial well and wet a cloth to apply to Mo Juni's arm. Before long, the deep gash on his arm had scabbed over. The Empress, witnessing this, praised little Tang Bao, declaring, "You are indeed remarkable. Not even the finest physician of our time could rival your abilities." Little Tang Bao's eyes sparkled with joy, curving into crescent moons. The Emperor took little Tang Bao from the Empress's embrace, declaring, "With the Pearl Princess among us, we are truly blessed. Through this ceremony, I shall grant her land." This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered ministers. A land grant. This was unprecedented for a princess in our dynasty. Even princes are honored with such privileges. How much more so for a princess? The Duke of Courage's family was truly fortunate. Though each minister harbored their own thoughts, they could not help but extol her virtues. Even if this land grant was beyond the bounds of propriety, they dared not voice their objections, for the Pearl Princess was indeed their savior. Had she not summoned the birds and phoenixes, they might have been consumed by the dark smoke. The injured ministers looked at their own still bleeding wounds, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang hurriedly expressed their gratitude to the Emperor, but before they could kneel, the Emperor and Empress quickly assisted them to their feet. "It is I who must thank you. From now on, you and your family shall enter the palace at will, simply presenting your Duke of Courage's insignia without prior notice. This is against protocol," Shen Zongguang exclaimed, his face a mixture of disbelief and joy. Having just been vindicated and restored to his position, his family was now bestowed with such unparalleled honor. He was momentarily at a loss for words. After the ceremony concluded, the Emperor retained little Tang Ao and Qin Yunshuang in the palace. He, recognizing his inability to discern the true culprits, understood that little Tang Bao, as a divine maiden, possessed the capability to do so. Soon, a group of Taoist priests was brought into the grand hall, among them the old white-haired Taoist, who had been gravely weakened by his own backlash. Though the old Taoist feigned strength, no one could perceive the severe internal injuries he had sustained. "I smell something foul," little Tang Ao piped up. "That is the scent of a spirit's backlash." The Emperor gestured for an examination, yet each Taoist declared themselves in perfect health. Little Tang Bao raised her small hand. "Mother, carry me to take a look. I can tell." It seemed she possessed a unique ability to discern. Qin Yunshuang, understanding, lifted little Tang Ao and approached the group of Taoists. After just a few steps, little Tang Ao softly called, "Mother," prompting Qin Yunshuang to halt immediately. "Among these people, it smells terrible. He cannot hold on much longer." Little Tang Ao placed her small hand on one Taoist, then quickly moved to another until her hand landed on the old white-haired Taoist. He stiffened, yet still forced himself to maintain his facade of vigor. However, the warmth radiating from little Tongbao's hand dissolved the facade he had put forth, and in that instant, he coughed up blood. Chapter 85. Unrepentant little Tang Bao gazed towards the Empress seated not far away. The Empress immediately understood and commanded, "Seize this rogue at once." The guard stepped forward, firmly restraining the old Taoist priest. Unyielding, he shouted, "On what grounds do you apprehend me? Even the Emperor's actions must adhere to propriety. How dare you speak of propriety to me?" The Emperor advanced, delivering a kick that sent the old Taoist sprawling. "Do you know who just inquired about you? She is our beloved Princess Mingju, blessed with keen intelligence since childhood. If you were innocent, why did you just spit blood?" The Emperor, unable to contain his anger, kicked the old Taoist in the chest once more. "Villain!" cried little Tang Bao, cheering. "Go, Emperor Father, strike him. This bad guy has made Tang Ao weary." The Empress, momentarily caught off guard by Tang Ao's words, disregarded decorum and stepped forward to slap the old Taoist in frustration. "How dare you trouble our little Tang Bao? Speak. Who is your accomplice?" The Emperor demanded coldly. The old Taoist sneered. "What use is it to tell you? That person has already fled. Quickly confess." A guard landed several harsh punches into the old Taoist's abdomen. He coughed up blood, smirking, "I shall not speak. That person is cruel-hearted and will undoubtedly devise another scheme to harm you. Today, I will not reveal where he has escaped to. I wish to see you suffer." In a fit of rage, the Emperor personally struck the old Taoist several times. Realizing that no matter the torture, the man remained silent. The Emperor gestured for the guards to take him away to the Court of Judicial Review. At that moment, little Tang Ao chirped, "I have a plan." "Wait a moment. Don't let him go yet." The Emperor raised his hand, recognizing that the Princess Mingju must have a strategy, and commanded them to pause. Little Tang Ao nodded. Before long, a multitude of cats of various colors gathered at the palace gate, as if they understood little Tang Ao's babbling, obediently sitting to listen. Once she finished her whispers, the cats scattered into the night. "They are clever. They have gone to gather information for me. Emperor Father, please be patient." The Emperor stroked little Tang Ao's head, amused. "My little sprite, what marvelous trick have you employed to summon the cats? Truly remarkable. You seem to understand the language of beasts." Little Tang Ao nodded proudly, nuzzling against the Empress like a cat. The cats meowed in response. Little Tang Ao nodded along. "The villains are Zhao Song and Muli. They have taken a boat south." "Oh dear, I'm so anxious." Tang Ao cannot speak. "I cannot tell Emperor Father." The Emperor's expression darkened. "It seems these cats know something. Dispatch the Imperial Guards to follow them. They must investigate thoroughly wherever these cats lead, and send scouts ahead to any possible destinations." The guards exchanged glances of admiration at little Tang Ao. Although the order originated from the Emperor, they understood it was indeed Princess Mingju's suggestion. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reluctant to chase after cats, deeming such a command foolish. However, since it was the divine little goddess, they complied without question. Within 3 hours, the Imperial Guards intercepted Zhao Song and Muli at a riverbank. Upon seeing the Emperor and Empress, Muli immediately knelt and began to wail. "I never anticipated raising such a thankless wretch." The Emperor's hands trembled with rage. All those years of affection towards Muli were genuine, before knowing he was an impostor. The Emperor had cherished him like a son. "Do you still lack remorse at this juncture?" The Empress's eyes reddened with fury. Zhao Song remained silent for a long moment before sneering. "We harbor grievances against you, but what proof do you have that I have harmed you?" "Proof?" The Emperor waved his hand, summoning the old Taoist. Upon seeing the old man, Zhao Song's expression darkened. He had clearly stabbed this old fool before leaving. How was he still alive? The old Taoist locked eyes with Zhao Song and smirked. He had thought he could feign death to escape, but he had been captured by the Emperor nonetheless. Realizing this, he decided to abandon pretense. A swift death was preferable. With a cold demeanor, the old Taoist spoke. It was he collaborated with my apprentice. A few months ago, when my apprentice harmed this child, something went awry. After that, he coerced me, threatening me to perform sorcery for him, resulting in today's spectacle. You may blame my lack of skill, otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here judging me. Little Tang Bao interjected. It's not merely a lack of skill. Primarily, I, Tang Bao, am far more formidable. Hearing her amusing yet proud remark, a slight smile graced the Empress's lips, lifting her spirits a bit, and she no longer mourned for Mu Li's involvement. Aside from the treachery against my son several months ago, what else have you and your apprentice conspired? The Emperor coldly inquired, sensing the matter was far from straightforward. That I cannot clarify. It pertains to my apprentice and his dealings, the old Taoist shrugged, feigning ignorance. Zhao Song remained silent, adopting an attitude of indifference. The Emperor ordered for torture to commence, bringing in screens to shield little Tang Bao from the sights. Behind the screens, she listened curiously to the commotion, while also summoning more cats and birds to investigate further. She sought to uncover what further vile deeds Zhao Song and the previous Taoist had committed. Upon hearing the revelations, little Tang Bao's expression shifted dramatically. The baby in Lady Li's womb was harmed by this villain. This rogue has repeatedly attempted to harm Lady Li's baby to prevent the emergence of a new, influential prince. Such wickedness. Strike him. Little Tang Bao waved her tiny hand, filled with righteous indignation. She lamented her inability to speak and reveal the truth to everyone. While little Tang Bao fretted over her silence, the already aware Empress and Emperor's faces turned ashen with fury. Especially the Emperor, who personally seized a blade and charged at Zhao Song. Chapter 86. The Blessing of the Little Goddess. What have you done? The Emperor coldly inquired, drawing a blade across Zhao Song's arm. Zhao Song winced in agony, unable to suppress a cry. What dealings have you had with that old Taoist's apprentice? Moreover, what other heinous acts have you committed? The Emperor pressed with a commanding tone. Yet, Zhao Song remained defiant, casting a glance at his bleeding arm. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Turning his gaze towards the old Taoist, the Emperor declared. I am aware that your witchcraft possesses methods to unveil past events through objects like copper mirrors. There is such a method, but Bai began, only to be interrupted by the Emperor. If you can reveal to me the occurrences of the past, I shall grant you your life. Upon hearing this, Bai's spirits lifted, and the nearby guards released him. Hastily, Bai retrieved a copper mirror from his robe and approached Zhao Song, collecting a drop of blood from his wounded arm. As the blood fell upon the mirror, images began to materialize. After observing the scenes, the Emperor sneered at Zhao Song. Now that we have both witness and evidence, do you believe you still possess the opportunity to refute this? I never anticipated your audacity, having caused the demise of the 3 children of concubine Li. Faced with the Emperor's knowledge of the truth, Zhao Song could no longer conceal his contempt. Do you know why the princes and princesses in your palace are perpetually frail? I have spared their lives. Allowing them to linger on is the utmost mercy I could afford. At this declaration, the Empress could no longer remain composed. She rushed past the screen, striking Zhao Song with a resounding slap. You shall not lay a hand on my father, Mu Li cried, rushing forward to clutch the Empress's leg and began to claw at Zhao Song. The Empress, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Mu Li, tears streaming down her face. I have always regarded you as my own son. How could you treat me thus? You are not. Mu Li shouted vehemently. You are not my mother. You even killed my mother. You are a villain and you deserve to die. The Empress was taken aback, having previously believed that Mu Li had merely been led astray. Yet now it was evident that he was inherently wicked to the core. Seize him and take him away, the Empress commanded coldly. Though she could not bring herself to condemn the child to death, she resolved never to see him again. Exile him 3,000 miles. Never to leave his place of banishment. Let him survive there slowly. With that, she cast a final glance at Mu Li, her expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Mu Li broke down in tears. No, I am the crown prince. I deserve to enjoy wealth and status, to become emperor. You cannot treat me this way. I am far more capable than that Mo Junie, only I can bear the weight of the crown prince's responsibilities. In response, the empress advanced swiftly, delivering a sharp slap to his face. As far as I am concerned, I have never raised you. I do not care whether you raised me or not. I just want to be the son of the empress. You fool, how can you comprehend my parents' earnest hopes for me? The empress trembled with rage. From behind the screen, little Tang watched the empress with concern. Empress, please do not be angry. This little villain has been cursed by the malevolent spirit from that day. He will not survive much longer. Hearing this, the empress slowly lowered her hand. Take him away, let him have food and drink until he meets his end. The emperor halted his actions, turning to Mu Li. Though you have caused us much distress, we still harbor a heart of compassion. The empress, uninterested in hearing more, gestured for the guards to escort him away. As Mu Li departed, Zhao Song smirked. As long as my son lives, he will undoubtedly seek revenge upon you. Humph. That little villain will not last long. His demise will be your doing, old scoundrel. The emperor shot Zhao Song a cold glance. I have noticed a peculiar mark on Mu Li. I wonder if it is the result of your malevolent deeds rebounding upon him. If so, he is unlikely to survive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Song's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean by that? My meaning is clear. Your so-called plans for your child will ultimately lead to his ruin. With that, the emperor plunged the knife into Zhao Song's chest. Though it was not fatal, he merely wished to impart a profound pain. Subsequently, the emperor viciously severed Zhao Song's nose and ears, blood gushing forth. Take him to the Ministry of Justice. Zhao Song screamed, writhing in agony on the ground. The guards, hearing his cries, swiftly stuffed a filthy cloth into his mouth. The following day, news of the severe punishment meted out to those who conspired against the crown prince spread throughout the streets. The populace became aware of the events when Princess Mingzhu heroically saved everyone present that day. It was truly as if a divine being descended. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Those colorful birds and phoenixes assisted in rescuing the civil and military officials. Indeed, those who lived near the palace testified to the vibrant birds soaring above, unlike anything found in the mortal realm. It is fortunate that the goddess was there. Otherwise, we common folk would have suffered greatly. The prestige of the Duke of Courage and Valor soared, with many citizens spontaneously offering flowers and fruits to his household. Even those responsible for procuring food for the Duke's kitchen were surrounded by praise and gifts from the people. Months later, little Tongbao's first birthday arrived. The celebration was held at the Duke's residence, grander than the 100-day banquet, as both the emperor and empress were in attendance. Little Tang Bao, who had spoken earlier than most children, was now able to string together several words at just 1 year old. Prior to the banquet, Qin Yunshuang presented several beautiful outfits for little Tang Bao to choose from. After much deliberation, little Tang Bao pointed to a pink dress with a beaming smile. Tang Bao loves the pink dress. This is the most favored of all the auspicious garments. Qin Yunshuang chuckled at the little one's cleverness. Very well. Since you adore it so much, I shall make you more dresses in this color. Once little Tang Bao was dressed, she chose her jewelry, adorning her chubby little hands with her favorite golden necklace. Just as she was preparing to leave, Shen Yuanbai entered, holding a pinwheel and grinning widely. Chapter 87. Little Sugar Baby Turns One Sister. Shen Yuanbai's gaze was bright and clear, completely devoid of the innocence typically associated with a 10-year-old. He resembled a child of 2 or 3. Third brother. Little Sugar Baby made a concerted effort to articulate these words clearly. I am so wonderful. I can call for my brother so clearly now. Later, I want to call for elder brother, second brother, and also brother Yi. They will surely be so happy to hear me. Sister. Shen Yuanbai cheerfully pointed to the colorful pinwheel in his hand. Sister likes this. Little Sugar Baby nodded, accepting it from Shen Yuanbai. The pinwheel appeared somewhat crudely crafted, and noticing the bandage wrapped around Shen Yuanbai's hand, Qin Yunshuang felt a surge of concern. Yuanbai, did you make this for your sister with your own hands? Yes. Sister likes it, so Yuanbai made it for her. If she is happy, then Yuanbai is happy too. Shen Yuanbai chuckled with delight. Little sugar baby's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother, third brother, who is clearly a celestial being, has been harmed. On ordinary days, Shen Yuanbai was exceptionally kind to the sister, always prioritizing her when it came to delicious treats or fun activities, even if it meant he had to eat or drink less himself. Little sugar baby understood his nature well and knew he would place great importance on her first birthday. However, she never anticipated that he would injure his hand for the occasion. Brother, your hand. Little sugar baby gently grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand. Mother, please remove the bandage from brother's hand. I want to see how it is. Qin Yunshuang hurried forward, anxious to assess the severity of the injury. Let me take a look. How badly is it hurt? Shen Yuanbai smiled more endearingly. It's fine, sugar baby. Brother is not in pain. Once the bandage was unwrapped, it revealed wounds from his fingers to his palm, some with paint seeping into them. The maidservants attending to Shen Yuanbai appeared uneasy. They had taken great care of the third young master, but as the lady of the house knew, he was stubborn and refused their assistance. Qin Yunshuang sighed in resignation. She was well aware of her third son's obstinate temperament, especially when it came to matters concerning little sugar baby. He insisted on doing everything himself, even if it meant carrying treats to her personally. Little sugar baby remained silent, quietly retrieving spring water from her space and pouring it into an empty teacup. Brother, wash your hands, she indicated towards the teacup. Hearing this, Shen Yuanbai immediately nodded and poured the water over his hands. In the blink of an eye, the wounds began to scab over, fading into faint marks. Seeing this, Qin Yunshuang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness. Her dear daughter also cared for her brother. Brother is so good, I must help him recover. Now that little sugar baby is 1 year old. Her spiritual power will soon restore even more. Brother just needs to wait a little longer. With this thought, little sugar baby tilted her head towards Qin Yunshuang. Mother. The talisman. All right, Qin Yunshuang immediately complied, retrieving the yellow talisman little sugar baby had drawn the previous night from her pouch. Brother must carry this every day. Little sugar baby earnestly instructed Shen Yuanbai. Although Shen Yuanbai could not comprehend the deeper significance of her actions, he understood that whatever little sugar baby requested, he would certainly comply. I will carry it every day. He placed the talisman securely in his pouch, close to his body. Seeing this, little sugar baby felt a sense of assurance. With this talisman, brother will feel better. Qin Yunshuang gently patted little sugar baby's head. How fortunate she was to have such a thoughtful and understanding child. The group made their way to the garden, which had been beautifully decorated in accordance with little sugar baby's preferences. The area was adorned with her favorite roses and jasmine. Some flowers that had yet to bloom instantly blossomed upon her arrival, filling the air with an even more intense fragrance. The colorful birds that had appeared previously also flew in one by one, resting in the courtyard and soaring above. The divine maiden is showcasing her miraculous powers again. Every time a significant day for her arrives, it is always accompanied by blooming flowers and singing birds. No matter how many times one witnesses this scene, it never grows tiresome. As little sugar baby listened to the praises surrounding her, she smiled with pride. Just then, the Empress and Emperor arrived with Mo-Juni. Upon seeing little sugar baby, Mo-Juni forgot all formalities and rushed towards her excitedly. Little sugar baby, look what I brought for you. Mo-Juni presented an exquisitely crafted wooden food box like a treasure. Cakes. Little sugar baby's eyes lit up. The Empress laughed at the interaction between the two. Mo-Juni was usually the most composed in the palace, but he displayed a childlike demeanor only when around little sugar baby. The Emperor gestured for a palace made to present a beautifully crafted jewelry box. Little sugar baby glanced at the gift brought by her father, although it was not edible. It was still something she adored. As she nibbled on the cloud cake from Mo-Juni, she looked up at the Emperor with eager anticipation. What delightful item do you have this time? Is it a pearl or jade that I love? Wow! Little sugar baby gasped in awe. Before her lay a complete set of purple jade headpieces and a necklace with a bracelet, all crafted from the finest materials, radiating a dazzling purple hue. Such exquisite quality must have required immense effort to procure. Overjoyed, little sugar baby reached out to touch the jade on the headpiece. So beautiful. I love it. Such exquisite purple jade, paired with silver, is stunning. Father Emperor has great taste. Little sugar baby's effusive praise caused the emperor to beam with delight. The empress playfully shot him a glance. Don't be too pleased. Perhaps little sugar baby's favorite gift is still from me. With that, the empress took out a cloth tiger from the box held by a palace maid. Having already gifted little sugar baby various rare and unusual toys, and with jewelry becoming rather commonplace, the empress decided to personally sew this cloth tiger. Do not underestimate this cloth tiger. Look at its eyes. I've used 2 of the rarest night pearls in the world. And its whiskers. See how beautiful they are? The patterns are embroidered with gold and silver threads by me. Little sugar baby nodded vigorously, nearly dizzy from her enthusiastic agreement. So beautiful. You are so skilled, Empress Mother. I love you. She clapped her hands in glee. The atmosphere was joyous, with no one noticing a young girl in the distance glaring at little sugar baby with fiery eyes. Chapter 88. Arrogance is that the Princess Mingzhu? In the crowd, a finely dressed girl, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, pointed haughtily at Xia Tangbao. The emergence of the Princess Mingzhu from the Yaochi Marquisate commanded great respect from the people, as she was favored by both the emperor and empress, usurping the affection and attention that rightfully belonged to others. Grandmother, how can someone not born of the emperor and empress be bestowed the title of princess? Mo Yao pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, with a gentle smile, patted her hand and replied, during our southern tour, did you not hear about her? They say she is a little divine maiden, which is why I brought you here today, to witness her marvel. What is so extraordinary about that? Mo Yao muttered under her breath, these little tricks are merely the same as those performed by stage magicians. What is there to find remarkable? The Empress Dowager, unable to catch her words, leaned in to inquire, what did you say? Nothing, grandmother. Let us go see that little sparrow over there. Mo Yao smiled sweetly. She was determined to expose this so-called little divine maiden, revealing to the world that it was merely a ruse by the Yaochi Marquisate to regain favor. From a distance, Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang spotted the Empress Dowager's arrival and quickly approached to pay their respects. The Empress Dowager, with a warm smile, waved her hand, signaling them not to be overly formal. I have come uninvited today simply for a change of scenery. Furthermore, since the Emperor and Empress have conferred the title of Princess Mingzhu upon your daughter, it can be said that your family has some connection to the royal lineage, allowing her to address me as grandmother, according to custom. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunshuang felt a strange sense of discomfort, but refrained from speaking further, merely nodding with a smile. Shen Zongguang, accustomed to speaking bluntly, did not grasp the underlying implications and remarked, is that so? I doubt it. With that, he cheerfully carried the box that the Empress Dowager had just gifted to seek out Xia Tangbao. Xia Tangbao, this is a gift from Her Majesty. Do take a look and see if you like it? Shen Zongguang opened the box. Inside lay a small horse, exquisitely crafted from jade, capable of standing and moving, with its 4 hooves and saddle adorned with gold and silver inlaid gemstones. Xia Tangbao was instantly captivated by the vibrant little creature. Wow, a horse! How lovely! I like it. She danced with joy, taking the small horse into her arms and playing with it incessantly. Seeing this, Mo Jun smiled tenderly, affectionately ruffling Xia Tangbao's hair, realizing that she had a fondness for such trinkets. Xia Tangbao nodded vigorously, expressing her delight. Not far away, Mo Yao watched Xia Tangbao playing with the jade horse, her expression darkening. Grandmother, did you not say that little jade horse was to be given to me? Oh, but you already have a pair, my dear. I found nothing else suitable for a little child, so I bestowed it upon her, the Empress Dowager replied nonchalantly. That is not the same. Mo Yao's brows knitted tightly, her displeasure evident. The 2 I have are made of agate and enamel, while this one is of white jade. I had thought grandmother would give the jade horse to me as well. The Empress Dowager, smiling, gently touched Mo Yao's cheek, assuring, "You little rascal. I will certainly remember to gift you next time." With that said, Mo Yao felt it inappropriate to protest further and simply nodded obediently. Nearby, Shen Feiyu sat quietly in his wheelchair, observing the lively scene. "Young master, did you not prepare a gift for the young lady?" Spring Peach, who was pushing the wheelchair, inquired softly. Shen Feiyu shook his head with a smile. "I am but a useless being. It would be embarrassing to be seen by others." "Why invite disdain? How could that be?" Spring Peach frowned, her beautiful face filled with indignation. "It is the fault of treacherous individuals that the young master is in this state. Even so, our young master remains a person of remarkable grace, surpassing many young lords. You need not try to cheer me." Shen Feiyu's gaze dimmed. Were it not for Xia Tangbeo's assistance in restoring his appearance, he would not only be a cripple, but also a grotesquely ugly one. To have regained his current form, allowing him to walk among others without causing alarm, filled him with satisfaction. There was no need to further tarnish the Yangyi Marquiate's reputation with his imperfect body. Seeing Shen Feiyu's resolve to leave, Spring Peach, with no choice, pushed him away. However, after taking only a few steps, they crossed paths with Mo Yao, who was wandering about. Mo Yao tilted her head, looking curiously at Shen Feiyu. "Who are you, and why do you sit in a moving chair? How dare you speak to our princess, weighing in such a manner?" The matron accompanying Mo Yao spoke with an air of superiority. "My apologies," Shen Feiyu bowed slightly. "I am but a clumsy fool. You people from the Yangyi Marquiate are all peculiar. There is a person who cannot walk. And then there is this so-called divine maiden. It must all be a ruse." Mo Yao glared coldly at Shen Feiyu. Shen Feiyu's expression darkened, a shadow of pain crossing his eyes. The tension in his jaw tightened, and he did not wish to create any disturbances on such a joyous occasion. Striving to maintain his composure, Spring Peach's face flushed with anger. "Is this not a direct affront to our young master? How can this princess be so outrageously rude?" Chapter 89. The humiliation of the eldest brother. In an instant, the color drained from Mo Yuyo's face. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. "I certainly did not mean it that way. How dare a lowly maid speak to her like that?" Chun Tao bowed respectfully to Mo Yuyo before turning to push Shen Feiyu away. "I haven't dismissed you yet," Mo Yuyo exclaimed, crossing her arms with an imperious tone. "Is there anything else you wish to command, Your Highness?" Shen Feiyu responded calmly. "You may rise. I wish to sit in your moving chair," Mo Yuyo directed, pointing at Shen Feiyu's wheelchair. Shen Feiyu looked astonished. "Your Highness, this is my wheelchair. It would not be appropriate for you to sit in it." "If I say it can be done, then it can be done," Mo Yuyo retorted, glaring at Shen Feiyu with a haughty expression. "What? Do you dare defy my command?" "I would not dare," Shen Feiyu replied with a slight frown. "You would not dare?" Mo Yuyo chuckled, signaling to the eunuchs behind her. "Go, lift him up for me." "Princess Yuyo!" Chun Tao exclaimed in alarm. Shen Feiyu was entirely immobile. If he were to be lifted from his wheelchair, he would fall directly to the ground. How could one treat another with such indignity? At Mo Yuyo's command, the eunuchs seized Shen Feiyu and began to pull him from his chair. Chun Tao strained to support him, but Shen Feiyu's body swayed perilously. "What are you doing?" Qin Yunshuang, witnessing the scene from a distance, rushed over in shock. Little Tang Bao, hearing the commotion, became anxious. "Brother, how can you treat my brother this way, you villain?" Qin Yunshuang approached Mo Yuyo with urgency. "My son is unwell. He can only move with the aid of his wheelchair. I implore you to show some understanding." As she spoke, she cast a defiant glance at little Tangao. "Otherwise, if you give me that jade horse, I shall play with it instead of this wheelchair." Upon hearing this, little Tangao furrowed his brow, his cherubic face contorted in anger. "Villain, you did this on purpose. You know my brother is in the wheelchair, and you deliberately sought to embarrass him, to bring disgrace upon the Yangyi Marquiate. Oh! Your brother looks so weak, he might just fall over." Mo Yuyo exaggeratedly placed her hand over her mouth, her beautiful visage marred by a smug grin devoid of the innocence expected from a child. "Give me the horse, you leave." Little Tang Bao struggled to express himself, his small face a mask of fury. Qin Yunshuang felt a pang of sympathy. She could see how much little Tang Bao cherished the jade horse. Hearing this, Mo Yuyo promptly jumped from the wheelchair. "Fine." Little Tang Bao, with both hands holding out the jade horse, said, "Brother, sit." "Give it to me." Mo Yuyo, now impatient, reached to snatch it away. Little Tang Bao, with a twinkle in his eye, released his grip. With a resounding crash, the jade horse fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. "You! How dare you!" Mo Yuyo seethed, grabbing Little Tang Bao's hand and raising her hand to strike. Little Tang Bao burst into tears. At her cries, birds flocked towards her, circling in the air. Everyone was drawn to the commotion. The Emperor and Empress, who had been conversing with the Empress Dowager, hurried over. "What has happened?" the Empress inquired, flustered. "She broke the jade horse. She knows I like it. She said it was for me and then shattered it. How could such a little child be so wicked?" Mo Yuyo joined in the tears. The Empress looked at Mo Yuyo, her brow furrowed. "If you call her a little child, you should understand she is not as malicious as you claim." "Humph. She deliberately made things difficult for my brother, ordering the eunuchs to forcibly lift him from his wheelchair to embarrass him and bring shame to the Yangyi Marquis, making me, a little birthday star, suffer. How could such a malicious little child exist? How despicable." Little Tang Bao can hardly speak, making it difficult to convey the truth to everyone. The Empress's eyes darkened. "Yuyo, think carefully before you speak." Mo Yuyo felt a twinge of anxiety at the Empress's words. Her mother had been a favored concubine of the former Empress who had raised her after her birth mother passed away. Since then, she had been doted on by the Empress Dowager, accustomed to having her every whim catered to. However, today the Empress regarded her with a different demeanor. I was merely curious about the wheelchair." "Not at all." She knew the wheelchair belonged to my brother, intending to embarrass him, wanting him to fall. If Chun Tao hadn't supported him just now, he would have already been harmed by the villain. "I liked that jade horse. She offered it to me, and I accepted it, but who would have known she would let go, leading to its destruction?" "Humph. Tang Bao also likes the jade horse. But the villain attempted to snatch it away. Even if Tang Bao did not want it, the horse would never be given to the villain, not even if it was broken. The Emperor mentioned in court that we must not give an inch." At the Emperor's mention, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This little one certainly remembered every casual remark he made in court. "Mother, it was her wrongdoing. Why do you look at me so sternly?" Mo Yuyo pouted, a hint of panic in her eyes. "Enough, it is merely a childish quarrel. She has cried, and it is of no consequence," the Empress Dowager said lightly, taking Mo Yuyo by the hand to leave. "Mother, you are being far too indulgent with her." The Empress expressed concern. "This incident is Yuyo's fault. She cannot behave so unreasonably, causing such." The Empress halted mid-sentence. "Your Majesty, this incident arose due to my oversight." "I should not have been wandering about in a wheelchair," Shen Feiyu interjected with a smile, breaking the tension. "Yuyo has indeed been spoiled. Today's incident." The Empress's gaze reflected her regret. Before she could finish, a shriek from Mo Yuyo echoed from a distance. All eyes turned toward the direction of the Empress Dowager and Mo Yuyo. To their astonishment, Mo Yuyo had inexplicably tumbled to the ground, her head and body covered in a strange grayish-white substance. Soon, more gray, white, and yellow objects began to rain down upon her. In her panic, Mo Yuyo looked up to see the birds circling overhead. So, the substances falling upon her were bird droppings. Mo Yuyo had never endured such humiliation. She felt both furious and nauseous, desperately wanting to vomit. "Grandmother, help!" Mo Yuyo cried, dodging frantically. Yet the birds seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing her. "What are you still doing?" the Empress Dowager urged, signaling the servants to drive the birds away. Now, the servants found themselves chased by the birds as well. In an instant, chaos ensued. The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances. They both knew that with a single command from little Tang Bao, the birds would obediently cease their antics. Yet, perhaps Mo Yuyo truly needed this lesson. The Empress Dowager had always protected her, making it difficult for them to intervene. As the Emperor and Empress silently observed the spectacle, others fell into a hushed stillness. Only Mo Yuyo continued to scream in panic. "Someone, get these beasts away from me. What are these things? Get away quickly." Mo Yuyo shouted, covered in filth, her demeanor completely unbecoming of a noble lady. Surrounding officials and their families began to murmur among themselves. How could she be treated this way by the birds? Could it be that she is ill-fated? I recently observed that she seemed to have mistreated the brother of Princess Mingzhu. Perhaps those birds are aware of Princess Mingzhu's sentiments, which is why they seek revenge upon her. Who can say? Regardless, it is commonly known that Princess Yuyao is spoiled and ill-tempered, and upon seeing her today, I find this to be quite true, as she has been uttering foul language incessantly. Mo Yuya, already incensed, became even more furious upon hearing the surrounding comments. "Silence. I command you all to be silent," she bellowed. "If anyone dares to speak again, I shall have you dragged away and punished." Her voice was loud, and even the Empress Dowager's attempts to dissuade her fell on deaf ears. At that moment, Mo Yuya was covered in bird droppings, and amidst the chaos, she had stumbled several times, leaving her hairpins in disarray and her appearance utterly disheveled. "Grandmother, it must be that mischievous little witch who practices sorcery, deliberately summoning these birds to torment me. You have witnessed those conjurers in the south. You know that all those tales of celestial maidens descending to earth are mere fabrications, tricks of the trade. Grandmother, you must help your granddaughter seek revenge and ensure that the house of Marquis Yongi is punished." Mo Yuya lamented, utterly oblivious to the changing expressions on the Empress Dowager's face. Finally, the Empress Dowager spoke coldly enough. "Grandmother." Mo Yuya's face was a mask of disbelief. "You were so rude just now. I have shown you leniency by not punishing you, yet you remain unrepentant." The Empress Dowager, incensed, turned and walked away. In a panic, Mo Yuya grasped the hem of the Empress Dowager's robe. It was already evident from the previous incident regarding the wheelchair that both her father and mother favored the house of Marquis Yongi. Only her grandmother stood by her side. If even her grandmother withdrew her support now, she would truly be left isolated and helpless. "Grandmother, I was merely too anxious and upset. Please do not be angry." Mo Yuya hurried after the Empress Dowager. Her small face was now filled with dread, entirely devoid of the earlier arrogance she had displayed when seizing another's belongings. Especially considering her disheveled state, she appeared more wretched than a beggar on the streets. As she ran, feeling nauseated by the odor emanating from her, she could not fathom that the Empress Dowager was genuinely angry and did not pause for her. After a few steps, her little legs grew weary, and she could only sit on the ground, wailing, "Someone, please pick me up and carry me after grandmother." Mo Yuyao's close attendants exchanged glances, unsure of how to approach her in such a state. A few of those she often bullied could not suppress their laughter at her current predicament. This spoiled brat finally gets her comeuppance. How the tides have turned. Nearby, the little Tang Ao made a face at Mo Yuyao's retreating figure. Wicked one. The bird's droppings are merely mild. Should you continue to bully others, I shall summon the phoenix to breathe fire upon you. Qin Yunshuang, hearing this, hugged Tang Ao tightly, feeling a mix of amusement and anxiety. While today she had avenged her son by retaliating against Mo Yuya, she worried that Mo Yuya might hold a grudge, leading to future troubles. Tang Bao, observing her mother's unease, nuzzled against her. "Do not fear, mother, I am here." Upon hearing her words, Qin Yunshuang's heart melted. "It's nothing. My dear, I am not afraid as long as you are by my side." "It is of no consequence," the Empress consoled, casting a reassured glance toward Qin Yunshuang and smiling at Tang Bao. "Our little Tang Bao is the most discerning of right and wrong. Those birds must also be aware that just now Yuyao indeed erred. A lesson learned can be beneficial," the Emperor casually remarked, then turned to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. instructing them to collect the shattered jade horse and recreate it as it was, using different colors of jade, ensuring each piece was unique and more exquisite than the original. Father is the best. Tombao's sweet voice brought a smile to the emperor's face. Why should this be? Mo Yuyao clenched her fists in frustration. How could someone without royal blood be so adored by all? That little wretch had clearly diverted the attention that rightfully belonged to her. As she pondered this, her anger boiled over, especially upon catching a whiff of the foul odor on her and seeing her meticulously chosen garments ruined. She longed to drag that little child out and put an end to her. Yes, the matron nodded, as if struck by a sudden thought, leaning in to whisper into Mo Yuyao's ear. After hearing her words, a sly smile crept across Mo Yuyao's face. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Chapter 91. What good can come from such scoundrels? Meanwhile, Shen Tang had quietly guided Shen Feiyu away from the crowd. My lord, you will surely recover, she whispered gently. It's fine, Shen Feiyu replied, casting a glance at his immobile body, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. After all, he was already a broken man. Merely being alive was a source of satisfaction for him. Did not the lady say that the young miss would find a way to heal you? Shen Tang urged, her concern palpable. My lord is such a good person. He cannot give in to despair. She recalled that earlier that morning, the servants from the young miss's quarters had delivered 2 large buckets of water, claiming that the young lord would use it for his meals, daily routines, and bathing. Very well, Shen Feiyu smiled faintly. He understood that the water was indeed a precious remedy, which had diminished the scars and markings on his face. Yet he wondered if the severed tendons in his hands and feet could ever mend. It is enough that my appearance can be restored. I have no extravagant desires. Make use of it, he said with a calm demeanor. Shen Tang sensed his thoughts and offered soothing words of encouragement. The young miss is like a little goddess. She will surely devise another way to help you walk again. She gently patted Shen Feiyu's shoulder, assuring him that it would be so. On another note, with the absence of Mo Yuyao's disturbances, the birthday banquet for Xiao Tangbao became lively and joyous once more. In an effort to delight her, Mo Junyi arranged for ice blocks to be brought in, and he skillfully carved a simple ice horse for her. Presenting it before Xiao Tangbao as if it were a treasure, he asked, Do you like it? Wow! Xiao Tangbao exclaimed, Brother, you're amazing. Brother Yi is incredible. He can do everything, truly marvelous. Mo Junyi beamed with delight at the praise, his ears tinged with a hint of pink. If you like it, I shall create more fun things for you in the future. The queen, overhearing this, teased him playfully. Your mother is in need of 2 hairpins. Yet you seem too occupied to even sketch a design. But now, for Xiao Tangbao's delight, you find the time. Mother Mo Junya's face flushed with embarrassment at the jest. It's not the same. How is it not the same? The queen countered. I see you buried in your books, seemingly forgetting to eat or drink as you devote all your time to studying. Yet, when it comes to Xiao Tangbao, you are entirely different. Hearing this, Mo Junyi gazed earnestly at Xiao Tangbao. She is my savior. Thus, I must do everything in my power to make her happy. The emperor, upon hearing this, nodded in approval, recognizing the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Shen Zongguang and Qin Yun Shuang exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This was a tremendous imperial favor now bestowed upon their family. All thanks to Xiao Tangbao, the fortunate star. Oblivious to the thoughts of those around her, Xiao Tangbao joyfully played with the ice horse, beaming at everyone. By the end of the banquet, Xiao Tangbao was weary from collecting gifts. She gazed contentedly at her mountain of presents, her little hands rummaging through them to select her favorites to store in her space. And she chose a few plush toys from the palace concubines to keep her company as she slept. The following day, upon waking, Xiao Tangbao stretched her little hands. Indeed, with the passage of time, her spiritual power was rapidly growing and recovering. Previously, due to insufficient spiritual energy, she had been unable to restore her elder brother's body or her third brother's intellect. But now, with her increasing vitality, she found herself capable of accomplishing much more. Next, She would need to devise a thoughtful plan to assist her elder brother and third brother in their recovery. As she lay pondering in bed, Shen Yuanbai peeked in from behind the curtain. Seeing that Xiao Tangbao had awakened, he jovially plopped down beside her. "Sister, brother." Xiao Tangbao smiled upon recognizing Shen Yuanbai's presence. "Look what I've brought you." He presented a small box, opening it to reveal a collection of vividly colored rainflower stones. Shen Yuanbai gazed at her with eager anticipation. "Sister loves beautiful stones, so I searched the river for quite a while." Xiao Tangbao gently grasped Shen Yuanbai's hand. "Brother, I love them," she said, her eyes misty with emotion. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Yuanbai did not comprehend the true worth of the treasures he had gathered. He merely knew they were beautiful stones. Thus, he braved the cold river at dawn to find them, wishing to present them to her as soon as she awoke. At this thought, Xiao Tangbao embraced Shen Yuanbai tightly. "You are my third brother." All the mischief of the second household's ill-intentioned individuals weighed heavily on her heart. Had it not been for them, her brother would not have the intellect of a child. He should be studying diligently at the academy, laying the groundwork for a bright future. As she contemplated this, Xiao Tangbao concentrated her spiritual energy, gently holding Shen Yuanbai's hand. An unseen force enveloped him in an instant. Shen Yuanbai felt a sudden blankness in his mind, followed by a cascade of previously unclear thoughts that became abruptly lucid. When Xiao Tangbao released her grip, Shen Yuanbai's gaze appeared clearer. "Sister, what were you doing just now?" Xiao Tangbao listened to his now more coherent and fluent speech, feeling exhausted yet overjoyed. After using her spiritual energy, her third brother's intellect had likely returned to that of a 5 or 6-year-old. Given time, he would undoubtedly regain his former self. Her third brother was the brightest of them all. With this thought, Xiao Tangbao joyfully embraced Shen Yuanbai and fell asleep peacefully in his arms. He gazed at her, then looked around the room. Though he could not articulate his feelings, he sensed that changes were underway. He stared blankly at the teacher, momentarily at a loss for words. How could this be? Shen Fangcheng felt a surge of panic. Why can I not remember suddenly? I never experienced this before. What was the Shen family doing? Were they not satisfied with the embarrassment their parents had caused, now insisting on personally enduring humiliation? Indeed, what good could come from such a pair of scoundrels? It seemed that their parents could produce nothing of worth, claiming to have a prodigy. Yet what could such a couple possibly yield? Was it not true that his previous knowledge had been the result of relentless study? He had heard that he went out to catch crickets last night, and in doing so, had forgotten everything his teacher had imparted. Whispers of speculation filled the air, ringing in Shen Fangcheng's ears. In a flurry of anxiety, he sat down, catching a glimpse of the jade pendant he always wore, now marred by a crack. Chapter 92. The fortune of Shen Fangcheng gradually fades. Shen Fangcheng was taken aback, his countenance paling. His family had repeatedly admonished him to take good care of the jade pendant. Yet now, this pendant. Did it signify that the abilities he possessed, such as his remarkable memory, were beginning to wane? In the past, he could commit things to memory after merely a single glance. Hence, after finishing his reading last night, he had immediately rushed out to play. Now, it felt as if he had never seen the material at all. In his recollection, only the instant of opening the book remained. As for the characters within, he could not recall a single one. His mind was as blank as a sheet of paper. "You have truly disappointed me," the teacher said, fixing his gaze on Shen Fangcheng and shaking his head in silence. At this remark, Shen Fangcheng felt a deep embarrassment wash over him. He had always been the one praised in the academy. "Teacher, I truly did read it." Shen Fangcheng's voice diminished in volume. "Do not attempt to feign innocence." The teacher, seeing Shen Fangcheng's unwillingness to admit his fault, struck the desk with the book in hand, declaring, "Not having seen it means not having seen it. I have always believed you possess talent, but it seems you have grown complacent in your abilities. You are to recite and transcribe yesterday's assignment 20 times. 20 times. Shen Fangcheng was left dumbfounded. "Teacher, is that not too severe?" In the past, such punishments were reserved for the most negligent students with the poorest grades. He had never faced such a consequence since entering the academy. Do you dare to argue? The teacher, infuriated, hurled the book at Shen Fangcheng's forehead. Instantly, laughter erupted from the other students. Look at Shen Fangcheng, who usually holds himself in high regard, now being punished just like us. A once-in-a-century genius, and yet he is nothing but a fool. The derisive comments reached Shen Fangcheng's ears, inciting a furious response as he yelled, "Silence!" The laughter intensified, and in a fit of anger, Shen Fangcheng seized his books and stormed out of the academy. He needed to ascertain whether his inability to recite today was linked to the crack that had appeared in his jade pendant. In the residence of the Marquis of Courage, Shen Yuanbai picked up a book from the corner of the bed. Previously, he could only gaze at the illustrations. And even when his nurse and caretakers taught him to recognize characters, he would forget them as soon as he turned away. However, today, inexplicably, he could recognize the characters before him. This sensation was both foreign and familiar. He seemed capable not only of recognizing the characters, but also of writing them. Approaching the desk, he took up the brush and ink he had previously used for scribbling and began to painstakingly inscribe his name. When the three characters of Shen Yuanbai leaped onto the paper, the nurse who had just entered with tea was so astonished that she dropped the teapot to the floor. The third young master can write. He can actually write. The nurse was so overwhelmed with joy that tears welled in her eyes as she snatched up the paper and rushed to find Qin Yunshuang. Upon entering, she presented the paper like a treasure, exclaiming, "Madam, the third young master can write. Please take a look." Right? Qin Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback as she hastily accepted the paper. The script, while not particularly beautiful, was still neat, and tears flowed freely from her eyes. Is this truly my son's handwriting? Nearby, little Tangbao smiled. Brother, well done. How unexpected. I had only bestowed a fleeting spark of spiritual energy, and now my brother can write. I must strive harder to help him recover swiftly, so that he does not fall behind that Shen Fangcheng. Qin Yunshuang was momentarily stunned, gazing at little Tangbao with a heart full of tenderness. My dear Tangbao, you are the most remarkable. It is you who has assisted your brother, is it not? Little Tangbao nodded enthusiastically. Shall we go and see brother together? Qin Yunshuang, embracing little Tangbao, felt her eyes misty with emotion. She had never anticipated that her son, once deemed a fool and scorned by all, could one day begin to recover. Observing Shen Yuanbai's current state, she felt that his return to normalcy was just around the corner. Upon reaching Shen Yuanbai's quarters, they found him having already filled several sheets of paper with names: Little Tangbao, Big Brother, Second Brother, Shen Zongguang, and Qin Yunshuang, as well as the poem she had recited to him days prior, all transcribed flawlessly. Little Tangbao, Shen Yuanbai called, setting down his brush upon seeing her. Little Tangbao opened her arms with a beaming smile. Brother, I am so happy to see you getting better, Shen Yuanbai exclaimed, enveloping her in a tight embrace, a broad smile illuminating his face. He may not comprehend everything, but he understood that his newfound ability to write was undoubtedly due to his sister's influence. Proudly, he presented the paper with the characters for Shen Tang to little Tangbao. I wrote your name. Did I get it right? Qin Yunshuang watched the siblings' affectionate interaction, continuously dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Yes, you got it right. My Yuanbai is amazing. Little Tangbao nodded vigorously in agreement. Before long, the entire Marquis of Courage estate learned that Shen Yuanbai could write. Joy spread throughout the household, as everyone rejoiced. Although the third young master had been considered foolish, he had always been kind-hearted, sharing food and treats with everyone he encountered. Now that he was beginning to recover, every person genuinely celebrated his progress. In contrast, in the second branch of the Shen family, Shen Fangcheng winced in pain, his face a mask of astonishment as he turned to his father. Despite his father's harshness towards his mother and sister, he had always spoken kindly to him, calling him the hope of the Shen family. Yet now, why did the tone of his father's words feel so different? Not far away, Qin Hanyan, cradling Shen Rui, shrank back slightly, lowering her head in silence. fearful of attracting Shen Valan's ire and receiving a scolding herself. I did not mean to. Chapter 93. Strategies to confront villains still dare to argue? Shen Valan exclaimed furiously, delivering a resounding slap to Shen Fangcheng. The scandal he had initiated against the Shen family's main branch had spread like wildfire, resulting in his downfall within both the capital and the court. Little did he expect that his own son would embroil himself in such a predicament. Father, you cannot blame me, Shen Fangcheng pleaded. You know I possess an exceptional memory and can read rapidly. Therefore, I had no need to slack off during my studies. Today, I was answering smoothly when suddenly words escaped me and my mind went blank. As he spoke, Shen Fangcheng produced a jade pendant, wondering if its damage was the cause of his sudden inability to articulate his thoughts. Damaged? Shen Valan's expression shifted instantly. He understood that his son's remarkable intellect was a gift derived from Shen Yuanbai of the main branch, and that this intelligence was closely tied to the jade pendant. If it were to be compromised, his astute son would be rendered ordinary. You little rascal. Did I not repeatedly instruct you to safeguard this pendant as if it were your very life? How did you manage to let it sustain a crack? Shen Valan's frustration was palpable. Qin Hanyan, hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Cast out from the Qin family and erased from the clan records, her reputation lay in tatters. The one thing that could shield her from scorn was the existence of the son. You foolish boy, she shouted in exasperation. Silence. You have no place to speak, Shen Valan retorted, shooting her a fierce glare that silenced her immediately. In Qin Hanyan's embrace, Shen Rui chimed in with a sweet voice. Brother, hold me, make me smart. Upon hearing this, Shen Valan furrowed his brow, recalling that Shen Rui had previously made a similar request, leading him to win several rounds at the gambling house, securing funds for days of indulgence. It seemed his daughter possessed a touch of fortune. Quickly read, he commanded Shen Fangcheng. Shen Fangcheng hastily opened his book and, after a brief period of reading, was instructed to recite. However, his words came out haltingly, and he struggled to express himself. Shen Rui, observing this, extended her arms toward him, prompting him to hold her. He complied, glancing at the text once more, and successfully recited it. Excellent. You have held your sister. I believe you will complete your studies assigned by the teacher tonight with great success. Shen Rui's face beamed with pride, for she was the heroine endowed with luck. Her mother held her daily, and despite not consulting a doctor, her injuries had not worsened, but rather had begun to heal. Surely, she was no less formidable than the so-called little goddess of the Shen family's main branch. Elated, Shen Valan carried Shen Rui away, believing he was taking her to celebrate her significant influence. To his surprise, he turned and led her directly into a gambling den. The atmosphere inside was thick with smoke, rendering Shen Rui speechless from the stench. Shen Valan's eyes gleamed with greed. You must assist me well, for when I win, there will be no lack of food for you. Shen Rui was taken aback, incredulous that such a father existed. If he knew that being with her would bring good fortune, why not engage in more respectable endeavors instead of frequenting such a disreputable place? However, Shen Valan was blinded by his desires, exchanging all his valuables for chips and taking a seat at the table. Finding it cumbersome to hold Shen Rui, he carelessly bound her to himself with a piece of cloth. Father, I feel unwell, Shen Rui cried out. Yet Shen Valan feigned deafness, his focus entirely on the game. Before long, he transformed 10 taels of silver into 100, and his winnings continued to multiply exponentially. It seemed that whatever he purchased, he could not lose. Today, Brother Shen is indeed fortunate, remarked one of the regulars who often gambled alongside Shen Valan, unable to contain his admiration. A smug grin spread across Shen Valan's face. Naturally. My luck is exceptional. After all, who am I? Shen Rui, her voice hoarse from crying, witnessed as Shen Valan amassed 3,000 taels of silver. With no one willing to continue playing with him, he triumphantly pocketed his winnings and exited the establishment. To reward Shen Rui, he purchased her a piece of candy. Upon receiving it, she tossed it to the ground without a second thought. All the other children received gold and jewels, while she was left with this worthless trinket. Shen Laodai, having endured a difficult period, was overjoyed at the sight of such silver. "My son, it is you who possesses the talent to procure such wealth. Rest assured. You shall not lack for luxuries henceforth," Shen Balan replied, his pride evident. "How wonderful!" Shen Laodai beamed, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Hanyan. "What use are you? All you do is squander money, constantly draining my son's resources to consult doctors. I say you ought to be divorced. I shall find a matchmaker to procure someone of suitable standing for you." Upon hearing this, Shen Balan's expression noticeably changed, causing Qin Hanyan to grow anxious. "Mother, you cannot treat me this way. I only sever ties with the Qin family for the sake of the Shen family. Had it not been to procure funds from my maternal family for your benefit, I would not have been cast out and erased from the family records." Shen Laodai scoffed at her. "Do you take me for a fool? I have heard plenty of gossip about your expulsion. You know full well how it transpired." Rendered speechless by her mother's reproach, Qin Hanyan fell to her knees, pleading desperately. Shen Rui, feeling a mix of sorrow and helplessness, quickly climbed to her mother's side, declaring, "Mother, I will stay with you." Seeing her articulate words at such a young age and recalling the good fortune she had brought him today, Shen Balan's demeanor softened slightly. He lifted the weeping Qin Hanyan from the ground, stating, "As long as you nurture Rui well, I will not divorce you. She possesses a unique fortune." Meanwhile, in the Marquis of Yangyi's residence, little Tang Bao had just finished listening to the birds chattering. Upon hearing them mention matters concerning the second branch, her eyes lit up. I have devised yet another strategy to deal with the villains." Chapter 94. The Movement of Elder Brother's Fingers. Little Tang Bao called for her caretaker, Big Brother, with a sweet, sing-song voice. The nanny, beaming with smiles, remarked how delightful it was that the young lady had awakened with thoughts of her elder brother. With that, she began to groom the little girl. Once Tang Bao's hair was neatly arranged, the nanny presented her with a jewelry box sent by the second young master. "Which one do you prefer, my lady? I shall adorn you with it. These are from second brother." Little Tang Bao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she rummaged through the box. Inside were exquisite pieces, meticulously crafted and adorned with carefully selected gemstones. Ultimately, she chose a pair of gemstone butterfly earrings paired with soft, floral embellishments, which complemented her newly styled hair beautifully. She pointed to a lovely pink dress that Qin Yunshuang had commissioned for her, and the nanny, understanding her intent, promptly changed her into it. After adorning her in her new outfit, the nanny carried little Tang Bao to Shen Feiyu's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Chun Tao gathering osmanthus flowers. Chun Tao's face lit up with joy at the sight of little Tang Bao, having heard of her efforts in helping the third young master regain his intellect. Now that little Tang Bao was in the eldest young master's courtyard, it seemed to signify that he too might be on the path to recovery. "My lady has arrived. Soon, I shall prepare osmanthus cake for you, which you adore." Upon hearing this, little Tang Bao nodded enthusiastically, signaling for her not to inform her mother. Having recently developed more teeth, she could now enjoy a wider variety of foods, but Qin Yunshuang was overly cautious, fearing that indulgence might upset her stomach. Thus, she restricted little Tang Bao to only small bites of sweets, which felt torturous to the little girl. Previously, when she lacked teeth, she could only savor the taste. Now, being able to bite yet being denied the pleasure was frustrating. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at little Tang Bao's animated expression. She glanced at them, puzzled. A group of people surrounded little Tang Bao as they entered the room. Sitting on the couch, she grasped Shen Feiyu's hand and waved dismissively at the nanny and maid, signaling them to leave. They understood and quietly withdrew. Holding Shen Feiyu's hand, little Tang Bao flashed a sweet smile. "Big brother." Shen Feiyu felt his heart melt at her innocent gaze. Yet, he lamented his inability to touch her back, as his limbs were still incapacitated. Noticing the fleeting look of sorrow in his eyes, little Tang Bao felt a pang of sympathy. With a gentle exertion of her internal energy, She soon began to transfer warmth from her palms into Shen Feiyu's body. He felt a soothing warmth coursing through him, and the areas where his tendons had been severed began to tingle. It was an unusual sensation, as if he were on the cusp of recovery. Tang Bao, what are you doing? Brother, you'll be all right, she cooed softly, her voice endearing and sweet. Shen Feiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Watching little Tang Bao grow weary filled him with concern. You mustn't overexert yourself, dear sister. Little Tang Bao shook her head. After a while, she could no longer maintain her grip and reluctantly released his soft hand. A fatigued smile adorned her face as she looked up at Shen Feiyu. Brother, try moving your hand. Upon her encouragement, Shen Feiyu attempted to move his fingers. To his astonishment, he felt a hint of sensation, and his fingers twitched slightly under his command. Is the eldest young master recovering? Chun Tao exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. I must inform the lady. With that, she hurried off to the back courtyard. Before long, Qin Yunshuang and Shen Zongguang arrived. Shen Feiyu felt a tinge of embarrassment at having summoned his parents for such a minor occurrence. What nonsense are you speaking? Shen Zongguang chided disapprovingly. Your fingers moving is a momentous occasion. Indeed, Qin Yunshuang added, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. After so long, I thought. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us speak of joy instead, Shen Zongguang interrupted. Little Tang Bao is truly our family's blessing. He stepped forward and embraced the weary little girl, his eyes filled with tenderness. You've exhausted yourself, my precious daughter. Brother, move your hand for father and mother to see, little Tang Bao urged, attempting to articulate a complete thought. Shen Zongguang nodded and focused intently on moving his fingers. To his astonishment, they exhibited a slight upward and downward motion. Although his palm and wrist remained unresponsive, Shen Feiyu distinctly sensed a difference. The previously severed areas and scabbed wounds tingled as if they were regrowing. Father, mother, I feel as though my hand is healing. Wonderful! This is truly splendid news! Shen Zongguang exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yunshuang joyfully lifted little Tang Bao, showering her with kisses. Little Tang Bao beamed at her mother, her big eyes sparkling with delight. A piece of cake. Very well, a reward for our little Tang Bao. As the family reveled in their happiness, Shen Feiyu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Soon, he would be fully restored and able to embrace little Tang Bao. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the courtyard of the Shen family's second branch. Shen Facheng had once again faced punishment from the tutor that day. Once the tutor's prized pupil, he now found himself reprimanded daily. Overwhelmed by the psychological disparity, Shen Facheng cried out at home, refusing to return to school. Shen Belan was preoccupied with taking Shen Rui to the gambling house and had no time to intervene. Only Qin Hanyan remained, tirelessly attempting to counsel Shen Facheng, her voice thick with emotion. My son, you must continue your studies. If you do not succeed, how will your mother survive? Shen Fangcheng's expression soured at her words. Mother, are you placing all the blame on me? You were cast out due to your own actions, not because of me. What does my education have to do with you? He gazed at her incredulously, unable to fathom her reasoning. Qin Hanyan was taken aback by his response, never expecting her typically obedient son to utter such unfilial and rebellious words. Continue like this, and I will have your father discipline you, she threatened, trembling with anger. Unfazed, Shen Fangcheng replied defiantly, Father is busy. He won't bother with your complaints. Meanwhile, Shen Belan continued to revel at the card table, oblivious to the deepening crisis unfolding around him. Chapter 95. The gambling house. Shen Belan, cradling Shen Rui, held the Paigao tiles, his laughter resounding with joy. In recent days, he had won a considerable sum, which made him more generous towards Shen Rui, even purchasing a candied hawthorn for her. However, Shen Rui had never been fond of such treats. She pouted, holding the candied hawthorn, unsure whether to eat it or discard it. At that moment, the casino manager approached, casting a discontented gaze at the pile of chips amassed before Shen Belan. Yet, he maintained a facade of cheerfulness, greeting, Young Master Shen has returned. What splendid luck today. Indeed, splendid, Shen Belan exclaimed, flinging his tiles onto the table. I have one once more. Quickly, bring forth the chips. Observing his triumphant demeanor, the manager scoffed softly, muttering that winning through cheating hardly counted as victory, and that he might as well close the establishment if such conduct were tolerated. What do you mean by that? Shen Belan retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. I won these hands solely by my good fortune. Bah. The manager scoffed, advancing to search Shen Belan's sleeve. To his astonishment, he pulled out several mismatched cards and dice. Weighing the dice in his hand, he declared, I have been in this business for nearly 2 decades. I can ascertain the weight of these items with a mere touch. There is something amiss here. Shen Belan, flustered, protested vehemently, I did not bring these items. How could they possibly be in my possession? Someone must be envious of my winnings. Yet, no one in the crowd came to his defense. Those who had lost to him in recent days harbored grievances, and the casino staff naturally sided with their manager. I must inform you, according to our casino's rules, you are to return all winnings from today due to your cheating, and you will also pay a fine. How dare you bully me in such a manner? Do you know who I am? You speak to me with such insolence? Shen Belan rolled his eyes defiantly. The manager, already incensed, grew even more furious at Shen Belan's audacity, sweeping all the chips from the table to the floor. Let me make this clear. Whether you like it or not, you will return the money, or you shall not leave this place. At these words, Shen Belan's expression darkened. He no longer cared for Shen Rui, placing her on the table as he stood with hands on his hips, shouting, I am a member of the Yaochi Marquis' household. The Yaochi Marquis is a favored figure before the emperor. Offending me is akin to offending the entire household. Can you afford such consequences? Though he spoke boldly, doubt not at him, for his relations with the main branch of the family had soured significantly. The manager laughed derisively. Do you take us for fools? You are from the second branch of the Yaochi Marquis' household, and your previous accusations against your brother's family for treason are well known. Your elder brother has shown remarkable restraint by not devouring you alive. How dare you flaunt the name of the Yaochi Marquis to deceive others? You bring shame upon your father. Shen Belan's facade crumbled at these words. His previously upright posture faltered. Give me the money. If you refuse, you will not leave. The manager shouted. Shen Belan, attempting to muster his bravado, stepped forward, only to be shoved back violently, stumbling to the ground. Laughter erupted from the onlookers at his pathetic state. Shen Rui, witnessing this farce, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. How could her father be so foolish? Gambling was one thing, but to persist in this establishment, winning money from others day after day would inevitably provoke ire. Now, confronted by the consequences, he should hastily gather the funds to escape. In her desperation, Shen Rui began to wail, hoping to draw her father's attention and persuade him to cease the confrontation. But Shen Belan was only increasingly irritated. Be quiet. What are you crying for? He then stood up and continued to tussle with the manager. Seeing this scene unfold, Shen Rui lost all desire to cry. Very well, she thought. If her foolish father was to be beaten, then let it be. As she anticipated, it was not long before Shen Belan began to receive a beating. The casino's enforcers were no amateurs. In just a few blows, they had him pinned to the ground. Still shouting? Hand over the money, and I might spare you, the manager sneered, stepping on Shen Belan's back. With a bruised face and gasping for breath, Shen Belan could utter no words. Observing this, the manager signaled for the enforcers to search Shen Belan's person. They rifled through his belongings, seizing all the silver notes he possessed. I warn you, this paltry sum is insufficient to cover your fine. Quickly provide a personal item, and I will have your family bring the money, the manager demanded. Upon hearing this, Shen Rui burst into tears. Father! Her cries caught the manager's attention. With a shift in focus, the manager yanked Shen Belan's jade pendant and placed it in Shen Rui's arms, instructing the enforcers. Take her to find someone from the second branch of the Shen family and demand 5,000 taels of silver. Relieved that her ploy of crying had worked, Shen Rui exhaled deeply. However, upon hearing the sum of 5,000 taels, Qin Hanyan nearly fainted. Her maid quickly pinched her to keep her conscious. "Madam, you must hold on. Quickly, go find the old matriarch." Qin Hanyan took a deep breath and hurriedly carried Shenrui to find the matriarch. "Mother, you must quickly retrieve the silver notes that Belan gave you. He is being held by the casino. They demand 5,000 taels for his release. The enforcers said he has been beaten to the point where he cannot even stand. If this continues, I fear." Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. The matriarch was left speechless. Though she adored wealth, she feared losing her only son even more. Yet, she lamented. How could she possibly produce such an amount? Where would I find 5,000 taels? The land recently gave you a considerable sum. Qin Hanyan exclaimed anxiously. At such a critical moment, can you still cling to your coins? Is money truly more important than your son's life? What kind of talk is that? The matriarch snapped in anger. He only gave me 2,000 taels, and after expenses, I have hardly saved a few hundred. 200 or 300 taels. Qin Hanyan was taken aback. She could hardly believe that, given their current situation, the matriarch still had the audacity to spend so extravagantly. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch gritted her teeth. Very well, I shall swallow my pride and seek assistance from the main branch for funds. Chapter 96. The old woman's uproar. Qin Hanyan was momentarily taken aback by these words. Could this truly be feasible? The main branch had long harbored disdain for them, and Grandma Shen had previously offended them. Seeking financial assistance from the main branch would be akin to scaling the heavens impossible. However, with a steely resolve, Grandma Shen thought, is it possible that this old woman, despite her dignity, would be turned away? After all, Shen Zongguang must address me as mother. Would he dare show such disrespect to an elder? With a decisive gesture, Grandma Shen summoned her outer robe and donned it before striding out. Seeing this, Qin Hanyan quickly embraced Shenrui and followed suit. She could not allow Grandma Shen to venture alone, especially since she had not visited the Yangyi Marquisate in a long while. Her curiosity piqued. How well was Qin Yunshuang faring now? The group hurried to the Yangyi Marquisate. Just as they approached the entrance, they were halted. Observing an unfamiliar face at the gate, Grandma Shen snorted disdainfully and motioned for her maid to step forward. The maid, catching Grandma Shen's signal, marched up arrogantly to the young doorkeeper. Do you know who our esteemed matriarch is? Even your marquis must pay her respects and address her as mother. You should hastily step aside. The young doorkeeper hesitated. He recalled the stewardess' strict instructions. If someone from the second branch of the Yangyi Marquisate arrived, they were not to be allowed entry without prior notification. Please hold on. I must announce your presence first. As he spoke, the maid pressed forward, attempting to bypass him, and Grandma Shen and Qin Hanyan followed suit into the estate. What are you doing? Exclaimed the doorkeepers, rushing to obstruct their path. At that moment, Qin Hanyan caught sight of Qin Yunshuang and hurriedly approached her, beginning to wail. Sister, please have mercy and lend me some money. My husband is trapped in a gambling den, and if he is beaten to death, Rui is so young she will be left without a father. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tangao could not help but smirk derisively. She had foreseen such a scenario. That greedy scoundrel had brought this upon himself. Initially, she had intended to teach him a lesson, but now it seemed unnecessary for her to intervene. Nestled in Qin Hanyan's embrace, Shenrui noticed Xiao Tangao adorned in luxurious attire, and a sense of indignation surged within her, prompting her to wail even louder. It was unjust that she, the true protagonist, suffered while Shen Tang enjoyed a life of indulgence, bedecked in exquisite garments she had never seen before. The intricate embroidery clearly signified great value. These should rightfully belong to her. As Shenrui cried louder, her adorable appearance evoked sympathy. Qin Yunshuang, being a mother herself, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing Shenrui's distress. Seizing the moment, Qin Hanyan, holding Shenrui, knelt before her. Sister, please, I implore you to help me. I know you hold resentment against me, but our circumstances are dire. What is so special about it? Isn't it merely Shen Tang's own greed that has led to his predicament? Xiao Tangbao interjected, her voice brimming with disdain. I've heard whispers that he frequently takes Shen Rui to the gambling house, profiting handsomely. He has been living quite luxuriously. Upon hearing Xiao Tangbao's thoughts, Qin Yunshuang's expression darkened. So that was the case. A person who brings their child to a gambling den deserves to face the consequences of their actions. Seeing Qin Hanyan kneeling, Grandma Shen hurriedly approached and yanked her up. What gives you the right to kneel before her? Qin Yunshuang. I am your mother-in-law. Will you not welcome me into your home? The onlookers, witnessing Qin Yunshuang's harsh treatment of her elder, began murmuring discontent. Indeed, sister. Even if you despise me, you must consider the reputation of the Yongyi Marquise. How can you treat family so cruelly? What will others think of you? With the crowd growing larger, Qin Yunshuang reluctantly instructed the young doorkeeper to open the gate. Once inside, Grandma Shen and Qin Hanyan's eyes darted around, taking in the lavish new adornments of the estate. Compared to their last visit, the opulence had significantly increased, with every detail more resplendent than before. Grandma Shen glared at Qin Yunshuang with suspicion. My dear daughter-in-law, you need not cast such aspersions upon me. Qin Yunshuang, infuriated by this accusation, refrained from addressing her as mother. The hardships endured by the main branch to reach their current status were countless. Their present prosperity was well-deserved. Were it not for the machinations of the second branch, they might have thrived even more. You scoundrel! Xiao Tangbao could no longer contain her outrage, exclaiming loudly. Grandma Shen's expression darkened at this outburst. How dare you speak so insolently, you little wretch? You big villain, go away! Xiao Tangbao retorted, her words punctuated by her imperfect but fervent articulation. How dare you, you little minx! Grandma Shen raised her hand in anger. Seeing this, Qin Yunshuang took a step back, while her maids quickly stepped forward to shield her. What is the meaning of this, mother-in-law? Are you truly going to argue with a child? Qin Yunshuang scoffed. Realizing that a hard approach would not work, Grandma Shen turned and marched toward the entrance. Though Qin Yunshuang was perplexed by her intentions, she followed. Grandma Shen positioned herself before the gates of the Yongyi Marquise, clutching a pillar, and began to wail. Oh, how cruel fate is! Old Marquis, if your spirit resides in the heavens, witness how your beloved son treats me. It is one thing to neglect my basic needs, but now that his brother is in trouble, he refuses to lend a hand. Is he prepared to watch my son Melon perish? This dramatic display of grief caught the attention of many onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning the bond between brothers. Surely, no brother would allow another to suffer without intervention. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person offering their own interpretations of the unfolding drama. Chapter 97. Shen Bellan is on the brink of starvation. Upon seeing Shen Zongguang, old Madame Shen appeared as though she had spotted a savior. She hurriedly rose and embraced him tightly. Zongguang, call me mother, I beseech you. Please help your brother. If you don't pay the ransom soon, he will be beaten to death. Qin Yunshuang intervened, pulling old Madame Shen aside and explaining the situation in detail. Noticing Shen Zongguang's increasingly grim expression, old Madame Shen's face betrayed a hint of satisfaction. Zongguang, if you fail to show filial piety, the officials will surely denounce you. Therefore, you ought to bring forth 10,000 taels of silver without delay. 10,000 taels? Such a blatant demand. Qin Yunshuang scoffed, unable to contain her laughter. Is there a problem? Old Madame Shen huffed, oblivious to the shamelessness of her words. 5,000 taels to save Bellan. And 5,000 to honor your mother? What's wrong with that? Shen Zongguang remained silent, stepping resolutely toward old Madame Shen. Little Tang Ao furrowed her brow. Father, surely you aren't considering giving them money. That would be an outrageous waste. Father, little Tang Bao urgently called out to Shen Zongguang. I have already sent someone to report to the officials. The gamblers will not dare to kill him. The maids promptly stepped forward, firmly holding old Madame Shen and Qin Hanyan on either side. Though they struggled to break free, they were no match for the maids' iron grip, which forced them onward. Desperate, Old Madame Shen attempted to cry out, but with a mere glance from Shen Zongguang, the maid stuffed a piece of osmanthus cake into her mouth, reasoning that the old lady must eat something to regain her strength. Unable to cry out or protest, both women were compelled into the carriage. The servants who had accompanied them, witnessing their master's defeat, dared not approach the Duke's residence and could only follow the carriage in dejection. "Father, splendid." Little Tang beamed at Shen Zongguang. "This is how we should deal with scoundrels. We must not show them mercy." Shen Zongguang took little Tang Bao from Qin Yunshuang's arms and watched the carriage disappear into the distance, letting out a barely audible sigh. Once, he had regarded old Madame Shen with goodwill and shown her great filial respect. However, he eventually realized that no matter how well he treated a heart of stone, he could never warm it. Thus, this nominal mother should be honored by Shen Belan himself. In the gambling den, Shen Belan was bound tightly and trembling in a corner. "Please let me go. I've already given you everything I earned today, and I still have quite a bit of silver on me." "Quite a bit?" The manager chuckled, patting Shen Belan's face. "How could a member of the Shen family's second branch fall so low? That little sum you have hardly qualifies as quite a bit, and why hasn't anyone come to deliver money for you? Have they abandoned you?" "Impossible!" Shen Belan shouted in desperation. "I am the pillar of my family. They will surely come to ransom me." "Very well, we shall wait then." The manager signaled to tighten the ropes further and secured Shen Belan to a pillar in the hall. Soon after, the staff began to lay out an array of fine food and drink, indulging themselves in front of Shen Belan. The tempting aromas wafted toward him like insects, invading his nostrils. Having been trapped for nearly a day, he was now both hungry and exhausted, his stomach growling at the scent. "Could someone spare me a bite?" Shen Belan had long lost the arrogant demeanor he had earlier. "Please, I beg you, just a morsel. I feel I might starve to death." Laughter erupted from the crowd at his plea. "Have you lost your mind? How could one starve after a day without food? With that fat body of yours, you could survive for days." They laughed heartily, some teasingly waving meat before his face, tantalizing him with what he could not have. Shen Belan, desperate and humiliated, strained his neck and tongue, but no matter how he contorted himself, he could not touch even a drop of grease. By the following morning, as thirst and fatigue threatened to render him unconscious, a slight figure finally appeared before the gambling den. Shen Fangcheng, the only male descendant of the second branch, had arrived with all the silver his family could muster. "This is all the money we have left. 5,000 taels is simply unattainable. If you are willing to release my father, I promise to reward you handsomely once I achieve success in the future." He surveyed the burly men around him, feeling a wave of trepidation. With no one else in his family to come, he had no choice but to face them himself. Recalling his mother's words about his destined greatness, Shen Fangcheng's resolve solidified. "Rest assured, if you grant our family a favor today, I will repay you double in the future." His confident proclamation only elicited laughter from the crowd. "You, a mere child, aspire to be a top scholar and a high-ranking official? What nonsense! Indeed, given your lineage, how could you be anything but worthless?" The scornful remarks pierced Shen Fangcheng's ears, leaving his face a tumult of emotions. He cast a resentful glance at Shen Belan, blaming his father's lack of ambition for his own humiliation. "Beware. We might just sell you off ourselves. With your feeble frame, you wouldn't fetch much anyway." Frustrated, Shen Fangcheng recalled Qin Hanyan's warning before he left home. In a moment of determination, he drew a small dagger from his pocket and pressed it against his neck. "My family has already reported to the authorities. If you do not release my father, I will end my life right here. I am connected to nobility. The death of a child from an official family will surely attract attention." Chapter 98. The Banquet in the World of Officials. What is the significance of such families? Are we, the common folk, not worthy of recognition? When your Shen family's second branch humiliates the common people, why do you remain silent? Have you not heard that my territory is one where the authorities turn a blind eye? Upon hearing these words, Shen Fangcheng revealed a hint of panic on his face. He was accustomed to leveraging his status to dominate others, yet now this tactic proved futile. I truly possess no more money. Shen Fangcheng finally succumbed to tears. The steward, weary of his antics, simply seized the money pouch. After a meticulous count, a look of disdain crossed his features. Your second branch is indeed becoming increasingly inept. Your once thriving business has crumbled, leaving you with so little. Shen Fangcheng's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort. Begone, you worthless wretch. Do not dare to appear in the gambling houses of the capital again. The steward admonished him with palpable contempt. Shen Velan was finally untied, his body smeared with blood and exuding a foul odor that caused the onlookers to recoil in disgust. Oblivious to his condition, he felt a sense of pride. I told you my family would come to redeem me. If you had offered me even a morsel of meat, I could have rewarded you with dozens of taels of silver. Alas, you lack understanding. With that, he lunged forward like a wraith and snatched a chicken leg before departing. The crowd, repulsed, hastily discarded the roast chicken, for they would not feed a dog something he had touched. You. Shen Velan felt utterly humiliated, yet upon raising his fist, he could only lower it in silence. These people were numerous and powerful. He had no desire to endure further beatings. He dragged Shen Fangcheng onto the carriage, both of them dejected. Upon returning home, elder Lady Shen embraced him, weeping, "My son, how could they do this to you? You have no idea. I personally sought out Shen Zongguang, but that heartless wretch disregarded our familial bonds and offered no aid." What? Shen Velan's anger surged, a lump forming in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. After this episode, he fell gravely ill. Qin Hanyan, still recovering herself, had to care for him, and within a few days, she too collapsed in bed, unable to rise. Observing the chaos within the Shen family's second branch, Shen Rui felt helpless. This household could not function without her. Over the past few days, she had devised a plan to restore their fortunes. 3 months later, for Princess Yuyao's birthday, the Yongyi Marquis was included in the guest list for the banquet. However, as a man, he could easily find an excuse to avoid attending such events dominated by women, but Qin Yunshuang and little Tang Bao had no such luxury. Noticing the slight irritation on Qin Yunshuang's face regarding this matter, little Tang Bao gently reassured her, "Mother, it is fine. Tang Bao will protect you. The princess will surely cause some trouble, but do not worry. I will safeguard both myself and you." Seeing little Tang Bao's earnest expression, Qin Yunshuang felt warmth in her heart. "All right, I believe in our little Tang Bao. You are the most formidable little one." Most importantly, she had infused the peach blossom wine intended for the emperor and empress with spiritual spring water to promote health. Watching little Tangao stagger around the room on her short legs, Qin Yunshuang felt both amused and warmed. "All right, this is sufficient. They will be delighted." Little Tang Mao glanced at the gift box, nodded, and began to choose her ceremonial attire for the day. After much deliberation, she selected a light purple dress adorned with the purple jade jewelry bestowed upon her by the emperor. Dressed thus, she appeared remarkably elegant and beautiful. "Mother, do I look pretty?" Little Tang Bao twirled joyfully before the floor-length mirror. Qin Yunshuang, seeing her delightful demeanor, could not help but smile, her face radiating tenderness. "Let us go. We shall enter the palace." Qin Yunshuang took little Tang Bao's hand as they made their way outside. Upon arriving at the palace gates, they were greeted by the queen's personal attendant, who had been waiting. Upon seeing Qin Yunshuang and little Tang Bao, the attendant respectfully bowed. "The queen is busy preparing for Princess Yuyao's birthday banquet and could not come to greet you personally, so she instructed me to wait for you here. The queen has requested that you first visit her in the Yongshou Palace, as she greatly misses both you and little Tangao." "Wonderful. We have prepared gifts for the queen." Little Tangao cheerfully indicated the carriage behind her. Once inside the queen's palace, little Tang Bao opened her arms and ran joyfully towards the queen. "Oh my! It has only been half a month, and our little Tangao walks so well." The queen's smile was radiant. "This child is precocious, mastering sitting, crawling, and now walking at such an early age. Lately, I have noticed her taking a few quick steps. It seems she is on the verge of running. Hearing this, little Tang Ao seriously pointed to her short legs. Yes, Tang Bao is quite remarkable. Oh, your speech has improved as well, the queen observed, increasingly fond of little Tang Ao as she pulled her into an embrace. Children grow so quickly. The queen stroked little Tang Bao's head, noting, you have grown taller. I shall have more dresses tailored for you. Yay! Tang Bao will have new clothes. Little Tang Ao clapped her hands in delight. The queen, amused by her charming demeanor, continued, by the way, Consortly knows you are coming and specifically mentioned that she would bring the young prince to see you. Consortly. Little Tang Bao's face lit up with excitement. It had been a long time since she had seen Consortly. Consortly is bringing Princess Yuru, the little princess you protected, the queen said with a smile, gently caressing little Tang Bao's cheek. As the conversation concluded, an attendant announced the arrival of Consortly. Following this, Consortly entered. Princess Mingju, she exclaimed, her eyes filled with excitement as she looked at little Tang Ao. Come, let me hold Yuru so Princess Mingju can see her. Look. This is the child you saved, she said, as little Tang Ao beamed and gently touched Yuru's cheek. Wow, are all little babies this adorable? Was I this cute when I was small? The queen nodded with a smile. Indeed, our little Tang Bao was just as adorable at your age. Oh! And Tang Bao has gifts for her little sister. Chapter 99. Humiliation. Little Sugar Treasure turned her head and signaled her close maid to present the gifts. She picked up a small box, opened it, and revealed a delicately crafted longevity lock. Finding it beautiful, she decided to gift it to her younger sister. I would like to extend my gratitude to Princess Mingju on behalf of Xiao Yurui. Lady Li smiled as she hurriedly adorned Xiao Yurui's neck with the longevity lock. Xiao Yurui responded with delightful giggles directed at Little Sugar Treasure. Observing the bond between herself and Xiao Yurui, Little Sugar Treasure felt a profound joy. She gently grasped Xiao Yurui's hand, attuning herself to her. Little sister is quite healthy and will grow up safely. The Empress felt a wave of relief at these words. After all, Lady Li had faced great difficulties in bearing children, and any ailment that plagued the young princess would be akin to taking Lady Li's life. Seeing Little Sugar Treasure's joyful countenance, the Empress surmised that she must have sensed Xiao Yurui's robust health. She offered a gentle smile to Lady Li, who, upon hearing this, displayed a look of surprise. Little Sugar Treasure was indeed a divine being. As long as she felt assured, Lady Li's child would undoubtedly thrive. That is wonderful. I hope Princess Mingyu will take good care of our Xiao Yurui. Of course, she is my sister, and I shall protect her, Little Sugar Treasure replied. As everyone enjoyed the moment, Princess Yuyo arrived. Dressed in an exquisite gown, she furrowed her brow upon spotting Little Sugar Treasure. Mother, did you not say that my dress today is unique? How can it resemble hers so closely? Little Sugar Treasure lowered her head in confusion. Well, the colors are somewhat similar, but the patterns are different. Mother, today is my birthday. You must make her change her dress. Princess Yuyo pouted, leveraging her birthday to whine to the Empress. The Empress frowned, explaining, your dresses only share a similar color. The patterns are completely distinct. Yours is a specially crafted brocade with intricate embroidery. I refuse. Mother, you must make her change. The stubborn Princess Yuyo persisted. Yuyo, the Empress replied with a stern expression. You are crossing the line. Noticing the Empress's growing displeasure, Princess Yuyo finally quieted, though her gaze remained fixed on Little Sugar Treasure. Little Sugar Treasure found the scrutiny irksome. It is merely a dress that resembles hers slightly. Why is she staring at me as if I were a rival? I even chose this simpler embroidered dress to avoid overshadowing her. This Yuyo is truly unlikable, Little Sugar Treasure mused, frowning as she chose to ignore her. She played with Xiao Yurui for a while before strolling outside with her maid. In the Broken Moon Pavilion, noble Lady Ning gazed at her reflection in the mirror, tears threatening to spill. This face may never recover, she lamented, caressing her features. She had entered the palace the previous year and had been favored by the emperor, enjoying continued grace. Although she had yet to bear any children, she remained hopeful, believing that as long as she retained his favor, she would one day find her place in the harem. Initially, she dismissed her skin issues as minor, thinking that dietary restrictions would suffice. However, despite her careful eating, the pustules on her face proliferated. Skilled physicians had treated her, yet their efforts yielded no improvement. Instead, her complexion grew increasingly inflamed and disfigured. Now, she could barely bear to look at her reflection, let alone expect the emperor to favor her. Without his affection and no offspring, how could she survive in this ruthless palace? My lady, let us take a stroll in the imperial garden. Perhaps a change of scenery will lift your spirits and improve your complexion, suggested a maid. Reluctantly, noble Lady Ning nodded, remembering to don a veil before stepping outside. However, after only a few laps around the garden, she encountered several fellow concubines. Oh, is that not the much-favored noble Lady Ning? Lady Hai remarked with a smile. Having entered the palace together, she could not help but feel overshadowed by noble Lady Ning's favor from the emperor. Noble Lady Ning's expression darkened as she prepared to leave. This wretched person, so smug in her success. Lady Hai continued, why does noble Lady Ning still wear a veil? Is her face still not healed? With that, she boldly snatched the veil away, revealing noble Lady Ning's face, marred by inflammation and sores, to the crowd. Gasps of horror erupted as onlookers gathered. Good heavens! How repulsive! So ugly! I can hardly bear to look. No wonder the emperor has not summoned her lately. Such a hideous face would repel anyone. Laughter and mockery echoed around her, each word a sharp blade stabbing deep into her heart. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, noble Lady Ning hastily covered her face and fled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Anger and despair coursed through her veins. What am I to do? Am I to live my life bearing such a face? Would it not be better to die than to endure such shame, to allow these wretched women to trample over my dignity? In a fit of despair, she found a white silk ribbon, intending to hang herself. Oh, my lady, you cannot do this. Self-harm is a grave offense, even if you do not care for yourself. Think of your family. Her loyal maid urgently interjected. Then what can I do? To live in such humiliation with this monstrous face, subjected to ridicule if I do not die. What can I do? Noble Lady Ning cried out in anguish. The maid comforted her. Perhaps there is still hope. What hope can there be? Not even the palace physicians can cure me. What else is there? Noble Lady Ning sobbed. Suddenly, the maid's eyes brightened. My lady, what if we seek out Princess Mingzhu from the Yongyi Marquis estate? Chapter 100. The divine water Ningguaren was taken aback. In her recollection, although Princess Mingzhu was affectionately referred to as the little goddess, she was merely a child. Could her plea truly bear fruit? Yet, it was astonishing how Princess Mingzhu had managed to restore her brother's face to its former glory. Those who had seen the eldest son of the Yongyi Marquis residence claimed that his complexion was more delicate and fair than that of a woman, utterly incongruent with the weathered skin of a man who had fought in the borderlands for many years. Qi Yao spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Ningguaren ceased her tears. It truly was effective. Then let us beseech her, the maidservant suggested. I have heard that she has been visiting the Empress these past 2 days. Should I wait for her outside the Empress's palace and escort her here once she emerges? What are you saying? She is Princess Mingzhu, bestowed by the Empress and the Emperor. What right do I, a mere noble, have to summon her? As she spoke, Ningguaren donned her veil, resolute in her decision to seek her out personally. After waiting at the Empress's palace for what felt like an eternity, Ningguaren finally caught sight of a petite figure, stubbornly waddling on her short legs, refusing to be carried by the nurse. Ningguaren hurried forward. This humble concubine greets Princess Mingzhu. Little Tang Ao looked up at the veiled woman before her, bewildered. Who are you? I am Ningguaren, a concubine of the Emperor. We met at your birthday banquet. I wonder if you recall? Little Tang Bao tilted her head, shaking it gently. Why do you seek me? She inquired, making an effort to articulate clearly. Princess Mingzhu was indeed astute, effortlessly conveying her thoughts. Before delving into her request, Ninggueren took a moment to flatter the young princess. I come with a request for your assistance, princess. I would be honored if you could visit my residence. I have prepared many delightful pastries for you. Upon hearing the word pastries, little Tongbao's eyes brightened. Pastries? I must go try them. Seizing the opportunity, Ninggueren pressed on. The pastries in my palace are not those served in the imperial kitchens. They are made by a maid who hails from a lineage renowned for their century-old pastry-making skills. The flavors are exquisite, crafted in my small kitchen. Little Tangao nodded eagerly. All right, let us go. Her goal was to sample every delicacy from the palace's small kitchen. And this was yet another opportunity to indulge. Upon arriving at Ninggueren's quarters, the latter finally removed her veil, slightly embarrassed as she shielded her face. I humbly seek your aid, princess, to remedy the condition of my face. The princess scrutinized Ninggueren's features with earnestness. Her visage was enchanting, yet marred by poor skin. This condition did not seem natural. It bore the marks of deliberate sabotage. Princess Mingzhu, do you possess a remedy? Ninggueren's voice quivered as she wiped her tears. My face has been like this for 3 months, and no treatment has yielded results. If this continues, my life will be ruined. I might as well perish. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. Little Tangbao, with a sweet treat in one hand and a chestnut cake in the other, savored the flavors. Soft and sweet, and comforted her. It's a small problem. Really? Ninggueren halted her weeping, hope igniting within her. Tangao nodded, finishing her last morsel before advising. Change your pillow. Then I will apply the cream. You must use it. This issue was deceptively simple, merely requiring a small vial of the divine water. With a few more applications, Ninggueren's skin could become even more flawless. Is that true? How wonderful! Ninggueren exclaimed with elation. Little Tangbao gestured expectantly, her eyes wide. Silver. Rest assured, I understand. The ointment must cost money. Will 1,000 taels suffice? If not, I can offer some jewelry as collateral. 1,000 taels. Little Tangao was astonished. By heavens, I think I've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. A single vial for 1,000 taels. My divine water is inexhaustible. Just imagine the fortune I could amass. As her thoughts grew more jubilant, she hastily tucked the banknotes into her bosom. Then, with her hands in her sleeves, she feigned searching for something while actually retrieving a bottle from her spatial pouch. After all, she had received 1,000 taels. She ought to provide a worthy vessel for the divine water. After a lengthy search, she produced a white jade bottle, filled it with the divine water, and handed it to Ninggueren. Apply this on your face 3 times a day. Ninggueren's eyes widened in astonishment. How had she procured what she needed in such a short span? I assure you it will work, little Tangao said earnestly. Even if someone attempted further sabotage, the protection of the divine water would prevent Ninggueren's skin from worsening. Grateful, Ninggueren bowed deeply to little Tangao. Noticing the princess's fondness for her pastries, she promptly had several boxes prepared for the young princess to take with her. After little Tangbao departed, Ninggueren gingerly examined the jade bottle. It resembled water. Could it truly possess such extraordinary efficacy? Doubt clouded her thoughts. Qi Yao, hearing her concerns, gently urged, Alas, you have already spent the money. You might as well use it. The title of little goddess bestowed upon Princess Mingzhu is not without merit. Indeed. With this thought, Ninggueren washed her hands and face meticulously, carefully applying the divine water to her skin. Not long after, she sensed a distinct change. Her face felt remarkably smooth, as if the blemishes and acne had vanished. Excitedly, she rushed to the mirror and was astonished to find that the imperfections had indeed subsided, leaving only faint traces of redness. At this rate, her complexion would be completely restored within days. Ninggueren was overjoyed. The news of her recovery through Princess Mingzhu's miraculous elixir swiftly spread throughout the palace. Many concubines expressed skepticism upon hearing it. Ninggueren, slightly embarrassed, remarked, We all entered the palace around the same time. Let us refrain from harsh words. I have heard that the Empress has also been using the cream provided by the little princess. A maid once told me that after using the ointment, the Empress's skin improved significantly. We have all noticed her radiant complexion during our visits. She could easily pass for 18. Yang Guiran spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hai Guiran felt a flicker of doubt. Just then, they spotted Ning Guiran strolling in the distance. Chapter 101, Little Sugar Treasure is about to become a tycoon. Come. Let us inquire of her, said Lady Hai, pulling Lady Yang as they headed towards Lady Ning. Upon seeing that Lady Ning still wore a veil, Lady Hai scoffed. I knew it. Even if it were effective, such beauty treatments take time. Results do not appear overnight. Lady Ning, upon hearing this, huffed. One cannot discuss the frost with a summer insect. With that, she turned to leave. Lady Hai, incensed, retorted, Who do you call an insect? I merely wish to check on the state of your unsightly blemishes. Must you be so unappreciative? Noticing several palace maids passing by, Lady Hai let out a disdainful snort. You wish to see a spectacle? Today, I shall unveil your hideous face before all. With that thought, she swiftly yanked off Lady Ning's veil. Just as she was about to gloat, she froze upon seeing Lady Ning's face. Heavens! How could all those festering sores vanish in such a short time? Lady Ning's complexion was now clean, even fair and radiant. How could such miraculous results occur in such a brief span? What? Lady Hai stammered, pointing at Lady Ning's face in astonishment. What is the matter? Disappointed that I am not disfigured? Lady Ning shot her a glare. Did you not wish to see a show? Behold! Is my skin not far superior to yours now? Lady Hai was momentarily at a loss for words. How did you achieve this transformation? Why would I divulge my secrets to you? Lady Ning replied with a cold smirk. Oh, and I forgot to mention tonight. The Emperor wishes to summon me. With a disdainful glance at Lady Hai's pale countenance, she turned and walked away. Why would she share the precious remedy she had painstakingly acquired with someone who frequently troubled her? Lady Yang stood by, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, We must investigate. What kind of person did that wretched Ning encounter, and what skincare products did she use? Lady Hai was so furious, she felt like grinding her teeth to dust. Princess Mingzhu? A spark of realization ignited in Lady Hai's eyes. I heard she will be at the palace banquet. Let us go and see. Although Lady Hai possessed delicate features, her skin had never been exceptionally fair. If she could achieve even half of Lady Ning's current complexion, she would be thoroughly pleased. At that moment, several concubines arrived, all drawn by the allure of Princess Mingzhu. Look at my face. It has become rather coarse lately. Do you have any remedies? Lady Yang, though 2 years younger than the Empress, bore several wrinkles upon her visage. Little Sugar Treasure tilted her head, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her sleeve. This contains the water from the spiritual spring. Of course, all the spring water was diluted, including what she had given to Lady Ning. Just a single drop mixed into water yielded remarkable effects. Apply it to your face, Little Sugar Treasure chirped sweetly. Eagerly, Lady Yang took the fragrant ointment and hastily applied it to her face. In just a quarter of an hour, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes visibly diminished. The astounding results left everyone in awe. The Empress, however, was unfazed. Her beautiful complexion was wholly attributed to the ointments and powders provided by Little Sugar Treasure. The concubines, initially surrounding Little Sugar Treasure, now clung to her even more closely, fearful of missing out on any offerings she might present. Upon seeing their eager expressions, Little Sugar Treasure generously produced the diluted divine water, pricing it at 1,000 taels. I want it! I want it! They clamored, hastily pulling out coins from their pouches to press into Little Sugar Treasure's hands, fearful that they might miss out on the precious elixir. This is all there is, nothing more, she said with a pout, as she noticed the crowd still attempting to shove money into her waist pouch. Her small bottles were simply insufficient. What shall we do? When will we have more? Will there be more in the future? The concubines lamented, their faces filled with distress. If I can obtain it, I am willing to pay extra. 2,000 taels would suffice. 3,000 taels, I would also agree. For 1,000 taels, I would not mind at all. The price of the divine water skyrocketed to 8,000 taels, while those fortunate enough to acquire it rejoiced in their good fortune. Having obtained the precious resource at such a meager cost, Lady Yang, elated by her unexpected bargain, removed a gold bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon little Sugar Treasure's hand. Princess Mingzhu, I know you are not in need of such trinkets, but I hope you do not find this small gift unwelcome. Little Sugar Treasure slid the bracelet up her arm, beaming, I like it, thank you, your majesty. Seeing this, the other concubines hastily followed suit, adorning Little Sugar Treasure with their own valuable jewelry. Little Sugar Treasure laughed joyously, welcoming all their gifts. Before long, the weight of the gold and silver piled into her arms became too much for her to bear. Content, Little Sugar Treasure entrusted the wealth to her mother for safekeeping. Who would have thought that a trip to the palace could yield such profit? In the future, I must come here more often. Initially, I intended to sell it at a low price of just 1 tael, but who knew the ladies would be so affluent? At this rate, I might just become a tycoon. While Little Sugar Treasure reveled in the excitement, the atmosphere surrounding Mo Weighing was starkly desolate. It was her birthday. Yet, upon the arrival of the guests, they merely exchanged quick greetings and presented gifts before gravitating towards Little Sugar Treasure. Why was this so? After all, she was the one of royal blood, a rightful princess. The more Mo Weighing pondered, the angrier she became. Rising, she curtsied to the Empress before storming out. The Empress felt a twinge of sympathy at her distress, but understood well why the other concubines were not drawn to Mo Weighing. She was excessively proud, showing no regard for the other ladies, and without a hint of respect, it was no wonder they did not favor her. Upon exiting the Empress's chambers, Mo Weighing coldly addressed the attending matron, Have you prepared everything I requested? Chapter 102, What Malice? The wet nurse felt a twinge of anxiety. Your Highness, if our actions are discovered, it could lead to serious consequences. What does it matter? I do not wish for her life, merely a lesson in humility, replied Mo Yuyao, her face a mask of indifference. The wet nurse produced a small vial from her sleeve, containing a concoction derived from oleander sap. A minimal dosage would induce severe abdominal pain, vomiting, and incessant diarrhea. Excellent, Mo Yuyao remarked, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Let her suffer a good bellyache and embarrass herself before everyone. Yes, I shall prepare it immediately, the wet nurse affirmed before departing. Once the wet nurse was gone, Mo Yuyao furrowed her brow, sensing that this punishment might not suffice. She turned to another young maid nearby. You are quite clever. It was your idea to teach the 4th prince a lesson last time. Please devise something even more severe. The young maid appeared flustered at this request. Mo Yuyao instructed her to place worms beneath the prince's pillow and to toss a centipede and other peculiar poisonous insects onto his bed in the dead of night. The 4th prince ended up covered in sores and pus, his condition deteriorating to the point of a high fever that nearly cost him his life. It must be even more serious than that, or it may cost a life, the maid cautioned. Your Highness, in my opinion, the oleander juice is sufficient. I say it is not enough, Mo Yuyao retorted, delivering a sharp kick to the maid's leg. I understand my mistake, the maid exclaimed, hastily kneeling in submission. Fuming, Mo Yuyao marched towards the palace where the birthday banquet was to be held, her anger intensifying with every step. As the festivities commenced, Xiao Tangao relished the pastries, causing Qin Yunshuang to chuckle. You glutton! If others didn't know better, they might think you are starved at home. Xiao Tangao nodded earnestly. Indeed, there is a lack of cakes and sweets. The Empress, overhearing this, also laughed and instructed her servants to bring some of the treats from her table to Xiao Tangao. Delighted, Xiao Tangao sprang up to thank the Empress for her generosity. Witnessing this scene, Mo Yuyao's displeasure deepened. Mother, it is my birthday. Why do you not reward me with sweets? The Empress was taken aback by this unexpected demand, for Mo Yuyao typically shunned such sugary delights. Then let us give this plate of fragrant pine nut pastries to Yuyao, the Empress instructed, sending a servant with the dish. To her surprise, Mo Yuyao dismissed it coldly. Mother shows favoritism, giving 3 plates to Shen Tang and only 1 to me, which I had to beg for. If it is not given with sincerity, I shall not accept it. The Empress was left at a loss for words. Xiao Tangbao, observing Mo Yuyao's petulance, felt exasperated. Help! Where did this brat come from to embarrass the Empress? Isn't it enough to have food? Why overthink it? Such a miser, she thought. Xiao Tangbao raised her hand. It's all right, Your Highness. If you do not wish to eat, I shall take it. I love all food. Her cheerful words eased the tension in the air, prompting a smile from the Empress. All my dear children, ask the servants for whatever you wish to eat today. Enjoy yourselves. Anything the kitchen can prepare is yours. Yay! Xiao Tangbao clapped joyfully, her adorable demeanor eliciting laughter from Mo Junia as well. Mo Yuya remained silent, her gaze fixed on the servant bringing sweet soup. Her personal wet nurse had just informed her that oleander had been added to the sweet soup intended for Shen Tang. Once consumed, it would surely lead to her embarrassing herself in the grand hall, perhaps even falling gravely ill. Just as the sweet soup was being served, a cat suddenly appeared from nowhere, leaping beside Xiao Tangbao. Isn't that my Snowball? Why is it so close to Princess Mingzhu? Yang Guiran remarked, astonished. Another noblewoman beside her chuckled. Surely you have forgotten the marvel of 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. It is said that our little Princess Mingzhu can converse with all beasts. Hearing this, Yang Guiran nodded. Indeed, that must be it. Mo Yuyao scoffed at their chatter, disdain evident on her face. What nonsense! How can a human understand animal speech unless she is not human at all? Her cutting remark silenced them, leading to another awkward pause. Xiao Tangbao, seated diagonally across from her, shook her head silently. Fool! Just because you cannot speak to animals doesn't mean I can't. Truly ignorant and insufferable. How can she be so irritating? Had it not been her birthday, I would have retorted. Xiao Tangbao silently vented her frustrations. At that moment, the servant presented the sweet soup. Upon seeing it, Xiao Tangbao's eyes sparkled with delight. This was her favorite, one she always drank copiously during her visits to the palace. However, just as she reached for her spoon, Snowball suddenly leaped up, swatting the spoon from her hand. Surprised, Xiao Tangbao watched as Snowball meowed anxiously. Then, without hesitation, it jumped onto the table, knocking over her bowl of sweet soup. What is happening? The Empress asked, frowning. Observing Xiao Tangbao's interaction with the white cat, she sensed something was amiss. No matter, Xiao Tangbao smiled at the Empress, wishing to avoid conflict on her birthday. Yet Mo Yuyao, frustrated by her failed scheme, maliciously declared, in front of so many people, that cat has spilled the soup. Yang Guiran's pet is utterly undisciplined. It ought to be punished severely. How can you speak so venomously? Xiao Tangbao shot back, cradling Snowball protectively. Snowball snuggled in her arms, letting out a few pitiful meows. What do you mean I am malicious? Servants must face consequences for their mistakes, let alone a mere beast. Mo Yuyao huffed dismissively. Yang Guiran quickly rose from her seat and knelt. It is my failing in raising it, but Snowball is usually well behaved. I beg the Empress and the Princess to show mercy.